I wanna be better than I already am, to see clearer than I already see, to breathe deeper than I already breathe, and that's just the beginning. I wanna be better. I wanna be better than I already am, to see clearer than I already see, to breathe deeper than I already breathe, and that's just the beginning. I wanna be better. I wanna be better. I wanna be better than I already am, to see clearer than I already see, breathe deeper than I already breathe, and that's just the beginning.
Go on, girls, keep moving that, moving that. They love it when you doing that, doing that. They on it when you moving that, can't get sexy on them, tell them throw the whole stack. Go on, girls, keep moving that, moving that. They love it when you doing that, doing that. They on it when you moving that, moving that, moving that, moving that, moving that, moving that. Go on, girl.
that, moving that, moving that, moving that, moving that. Ripping in the streets, and I'm saying on love. Riding through the blocks, and they showing me love. Ripping in the streets, and I'm saying on love. Riding through the blocks, and they showing me love. Riding through the blocks, riding through the blocks, riding through the blocks, riding through the blocks. Riding through the
It's a vibe, man. When you burn that rubber and you turn your music up, it's the best shit ever. You can't even hear your car, you just hear all music. It's a rock.
Get hyper.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Verti Musical, where we saw some absolute bangers here at Masters Berlin yesterday. My name is Yingsu and I've got Gio and Sean with me today to bring you guys even more Valorant action today. Welcome back, you guys.
I feel so good to be here. Day 2, we get to see some new teams. Those games yesterday were sick. I learned so much. I feel like I learned so much.
That's one way
watching
to
these
put
lands.
it, yeah.
No, I feel very much the same. Like, I'm really excited because especially, you know, for example, the middle game that we had yesterday, the second game between G2 and F4Q.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone expected that to go to 3 maps.
No,
so I'm
no,
like,
no.
okay, we've got here today. What spice is going to come out today?
Well, speaking of that, you know, after day 1, seeing those 3 best of 3s, what was your biggest takeaway from it, Gio?
Don't expect anything and... yeah, don't expect anything, pretty much.
I just get really excited when I see Steel Pit KO because I learn so many new things that you don't get to see any of the other teams do. So I like watching that. And then, yeah, the F4Q game was intense. I honestly think they could have stole that series. Mixwell was like 1-on-3, and then Nucky got that ace clutch.
Yeah.
Those were such game-changing moments, and F4Q could have stole that series.
I'm with you here as well. Like, everything goes out the window, right? We
Yeah.
have to expect the unexpected. Now, yesterday we kicked off Masters Berlin with some fantastic matches. But to get a sense of how that will play into the greater tournament, Riv has a reminder on how this 15-team format will work.
Masters Berlin is the last major tournament before Champions, the global finale of the 2021 Champions Tour. At Masters Berlin, teams will battle to earn circuit points, prizes, and qualification into Champions. Teams attending Masters Berlin earn their spots through one of 7 regional challenger qualifiers. The event will see representatives from North America, EMEA, Korea, Japan, Southeast Asia, Brazil, and Latin America. Taking place from September 10th through the 19th, Masters Berlin will begin with group play, followed by an 18 single elimination bracket. All matches will be a best of 3, with the exception of the finals, which will be a best of 5. Group A is kicking things off with a bang. Some of the best performing teams in VCT history could cross paths here. Group B is a wild mix of rising stars and longtime staples of the VCT. Group C is sure to be a banger. Match 1 is the Russian powerhouse Gambit versus Japan's favorite Crazy Raccoon. Lastly, we've got Group D. Due to the ongoing global pandemic, Ren Esports are unfortunately unable to attend Masters Berlin. As a result, Group D will play a double round robin, where each team will face each other twice, with 2 teams emerging from each of the 4 groups. Those 8 teams will then be seeded into a single elimination bracket. The winner of this bracket will earn both the Masters Berlin trophy and an automatic qualification into Champions, the grand finals of the VALORANT Champions Tour. Good luck to all the competitors, and we'll see you in Berlin.
Honestly, I could listen to Riv all day. I love his voice so much. But now we've got a taste of the competition and of the groups as well. Sean, how tough is it, do you think, for these teams here?
Oh, it's insanely tough. I mean, first of all, we haven't had many lands in Valorant, right? So these teams have played for a long time. They built a lot of pressure on themselves for this one moment, right? So these moments are so big because there's not many opportunities. But the format does benefit the players, and I'm sure they're very comfortable with it because they get that double elimination bracket.
I think, for me, the thing that always intrigues me the most about things like this is how much you cannot understate the difference in playstyles regionally. Because, as you say, we haven't had a ton of lands here in Valorant, so a lot of these teams are used to playing within their region. They're very used to a certain type of way of playing, and in basically all of these groups we have this mishmash from regions, and suddenly they've got to go up against things they're not used to.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a taste already of the 3 out of the 4 groups. We will be bringing you some action from Group B today, but first, Paper Rex, they're going to be taking on Vision Strikers, and then Crazy Raccoon will be probably trying to pull off an upset, I'd say, as they go up against Gambit, of course, the #1 seed coming from EMEA. And lastly, lastly, we are going to be heading to Group B as Envy will be playing Vivo Keyd. This is a bit of a repeat in terms of regions between NA and Brazil from yesterday. Sean, what are you most excited for out of those 3 matches?
Well, as an NA player, I can't wait to see El Diablo online. My boy, yay.
Of course.
He tears it up in NA. He's so aggressive, and I want to see him bring that same passion and fire when he plays on LAN. And I know he can because I've seen him play for so many years. But this new style he's brought to Envy is just, it's so successful. It's propelled them to the top of our scene.
I mean, I said it yesterday on the desk towards the end of the day, and I feel almost bad about it, but I love Envy. I'm such an Envy fan. They are so much fun to watch, and you know what you just said is part of the reason for that. But I think also you have to look at something like this Gambit Crazy Raccoons game, because I think if you are talking about that difference in playstyle, the kind of slow, methodical of Gambit versus, you know, the craziness of the Japanese style, that is definitely, they're the antithesis of each other. There's such a juxtaposition there. That is going to be insane regardless of what the outcome is.
But of course, Crazy Raccoon, they've been here before, whereas Gambit, they haven't.
Yes.
Gambit they haven't even played a team outside of EMEA yet, Gio.
Yeah, and that's going to be the crazy thing. And that's one concern I almost have about Gambit, because I love watching them play, but they do have that very characteristic way of playing that is quite slow, and it is quite, you know, they are methodical, they are careful about what they do, and I feel like a lot of the teams here throw caution to the wind a little bit more, and that could catch them off guard.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. When I watch Gambit, they look so slow. A lot like the CIS teams from Counter-Strike Go, in my opinion. They bleed out the clock. I don't really like their attack half so much, but their defensive halves are banging. Stan on the Cypher, Stan on the Viper, he's locking down sites. Nats, I mean, I'm sorry. And he just looks phenomenal. He's one of the star players of the event, and I think he's the second player to watch today.
Did you do that because his name backwards is
it's like my brain just automatically goes and does that, even though I know it's not
oh, I love
meant
that.
to be that. Yeah.
I feel like you saying that probably like gave Yinsu happy feelings.
It did.
You're a
It
Nats,
really did.
you love Nats.
Yeah.
I do love Nats.
Yeah.
I mean, I love everyone equally, but
Oh, is that
I
so?
love Nats. Yeah. But Gambit, they're going to be in action a little bit later. We are going to take a short break now. When we return, we will be looking at Vision Strikers and Paper Rex as they prep for their first map of the tournament. Do not go anywhere.
Tell me, would you even hear it if you're the only one who sees it? Can tell if it's make-believe or I'm in a dream, been here 1,000 times. Happy up until the morning, calling her without a warning. Can tell if it's make-believe or I'm in a dream, have I lost my mind? So hold it on to the feeling. Even as the flames start to rise, slipping over smoke with my head high. Heaven only knows I've been through hell and back to
we've already seen Ascend and SMB in the group of death, but it's time to break down the other two teams in this group, Vision Strikers and Paper Rex. Gio, how different is this matchup to the one we saw yesterday?
I feel like this is going to be so I don't know. I mean, Vision Strikers already, you've got so much expectation. I think they must be one of the teams, at least one of the teams who wasn't at Reykjavik, that has the most expectation, probably because of the whole story of the 100+ game win streak and because that people expected them to get to Reykjavik. And now they're finally here on LAN and people are expecting great things.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Vision Strikers is just dominant.
Yeah.
Dominant. Ever since they picked up Lakia, they have just been destroying the region. They look so clean, and they are the ones that brought the synergized abilities to the world, right? They showcased the dash and the flash with Breach and Jet, and they're the ones that got everyone on that grind of synergizing the abilities. And I love watching them because they always have these creative ways to incorporate the new agents into the game. And I think we're going to see a lot of that today.
But I also got to say that, you know, we call this the group of death. And looking at the bracket right there, whoever wins today plays Ascend. And whoever loses today plays SMB, Sean. It's kind of mind-blowing at this point.
It's actually so brutal. It's like a must-win game for these teams. Like the first game of the tournament, it's must-win. Because, yeah, like you said, you lose this game and you're immediately playing SMB in the lower bracket. That is just brutal.
Yeah, but also Ascend are waiting for them as well. I'm sure they're going to be watching today.
I would be really afraid of that. I would be really afraid of that. Although, you know, if let's say we see Vision Strikers win here and we're going to get to like see CNED versus Buzz or something like that. I would be like,
yeah, and speaking of Buzz, let's talk about this roster a little bit more because Gio, this is a funky roster. They have more than 5 players.
Yes, and this is actually really common in other games, I think, and especially when you look at the Korean region, a lot of teams will have like specialized players, and that's what we talk about when we think of someone like Lakia. You know, he comes in, these days plays a lot of Sky, he comes in for their bind compositions and whatnot, but the 5 players who you're seeing on your screen right now are those main 5 that you're typically going to see in the majority of their games, but I really actually quite like the fact that they have that specialization.
Yeah, it gives them this element of unpredictability, right? RB also used to be the Jet main on this team, and now he's fallen back into a different role, right? He's playing Sova, he's playing some Sage too. Buzz is the perma insta-lock Jet these days, and the way they use Jets is very different than what you're used to in NA, where the Jets are opening things up. They're very individual players, and it seems like NA has a lot more faith in the individual plays, whereas Vision Strikers, when you watch them, it's just like a masterpiece. Everything has a reason behind it. Everyone is always working with each other.
Yeah, and I know, Gio, you mentioned Lakia before, but Sean, I think a lot of people are surprised that this is the player that's on the bench, right? Because how good he really is.
Yeah, I mean, you say he's on the bench, but I see him on the stage. I don't know if he's going to be playing in any of these maps today, but he is incredible. We saw him in Iceland, and he was one of the top performers for New Turn. So, yes, as someone in like Western culture, that is just so weird for me to see, right? A star player on the bench of a team, but that just shows what their vision is, no pun intended. That all they care about is winning, and hats off to him for taking this role and just being the player to lock down one map in the pool. But I think we're going to get some curveballs from Vision Strikers throughout this event. I think we're going to see more than one map played by Lakia.
I mean, this was something that I remember we were kind of as a group discussing like a few days before the event even started, and we were like, are we going to see more Lakia? I think I could probably speak for all of us when I say we hope we see more Lakia, just because he's so much fun to watch. But, you know, you talking about how you can just see that like synergy between everyone and the way that they like to play. I think someone who you really have to thank for so much of that is Stax. Because you can see his leadership just in the way that they play.
Yeah, and Stax is a player we talked about yesterday, actually, in the opening segment. The fact that he's the one that brought Breach out into the forefront of the scene, right? He's probably the reason why Breach got a bit of a nerf on the flashes and everything. He's now playing a bit more Sky. He's kind of fallen into the meta, right? But he still has tremendous success, and he's in that supportive role. And you can tell, like you said, he's leading the team very well.
Well, we are excited for Vision Strikers, and I know that the international Valorant fans are no doubt also excited as well. So let's hear from a fan favorite. It's Vision Strikers.
안녕하세요. 저는 이제 비전 스트라이커즈 소속 이제 인게임 리더를 맡고 있는 김구택 스택스라고 합니다. 처음으로는 일단은 RB 선수는 이제 저랑 처음으로부터 같이 한 선수인데, 그리고 이제 킹 선수는 이제 좀 침착하면서도 조금 멍청함이 있는 선수고, 그리고 이제 새로 들어온 이제 버즈는 이제 나이도 어리고 이제 활동도 많이 하고 장난도 많이 치고 그리고 센스도 좋아서 아마도 좋은 플레이어가 될 것 같고, 그리고 이제 마코 선수가 저는 좀 길게 얘기하고 싶은데 진짜 잘하거든요. 진짜 침착하고 아마도 이번 대회에서 진짜 손에 꼽는 선수가 되지 않을까라는 생각이 좀 들어요.
Dude, Mako is unreal. Like he knows where people are behind the smoke and everything comes around. 3 kills.
이렇게 이제 글로우 선수가 은퇴하고 저한테 이제 오더를 맡음으로써 이렇게 부담은 있었지만 원래 하던 역할이 그런 종류로 이렇게 말을 많이 하는 그 카테고리 종류 중에 하나여서, 그리고 견제되는 팀도 하나도 없고 원래 제가 항상 자신 있는 편이기 때문에 저희 팀도 항상 자신이 있기 때문에 견제되는 팀 하나도 없습니다. 좋게 생각해 주셔서 좋게 생각하시는 팬들도 있겠지만 나쁘게 생각하시는 팬들도 있거든요. 되게 이제 조금 이제 우물 안의 개구리? 뭐 이런 말 써줘도 되나? 우물 안의 개구리라는 말이 있는데, 작은 나라에서 저렇게 하는 거는 이제 어떤 유럽 팀이 가도 당연하다 이렇게 생각하시는 분들도 있는데, 저희는 그거를 조금 지금 나쁜 팬분들은 아니지만 그래도 저희한테 관심이 있다는 거기 때문에 저는 그거를 이제 보여주기 위해서 조금 빨리 좀 대회를 한번 해보고 싶어요. 저는. 그분들을 위해서.
I don't know if they can really make it.
Goes down. You're gonna get the Keyd, double damage.
You know, I almost forgot about Glow until Stax mentioned him.
Yeah.
I'm so glad he did because he was such a big part of their early success. And Sean, I want to pick your brains real quick about what Stax said. You know, Glow leaving the IGL role for him, almost like passing over the torch. We don't really see that, do we, in these games where you have a former member who was the IGL who's retiring and goes, okay, it's yours now. What do you make of that?
Yeah, that's very interesting that Stax, accepted that role so well, and they've looked so good. They've dropped only one map, I believe, in the last 60 days or something like that. They look incredible under Stax's leadership. So he hasn't missed a beat, right? He looks so good. And I agree, we don't see this very often in, our teams in NA and EU. So this is such a cool thing.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to see that more often as well, just teams, being able to kind of harness in the skills of in-game leading.
I think we could in Valorant, because Valorant is such a cerebral game, right? Especially when you watch a team like Vision Strikers. So many people need to have say in how rounds play out. And I mean, I'm sure Gio can attest to this too, is you just need multiple voices on your team. You can't just have one person dictating everything that's happening.
It's one thing that I've heard across a couple of games in recent time is people saying, kind of gone are the days where you just rely on the one IGL, and it's becoming more popular these days across all sorts of esports where you want different people to be having input. So you kind of have your IGL who's making the main calls, but different people are making different inputs for different parts of the game, whatever that might be, and you have that almost joint leadership. So I think that it is a good thing that someone like Stax can come in. He wasn't the IGL, Glow leaves, he has to take up that mantle, and he can do a really good job of it. It gives you that flexibility.
I think it proves how good he is. The shoes you have to fill of Glow, But enough about Vision Strikers, because we got to talk about their opponents today as well. Paper Regs, they are kind of lesser known, Gio, but talk us through why they are here.
Well, I think the crazy thing about Paper Rex here, right, is that especially with, what's now happened with Bren Esports, they are the sole representatives of the SEA region. They're coming here and to be on the big stage and show up what's going on here. And the funny thing is while you may look at them and say, okay, well, they were the second seed coming in, Paper Rex only lost that grand final against Bren Esports. Prior to that, the previous 11 games, everything in stage 3, they were winning everything. So not a team to be underestimated.
Yeah, and the man we just saw on the scene, Forsaken, he's on the Jet. He tears it up. He averages a 289 ACS since the start of July. That's just unreal, right? To compare that to the Vision Strikers Jet main Buzz. Buzz is only averaging 234. So he is creating a lot more space. He's given a lot more freedom, I guess, in the role. They play a lot looser than Vision Strikers. So the contrast between those Jets could actually benefit Paper X in this matchup, depending on how Forsaken plays.
I mean, when it comes to Forsaken, though, Sean, how do you think he would compare to your Cena, to your Tens? Because we saw, you know, Patipan, he could do a lot at Iceland from that region, but it just still feels like there's a bit of a gap.
I don't think there's a gap in the players. I feel like there might be a gap in the cohesion with the teammates, right? That if someone's not trading him or spacing properly with him or, you know, giving him the right flash or smoke, he's not going to be as successful against some of these top teams from the other regions that he doesn't have the familiarity with.
I mean, something that I'm really going to be looking for is Devai, who is one of their players who sometimes will take on the duelist role. We've seen him on the Jet, but also plays a lot of, you know, the Sky. So he does a lot of that initiating. And you would kind of hope that a player like that who has played in both roles is going to have more of an insight into, you know, the right time to use it, the right way to support someone like Forsaken.
Yeah, but also, you know, we spoke about this yesterday too. The pressure's not really on them, is it? So Forsaken could just be unleashed at this point.
Yeah, well, yeah, no, that's true. But I feel like you have to have joint responsibility. We're all a team.
What do you want to see? I kind of want to see him unleashed. You got me excited. I just hope he just runs around bladestorming everyone to death right here.
It's kind of giving me like the Patipan feel, you know? You got nothing to lose. You're here to kind of show what you can do. And but at the same time, Vision Strikers as an opponent, Sean, is that the way to break them down? Do you just have to send that person in and just try and be unleashed?
Don't put me on the spot like this. I would have no idea how to approach a team like Vision Strikers, right? You need to bait out all of their little gimmick trap plays because that's how Vision Strikers operates. They operate on these synergized abilities and they trap people, right? Say a Cypher Cam sees you or a Killjoy alarm bot detects you. You might get Omen paranoid, you might get Breach Flash, you might get fault lined immediately afterwards and then triple peaked, right? So how do you bait that setup out without dying and without, you know, committing to fights? I think they're going to need the Jet to go in and dash away from that kind of stuff.
I mean, I think that they're going to have to be very opportunistic because, in my opinion, one of the flaws in the way the Vision Strikers plays is they can be quite guilty of leaving space open, especially if they're on the defense. So if you're a team who can actually exploit open spaces on a map when they've been left, that's going to be your way in, and then you can kind of get them from behind.
But that's the thing about Vision Strikers is there's a lot of smoke and mirrors. They leave places open, but there's like little traps. Like there's little mollies waiting or an alarm bot waiting, and it's almost like they want you to go into these open places and they have all these protocols set to retake them.
Yeah, I also want to mention because in the press conference, Ben Kai, what a personality. I don't think many people expected him to be so outgoing and funny. I remember him saying that they did lose 24-0 to Vision Strikers previously, right?
It's nothing. It's nothing. You don't need to worry about that.
I don't trust
You think he's trolling?
I don't know. I don't know, but I don't trust it. After his interview thing, he's trolling.
Yeah, but also we saw on the stage here as well, when you have big personalities that can kind of like, I got to say BM a little bit, like you know, we saw from 100 Thieves. We probably don't expect Vision Strikers to be that kind of vocal and standing up and screaming, but maybe do we see Paper X doing that?
Oh, I can definitely see that. I mean, their whole interview at the start was hilarious. Where what was it they said about
he
like, being
pretended,
out of 15 or something?
Oh,
like,
yeah.
But the F4Q, in F4Q's interview, they seemed really calm. And I was like, oh, wow, they got loud. So I don't know if I want to fall into the trap of thinking the Vision Strikers are going to be like too serious, but I think it will take a bit more to pull them out.
I don't think I have the balls to be Stacks. And
I don't think they're going to be like screaming. They're definitely not going to be doing the "We Will Rock You" feet thing. You know,
we'll see though. We'll see. Who knows? Expect the unexpected, like Gio said in the beginning of the show. But can Forsaken and his team carry the last hope for SEA and make waves in their first match of the tournament? Let's meet the squad before map 1.
My in-game name is Ben Kai, and I'm playing for Team Paper X from Southeast Asia. I am the in-game leader. I mainly play the Sentinel role. I would say I'm one of the people that's like lightening up the mood with like jokes and stuff. Our next guy, we have Davai. He's the second duelist in our team, and he plays like Sky and stuff. And he's also the secondary shot caller. So a lot of like mid-round calls, it would come from him also. Next, we have Forsaken. Everyone's hyping him up to be the best Southeast Asian player. So he's mainly the duelist in our team, and he is also one of the 2 Indonesians. Our next Indonesian is Aaron, Mind Freak. He plays the smoker roles. And lastly, we have Shiba. He's a very shy, soft-spoken kind of guy. Funny story with him. His parents didn't know that he was like a professional player until we qualified for Berlin. He had to tell his mom that he's like a professional player and all of that. And it ended with his mom being like, "What? Are you joking? Oh, you're not going to Berlin, man." So that took some convincing with the help of like our management. It's nice to see him here now. I'd say I'll definitely classify us as like underdogs. In terms of level of competition, it's obviously going to be the toughest because all the best teams are here. And it's like the highest caliber of competition, right? I would put it in my teammates' minds not to be scared of anyone because we honestly have nothing to prove while they have to prove that they are actually the best in the world. Coming from Southeast Asia, nobody's going to study us. So we're going to have the element of surprise over you with whatever we prepare. Sheesh!
I'm really sorry. I gotta wipe away tears for a second. What an interview, Sean and Gio. We were speaking about this just now. Like, we love the underdog story, but also the personalities from the smaller region.
Yes.
He's got to be one of the most interesting characters here.
No, I love that. I love it when, you know, you come into a LAN event and people are like, oh, yeah, Sentinels. Oh, yeah, I don't know, like big names, Ascend. And then you've got these smaller regions. They come in. They know that they don't have huge expectations on their shoulders. They're just like, yeah, we're just going to get into the server. Like, let's go. And then you fall in love with them.
I'm already in love. I'm their biggest fan now. Yeah.
That was hilarious.
It actually reminded me of you a little bit. I'm not gonna lie when he did it. But also that story about Shiba as well, Sean.
Oh my God.
Imagine if his parents didn't let him travel. I'm so glad that he's here.
I'm so glad. What a bizarre story. Like, the whole interview. That's the first time I've
How
seen
do
that.
you hide that from your parents?
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, don't mind me. I'm not scrimming for 10 hours a day. Like, what's that all about?
Yeah, but also I want to pick out, you know, you've mentioned this to me in the green room before, that they just play a ridiculously amount of Asian compositions. Like, they love trying stuff. And Ben Kai just said that they're trying more stuff.
Dude, when we were looking at all the maps they play, I was looking at their split. They had 9 games of split, Yinsu. They had 9 different comps. I've never seen anything like that when I look at VLR.
Yeah, I mean, more surprises though. I mean, that also means that like Vision Strikers can't necessarily anti-strat them, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, this was something that actually came up yesterday in the G2 game, because G2 are very similar. They like to try lots of different things, and we were like, it could just be that they decide to bring out something that we haven't seen, and then like, you just throw your strats out the window. And it could be a very similar thing. And I suppose that's also the difference, right? Is like, imagine if they start running rings around Vision Strikers because they're like, let's just throw this. We'll just throw a KO in. We'll just throw a Yoru in. And Vision Strikers, they're like, guys, can we just take this seriously, please?
Maybe that's the way. I know earlier you didn't have an answer to how to beat Vision Strikers.
I want to see some wild stuff, like 5 duelists just running around, just Yoru, everyone. Let's just get it all going.
Yeah, and imagine if Forsaken isn't on the duel list. Maybe that's the surprise. Yeah, I mean, who knows? Who knows with these teams? But we have waited a long, long time to see Vision Strikers on the international stage. But let's see if Paper Rex will be a worthy challenger. It's time to kick this off.
Masterpiece lasts forever, while the artist will find death awaiting every turn. A moment that will outlive me, to become eternal, or to be forgotten. Ars longa, vita brevis. is eternal. Life is short.
We are kicking off Masters Berlin strong.
처음에는 이제 유럽이랑 북미 팀을 가장 경쟁을 많이 했었는데 막상 이제 스크림을 해보니까 오히려 아시아 쪽 팀이나 한국 팀이 더 잘한다는 느낌을 많이 받아서 그리고 견제되는 팀도 하나도 없고 원래 제가 항상 자신 있는 편이기 때문에 저희 팀도 항상 자신이 있기 때문에 견제되는 팀 하나도 없습니다. 지금 한국 팬분들이 진짜 많이 기대하고 있을 것 같은데 아마도 저희가 지금까지 해온 여기 베를린에서 연습을 했으니까 그냥 안심하고 그냥 이제 치킨 뜯으시면서 보시면 될 것 같습니다. 걱정하지 마시고 무조건 이기겠습니다.
I'll definitely classify us as underdogs. If we win at least one series, whether it be the first one or the lower bracket, we qualify for champions. I would put it in my teammates' minds not to be scared of anyone. We're gonna have the element of surprise.
Versus strong teams. We have two plans minimum and maximum. I don't tell you because if I tell you, it's not gonna work.
There's just so many players here at this point, they just can't shut him down.
We just want to see who is the best.
Nossa jornada ela foi muito difícil. A gente, por ser um time relativamente novo, a gente teve muitas dificuldades de aprendizado, de desenvolver o jogo. Óbvio que a gente tem como objetivo ser campeão, mas só de participar de uma competição enorme dessa magnitude é surreal.
Making champions is the ultimate goal, and that would mean winning this event or at least placing above 100 Thieves. I know the goal is to win, and this is no different from that.
Yo, Sean, that's got to be up there as one of the best entrances, right?
I was like, is he about to get naked? I was like, what are we going to do right now? I'm starting to get really nervous.
Starting things off strong, Gio. I think they're setting the tone.
Oh, I love it. I'm just like, at this point, I'm not even like interested in who specifically wins. I'm just interested in theatrics.
Yeah, that's the best part. But also, Ben Kai made a very, very, very good point. This series is a big deal for these teams here, but if Paper Rex wins today, they lock in for champions. So this is more than just a best of 3 for them. Of course, they said already they don't have that much to prove. But Sean, imagine if you beat Vision Strikers to get into champions.
Yeah, that changes everything, right? Because the only goal here is to make champions in their minds, right? So this match, I bet they put so much prep into this match. There's probably so much anti-shrouding going on. They've combed through every Vision Strikers VOD there is. And I think we're going to see some nutty game plans coming out of Paper X here.
Yeah, well, hopefully we see some nutty maps as well, because map picks and bans and map select is ready. Oh, I want to wave back at Benkai so badly. But yeah, let's see where we are going today. Very, very, very crucial match, of course, for the side of Paper Rex. But Vision Strikers, they also have a lot to prove. You know, people have waited so long to see them play on an international stage, and I'm sure they will want to start this off strong as well. Let's get the bans out of the way first. I believe Vision Strikers will have the first ban here out of these maps. We haven't seen Breeze yet in this tournament. I'm a little bit disappointed, but I don't think they're going to ban away that. Both teams, you know, they can play.
Both teams can play it. Yeah, Paper X is 7-2 since July. Vision Strikers 1-0, and there you go. Vision Strikers banning Ascent, and this is actually going into the strength of their opponent. Paper X 8-1 on Ascent. This is their best map, and maybe tied with Icebox up there.
Oh, well, the next one's come out, and that's going to be Bind. That's an interesting one, because that is definitely a map that Vision Strikers excel on. And we spoke about how they bring in Lakia for that map. They really have their specialist style of play. That's out.
Yeah, well, the first map, we're going to go to Haven. This is selected by Vision Strikers. No surprises, really, Sean.
No, not at all. And they are insane on the map. This is a map where they run double initiator, and they're just so good at controlling everything. And they're going to actually, Paper X is opting to start on defense.
I mean, I'm just excited to see how Forsaken's going to play there, because Haven is one of those maps that is not necessarily one of the favorites for Paper X. They don't really like playing there so much, but I would love to see some, you know, aggressive jet, like push down the longs or whatever, just like go for it.
I mean, they spoke about surprises, right? And there's plenty of room to do that here. And the next map, Geo, is Icebox.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of expected this one to come up. Icebox was played in the final that Paper X played in against Bren Esports. It's also one that Vision Strikers don't like so much comparative to other maps.
Yeah, but I understand. I see what you're saying. They're 12-1 on Icebox. It's their best map for sure. But Vision Strikers is 5-0, and they're averaging 10 rounds on both halves, attack and defense. They are blowing people out on Icebox. So this is like their home map as well.
Yeah, I mean, Vision Strikers, they don't really lose on Icebox. No. I know they've lost one time, but, you know, and the decider is pretty interesting, this one, Sean, because it is split, like you mentioned. Paper X, they like to play a lot of team comps here.
Yeah, they like to play a lot of comps here, and Vision Strikers opts to have this map be the third. I think that's pretty interesting. This Vision Strikers iteration isn't the ones of past where you think of these excellent split setups. They're the ones that kind of set the meta on split with the Jet and the Breach back in the day, and I haven't seen that out of them lately.
Yeah, well, I was going to say I'm happy that Split's in just because I want to watch stacks.
Yeah.
Like, I just want to watch stacks, so just leave it there.
I'm scared for Paper X. They must have something up their sleeve.
But, I mean, this is under the assumption we go to map 3. Do you guys think we're going to be going to map 3 after seeing the Vetos?
I won't rule it out. You know, I think when you look at this matchup on paper, it's very easy to be like, well, look at the prestige and the pedigree of Vision Strikers, and Paper X are a bit more of an underdog. But you know, I actually won't rule it out. I could see it happening.
I'm gonna rule it out.
Oh wow!
Sean's not having. Oh wait, 2-0 Paper X today?
No,
really,
no,
Sean?
This is where Vision Strikers puts the world on notice.
Yeah.
Here. I've been waiting for this moment. Vision Strikers is the team that got me into the esport of this game, and everyone's about to see why.
So what I'm hearing is I'm biased, therefore they're gonna win.
basically. But let's talk about Haven now first. On the side of Vision Strikers, you know, we know they have that 6-man roster, but Sean, Lakia is not here for this one.
No, he's not going to be here for this one, which is kind of interesting because, I mean, they are running initiators on Haven. You know, Sova's typically very good on the map, but I guess they just don't have the comfort with him yet at this point. It doesn't mean their Haven's weak. I just want to keep that in mind, everyone. Just because Lakia is not in the server doesn't mean they're going to have holes on their Haven.
No, I mean, especially we spoke about before about how RB has been taking up a lot of the Sova, even though previously he was a duelist, and he's done a decent job of that. So I don't think you can just say, oh yeah, if Lack is not in the server, you're not going to have that. The interesting thing for me is that recently the compositions that these two teams have been playing have actually been relatively similar. And if you were to look at the second most recent composition that Paper X played, it was actually just one agent off what Vision Strikers have been recently playing. So I want to see how that matches up and if they're going to use those agents similarly. That is, of course, if they choose those agents.
Speaking of agents, I think we will get to see a breach, and we do not get to see many breaches on Haven in North America, so that is going to be...
Or anywhere else, really.
Anywhere, yeah. And Stax is just so good at using the fault line, which is, you know, the signature ability for breach. So he's going to get it once at the start of the round, and then he's going to wait for it to recharge, and they're going to use it again.
Oh, he's going to be sat... on defense, he's going to be sat outside of Garage. Oh, well, no, I'm thinking of Split. I'm thinking the wrong map. But... the interesting thing is when I mentioned that Paper X used to play just one agent off, it was the breach they switched out for a Sova in their composition.
Yeah.
So I wonder if they're going to keep the Sova in or if they're going to come back and they're actually going to go for the more, you know, the flashy kind of initiation and see if they're going to match that up against Stax or if they're going to stick with this Sova idea.
Also, I mean, so far in the tournament, we've seen a couple of Astros, but we haven't seen that many Astra versus Astra mirror matchups.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see Mako because when Stax did his interview, he said he gave a lot of kind words to him as that Astra, and I can't wait to see the setups they have planned around particularly him and King on the Killjoy.
I do think there's a gap, right? We don't usually talk about the best Astra players in the world. That conversation doesn't really happen.
I guess like Avova and maybe Zoms. We talk a lot about them as star Astra players, but I think we might see a couple more here today.
Yeah, I mean, you know, yesterday when you're even just looking at it from the perspective of the Korean region, Zumba came out so much. Yeah. And so seeing how that's going to go there, how this is going to fit in that, I suppose, context of the Korean region as well. It's going to be hard to match up to those names that you just mentioned, the Avova, the Zoms, but you can still put your name on the map.
Yeah, and also, you know, from what we saw yesterday, it's so important to win that opening map. I feel like the momentum that you get, especially in an environment like this, where you can see your opponents, it's going to be a tough time for Paper X here.
Exactly, especially because it is Vision Striker's map pick, right? And since they have such a wealth of depth in their map pool, it's hard to anti-shy. It's hard to know what they want to pick against you, so you can't get that prep in, because what are you going to prep for? Haven, Bind, you know, you have to prep for all of the maps, and you just don't have the time to do that. So this first map, Vision Strikers has a heavy advantage in my eyes.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that. You also have to remember, of course, Paper X didn't actually play Haven in their grand final. And I know that the be-all and end-all is not the last grand finals everyone played, but there has been a bit of a gap where it's been, okay, we're going back to scrims, we're preparing for Berlin, we're not actively playing in officials, and those grand finals were so huge that they would have been a really big topic of their focus. So for that to not be a map that has been on the tip of their tongue, that they've just developed things for, a lot can change in that time, but also it means that they've had their focus on other maps in that space.
I do wonder, though, because obviously they've known the bracket for a little bit now, at least. They kind of know, they know who's in their group, they know they have to play Vision Strikers. So do you feel like, Sean, that they could just anticipate this? Because they also are aware that Vision Strikers are very good on Haven.
Yeah, and I think they could have gone a couple ways here, right? I mentioned previously RB used to lock in the Jet all the time, right? He used to be the Jet one trick on this team, but since bringing in Buzz, he stepped back into a different role. He plays a bit of Sova and a bit of Raze. But to talk about the contrast in his stats, his Raze has a 324 ACS, his Sova only 182. Like, that is a very big difference in his roles.
Yeah, well, we are into the Prime Gaming agent select, and just giving you guys an update, the black and white agents you're seeing now are the most picked agents of individual players, I believe, since Stage 3. So this is not an all-time stat like we did yesterday. This is just what they have been picking during Stage 3. Mako there with the Astra. Geo, expected, we spoke about this already.
Yeah, we just said, you know, we thought he would be on Astra, but it's really about how he shows up on that, and Mind Freak's going to be doing that and return on the other side.
Yeah, and Astra's just such a solid pick on Haven because you can use those gravity wells to get control of A lobby at the start. You can lock down C with a gravity well at the top. And she's just so powerful on Haven.
Honestly, it's kind of iconic to see Stax and King lock in Breach and Killjoy on an international stage. Actually, no surprises here, right? This is this is what they've they've gone with the comfort picks here.
I like that RB is on Sky over Sova, though. I think Sky's value in this meta with the updates to the Guiding Light, the Trailblazer obviously has better vision on this patch. Sky is at the top of the S tier in my eyes in this meta.
Well, I know you're very excited, Sean and Gio. I'm very excited, and two people I'm sure are equally excited to take you guys through map 1 are Pansy and Hypok.
Ooh, no word of a lie there, Yinzu. We are chomping at the bit to get into this one. I mean, we've been poring over it. I think everyone who was watching...
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back here in the VALORANT Masters Berlin, day number 2, and we are casters for today. My name is Phil, alongside with me, Stater right here, at kami ang tinatawag na
The Mods. Sinabi ko na sa inyo, eto na naman tayo, unang match para sa gabing ito. It's finally time, sabi nga ni Benkay, aka si Wolf, kaya pala hindi na nagkakas sa VCT.
Oo nga, man. Hindi ko alam ano nangyayari ito kay Benkay.
Tropa natin Paper Rex ngayon kasi dinala yung PH flag kung nakita mo Pero agad with the Guiding Light, Buzz was able to take on the kill. Forsaken, kailangan niya umatras ng saglit dito. Naiwan si Benkay sa mid. Umpisa pa lang, barilan na, Bill.
Umpisa pa lang, puto ka na talaga, barilan dito sa VALORANT Masters Berlin. Pero kung napapansin mo, pag-usapan natin yung mga teams natin. PRX, sila yung representative ng Southeast Asia, mga kaibigan. I mean, mag-move on na tayo. Alam natin kung ano nangyari, mag-move on na tayo. Pero dito naman sa Vision Strikers, and sila ang top 1 sa Korea. And to be honest, wala pa silang talo kahit isa. They have a winning streak of 10-0.
My God.
10 winning streak, mga kaibigan. Ito pa yung isang gusto sabihin.
Ano yan?
Yung isang player, yung isang team na nakatalo hindi naman nakatalo, ang naka 3-2, the only team na naka 3-2 sa Vision Strikers is Newturn. Tapos yung isang player ng Newturn napunta pa sa Vision Strikers. So paano na ngayon ng Newturn, di ba? So ano na, di ba? So this is the best of the best of Korea, mga kaibigan. Alam nga natin merong tayo tinatawag na Korean Jet, di ba? Pero nagkakas ngayon si Marikina Jet. And it's just a buzz with a kill onto Shiba right now. Pero Mind Freak with that swing. But apparently, RB waiting on that corner, waiting on that side corner, will take down Mind Freak. Pero ito, if ever manalo dito ang Vision Strikers, 11-0 na. Winning streak all the way from Korea papunta dito sa Berlin, mga kaibigan. Hindi pa sila nakakatikim ng defeat nakalagay. Hindi, never pa. At malay mo, dito sa Berlin, dito natin makita yung na pwedeng merong makasira ng kanilang
win streak. Totoo. At the same time, itong mapa na to, pinili ng PRX, no? If we all know, pero mainit na bakbakan agad na mangyayari dito sa Long C with Mako getting a kill, pero hindi nagko-connect yung shots mula dito kay Forsaken, and now the push mula sa Vision Strikers, they want all in. Stepping on the gas pedal right now, si Shiba na lang ang natitira, and all the way from the flank, parang siya ang naging attacker side dito sa mapa na to. But also, going back to what I was saying a while ago, Bill, ang Paper Rex, mahilig sila o paborito nilang mga mapa is yung mga long aim duels. Long range aim duels ang gusto nila. Kaya nga, gusto nilang laruin yung Breeze, gusto nilang laruin yung Haven. So ito yung mga specific maps, Icebox din as well. Ito yung mga specific maps kung saan sila malakas. Kaso nga lang, ang kalaban nila dito is the Kings of Korea.
Kings of Korea, some nila indeed. I mean, itong team na ito, mga kaibigan, ito bibigyan namin kayo ng clue. Nakaka-scream to ng Bren Esports, sa totoo lang.
Vision Strikers?
Oo, nakaka-scream sila ng Bren Esports.
Kamusta?
Okay lang naman. I mean, pantay lang. I mean,
nakaka-scream mo kasi ikaw si sidestep eh.
Hindi. Sa bagay. Tama ka. Diba? Wala ka naman sa mali. Pero yun nga lang, mga kaibigan, parang they waited for this. Vision Strikers actually literally just waited for this moment na makapunta ulit sa ibang bansa. Galing na sila sa Iceland, pumunta naman dito sa Germany, mga kaibigan. Of course, Korea kung saan nakakapunta yan. Pero nga lang, Mind Freak, I really love the position of Mind Freak right now. Nagpapanggap na pader si Mind Freak doon. Pero yun nga lang, it's just a PRX finally getting a point versus Vision Strikers. PRX, mga kaibigan, this is our representative pwede nating sabihin na this is our team. Yes, hindi nakapasok yung team ng Bren, but it's fine kasi meron pa naman tayong isang sinusuportahan na team which is ang PRX na dapat kasama ng Bren Esports ngayon. So mga kaibigan, suportahan natin ang PRX pero bawal silang manalo dito sa Masters.
Kasi hindi makakapasok ang team secret, kumbaga, no? So at the same time, ito palang mapa na to ay actually pinili siya ng Vision Strikers, no? So obviously, they know how to play this map, but also on the other hand, gusto nga ng Paper Rex ang mga long-range aim duels. So sobrang bilis ng mga nangyayari. Hindi na namin nasasama o nahihigpitan yung pagkakas ni Vil. Ang dami naming kwento, pero it's finally time because the Trailblazer is out. Sasabayan ni King KR, and meron siya ditong may lockdown siya dito na pwedeng gamitin. Shiba na concuss na kaunti. Alam nila yung posisyon. Meron siyang nano swarm na pwede rin gamitin to force him out of his position. Pero hindi na kailanganin yan. With Forsaken coming in, getting the kill on King, and Buzz taking that 2K. It's now a 4v1 situation.
Actually, to be honest, I have no idea kung nasan ba si Buzz doon, kung saan na lang talaga napupunta si Buzz, mga kaibigan, here towards A. Pero yun nga, it's all up to Mind Freak. And one thing is for he's just gonna save that Phantom. And probably, and hopefully, makabawi sila dito sa next game. Dito sa next round rather. Forsaken, however, kailangan niya makakuha ng isang orban lang para lang at least makapag-Blade Storm siya sa susunod na laban. Yun nga lang, Davai, meron siya Seekers dito. He can actually use it as well. Na pwedeng samahan si Forsaken para lang at least magkaroon siya ng slight advantage. Pero yun nga lang, in terms of firepower, in terms of economy, nasa Vision Strikers to. Kasi yes, natalo ng PRX ang Vision Strikers dun sa round number 3. Pero yun nga lang, ang problema doon, ang Vision Strikers kasi naka-Specters lang sila, hindi sila talaga naka-super full buy. So, pwede natin sabihin na yung lamang talaga isa sa PRX. Pero yun nga lang, dito sa Gunround, mga kaibigan, it's just a Buzz.
Pala si Buzz.
Yeah, it's just a Buzz trying to make use of his skills, of his utilities, para lang at least magkaroon siya ng upper hand just to take down those 3 players of Paper Rex.
Totoo. The boost definitely helped out kasi busy yung players ng Paper Rex doon sa may A-short, sa may sewers kanina. And na-caught off guard nga sila ni Buzz doon. But this can be another story to tell para sa PRX because this is actually a force para masabayan yung Phantom ng isang player which is si Mind Freak, no? Kasi sinave niya kanina yon. Now, this time, they're going in with Sheriffs. They're going in with Bulldogs. Let's see kung kaya nilang matapatan yung firepower ng Vision Strikers right now. Because as we are looking into it, very hyperactive itong mga players ng Vision Strikers. Napakabilis gumalaw and just malingat ka lang ng saglit, Vil. Isipin mo, si Buzz nasa likod mo na.
Yeah, for sure. Yun nga talaga yung ginagawa ng ating Korean Jet, which is si Buzz. Talagang minimake use lang niya ang lahat ng updraft, ang lahat ng dash. Kasi ginawa si Jet para sa ganyan. Para lang, ano ba ang definition ng Jet? Parang use his utilities para lang at least magkaroon ka ng off-angle kills or whatsoever. Pero yun nga lang, ang Buzz going in already. Pero yun nga lang, at least napatay ito ng Benkay. But apparently, it's just a Mako together with RB, taking down the 2 players, pero yun nga lang, it's just Forsaken, mga kaibigan. It's nowhere to be found. Magugulat ka na lang, ubos na ang Vision Strikers dito, and slowly but surely, bumabawi na ang Paper Rex.
If you think about it, broken by yon sa Paper Rex, kagaya na in-explain ko kanina. Hawak nila dito, Bulldogs, Sheriffs, and also yung kanilang mga Phantoms kasi kailangan nilang sabayan yung buy ni Mind Freak. And it definitely worked out in their end. Paper Rex was able to secure that round, sirain yung economy na meron ng Vision Strikers, and it's all going well para sa kanila. But Vision Strikers, with how they take on site, it seems like it's not working out doon sa huli nilang pinuntahan. Maybe with an 8 take, kagaya ng ginawa nila kanina na nakaka-catch off guard yung Paper Rex, it works out for them. Knowing, of course, na during the first round, obviously, kapag pistol round, makukuha mo talaga advantage into buying on the second. Pero Paper Rex is not a team that you can underestimate coming in dito sa Masters Berlin. During the time na nasa Sea Challengers tayo, Vil, we have seen this team just slide through sa buong bracket na meron sila.
Yeah. Pero yun nga lang, they're up against the Kings of Korea. Yun yung problema nila. Si Wolfo?
Kaya pala...
Kaya pala hindi na nagkaka si Wolf no? Kasi
kaya nawala siya sa VCT,
Oo nga
guys.
eh.
Kasi kailangan niya ng gampanan yung posisyon as IGL para sa
Oo.
Paper Rex.
Tama. Tulad nga ng sinasabi ni Wolf, mga kaibigan, Valorant ang tunay na bang-bang. At saka nandito na siya ngayon, bumabang-bang na dito sa Paper Rex. Grabe yan si Wolf, hindi ka talagang traitor yung tao na yan, di ba? Isipin mo, naglaro pa para sa ibang bansa. Hindi na dito sa Pilipinas, di ba? My God.
Na-import siya dun eh.
Oo, na-import. Best, ibang klase yung tropa natin si Wolfman. Pero, going back here, sa game mo to, 6th round. And for Buzz, for sure, he's just actually saving for that operator. Pero yun nga lang, meron naman siyang Blizzard dito so he can actually push yung mga players dito ng Paper X. Pero it's just a Forsaken trying to do a flank right there. Pero yun nga, there's an alarm board waiting patiently out there. Dun sa may side ng Vision Strikers. Forsaken, wala siyang pakialam sa mga nararamdaman nila kasi papasok sila. Papasok sa city, bes.
Sipin mo yung aso yung nag-antay, siya na yung nag-adjust para dun sa info na yon, no? With that, from RB, nakagat din si Forsaken kahit papano, but he needs to go back right now. Kung gaano ka hyper-aggressive ang Vision Strikers, kaya ring tapatan ng Paper Rex. This is the difference, complete difference, compared dun sa matches na nakita natin, kunwari with F4Q and G2 yesterday, kung saan parang nagda-doubt sila doon kung saan ba sila sisilip. But this time, Paper Rex versus Vision Strikers, Forsaken, medyo delikado. Pa niya mismo, nasabayan pa ng Guiding Light. Alam ni Forsaken na nabulag dito yung isang player on a long, pero agad-agad with the flank is King KR. Nahuli na rin si Forsaken with a 3v3 situation right now. Trades indirectly mula sa parehas na side ng team.
Korean jet ka pala ha. Yan ang sinasabi ni Forsaken mga kami. Para at least Benkai, meron naman siya neural theft dito. Mind Freak, pwede hatiin ang mundo at gagawin nila ngayon. Para lang at least mas mahirapan pa yung mga players na to papasok dito sa A site, which is ginamit nga ni Meiko. Pero yun nga, the clock is ticking already. They need to move fast. And Diyos ko pa, nagkahatian na nga ng mundo. Isa sa hell at isa rin sa A main. So at least delikado rin sila dito kasi naka-crossfire sila. I really love the possession of RB, mga kaibigan. RB with a perfect possession. Andun lang sa may gilid ng hell. And it's just the crossfire making it happen just to shut down PRX.
He played that Cosmic Divide really well. Nadamay na nga dito si Benkai. On the other hand, he has the Guiding Light. He was aware kung ano yung mga utilities na meron siya and how to use it. Ito yung nakikita natin sa mga players na talagang kalmado in every position, in every angle they can play at. Alam niya, kailangan niya magtago sa likod ng Cosmic Divide to get a reposition na hindi siya matatamaan ng bullets mula doon sa barrel ng Vision or rather ng Paper Rex, and he just played it out perfectly. Parang Mixwell lang kahapon.
Pero Forsaken mga kami, siya naman merong Blizzard dito pero natamaan siya ng fault lines pero they have no idea at all na meron tayo na pupush dyan. If ever sumilip si Meiko, one thing is for sure, he is a dead meat para dito sa side ni Forsaken. Pero kung napapansin mo it's just Paper Rex trying to play really aggressive dito sa mapa na to. Talagang they're really pushing and trying to catch them off guard. Pero yun nga lang, the Kings of Korea knows what's up. Narinig nila yan because of that Seekers as well. Alam na nila kung saan na mapupunta dito ang Paper Rex pero they know it already na walang tao dito sa may A. Pero yun nga lang, that is the Rolling Thunder coming in from that breach. So tinamaan nga yung isa pero nga lang Buzz will get damaged onto that Marshall na meron si Mind Freak. It's just the anticipation na meron siya pero nga lang 4 seconds using that double up drive will take down the Buzz all the way dito sa may B-Link. Pero nga lang, Forsaken all the way from heaven will be taken down as well. It's all up to Mind Freak. That Marshall is not enough. Pero nga lang, pag na one-shot, headshot mo yan, it's gonna be over. Pero you're up against 4 remaining players of Vision Strikers. This is actually a really hard thing to do. But all you gotta do is probably save that Marshall. Pero hindi naman worth it if ever sinave mo yan. Pero probably he's gonna do that. Kasi a Marshall is a Marshall. A gun is still a gun. So
papatay siya dito actually.
Papatay na rin siya dito.
Na niya magpapatay.
Man.
Needs the money and also at the same time, wala na rin naman siyang armor to save out eh. The Marshall, he can just buy it on all over again once he gets the money, and also at the same time, with Vision Strikers, how they play it out. Yung utilities nila laging sumasakto kay Forsaken eh. So kahit anong aggression yung ipakita ni Forsaken, nade-delay siya kahit papano because of course merong yung may concuss mula sa breach, of course. And also, yung mga utilities na ginagamit din dito ng ibang players ng Vision Strikers. At the same time, si RB dito, actually, nag-seeker siya towards mid para lang i-push yung A main habang busy lahat. Para mal-delay lang talaga ng sobra yung paper.
Uy!
There you go.
For a second now, getting until trying to be really aggressive towards Silong. Pero yung nga na si RB trying to get some high ground dito sa verticality para kasi hindi mo patay ito. Kasi if ever kinuha mo yung high ground yun, hindi nila alam na baka nandun ka sa taas. Kasi just trying to take advantage on that smoke. Pero yung nga na lockdown is now set from King, KR. They know what talaga kung nasan. They can actually do some kills there. I mean, just to deny that lockdown with Shiba. Pero yung nga lang, it's not that worth it anymore. Pero yung nga, nakapasok dito ang team of Vision Strikers, mga kaibigan Aldrin from up top, trying to catch these players off guard. Pero nga lang, King KR will be revealed already. Pero Buzz trying to do some crossfire again and again. Stacks just waiting for that weakened bot na pumunta doon sa may taas, mga kaibigan. Pero they need to go in already. The clock is ticking again and again. Shiba is trying to charge up that weakened bot on the team. Pero mahilig doon, mga kaibigan. Pero yung nga lang, meron siya nakita isang new weakened bot. Pero at least Buzz nakapagpapakalita. King KR with the one again. Pero yung nga lang, that take on King KR won't be that successful. Sobrang sayang operator dito kay First Agent. Ito to Mind Freak. He sees one with Buzz again with a kill. It's just the momentum. It's just the strategy. It's just the individual skill of Vision Strikers try to take down PRX one by one.
Alam nila kung paano papasukin tong site, no? If you take on a quick look on this replay, despite King being concussed, he was still able to manage to get some pickoffs. Dalawa, tatlo pa nga yung nakuha niya on that round. At the same time, Vil, apat na lang sila. Nawala nga si Mako dito eh. Wala silang smoker actually. So during that time na nilapag yung lockdown, they literally waited for that lockdown na umabot sa 1 second before they all pushed in. As in, kung nakita mo yung aerial view, sabay-sabay silang nasa site once the jet smoked heaven and sabay-sabay nilang pinasok yung site. This is such a strategic point of view for Vision Strikers. Makikita mo kung gaano ka-systematic yung pagpasok nila on sites. And this is a big problem for PaperX because this kind of systematic rotations or even pushes towards the site can be a big problem into how they retake kasi maraming pwedeng mangyari. Pwedeng ma-pick off yung ibang players nila o kaya naman they don't know any info at all kasi they gave enough space or all the space in the world para sa Vision Strikers to take on the site.
Nag-step in na yung coach nila, mga kaibigan. Sinabi nila, ito ang gagawin nyo. Ito ang gagawin nyo ah. Hindi ko alam kung ano sinabi ni coach ah. Hindi ko alam sinabi ni coach. Pero feeling ko, yung timeout na yun is really, really crucial for the side of PRX. PRX knows it already. They're up against a team na hindi pa nakakaramdam ng talo. 10 wins in a row. 10 panalo sa isang, sa career mo na hindi ka pa natatalo. That's actually huge, pero yung for a second, I really love that. Galit na galit eh. Sana maganda mo rin yung mga ulo ng mga kalaban.
A pick out mula kay Forsaken, pero hindi niya nakuha yung shot with that second flick. Ang nakuha niya doon is yung alarm bot, pero at least there is that sense para sa Vision Strikers na, we always need to check on the lurk. Baka makatch off guard tayo dito, guys, kasi wala na tayong alarm bot. Wala na makakapag-detect doon sa mga gustong lumabas. Pero tumalon yung aso. Forsaken, nandun lang sa Genji.
Nakakita si Doggy, mga kaibigan, na pa nalang sila papasok dito sa may sewers. Pero yung nga na Shiba, mga kaibigan, meron pa naman siya recon ball. So that recon ball will be activated, pero yung nga na wala siya nakita dito. Pero King KR again with the kill on to second. Wala siyang pakialam sa mga nararamdaman nyo. Or they gonna do it, actually go in dito sa may B. Davai pushing in. Sheriff lang ang meron siya. But this is actually really, really scary if ever nakita siya. Pero at least si Davai nakapatay pa naman ng isa. Pero yung nga this is actually 3 versus 4 situation right now. Dalawa lang ang Marshall ng PRX. So meron Ricardo talaga to. One tappers versus all these spray downs ng mga phantoms, ng mga vandals, ng Vicious Strikers. Mind freak na lang mag-isa. It's just that Marshall, it's just that Sheriff na meron siya. So yun nga lang, if ever na makukuha nito, it's gonna be really a big miracle. Pero yun nga lang, RB just waiting sa may cubby will take him down 7-2, still in favor of Korea.
What a take mula sa Vision Strikers if we actually take a step back. Kasi napaka-fast pace nung galaw or nung play ng both sides of the teams. If we take a step back, isa lang yung pumasok doon, Vil. Isa lang yung nag-entry. Si Buzz lang. Diniretso na yung plant. Wala siyang pakialam kahit gaano siya kabulag. I have to plant the spike. Ready agad for post-plant situation. Yung ibang members ng Vision Strikers, they don't need to go in because, of course, Buzz has the smokes that he can go out in. And nagamit niya na yung dash-in niya para lang i-plant yung spike na yon. He was caught off guard. But on the other hand, yung 4 na players ng Vision Strikers, handa agad for the post-plant situation. Ang ganda ng hold nila on that one. But going into round 10, napaka-overwhelming ng Vision Strikers para sa Paper Rex right now.
Pero yun nga lang, kailangan nila ma-overcome yung pagka-overwhelm nila sa mga kalaban nila. And yun, sila muna na 4 second mga kaibigan. Napatay na nga si Buzz, pero that is the Rolling Thunder na labas dito. I-stacks mga kaibigan, pero yung 4 second dito na sa may loob ng smoke. Trying to catch someone off guard, trying to do some blind shots right there. Pero yung si The Vibe! With that spray! With that 3! Stacks! The only one remaining! Low on HP, Benkay! Ginawang bangkay si Sax!
Finally time. Paper Rex, nakukuha na nila yung speed ng Vision Strikers. Nababasa na nila finally kung paano sila mag-take the side kasi it's always a split push for them. It's always a side or a short and then meron din a long. Kaso nga lang masyado silang nabibisi sa a long. This time around, meron na finally nakapag-hold ng a short and that is the Vi. Siya ang may kakayanan dito kasi siya naman yung may flash eh.
Yeah. Pero yun nga lang, everything talagang meron ka, kailangan mo talagang gamitin para, alam mo yun, para hindi ka maghinaya. Mahirap kasi pag sa dulo ka na nagsisisi, pa nagsisi ka tipo, sana nag-flash ako, sana ganyan. At least ginamit mo.
Oh diba? No!
Pero yun nga lang,
aggression.
Nakita, sa sobrang haba ng operator ni Forsaken mga kaibigan, nakadungaw dun sa may door. Nakita ni Buzz, uy, ano yan? Tapos
Huli ka.
Huli ka. Ikaw ha?
Surprise.
Bakit mo nilalabas
Silip-silip
yung
ka.
operator mo ha? Pero yung nga ng Shiba mga kaibigan, dito naman sa likod, pwede nang kunin yung operator to. Grabe naman si Buzz! Nakita yung tagiliran! Pero sana ikaw muna sa karoon, but KKR again with a kill. Sobrang solid ng ginagawa ni Buzz dun ha. Nagsisession dun sa may Gedli. Akala nila hindi siya makikita.
Nagpe-Facebook.
Oh, pre, bibigyan nag-Facebook kasi nag-chat ata yung crush niya. Benkay, the only man remaining, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if he can actually do the impossible. Can he take down Vision Strikers? And I think not. Like what you've said, it is true. RB is the duelist ngayon of Vision Striker, which is the Sky. Actually, lagi naman talaga yan eh. I mean, if ever may Sky pick na talaga, parang it's given already. Isa lang yung what do you call this? Yung duelist natin. If ever may Jet, yung susunod mo dapat Sky. Ganun lang yun. It's basic Valorant mga kaibigan. Kaya nga ako Radiant 7 eh.
Radiant 7? Tibay mo ah. Lakas ah. Ang lakas oh.
Nahilo ko eh.
Paalala mo na kay Forsaken yung tinuro mo.
Ewan ko ba dito? Ang hirap ma-pick up man.
Sidestep in na ba?
Ewan ko.
Grabe.
Oh,
shoutouts to all the viewers who are watching right now. I-share nyo yung stream natin. Oh, bakit?
Nasa Berlin tayo. Pinadeport lang kasi tayo eh.
Hindi, choice natin bumalik kasi syempre hindi nakapunta yung PH team natin eh. Sumama yung loob namin guys. So, decision na lang kami. Balik na lang kami sa bahay.
Ay,
wala na. Wag na lang, no?
Men. I mean, andun lang tayo. Sinong kakausapin natin doon?
Kaya nga, wala naman kaming maintindihan. Noon kasi English.
Grabe naman talaga tayo na mayroon silang rason, tech post gear, di ba?
Tech post gear. Tech post paano pag gusto mo ng mag-CR muna?
Tech post wiwi.
Ganun pala 'yon.
Tas tatayo si Wolf po. Grabe naman si Wolf.
Teka, iniisip niya, syempre si Wolf analyst to eh. Nag-iisip na siya.
ito nagsasalita. 참느라 천놈과 잔참니다. Yun ang sabi nila.
Ano ibig sabihin nun?
Push B.
Si Benkay, telepathy lang ginagamit. Hindi na niya kailangan magsalita.
Man. Telekinesis.
Sana all may secret lab chair na VCT, no?
Man. Sana magkaroon din tayo.
Sabi dito, nag-tech pause para daw magpabarya. Kailangan na daw hulugan. Yung PC. Oh my God. 8-3 yung score natin so far. Si Forsaken. Guys, 17-year-old boy wonder.
Oo.
Ito si Forsaken.
Batang-bata no?
Batang-bata.
Mukha lang bata.
Mga tropa natin ang ating Southeast Asian representative, guys. Paper Rex nga pala ang nagdala ng bandila ng Pilipinas sa Berlin.
Oh, man.
So,
binigay ko sa kanila yun bago ko pinadeport. Brad, pa-picture naman.
Pa-picture. Picture naman. I-post mo sa Twitter
ako
para maraming.
Ako yung nag-picture. Picture ko ngayon. Tapos
ikaw yung naka-short sa likod, di ba?
Oo, ako yun, men. Ako yung naka-short sa likod. Yung naka-gray.
Pero kung titignan natin yung players ng Paper Rex, parang si Benka yung parang pinaka-stressed out Knowing na syempre siya yung IGL, diba? Siya yung nag-iisip ng mga susunod na mga plays nila. Pero yung ibang mga players parang pa-chill-chill lang. Si Davay parang nag-aantay lang sa yan. Tagal naman ito. Nagre-reklamo pa sa mouse. Ang laki na nga ng lamang.
Hindi daw, masyado maliit yung table, be.
Magulat ka kapag lifetime yung ginamit dyan.
Ano yan,
6 feet.
Yung laki nun
Mababa.
Ito talaga, mahilig ka talaga sa mga mahaba tailor.
Hindi, lifetime yung table. Matibay.
언제네? 장난삼 nila. Rush B daw.
Rush B, ibig sabihin. Eto na, muli na tayong nagbabalik. Isipin mo, mag-halftime pause pa, babalik na naman sa atin yung camera. Pero babalik muna tayo dito sa match dahil this is the final round para sa ating first half. And immediately, the Hunter's Fury was used by Shiva, pero it didn't direct to anyone at all. Walang info towards Sila. And this time around, Forsaken, Blade Storm out.
Nakakita ko, hindi ko alam, men, kasi may nag-chat si PRX Enigma. si Enigma sa flip top. Hindi ko alam na PRX pala si Enigma, mga kaibigan. Pero at least, di ba, tingnan natin kung sinong mapapa-shut the up dito, men. Holy sheesh! Talaga. Tulad ng sinabi ni Benkay, mga kapatid. Solid.
Napashish na lang talaga siya Bilis gumalaw ng Vision Strikers, pero parang ito, iba. Kasi medyo mabagal na this time around. Forsaken with the Blaze Storm, nakita niya na yung dalawang ulo ng kalaban, and that is Buzz and Stacks going down. It's not working out pagdating sa slow play dahil nahuhulid din sila ni Forsaken. Isang balik lang na mabilis dahil meron siyang shouty.
Sorry, like a melody. Pero yun nga, they're up against 3 more players of Vision Strikers ngayon. Pero they have the firepower, they have utility, so pwede natin sabihin na medyo lamang ang PRX dito, pero yun nga lang, they need to go in, tapos papasukin nila yung smoke niyan. Walang malatamaan yung flash, mga kaibigan, pero it's just RB waiting patiently, taking down Magnific, just using the time and so, pero yun nga lang, Forsaken with a flank. Nilabas na nga ang Pechay galing Korea, mga kaibigan. Ito pa ang Ibo na galing Korea. Let's see. Shiba will take down RB. Kimchi.
I think for Vision Strikers, the slow push didn't work out at all. Dahil mabilis din si Forsaken Isipin mo parang taga-Quiapo lang din yan. Isang kill, sabay takbo pa alis, di ba? So, yung mga ganong movements from Vision Strikers, hindi gana pagdating sa Paper Rex. Dahil naka-caught off guard din sila. So, with the decision going into a slow push, dalawang players dito ang na-caught off guard. So now halftime na tayo. 8-4 is the score. And Paper Rex, 8-4, not too bad, Bill.
Yeah.
Masyadong malapit.
Sorry.
Nasilaw ako ng kaunti doon, Bill.
Sorry. Pag wala kasi umaga ako, dinidila ako yung monitor ko.
Pag-board ka.
Pag-board ako.
Halftime pa eh. Pero at least, diba, nakita natin yung mga matches na to. It's just them trying to do everything para mabawi nila to. Pero yun nga lang, it's just really hard. We all know this Vision Striker is one of the best here in Korea. Korean Jet. Marikina Jet pa rin. Pero yun nga lang, for Forsaken, they need to shut down the momentum of Vision Strikers. Pero to be honest, sa nakikita ko, ine-enjoy lang ng PRS eh. Sa tingin mo sa posisyon, hindi na gumalaw si Bill, guys. Picturean nyo na. Pero sa posisyon ng players o sa nakikita natin from the players themselves,
gumalaw.
parang
natakot ako. Gulat ako. Tinignan. Para akong ewan dun, men.
Pero ito,
Hindi, it's a
si
prank.
Benkay
Gumagalaw ako noon.
pero hindi si Benkay nag-iisip din siya kung anong gagawin nila. So feeling ko hindi to pa basta-bastang nag-enjoy lang yung mga players ng Paper Rex. Kanina nung pagpasok nila, yun ang enjoy.
Oo, men. Nabaliw nga si Nabaliw nga si Benkay.
Oo, isipin mo pagtanggal ng t-shirt, may isa pang t-shirt. Wow!
Oo, di ba?
Holy sheesh!
Kala ko nagtanggal ng t-shirt. Kala ko ano na eh, no?
Oo, kala
Nipple
ko
reveal na
mapapadeport
eh.
talaga eh. Ano?
Pero buti na lang, Diyos ko, meron pang isang armor eh. Full buy, bes.
Kompleto, men.
Oo,
Ginamit yung
men.
1,000 credit para sa sa
Oo.
armor.
Ay, no.
Kung nagtataka kayo, bakit nakikita niyo yan? Actually, ganito lang kami magkakase. Nakikita niyo yung maliliit na screen.
Oh, yun na yun, men.
Yun na yun, men. Tignan niyo na lang yung ginagawa ng lahat ng players.
Oo.
They have time kasi, guys.
Oh, halftime. Pag halftime kasi mga kaibigan, nag-uusap-usap yung mga analyst.
Oh.
Diba? Sobrang seryoso nila. Andito kami.
Pero kami, sa PH broadcast,
Oo.
ganito lang kami. Live tayo sa Facebook, sa Twitch, sa YouTube. Diba? Dami. Men.
Oh, man.
Gusto sa TV na rin sana, no?
Oh, Diyos ko po. Promise.
Wala, mama, nasa TV
pag,
na ako.
pag nag-live tayo sa TV, my God! Saya nun.
Ay, naku, talaga. Pangarap lang. Pero, ang pangarap ko talaga, makarating dito sa international stage, man.
Oo. Sige. Ako na.
Sige, share ko lang.
Ganun ba? Sige.
Share ko lang. Pero ito, we
It's time!
are finally heading back sa ating second half. Pistol round na naman. Vil, dito na naman magsiset ng momentum yung team na mananalo sa pistol round. Siyempre, pag yung Visual Strikers, nakuha na naman nila to. Nakita natin kung gaano kabilis yung nangyari kanina. Mapapikit ka lang, tapos na yung round.
Oo. Pikit ka nga na 5 times para tapos na to.
Got to tag obscuring
Ang
vision.
oras na eh. Look, para going back here. They're probably gonna go dito sa may B and just nag-iingay lang sila eh. Parang make some noise lang. Trying to make some noise lang dito sa B. Pero parang nililito nila, fino-force ng PRX na i-push ang B na mag-ingay sa B para mawalan ng tao dun sa mga ibang site. Pero yun nga lang, it's not gonna be successful pero hindi naman bata tong Vision Strikers eh.
Totoo. Forsaken, he wants to go inside B and sumili pa nga siya dito sa may link. Pero wala rin siyang nakita. Bumalik lang siya on site, waiting for the smoke to come off. Actually, yung nakita natin kanina with Paper Rex and Vision Strikers, nung attackers yung Vision Strikers, ganon ka fast-paced. Pero going to this round, yung attackers is on the side of Paper Rex and they are taking this really slow. Mindfreak is very low on HP. Si Davai, hindi yata siya kumuha ng heal dito, no? Ang kinuha niya is actually the Guiding Light probably. But there is Guiding Light coming in and yung Nano Swarms, ginamit na rin.
30 seconds left.
Pero they're actually going in dito sa may dito pa din sa may B. It's just medyo nahihirapan sila kung nasa ba talaga yung mga players are trying to take some off-angle kills. You're putting out first second sa patay na si Boss putting out King KR with a big retaliation. We'll take that one as well. It's all up to 4 second. Low on HP. RB finishing it off with a 9-4. Second half mga kaibigan and still the momentum is here para sa Vision Strikers. And actually, di ba meron silang winning streak na 10, di ba? 11-0 is actually peaking with the window right now.
Malaki yung advantage ngayon ng Vision Strikers and knowing that this is their buy round yet again against Paper Rex. It's quite possible also na makuha na nila yung double-digit score na yan. Alam na natin, pag double-digit score, no mistakes, can happen already. Farming out the orb is Forsaken. We all know kung gaano kalakas si Forsaken with the Blade Storms. Pero at the same time, if this rounds just goes and towards the Vision Strikers over and over just like that, hindi mangyayari yun. But Paper Rex, it seems like this pistol or eco round for them is working out completely with the taps from Forsaken just connecting completely completely as well. But RB, he has the Trailblazer. Nakakuha rin siya ng isang pick dito. Naplanta rin ang Spike. This is a 4v2 situation. He can use his Trailblazer to find info, pero hindi yan enough dahil hindi man lang makakalapit yung aso na yan. Even with a dash in, Boss wasn't able to secure the kill. And now the guiding line comes in. Nakakuha pa ng isa si RB, but no heal for himself. This is 20 HP for RB. And Paper Rex just diminish the players of Vision Strikers in that sense.
This is actually really bad for Vision Strikers, mga kaibigan, kasi we all know na talagang, natalo ang PRX dun sa round bago to, of course. Well, nag-force a buy sila para lang at least just try to catch Vision Strikers off guard. Pero nga lang si Opa RB Samnida, low on HP, trying to catch some heads dito, trying to get some exit frags. Pero yun nga lang, Benkai, ladies and gentlemen, with his reflex, will take that kill again. And they have no idea at all. May ibang players dito ng... oh my God! Forsaken, mga kaibigan. That run and gun with that classic. Nice one daw.
Lumabas Lumabas yung hinahanap nating Forsaken. Yung mga taps niya sa head, the right clicks, just completely connecting against Vision Strikers. Itong Vision Strikers, all they can do right now is really wait it out dahil sila nga ang defenders now. And also, this is an eco round for them as well.
Oh, ito si PPGL, hindi ko alam kung ano nasa isip na ito. O Pavil daw, gusto daw mag-Korean cast na. Gusto na mag-Korean cast na. Gosh!
Ay go. Forsaken! Like
Gosh! Forsaken! Forsaken with the braids for me! Kaya pala blurred sa Japanese. Pero yung alang RB with that frenzy, mga kaibigan. Hindi kami! Wala kami pakialam sa frenzy sa Korea! Stacks low on HP, RB! Meron siyang Seekers dito, mga kaibigan. Can he actually do it? This is really, really bad for the two players of Vision Strikers right now. The clock is ticking. Mind Freak will kill one.
Si Stacks
3, 2, 1. Stacks na lang. And just trying to save that Spectrum Phantom na gusto ko. Gusto ko niyan, pre. 9-6. 6-9. Nice! Nice na!
Hindi kaya tayo mapapagalitan nito.
Sino ba nagsabi? Si PPGL, di ba?
Tama, no? Siya naman nag-hire sa atin no? Kahit walang bayad, tinanggap natin. Ganon kami kabayat. Appear lang yung TF namin dito, guys. Ay go.
Ganon kasi lagi yung mga Korean, di ba?
Tigil mo na yan! We are back to the game! Round 16! 9-6 is the score nga, and finally, by round up para sa Vision Strikers. At ang binili dito ni Buzz is actually an operator. Para sa isang jet with an op, medyo nakakatakot to for Paper Rex.
Sobrang nakakatakot nga, mga kaibigan, pero at least makakabawi pa naman sila dito if ever na talagang bumawi yung mga players dito ng PRX. Sobrang labo na sinabi ko, pero gets nga lang. Meron naman silang operator dito for Forsaken, pero it's just a Buzzkill without operator as well. Pero in terms of economy, pwede nating sabihin na medyo pantay lang sila. And pero mas marami ang PRX kasi it's just na talagang tuloy-tuloy na silang nananalo dito. Pero yung Vision Strikers, if ever natalo sila ngayon, wala silang pera next round. They need to make this super worth it. Kung napapansin nyo, that team play, that coordination, alam niya na nakasilip si Forsaken dun sa main scope. And it's just, tinulungan na lang sila sa isa, pero yung nga lang, someone is pushing in already. King KR with the kill onto Benkai. Wala na silang pang neural theft, wala na silang pang anti-flank device. Pero yung nga lang, King KR, mga kaibigan, just waiting at that tight corner at pinapakinggan kung saan pa sila pupunta. At sabi ng PRX, it's B na lang.
10 seconds left.
This is a B take. 7 seconds remaining. The plant does Spike muntik pa mahuli, pero Forsaken to get the kill instead. Mythic was able to secure one, but was for the trade in, and dyan na rin with an operator. Can he get his shots? Pero the shorty right in front of Ace. Forsaken was able to take take on that kill in RB, securing another one. Indirect trades lang mula dito sa mga players natin. May shock darts pa pwede gamitin. 3 HP na lang si Kuya mo RB. Kaya na ba bang ma-defuse yung spike? With this amount of HP, mahihirapan siya unless makakuha siya ng headshot. Instant save para sa Om.
Shiba, itong player na to, nung Southeast Asia playoffs, tsaka nung group stage of best. Si Shiba.
Hindi ko alam. Kakaibang butas to. Hindi ko lang nakikita to.
Etong obs natin kung sang butas pumapasok.
May nakakatakot.
Oo nga, actually si Shiba. Siya yung parang sinasabihan na natin na hindi talaga nag-perform ng medyo maayos dito sa paper. Swear, way back nung group stages, medyo hindi talaga siya nag-perform ng maayos, pero yun nga lang, nagulat na lang tayo bigla siyang nagalit. Parang rabbit dog.
Nagpa-pop off siya minsan, but also, minsan hindi din. So, medyo 50-50, no? Hindi kagaya na parang yung consistency na nakikita natin. Example, from the Vi or Forsaken, na usually na napapanood natin. And also, even Benkai as a sentinel, he really does get those kills as well. The frags in para sa team nila. Pero, looking at this round right now, Paper Rex, they are really moving slow. Nakakatch nila off guard dito. Actually, yung Vision Strikers, dahil sa bagal na galaw nila, no? Vision Strikers, sanay sila sa mabilisan. Maybe it's the Korean thing. But Benkai was able to secure 2 kills. Buzz on the other hand, 3 na para sa round na to. 2v2 situation, very low on HP is Buzz. And alam na ni Benkai using that neural depth kung saan ba nakaposisyon yung players ng Vision Strikers.
And
Vision Strike.
Huh? Strike?
Spike planted. Vision Strike!
Strikers.
Oo nga.
Pero,
labo mo, Bill eh.
Oo nga,
pero mas malabo ako.
Oo, totoo yun. Pero nga lang, Buzz, mga kaibigan, low on HP, kaya barat na maubos ito. Oh my God, that's gonna be a really good. Pero nga lang, nakita. Oops, pero meron tayo sa may Godly. Pero nga lang, ano ba si King Air, pareho silang low on HP. 5 na lang natitira sa kanya with that sheriff. Shiba na doon lang sa may Godly, mga kaibigan. Hindi sila gumagalaw ngayon. Uy, ayun.
Akala ko nag-freeze kagaya mo eh.
Oo eh.
Picture na lang.
Sinitsitan.
Galaw, mag-wait time. Si Buzz naka-pick up pa siya dito nung isa. Pero hindi enough yun para makuha eh. Yung round for the side of Vision Strikers. Enough to take some pick-offs, mabawasan kahit pa paano o masira, mabasag yung economy ng Paper Rex. And unti-unti, nahahabol ng Paper Rex yung score ng Vision Strikers all the way from 8-4. Even Vision Strikers winning yung ating pistol round, hindi nagpatinag yung Paper Rex doon. Pinalagan agad nila yung buy round na yun and doon na naging domino effect.
This is the power of a PRX, mga kaibigan.
Ang sabi ng coach.
Pushing! Ha?
Ano sabi ng coach?
Pero push A daw. Pero hindi ko alam, dito.
Mapagalitan tayo talaga.
Baka bigla na lang may lumipad dito na missile. Pero yun nga lang, actually ito itong mga Korean team, sabi nila, 10 game streak sila na panalo. Pero ang kalaban nila Korean din.
Oo. Siyempre, diba? Pag nag-iba ka
meron silang sariling server eh. Diba?
Oo nga, no.
Meron silang sariling server.
Sila lang.
So, sila lang. Oo, tama.
Sila lang nagkikita.
Pero best, for sure, meron silang nakaka-stream na ibang Southeast Asian country for sure. Kasi tayo naman, pwede rin naman tayo magpagawa ng account sa Korea. Pwede rin naman eh, parang ganun na nga eh. So, there's a chance talagang
Spike down A.
Kumalaban sila ng Southeast Asia team para lang at least magkaroon sila ng idea kung ano ba ang meta ng C.
Exactly. Kasi even despite na Asian teams yung naglalaro ngayon, hindi magkakasama sa region nila eh. So hindi natin ka-region to, guys. Ang Paper Rex, of course, Southeast Asia region, may sariling region ang Korea, and it's a totally different kumbaga world for them. But dito sa Masters Berlin, magkakaalaman kung ano nga ba yung mga region o palakasan ng region na meron tayo. Pati ba naman yun? In-sync, bes?
Oo, bes. Matik. Alam mo, banda yung in-sync.
Nahuli si Benkay habang sumisilip sa pocket. And that is exactly what Vision Strikers need. Nakakapag-adjust na sila kung gaano kabagal gumalaw yung Paper Rex.
Kanina kasi sobrang aggressive ng Paper Rex kung sila yung nasa defenders. At saka, this is a taste of your medicine, mga kaibigan. Let me give you and let me show you what it takes to be aggressive while defending. At yan ang ginagawa ng Vision Strikers.
Nantay lang talaga nila. Alam nila, nabasa agad ng Vision Strikers kung anong ginagawa with the tactical pause also coming in from them. They already knew how Paper Rex move. Alam nila na slow push to, guys. So why would you be hyper-aggressive? They would always check the corners. They would always try to get a pick. So why not take the pick back papunta sa kanila? Magantay na lang tayo sa site. Abangan na lang natin sila, and we have the operator, we have the utilities to punish them whenever they want to go on site. So, this time, nag-tactical pause naman is actually Paper Rex. Feeling ko, yung susunod na round natin, Bill, pakiramdam ko magiging fast-paced mula sa Paper Rex sa pagpasok ng site.
Oo. Pero...
Nantok si Benkay.
Talaga.
Nakakaantok naman tong match na to.
Ano oras sa Southeast Asia kasi resistance, galit na yun, no? Oh, sabi ko siya, elite sa table na to.
Teka nga, pagpagin ko lang yung kamay ko, magpupulbos lang ako sa kamay.
Oo, kasi kumain kasi ako kanina ng kimchi pa rin.
Medyo mamantika kasi yun.
Mamantika? Pare, pagkatapos ito, samgyupsal tayo. Ako si Wolf, oh, tinan nyo. Ako Wolf.
Ang ganda ng stage ng Masters Berlin eh, no?
Oo, sarap umapak.
Kaya pala tumalon-talon si Benkay kanina.
Finil na yung stage eh, no? Tapos pag nasira, magsasorry ka.
Sorry akin.
Sorry akin.
My God. We are back into the ball game as Paper Rex finished that tactical timeout. Ngayon, magbabago na ng pace, or is it gonna be the same? Mag-iiba lang ng strategy.
Sila ng uwo. Besi ko nga, parinig nga na uwo mo.
Ayoko nga. Nutusan mo ba ako?
Ganon.
Grabe, mas agad yung kay Bill, no? So, lalim mga boses ko sa'yo eh. Pero, feeling ko, yung laban muna yung ikas natin eh.
Hindi na.
Nakikita nyo naman.
Uy! Nakita ni Buzz yung tagiliran ni Forsaken, mga kaibigan. Alam naman natin na kahit saan tumama yung operator na yan, one delete ka. Pero yung nga lang, King KR, nagbabantay lang dito sa may dilim, dito sa may Gedli, mga kaibigan, malalando ang galawan. Pero Davai, all the way from the garage, they have no idea at all na merong tao dyan. Pero medyo delikado dyan. Pero si King KR will be down as well. That flash will be catching someone. Pero those are not gonna connect. At buhay pa rin si Stacks. Pero at least, nakakabawi din ang PRX dito and will successfully plant a bomb in the spike, rather.
Cosmic Divide is still up. Si Divide, meron siyang nakita on B side actually. And this is three players from Vision Strikers na mga galing sa B side. Pinasag na yung Seekers. Very close right now. Kasama rin siya sa pagbulag. And Stacks was able to secure that kill. But Shiva to finally take the 2K. Going for the third. It's not gonna connect at
1v1. Unfree. Binaliw si Stacks. Alam mo ba, Bes, sa lahat ng operator, iron operator talaga pinakagusto. Kasi ang sa pakiramdam.
Pero yung totoo niyang hindi naman nagbago.
Oo, ganun pala. Alam mo, yung feel lang ng barrel, Bes, parang wala lang. Spray and pray of Shiba. Oo!
Na-realize niya na, bulag naman yung dalawa. So bakit hindi ako mag-reset ng spray? Yun yung exactly ginawa niya. So nakuha nila yung round.
What if hindi sila handshake? Let's go! Tapos flying kiss.
Kung hindi fist bump, no?
Oo. Hindi fist bump, flying kiss na lang.
10-9 is the score. Paper X slowly but surely they're getting back those rounds na kailangan nilang bawiin. And Vision Strikers, they're kind of stuck right now in how they will deal with Paper Rex. It seems like nabasa rin. Na-counter eh. Counteran lang ng pagbasa, kumbaga, sa mga teams na meron tayo dito. Vision Strikers, nag-tactical timeout sila. They get around against Paper Rex. Paper Rex, nag-tactical timeout. They get around against Vision Strikers.
So, parang sinasabi mo na nagka-counter sila.
Oo, men!
Tama!
Tama.
Nagka-counter sila.
Oo, tama.
Ayun. Para malinaw. Para malinaw. Oh, Diyos ko po! Man, nakita na naman yung tagilinan ng Forsaken dito. Inis na. Huwag ka mainis, Forsaken. Wala ka magagawa. Pero yun nga lang, mga tropa natin yan.
I've got your trail. Concealment.
Forsaken is down already. One-man advantage for the side of Vision Strikers, and hindi actually efficiently nagamit yung utilities ng Killjoy on Garage. As agad-agad nasira nila to, and Mindfreak was able to know kung nasan ba yung isa, pero King KR was able to take that kill instead. The fight to get that trade in, pero nasa likod nyo lang si Stacks actually habang VCTO kay Mako. Now the round goes to Vision Strikers. 11-9 is the score. Isa na lang kailangan nila dito para mag-match point.
9-11, ladies and gentlemen. Vision Strikers is they need 2 more rounds for them to win this series. And di mo yung ginawa ni Boss Nera. Sobrang konti lang nang nakita niya. Saktong pixel lang, saktong barrel lang ng barrel. And it's just pinutok na agad yun kasi alam naman nila meron tao doon. Alam mo yun, yung ganun mga reflexes, it's just you really need to do that. Lalong-lalo na pag naka-off ka. Kasi, kahit super pixel lang nakikita mo, if ever you're anticipating, if ever na your intuition, there's someone right there, just do it. At least wala kang regrets na hindi mo ginawa. Pero yun nga lang, oh my God, Forsaken. They have no idea at all na may nakapasok na nga lang. Pero nga lang, Forsaken, mga kaibigan, na if ever saan siya pupunta, meron pa tao dito sa may supers, mga kaibigan, nakita nga. Pero yun nga lang, RB with a 3, but Forsaken with a deny. Pero ang problema dito, kailangan na mahabol to ng PRX, mga kaibigan, kasi sobrang sayang yung ginawa ni Forsaken. Pumasok sa teritoryo ng mga kalaban niya. Forsaken nag-aantay na pwede mo patay dito, pero yun nga lang, oh my God, delikado dito. Si Forsaken, mga kaibigan, that right click will not gonna connect, pero nga sumasaka, isa pa nga, pero si Dabay, 1v1 with a great one, at chup-chup pa ka si Dabay, all the way from Korea with love. But Mako, just trying to eat you alive.
Match point. What a play coming in from Vision Strikers. Dito sa replay makikita natin, no? RB was just able to secure the kills that he needs, especially dito sa short nag-line up. Yung mga players ng Paper Rex right in front of him, wala siyang pakialam kung may recon dahil hindi siya magpapatinag. Uunahan niya yung utilities. This is the usual na nakikita natin with regards dito sa mga Asian teams na napapanood natin dito sa Masters Berlin, no? Usually, inuunahan, even NA and EMEA teams or EU teams that we have right here, yung mga utilities, inuunahan nila bago pa makadetect kasi may delay ng kaunti yan eh. Kagaya yung mga turret, kagaya yung mga ganong klase yung recon. But the Hunter's Fury from Shiba trying to find players or enemies on the side of Vision Strikers. Mako on the other hand was able to pick up 2 kills already. This guy is crazy, going for the third, going for the fourth to secure the round and secure the win for Vision Strikers. 39 is the score. Vision Strikers, game number 1. They take it, Phil.
Game number 1 indeed. Assert dominance agad-agad sa game number 1 pa lang. And ladies and gentlemen, pwede natin sabihin dito sa map number 1, they're still undefeated. Undefeated. Wala pa ring talo sa buong karir nila ngayon.
So far. Sa kanila.
So far. After nung Iceland,
hindi pa sila natatalo. Yung lineup nila, diba? So, looking at the replay on what happened on that round, Mako, he looks very calm, Phil. Tignan mo naman, no? Parang wala lang.
Nice! Let's go, guys!
Nice!
There you go. Vision Strikers take game number 1. Grabe. From fast pace during the first rounds or early rounds, especially dun sa first half na kung saan yung Vision Strikers, they are on the attacking side. Parang they stomp PRX completely and
Yeah, that's
utterly
true.
because of how fast they move. Paper Rex, hindi sila nakapag-adjust agad. But once it shifted, on the other hand, na kailangan nilang mag-antay, it seems like the Korean team is losing their patience in waiting. Kaya nakuha din ng Paper Rex or nakabalik sila in some few rounds. But in the end, Vision Strikers, they take the win.
Kasi ganito kasi bes ang problema dito sa dalawang team na to, ang mga Korean kasi bakbakan yan eh. Bakbakan ng pasok na ng pasok yan. If you're gonna compare the gameplay of Korea and the Southeast Asia, malayo bes, promise ang layo kasi ang Southeast Asia team kasi talagang parang they really want to play the time. The
30
time
seconds,
talaga.
saka papasok.
30 seconds. Oo, dun sila papasok. Napagkwentuhan na namin lahat ng chismis sa barangay namin. Hindi pa sila nakakapasok.
Kaya nga tayo
Sobrang
yung isang
dami na.
tayo yung isang region na napakatagal ng mga broadcast hours. Kasi nga, bagal yung galaw ng Southeast Asian teams.
Totoo yun. Talagang swear. Talagang Southeast Asia talaga sobrang bagal nga pumasok. Pero yun nga lang, nangyari na ang dapat nangyari. Tulad na sinabi mo, Taylor, na sila parang
overwhelmed?
Nawalan ng pasensya. Naging impatient sila. Pero at yan ang gustong mangyari ng PRX, na maging impatient ang Vision Strikers. So they tried to play the time, pero yun nga lang, it's just the Vision Strikers, ladies and gentlemen, getting that win again, and just that momentum of them as well. If ever na gustong dalhin ng Paper Rex ang Vision Strikers dun sa strategy nila, hindi nangyari yun. Nangyari yun ng mga ilang rounds, muntik na. Nagka-time outan nga silang dalawa. And it's just the better team who will win talaga. And for me, Vision Strikers, it is actually a possible 2-0 apparently.
Quite possible, but on the other hand, Vision Strikers ang pumili nung unang map natin, which is Haven. Ang second map na pumili naman is of course Paper Rex. So with map selections like this, na sila yung comfortable pick, kumbaga, malaki yung chance din for the side of Paper Rex na makabawi. Then we all saw kung paano nila nakabalik o paano sila nakabalik dun sa mga rounds na na-miss out nila. Even despite na nakuha ulit ng Vision Strikers yung second pistol round doon sa second half. Now the thing is also, with Vision Strikers and how different their playstyle is compared to Southeast Asian teams like this, naging impatient sila na, pag-usapan na natin yan, but Paper Rex, like I said a while ago, they love long-range aim duels, and that is the perfect way to do it. Go really slow and also just pick off some defender's side ng napakalayo. So dun sila nag-capitalize. Pero it's not gonna be enough kasi nga masyado ng maraming rounds din na nawala para sa kanila.
Pero actually kung napapansin mo, I mean, ang play dito ng Paper Rex, mga kaibigan, is parang naging aggressive din sila nung sila yung defenders. It's just them pushing Silong, pushing A, pushing B, kung saan sila nag-push talaga. They're trying to catch Vision Strikers off guard. Pero they tried to do that, pero it's just not really working for Vision Strikers right now. And if ever na matalo dito namatalo ng Paper Rex, so like kunyari nag 2-1 in favor of Paper Rex, my god, Southeast Asia lang pala ang kailangan para ma-break yung streak ng Korea.
Yung streak ng Korea region natin, which is basically the top team in Korea right now, Vision Strikers. But also, on the other hand, ang dami pang at stake pagdating dito sa Masters Berlin. Of course, the points for Paper Rex para makapasok sila ng Champions. Napag-usapan na rin natin yan. Since this is their few times lang kasi, di ba? Pagdating sa ating region, sa Southeast Asia, we all know that X10 was the one to go to Iceland. And this time around, it's another team having that chance. Even. So, gagalaw talaga yung points pagdating sa region natin. And on the other hand, pagdating sa Korean region, we all know Vision Strikers, this is the strongest team that they have. Pinakamalaking factor dito, Vil, is paano gagalaw yung points ng Southeast Asia region once na yung Paper Rex, manalo sila sa rounds na to, manalo sila sa game na to, o kaya naman matalo sila completely.
Actually, ang maganda dito sa tournament na to, alam mo yun, na kahit hindi ka manalo ng kahit isang tournament is meron ka pa rin prize money. At saka meron ka pa rin talaga 175 points towards dun sa VALORANT Champions. So yun talaga yung nilook forward ng mga players natin talaga dito. And kung napapansin nyo, ang mga teams natin, kasi unlike Iceland mga kaibigan, rekta playoffs na agad yun eh. Ito kasi nag-groups tayo dito eh. So if ever na gano'n na mangyari, if ever na gano'n talaga ang mangyayari dito sa group stages mga kaibigan, if ever natalo ka ng 2 beses, you are down. I mean, tapos na ang maliligayang araw mo sa Germany mga kaibigan. Pero pwede ka pa namang tumambay doon ng mga 10 days pa siguro.
Magbakasyon ka na lang muna, literal.
Magbakasyon ka na lang. Yun talaga yung gusto namin. Actually,
may nagtatanong dito, Vil, nakatulog ba daw ako?
Kung hindi nyo alam mga kaibigan, meron pa kaming ginawa ni Taylor ng alas 11 ng 11 AM kanina. Call time namin kay Taylor kanina 11 AM. Kasi meron kaming ginawa. Ito pa rin yung suot namin.
Trabaho yung ating ginawa. Anyway,
hindi pa kami nagbibis. Ito pa rin yan.
Hindi grabe ko naman. Nagpalit ako. Pero ito guys, Masters Berlin, this is just the first game na meron tayo. Ito pa lang yung unang match for today. And later on, ano ba yung schedule? Para lang din alam nung mga players natin, o alam din rather nung teams and alam ng viewers natin kung ano ba yung magiging schedule for today. Because later on, after this one, itong Paper Rex versus Vision Strikers, magkakaroon ang match Gambit versus Crazy Raccoon. From Japan, yung Crazy Raccoon. And then yung Gambit natin is, of course, from EMEA. And later on, meron pang Vivo Keyd and, of course, NV as well. Pero bago tayo pumunta dyan, meron pang game number 2 or maybe even game number 3. Magkakaalaman yan maya-maya lang. But right now, we are just gonna go in a very short break. Don't go away because VALORANT Masters Berlin will be right back.
And Sean, now we were talking about how long we've waited to see Vision Strikers on the international stage. What did you make of that performance?
Long have we waited? Maybe debated?
I
don't know.
You're trying to get down with the kids here.
Their attack half was really... I like their attack half, but it just seemed like on their defensive side, they were able to stall out Paper Rex, but all of a sudden the trades would come in, and then Paper Rex would flood into the site and win the post round. It was very alarming as a Vision Strikers fan because it kind of indicates that there's some skill discrepancy in the matchup, and I'm worried for their later stages in the tournament. They looked very good strategically, but I thought they should have closed this out way earlier.
I'm just saying, I was the one who said that I wouldn't rule it out, that this could go to a map 3. Sean, how are you feeling about that one?
I don't know. I feel pretty good. I feel pretty good because Vision Strikers is really good on Icebox, but I would be lying if I said I'm not a little worried.
I mean, on the other side of this, right, is that Paper Rex, they showed up too. You know, they had, we always talk about the setups and the strategies of other regions, but it felt like, Gio, that Paper Rex, they also turned up with stuff that they've been working on.
Oh, definitely. I mean, obviously everybody's going to have been looking at Forsaken, played really impressively on the Jet, but for me, I had a lot of eyes on Divide. Like the way that he was setting up Forsaken a lot, I loved his utility usage. I want to see some more of that.
Yeah, and I want to see some more of the breakdown as well, because we have a Bala standing by to give us some analysis of map 1.
Yeah, you guys on the desk asked Sean specifically. You said, I think this is going to be Vision Strikers putting the world on notice, but I'm asking right now, was Sean wrong? Because to me, like you were saying just now, this felt like Paper Rex really came out swinging. So let's go ahead and take a look at one player in particular, and then we'll break down a specific round. Forsaken, go ahead and roll the clips of Forsaken right here. He is really active, getting involved with the fights, and just like Gio just called out, with the help of Divide, those flashes, and as soon as he got the operator online, it was lights out. His knives were insane a couple rounds in a row as well, clutching up. This was kind of the part where I was like, hold on, they might actually have a chance at winning this. I was already impressed by then, but also Mind Freak's Astra utility is fantastic to set him up. They started getting these rounds on the B side too. Keep on going, keep on going. Let's let these clips go. Here in the breakdown of the map, I want you guys to pay attention to this execute. Go ahead and roll it because they set up so well on this C site. The amount of Astra utility with right here where you have Mind Freak setting up for the players to come through Garage is fantastic. Pause it real quick because this is when Devi starts to come through with the Sky Flashes and sets these guys up also to really, really have an effect. And you can actually see this is a 3-on-5 that they end up coming out with. Go ahead and roll the clip all the way through because Sky comes through Garage. There's a smoke here already. He's ready to fight with flashes. He's flashing towards the back of Logs as well. It's really, really hard if you're Stacks and the player who just went down there to do much. So he's falling back, making sure he's getting to his team, making sure they maintain control of the courtyard so they can rotate through. No flanks are coming, deciding whether they want to go for it or not. But already, you had Devi getting right up in their faces. Here's the execute, the Astra Pulses. Everything was super, super solid here. You even have this one, the Sky or the Astra smoke right there that really helps out. Then he's getting into their faces. There's a couple of things coming through, but you really can't do much when there's so many flashes in your face. And Shiba's blind, they're all blind. He's just gonna clean them up. Stacks can't really do much at this point. A 1v1 with Mind Freak, who has been absolutely insane the entire game with his stars, but also affecting the actual gunplay too. So yeah, I have to ask Sean, was he wrong? Is it actually Paper Rex who's putting the world on notice here in game number 1?
Thank you very much, Bala. I can answer that for you. Gio and I can both answer that for you. Sean is wrong. You know, contrary to popular belief, sometimes, Sean, you get things wrong. Just saying, you know?
I still have, okay, that's it. I'm going back to my guns too. I'm doubling down.
To think that Benkai called out your name really excited that you were here.
And you're not believing in him. Like, you guys didn't see this, but during the technical pause, we heard a very excited Sean from all the way over there.
You were fangirling.
Yeah, Sean was back, but you're betraying him now. I see how it is. But I do feel like we should talk about it, though, because I think everybody's looking at this group thinking Ascend, SMB, Vision Strikers, this is why it's the group of death. Yes. And I think this team, Paper X, like Sean's been doing, has been massively overlooked, Gio.
I mean, but it also ties back into what we were talking about in the pregame, which is the disparity in the expectations for these two teams. Because if Vision Strikers were just some no-name team, they'd come through this for their first event, you know, we'd never heard of these players, then we probably would be like, oh yeah, you know, it's a decent man. But it's because we're expecting such incredible things from Vision Strikers that felt too close for comfort.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It just felt too close. And Paper Rex surprised me right off the bat. I knew that this would be a closer game than I expected when I saw the Astra jet push C long, dashes in, the gravity well, and the smoke comes up. But this is a whole new game. Icebox, okay? Yeah. I think Vision Strikers looks so good here. In particular, the Viper play out of them looks so, so good.
That is exactly what I was going to say as well. Marco, especially in the grand finals against F4Q, the timing of his walls, his utility, it was always so perfect to facilitate, whether it be plants, whether it be rotates. They made really intuitive rotates as well, but it always came down to the utility and what it was the Viper was doing.
We also got to point out, as you guys can see here, no Lakia for Icebox either. So if this goes 2-0, Sean, there is a possibility that we don't get to see Lakia at all today.
Yeah, that's so crazy to me, especially when you look at the guy's stats over the history of the game, what he did in Iceland. Like, he's such a phenomenal talent, but Vision Strikers knows what's best, right? These guys are the ones screaming day in, day out, hours and hours on end. You can tell how drilled they are. So I think it's a comp thing. It's a familiarity thing with who's on the team. But what we're going to see here is I think we might get mirrored comps you were talking about, Gio.
Yeah, I think the same as well. You know, both of these teams like to play. I mean, we're seeing on the screen, other than Benkai on the 92.3% of the Killjoy, everybody else is 100% in recent times in Stage 3 of what they like to play. So that really wouldn't surprise me. Now, one of the things that I have concerns for is the fact that, if I'm not mistaken, Paper X is starting on defense, which when you look at the game they played against Bren Esports in the finals, they really struggled on the defense. So despite the fact they may bring in mirror compositions, it might not look like such a mirror.
Yeah, and that's something I believe that these teams that run a solo duelist on Icebox sometimes struggle with. Because when you watch North America, oftentimes it's that Sentinels comp where it's like a Reyna Jet or a Raze Jet. And those players can dominate the A side by being very aggressive. They have the mobility to get away. But when it comes to these comps with the Killjoys involved, you have to use different approaches. You have to get a little bit clever. So both these teams are going to be playing that very tactical style. And there it is. The mirror comps are in.
But also Stacks here, not on the breach. He's going to be going for the Sage. What do you make of that, Strong? Very quickly.
Yeah, I think Sage is an essential pick on Icebox, and I hate not seeing her. You pretty much need the wall for the B plant.
Thank you very much. Well, Sean is wrong sometimes, but here are two people who are never wrong. That is Pansy and Hypog.
Whew, high praise, Yinzu. You've never been this nice to us. What do you need? Is there something we owe you? Like
something in the air, something in the...
Dito na nga tayo. Map number 2 is Icebox. Paper Rex picking this map. Kami pa rin ang inyong mga casters. My name is Taylor and kasama ko ngayon, syempre si Vil. Wala nang iba. Wala nang katapusan. Kami na lang lagi. Hanggang umaga, hanggang gabi. Tayo pa rin ang magkasama, Vil, para mag-cast ng match na ito.
Sawa ka na ba?
Oo, Icebox, na-mention na ng panel natin kanina. During the time na nakalaban ng Bren Esports ang Paper Rex on Icebox, on the defense, nag-struggle sila. But on the offense, unti-unti rin bumabalik. No? But also knowing Paper Rex, do not sleep on the Southeast Asia region. Kaya nga, feeling ko, Bill, dapat merong panel na Southeast Asia galing.
Oh, man.
No? Kasi syempre, focus sila sa region nila eh.
Sipin mo, tayo kung ano yung mga pinagkasabi natin. Oh, look at that! Forsaken! Will be taking down Buzz. Pero tulad nga sinabi mo, partner, this is, yung map kanina ng Hiligan, that is a map pick by Vision Strikers. Pero ngayon, dito naman tayo sa mapa ng Paper Rex, mga kaibigan, which is Icebox. Icebox Baguio.
Oh, malamig. Nasa Germany na kasi sila eh. So, balik tayo sa Baguio. Pabalik muna dito sa Pilipinas, no?
Magbavalorant sila as a friend.
Nagwo-wall sana si Stacks, pero si Mako with the support was able to take on that kill. This is now the wall coming up, but also at the same time, hindi naharangan yung spike at all. Nabasag yung wall na yan, and this is the last player remaining. Paper Rex secures that first win. They are actually starting on the attacker side this time pala.
Yeah, that's true. Pero yun nga lang, at least, is this gonna be the same thing all over again? Dito sa side ng Vision Strikers, or probably makukuha na to ng Paper Rex and will push this to a third game, kaibigan. Ano?
Sabi niya dito, parang, we get a 2-1 win. Yun ang sabi, narinig ko eh. Pero, alam mo,
we got a 2-1 win, got you.
Si Shiba, sa Paper Rex, dito nagsashine actually, yung Sova niya. Dito lumalakas si Shiba. Pag hinawakan niya na ang Icebox, Forsaken was able to get on a kill on Buzz and immediately shutting down itong defense ng Vision Strikers. Also, on the other hand, this is a 4-man stack on B. Calling my bot.
Yeah. And talagang pinapakita nila dito na they need to assert dominance as well. Yun ang ginawa ng Vision Strikers kanina at ito naman ang gagawin ng Paper Rex ngayon, mga kaibigan. So let's see if ever makakabawi ba to ang mga tropa natin sa Thailand, and syempre meron ding sa mga iba't ibang panig ng Southeast Asia, mga kaibigan. Forsaken trying to flank this area of the map, pero yun nga lang nababan dito si Mako. Isang right click lang na konti classic, pero yun nga lang medyo tatamaan, pero tamang headshot lang. Also Forsaken will take that one, pero yun nga lang Mindfreeze is waiting patiently all the way from behind of Forsaken and will get that 3K as well. 2-0, and once again, this is the map pick of a Paper Rex, and they really want to prove that they can push this to a third game.
I think getting this flawless round is very essential for the side of Paper Rex. First of all is because meron na silang ininvest na Vandal on Mind Freak. And also on the other hand, syempre when you have that, you can play out bonus round completely.
Yeah.
As in completely.
Actually, yung ginagawa nila dito for the team of Paper is nag-i-invest sila para sa next round. Kaya talaga sila nag-vandal agad, and for them to get that advantage up, they have the money, they have everything for them to get that vandal. Pero yun nga lang, medyo hindi rin, if ever nag-vandal to, let's just expect na half armor lang talaga sila, kasi mas mag-i-invest talaga yan sa mga utilities. Tsaka hindi na naman talaga ako kompleto yung pera. Hindi naman talaga ako yung pera para at least makakuha pa rin yung at least for a second all the way from on top. We'll take down two. RB with another one, but for a second, flying all the way here in Icebox. RB is now down. Let's see if ever makakakita tayo ng isang ace, pero yun nga lang hindi na. Shiba nakapatay pa nga ng isa. It's all up to Meiko, and he knows it already. There's someone right there pushing it to 1v1 situation, mga kaibigan. Pero nakita na. Ni Meiko kung nakasal, but the Vi will get that round. Peaker's advantage, kumbaga.
Ito yung sinasabi ko kung bakit importante na ma-flawless mo yung round na yan. Una, kasi Forsaken, alam natin kung gaano siya ka-lethal with the knives out. Alam natin kung gaano niya kayang mag-push dito sa side. And also, 2 players for the side of Paper Rex, available yung kanilang Vandals and even Phantoms na binili nila. No? So against the full buy from Vision Strikers, kayang-kaya nilang tapatan, kayang-kaya nilang palagan. Hindi masyado malaki yung gap pagdating doon sa firepower of the players as well. Now, going towards this, magiging eco na naman ang Vision Strikers this time around. Pero isang malupit na Nano Swarm lang. And Forsaken was able to take another pick-off, and that is Buzz going down. A 2-man advantage for the side of Paper Rex.
You conquered Haven, and now kukunin na namin ng Icebox, mga kaibigan. And that is the thing that's actually very proving. They really want to shut down these players, mga kaibigan. Pero nga, nakapatay pa ka isa with that Sheriff. Pero RB with another one though. It's a 1v3 situation. It's just him with that Sheriff! Pero yung nga na medyo delikado dito, bes. Mind Freak with that kill.
Fantastic shot even. 4-0 Paper Rex. Pepper Rex.
Si Buzz wala pang patay, oh.
Naku naman.
Nakumain ata na Samyang.
Nakaramdam na si Forsaken dun sa mga tinuro mo, coach.
Oo, man.
Malakas talaga Paper Rex pagdating sa attacker side, and also knowing of course Icebox attacker side map. Pero usually pagdating sa Southeast, sa region natin, sa Southeast Asia, defenders yung nakakakuha ng mga rounds eh.
Same, totoo yun. That's true.
Totoo yun, that's me. Salamat
Oh, got you. Pero nga lang, Buzz, mga kaibigan, is waiting patiently here. Dito sa may orange, mga kaibigan, pero at least Forsaken, nagpaprate rin ng bomba dito. Pero Forsaken trying to catch someone off guard. Pero nga, napatay na yun, may hawak na operator right here. Pero nga, Shiba with a 2K already. And the clock is ticking for that spike, mga kaibigan. Pero nga lang, Stacks is trying to shut down 1v3. It's all up to Mako. Meron naman siyang Viper Spit dito, pero is he gonna use that now or probably he's gonna get that save na lang? And yes, he was gonna save
that. May up na
that.
Viper Spit eh. Sa A site, that is Mako actually. Naka-up na siya. Sa A kaya na-cancel out. Hindi nakapasok yung Paper Rex. Pero choice naman talaga nila mag-B site anyway kanina pa.
Yeah, pero yung nga lang, Mako at isa kapatid pa kasi sa akin. Para sa kanya, okay na yan. Pwede na yan. And ang ginagawa ni Mako dito is he's trying to mess up with the utilities and the economy of PRX right now. Pero yung nga lang, meron tayo sa Mako. And yes, he will take down Mind Freak as well.
Oh
pero
my
nga
God.
lang, kills means nothing. Rounds means everything into their heads.
Around is around, ika nga natin, no? And also, Paper Rex gaining that 5-0 advantage, and they even had flawless rounds. Maybe 1 or 2 casualties from time to time. They have enough money to punish. Gusto talaga nilang i-punish yung economy na meron yung Vision Strikers. That's why they wanted to push in. But Mako rather, was able to save his Phantom. Nakapatay pa siya ng dalawa doon. Extra 400 para sa kanya. And this is a new day for Vision Strikers because this is actually a broken buy for them.
Yeah. A big broken buy indeed, and all they gotta do is just win no matter what. But nga na Forsaken and Benkai pushing in already. Benkai with a 2K. Forsaken is trying to regenerate everything kasi dumaan siya dito sa may wall. Pero nga na Mako, however, he knows what's up. Mind Freak will finish his head instead. 6-0 mga kaibigan. At hindi pa rin nakakapuntos ang Vision Strikers. Korean team pala kayo, ha? Korean Jet pala kayo, ha? 10-0 pala kayo, ha? Yan ang nasa isip kayo na Paper Rex.
Lumabas yung... yun yung nasa isip nila. Akala ko lumabas yung bias bill eh. Hindi. Binasa mo lang. Kumbaga, tinelepathy mo lang yung nasa isip nila dito. But Paper Rex is looking really strong right now. Ang pinaka-iniisip ko lang dito, or what I really worry about, is by the time that they go on the defenders, this is the weakest link on the strategy that PaperX has. Once na magkapalit yan, we have seen multiple times already how a person or a team can make a comeback on a map like Icebox. And maybe that's quite possible. But you know what? Buzz has already a kill and he has the operator. Kung masha-shutdown niya yung players ng PaperX one by one, but the rest coming up, this wouldn't help them at all. May pang-anti-flank pa rin sila. And also, for the side of PaperX, decidido sila to take B side.
6 sa Iskamote. Ano ang nangyayari sa Vision Strikers, mga kaibigan? Malamig ata dito. Pero malamig din naman sa Korea, di ba? Meron kasi na snow eh. Pero nga si Boss nakapatay nga lang siya dito. Ang dami na detect. I mean, sobrang... Uy! Ano ginagawa mo dyan? Bakit mo nilalabas ang operator mo? Pero nga lang, RB will get a kill on the Vi. I mean, tingin mo yung ano na yung mga follow-up na yun, sobrang solid talaga. It's just a follow-up, it's just a trade-off sa talaga. Hindi pa rin nakakakulat dito ang PRX, mga kaibigan. At kompletos recados pa ang meron sa VS.
They're holding the upper angle, yung high ground advantage, kumbaga.
Tingnan mo ha, hindi abot yung paa. Hindi abot yung paa ni Stax dun sa Viper's Pit.
Ganda.
Talagang just trying to utilize at binuhay pa nga ang patay. Kala mo patay ka, no? It's a prank!
Buhay ka na naman ulit. Ang pinaka-importanting factor dito is actually the pick-offs from Buzz. He got the 2K, even with the rest, na-punish na pa rin yung players ng PaperX doon. And even with the Viper's Pit, dahil nga meron ding second floor, itong Icebox pagdating sa site na to, and nakuha rin at nata-punish din agad si Davai a while ago, even with the boost. The high ground advantage definitely helped out Vision Strikers. They know how to play that Viper's Pit and na-outplay talaga completely ang PaperX.
Yeah. Mainit. Ay, nako.
Poison's off.
Ang mga pinapakita na itong mga players, itong mga kaibigan, all they gotta do is just win this. Get that amazing momentum. Pero when ba nila ipapakita yon? Dili na lang ako mag-talk. Mag-antay na lang ako dito.
Si Benkai, si Forsaken, meron na ulit siyang knives dito na pwedeng gamitin yung kanyang Blade Storm. Pero I would assume otherwise na he can use this once na parang may disadvantage yung side ng PaperX. And Benkai, they can secure a site also with the Skilljoy lockdown that they have. Pero may counter dyan ang Vision Strikers because they have the Hunter's Fury, they also have a lockdown, and also the knives as well. This is the same agent composition for both sides of the team. And now, ginamit na yung Hunter's Fury para i-cancel yung lockdown na yan. And even trying to find a player, and this is Forsaken, he needs to go back dahil wala na siyang kasama. A quick move and a good decision making from PaperX, and they wanna go on B side already. Boss, tinangkin niya yung damage na yun from the Nano Swarm, but Shiba was able to take on a kill. Now 12 seconds remaining. The live are out. Cancel pa yung papaplant to Spike. This is now a 3v2. Shockers coming in. Forsaken, may oras pa nga para mag-plant ng Spike. This is enough time. Forsaken goes down in the hands of RB. And Davai with an operator. He needs to hold the fort down. How can he do this? 52 HP remaining for him right now. Post-plant situation para sa kanya. Ang dami masyado, but he gets one. He can reset and find another one. Pero pros don't fake. They're just gonna defuse this. They know he needs to go back and he will just save that operator.
I mean, that's a 3v1. They don't need to fake that anyway. So, ang sinasabi lang nila dito is, sige, ituloy mo lang yan. Kami na ang bahala. Itabi mo. Gawin mo lang yung nararapat sa'yo. I-diffuse mo lang yung spike. Kami na magpapakita. Kami na ang alay. Okay lang na mapatay kami dalawa. Basta ma-diffuse mo yung spike na yan. It's fine. And, nakuha pa rin nila yung operator. Pareho pa rin sila may operator dito, bes.
Nabasag eh. Yung syempre with the Hunter's Fury, no? Hindi pa nga nagagamit ni King actually yung utilities niya. Hindi niya pa nagamit yung Killjoy lockdown niya rin as well. So they can definitely use this for a retake if ever na makapag-plant ang Paper Rex. Pero it seems like this past rounds, nahihirapan na sila makahanap ng pwesto o makahanap ng buwelo para makapasok sa site.
Pero mga kaibigan, I mean, that wall na nilalagay dito ng Vision Strikers dito lang sa may B, medyo mawawalan ng B sana rin yun kasi lahat sila is nasa A. Pero if ever magkaroon tayo ng rotation from A to B, mas maximize niya yung wall na yun for that Viper for sure. Pero yun nga lang, less than a minute left in the clock right now, they need to win. The Vi, however, tamang jump peak lang pero not gonna catch anyone here. Benkai getting that high ground as well. Pero Buzz mga kaibigan, nakita pero dito, oh my god, that is actually a big whiff kay Buzz. That is actually a really good kill if ever nakita na yun because that is a Killjoy, man. Meron siyang lockdown. If ever meron silang gustong patayin, it's just that Killjoy. And Buzz missing that shot but still nakapatay pa naman silang dalawa so it's fine.
Nahuli niya actually si Forsaken and also Shiba na nasa second for a while ago. And Forsaken, he missed his shot too. Kaya naman nakabuelo si Buzz to take a shot for himself. Now, Mindfreak was able to secure one kill in the Vi as well. Indirect race lang ang nangyari. But Mindfreak is down already. No more post-plan situation. Or rather, a post-plan situation for the side of Paper Rex. They still managed to get this round despite the disadvantage on their side a while ago.
Are we gonna see a game number 3? 2-0 is actually waving mga kaibigan. Pero yun nga lang, sa pinapakita ng Paper Rex ngayon.
Go! Na-punish na eh. Merong lockdown eh, ginamit na. So alam na nila yung positioning ng Paper Rex dito. Ipit na nga yung dalawang players ng Paper Rex na naghahawak ng post plant. Pero nakuha pa rin nila. Nanalo sila sa aim duel na yon. And with Forsaken right now on this round, able to take on a kill as well against Vision Strikers. Pero isang mabilisang upgrade lang for Vision Strikers right here because a 1-to-1 trade just happened. They have the Viper Spit to use as well.
Yeah. Meron tayong Viper Spirits. Meron naman siyang rest if ever nakuha niya yung plant ng spec. And one thing is for sure, nasa kanya yung spec ngayon kasi kailangan talaga na makakuha ng 1 orb for that rest. Pero yun nga lang, Benkai mga kaibigan, wala naman siyang lockdown dito. So medyo delikado ko yun ang buhay ng mga Papers. Pero in terms of firepower, they have it all. They all have these utilities. They all have this full armors and all these Vandals and Phantoms na meron sila para lang at least makabawi dito sa match na to. And it's all up to Buzz and Stacks. So problem kay Buzz is just that Spectre na meron siya. Pero nga, at least he stacks just one tap headshot.
One
wall
tap delete.
shot, one down, one tap delete. Yun talaga nangyari dito. Pero it's just the mind that they have no idea at all. There's someone flanking their side stack kills. Watch, ano ko ba na second one? Pwede nga lang Becky just right there. Pwede nga lang just kapag nalulusa yung isa. It's all up to Viper. Got no idea at all kung nasan ba. Si Mindfreak ha. Delikado to, bes. Kaya na siya pumush. Narinig niya. Oh my god, sumilip na ba?
Umabot pa yung defuse.
Once I done Mindfreak, how did that happen, man?
Nataranta si Mindfreak doon and Stacks already assumed actually na magiging yung post-plan situation nila is probably because the Viper is the only man remaining na magiging line-up. Pero ang hindi nila ina-expect dito is actually Benkai and also the Vi being shut down. Kasi si the Vi kanina yung may advantage doon eh. Kaso na-flickan siya. Sabi dito, shh.
Nice! Nice, sir.
Nice.
Na-clutch pa nga.
Shishi! Shishi! Shishi-samida. Ganun yung shish ng Korea. Shisha.
Thanks for the info.
Sheesh! Yun ang sabi niya.
What a clutch, honestly, from Vision Strikers. 3v1, 3v2 situation, then 3v1.
Mga pinagsasabi ko ba sa'yo? Sorry, akin.
Buzz dito.
Going back!
Nag-aantay lang din eh.
Oo nga.
Mahirap na rin kasi talagang forward um-advance lang bigla-bigla. Dahil
Ito si...
pwede kang ma-shutdown agad. Here.
Si Baz, mala to infinity and beyond no?
Buzz Lightyear?
Oo.
Galing nga.
Holland to.
Oy!
Pero nga lang, oy! Detected lahat nila. Alam nila kung nasan to. Pero tamang dash na para decision mamatay dito. Pero yung nga lang, KR knows what's up. Alam niya kung nasan yung isa mga. Pero yung nga lang, sobrang dami nangyayari dito. Sobrang dami verticality because of that wall. At pwede sila umakit dito sa may boiler just to shut them down. Pero yung nga lang, merong Viper Speed dito sa may mga katigil-defy na kapatid pa ka na isa with that Sheriff. Pero Mako, kinakain dito, nalulusaw with that. Naluswam grenade. Pero yung nga lang, nagbabarinan pa rin sila dito sa may labas mga kaibigan. Pero yung nga lang, it's just 17 seconds left in the clock right now. They need to plant a spike. RB trying to flank these players. Pero if ever may makita siya pa, and yes, he does. Makakita pa siya isa, pero nga lang, Mindfree will take down one as well. It's all up to two players of each team. Benkai getting that verticality, getting that high ground for him to take down RB. It's all up to Mako again. Meron siyang Viper Spit dito. The clock is ticking. Can he do the impossible, mga kaibigan? This is actually really hard. Yung nga lang, Benkai knows. Pining.
Benkai knows, definitely. And Paper Rex, they have the upper hand dito sa matchup na to. Unexpectedly from the side of the panel. Pero alam na namin yan, Paper Rex, malakas talaga yan. Bias no? Dito sa Masters Berlin today. Pero looking at it, this is a map selection by Paper Rex. We have seen this map being played out from Sea Challengers already. Sa Gedli ng to, A-site ata. Kukunin nila yung knife. Mukhang mahirap to.
Kinuha na.
Delikado to
Ayan na. Koreol! Diyos ko po.
The last round.
Na Jose Rizal, mga kaibigan. Minaril sa likod. Nabaril si Pepe. Pero yung nga lang Shiba. With that judge will take down stacks. King KR, however, with that Sheriff, tamang one hit on, tamang one tap on that head lang. He's gonna be dead for sure. The vibe, planted the spike already. Tamang shock dive lang, just trying to catch someone off guard if ever. Pero yung nga lang wala siya napatay doon. Pero yung nga lang nakikita natin dito ang Team VS, nagkakaskas ng yellow mga kaibigan. Pero that is King KR. Kahit bad na lang hawak mo, papatayin pa rin kita gamit ang Sheriff ko. Pero that is a Blade Storm. 40 seconds will take one. Oh my God! Ubos! Pati pantubos!
Ang hirap talaga. Once na Forsaken, na-realize mo that he has the Blade Storm up, he can do a lot with it. Napakalikot ng batang kung gumalaw. Literally, he can just get 3 kills at a time without having any problems or issues at all. Paper Rex, they're looking really good right now, especially with a 9-3 scoreline. So alam natin, obviously, na pagdating sa attackers, it seems like Paper Rex is doing a really great job. But on the other hand, pag nag-swap na tayo ng sides ulit, that's the thing na kailangan natin bantayan. They have to really take care of the scoreline if they want to go to map number 3.
Oh my God, this match, my kaibigan, this is the comeback, the return of Southeast Asia here in VALORANT Masters Berlin.
Saan?
Hindi ka na sabihin VCT. Abing shoutout nga pala kay mga inasal.
Oo nga, PM2 lang, sir.
PM2. PM 2.5 actually, para yung spicy.
Mag-ingat tayong lahat kasi sa mga especially na dito sa Metro Manila, bumabagyo ngayon, no? So, stay at home lang, relax lang tayo. At manood kayo ng Masters Berlin, syempre dito sa PPGL, sa Twitch, sa YouTube.
Ano ba ngayon? Saturday? Saturday
na yun. Alam baliktad
Sunday
na yung schedule ko ng
Hindi. Saturday ngayon, tas Sunday bukas. Wala naman pasok bukas.
Oo, tama. Yung modules na yan, sa umaga gawin nyo na para pag 9 PM, nandito na kayo sa sa PPGL page.
Tama. Pero yung mga module na yan, hindi ko naranasan yun.
Malamang, di ba? Pero this is the halftime break.
Kaka-graduate ko lang
Oo, kasi 19 years old ka pa lang, Vil, no? 15 pa lang ako, actually. So, looking at the players right now, this is the halftime break. Ito na yung time na magpapalit o magsaswap ng sides, actually, yung teams na meron tayo. With Vision Strikers going on the attackers, sa tingin mo yung expectations mo, is it gonna be the same with Haven a while ago? How fast-paced they work it up?
Sorry, nag-cut.
Sige, retake. Retake. Balik tayo. Sabi ko, sa tingin mo ba, fast-paced na naman ba para sa Vision Strikers yung mangyayari? Kasi sila na yung attackers ulit this time.
Well, dun sa first half natin mga kaibigan, it's just Paper Rex going ham. So, sobrang galit na galit yung mga kuya mo eh. Pasok na sila ng pasok eh, no? Alam mo yun? It's just them na tipong they really want to assert dominance, to catch them off guard. And they really want to prove na kahit 10-0 kayo, kahit 2-bay winning streak kayo, dudurugin namin kayo. That is the thing that has happened dun sa map na yun. Pero in terms of them being really aggressive, tulad na nangyari kanina, there's a chance. There's a huge chance na mangyari yun, partner.
Completely, no? Especially, dito nga nakakabawi. Kagaya nung nangyari kanina sa Haven, which is map pick, by the way, ng Vision Strikers, is yung Paper Rex, once na nandoon sila sa posisyon ng attackers, nagiging impatient yung Vision Strikers. And I really think the slow pushes type of game style na pinapakita ng Paper Rex really works out for them kalaban itong team na ito. Dahil nga masyado silang mabilis, so parang nag-a-adjust sila kahit papano kung paano maglaro yung Southeast Asian teams natin as well. So, with regards to that, we are gonna be expecting, for me as well, ina-expect ko na with Vision Strikers moving on attackers, this is gonna be really, really fast for them as well. Mabilisan! Explosive!
Mabilisan. Tama. At talaga nakikita natin dito yung mga players natin sobrang lakas. So, pero, shoutout kay Mr. Carl Durante kasi nandiyan, nanonood.
Idol ko yan.
Yeah. At saka syempre, shoutout nga rin para sa mga nanonood. A big shoutout kay Miss Mika Cabral, nanonood.
Talaga lang, ha?
Oo, tumingin nga sa akin ngayon, tapos ngumiti. Andun siya, nagpa-Valorant sa tabi ko. Oo, may pro team kasi siya eh.
Anong pro team yan?
Hello, it's HI.
Hello, it's Taylor. Hello, it's May.
Hindi, seryoso, yun yung pro team nila.
Oo nga.
Totoo ito. I mean, realty lang. Siyempre, ako caster, di ba? Buti pa yung jowa ko, professional gamer, di ba? Professional player. Pero going back here in this game right now, nakikita natin dito yung mga players natin talaga sumasabak sa malamig, sa Baguio. Nagva-Valorant sila as a friend.
As a friend?
Oo.
Mahirap yan, servant. Valorant sa Baguio.
Sabi nila, sana Kuya Vil, ikaw ang caster kagabi sa F4Q. Naku po, sana wag. Baka kung ano pa, matawag ko dyan.
Mawawala ng trabaho. Sinadya yun, guys. Di nyo ba napapansin? Ba't hindi kayo nagkasa ng F4Q? Pero Shiba and RB, the Sova dip is there. Shiba takes on the kill. 3v4 situation right now. Mabilisan na naman. Ito na build na expect natin, breaking down the wall of the Sage. And this is the post-plan situation for Vision Strikers right now. Pero wala silang makita because of this wall. Ping-ping na lang ng spike ang mangyayari. The push mula kay Shiba. Tuloy-tuloy na pag-defuse mula kay Mindfreak. Pero the headshot from Mako connecting. Tinuloy na lang. But Buzz was able to secure that kill. Taking on this round. Muntik na.
Sinasabi ng PRX, hap. Kasi na-half nila. Totoo, bakit?
Oo nga.
Totoo nga. Hap.
Yung bukas na yan?
Oo.
Nagamit pa nila yun?
Muntik na Alam mo, katiting na lang, best katiting na lang. Diyos ko po, mananalo na ang PaperX, malaninja ang galawan, my God.
Sayang yun. Pero this is another round para sa kanila.
Sabi ni Kelvin, puro trash talk nga sila dub sa hayaan na natin sila. Going back here in this game right now, bumabawi na ang Vision Strikers, winning that first round of the second half. Pero let's see if ever makakabawi pa sila dito sa game na to. Pero kaya they're actually pushing in. Tamang shock target na para lang at least just to deny any killjoy utilities na meron. Buzz with a kill. Actually, hindi na nakita yung nangyari. It's just the anticipation, just the intuition of a Buzz. It's just to the moon talaga ang nangyari dito kay Buzz Lightyear, mga kaibigan. It's just two players. We have Mindfreak and we have the Vi. And again, Stacks will finish it off with that 1K. 1K with that ghost.
Isang casualty lang din actually yung nakuha nila against Vision Strikers. So, It was a good round overall for Vision Strikers. The aggressiveness of this team is paying off completely dahil hindi na rin nalalayo agad yung score nila against Paper Rex. They only need 4 more rounds, and if they manage to win this bonus, it is very much probable. Kung nakita natin yung setup ng buy ng Paper Rex kanina on the second round, na nanalo sila after the pistol, no? Nang nanalo sila is bumibili sila agad ng Vandal. And ganun yung setup style ng Southeast Asian teams. But on the Korea's side, this is still a full, kumbaga, talagang Spectre kung Spectre lang.
Oh. Kasi wala na. I mean, they have the firepower. They have the economy rather. I mean, sorry, not the firepower, but the economy. All they gotta do is just try to conserve anything na meron sila. Kaya Spectre lang talaga ang meron sila. Pero yung nga lang, and just, they're actually trying to make the most out of that. RB with the kill again. They're up against all these Vandals, mga kaibigan. Forsaken, spray and pray. Pero wala siya makikita dito. Pero yung nga lang, Mako will get one. The clock is ticking. Benkei will be down as well. Mind freak off na si Shiva. Naspray ang paka. Isa pala lito. Lapit ang kalawan. Oh my God! Diyos ko po si RB. Ginawang bait.
My God, 9-6 na naman yung score reveal.
Solid siya mag-beat, mga kaibigan. Isa siyang master. Grabe.
Hala ko itutuloy mo.
Hindi.
Hindi na lang.
Oo. Sabi mo, pre, i-bait mo ako. Ganun ang ginawa nila. At yun nga yung ginawa. I-bait mo tsaka ni RB. Let's go! Nice! Woo! Shisha!
Oh my God. Oh! Teka lang kasimula lang ng round nagka-pick off na agad. Buzz was able to kill one and that is the Vi. Pero si Forsaken, he gets the tag on Buzz already as well. 4v4 situation pero eco to para sa PRX. Oh.
Best. Ang ganda ng score, yung score. Nice!
9-6. Ekin. Mind Freak wasn't able to get the shot enough to damage but not enough to kill. He goes back, slowly even para sa Vision Strikers. Despite knowing that they are on an advantage when it comes to firepower, they're still not gonna push this ultimately, kagaya ng ginagawa nila kanina na fast pace.
You will not kill my allies.
Pero mga kaibigan, going back dito sa ating napaka-solid na matchup, it's just them pushing A. Let's see if ever kayang habla na si Buzz. Tabang malalito, lapit na galawan lang, pushing that corner. Pero yung nga, nasa mo yung mga players, mga veterano, Forsaken, nilabas at tinidor! Pero it's just the Vision Strikers! Nakabawi!
Oh
Sobrang nakabawi ang mga taga Korea! Samida!
Slowly but surely, Vision Strikers, they're going back round per round. And ito na yung kahinaan ng Paper Rex. Kaya nga kailangan kunin nila as long as they can yung mga rounds na nakukuha nila during the attacker's side. And that's what they did. Kaso nga lang, they're gonna be stuck if they don't manage to pull off some kind of, you know, shots na mukhang imposible pero kaya naman pala. O kaya naman, to stop the forces of Vision Strikers completely as well.
At saka actually sobrang solid na gagawin nila dito if ever talaga makapalo sila, pero yun nga lang, it's just them mga kaibigan going in already. Pero 1 minute left in the clock right now. Benkei pushing in pero it just stacks, planning the spike already though. Tama snake bite lang para just to deny all the plans na meron sila. Forsaken getting that verticality just to get some high ground advantage right there. Buzz however, ang nagpupush pa siya dito pero yun nga lang, nakakita pa ng isa. Parang gumanda sa second round, meron tayo sa likod mo and then Forsaken will take you down. Pero yun nga lang, it's just Shiba with that recon book. Let's see if ever makita mo yung mga tao na to, pero yun nga lang, kailangan nila manalo dito kasi if ever manalo dito, wala na naman silang pera at all. Slash mo na double sequence action 1. Forsaken with that operator will catch up on pero King! With a kill! RB! Pinana from Korea! Malajumong ang galawan!
May kasama pang ano yun, men. Isipin mo yung sa mga K-drama, di ba? Yung mga slow-mo. Yung parang PowerPoint presentation ng mga sponsor sa dulo. Parang ganun.
Men. Oo.
9-8 is the score. Vision Strikers. 5 rounds. Complete utter dominance. Pinaliktad nila kung ano yung ginawa ng Paper Rex kanina na mabilis ang 5-0. Ganun din ang gusto nilang gawin against Paper Rex right now. They have this economic system na meron ang Vision Strikers right now that even if they lose some rounds, they can still manage to buy it out. They can even test out the waters o talagang punish the players of Paper Rex completely. And also at the same time, Paper Rex, sila naman ang mahihirapan dito. Knowing na ayun yung nangyari din sa economy nila, they can only buy pistols and of course fight it out. But we know Paper Rex can actually get thrifties anyway.
Yeah. It's just the experience of them if ever will pull off ba nila lahat na kailangan nilang gawin. And kung napapansin nyo, kailangan talaga nila mag-usap dito. Nila basta si coach, hawak-hawak niya, hand warmer niya. Huwag yung susuko, kayang-kaya natin to habang hawak ko ang hand warmer ko.
Ganda talaga ng stage. Sipin nyo guys kung saan yung word na timeout. Yun yung team, ibig sabihin yun yung team side na kung saan nag-timeout o saan nanggaling yung timeout, no? So, they're talking to the coach right now, probably trying to internalize what has happened in the past 5 rounds that we've seen. And yung outer perspective ng isang coach, of course, will definitely help and make them, you know, realize na this is what you guys are doing wrong. Pero yung bounce na yun from the recon actually helped out para hindi agad mapatay o ma-cancel out the recon.
Oh my god, it is actually really bad from Paper Rex right na mapapakamsaham nila na lang talaga sila, mga kaibigan. And all they gotta do is just try. Oh my god, for a second with a flicker. Sana ko ba na second, mabalik ka na slacks! With a deny onto for a second, mga kaibigan, but it's not yet over. A minute left in the clock right now. Bus nagbabantay na dito. Nag-aantay siya na pwede mapatay. And yung tao dun sa may A, that is just a diversion. They really wanna divert the focus of PRX. Saan ba sila pupunta? Ano ba? Nalilito na ako. Yan ang nasa isip ngayon na PRX Best.
Man, Buzz. Si Shiba na lang, no? He has the Bucky. He also has the Sheriff. But can he able to get some pickoffs? Because this is 4 players remaining for Vision Strikers right now. It is a big problem for Paper Rex. And they really need to figure out how they can read Vision Strikers. How can they punish the players of Vision Strikers? Now with the Bucky, maybe someone will push out. Kakabait niya nung kaniyang Sheriff. Pero baka nga meron na. And this is finally the time. Kaso nga lang na timingan din habang umaakyat sana siya doon sa parang barrel para sana maiwasan yung slow. Just the timing. 9-9 is the score. Parang sale lang.
Oo nga, men. Hindi labas ang Bucky. Nasa ng ID mo? Pero but still, naisahan pa nga.
Oh, man.
Sweet nilang dala dito eh.
Sino? Ito?
Itong dalawa. Kung hindi ikaw.
Yung pala, XB yung pinakapakinggan nila. Hindi mo lang alam.
Hindi mo lang alam.
Nang ma-inlove ako sa'yo.
Salbakuta naman yun, basta di naman XB yun.
Alam ko! Siyempre, iba naman. Oh!
Oh!
Nice shot from Forsaken right there. A good pick
May naalala ko si Marky dun sa shot na yun. Every time na meron sumisilip dun sa may bilong, si Marky ang naaalala ko. Oh! Anong ginagawa mo dyan, Slacks, ha?
Jumong muna.
Maplat. Ito na. Asa na si Jumong, mga si Jumong, pre. Ayan na. Daming nagandahan dun sa teleserye na yun. Korean film.
No way. They
Korean
got
series na yun.
caught off guard by KR. And the kill from the Vi for the trade. Pero nakuha pa si Forsaken dun actually, unexpectedly. But RB, right around the corner, just getting that pinch, getting that 2K as well. He still has the shock darts, but the spike is so far away. The Vi was able to take up that rest on Forsaken, and this is now a 3v1 situation. Andito yung spike, nag-aabang lang din yung ibang players sa tawang maba out lang, but that's not gonna be enough as the Vi secures the round instead. Paper
Mainit.
Rex. Nakuha na nila finally. Nagising na ulit. Nagising na.
Oh, 9-3 sila kanina, di ba? Pushing it to a 10-9. Sobrang haba ng ng ginapang ng Vision Strikers just to push it to a tie. 6.
Tuloy-tuloy na rounds, no? But Paper Rex securing this round, pwedeng
May
mabaliktad
Viper
na naman.
spit, oh.
They can lock down A side. And with this... Ganun na pala yung casters ngayon. Sinasabayan na rin.
Here! Revealing area.
Kiling ba here?
Pero nga lang, nilabas na ang drone, mga kaibigan. Let's see if ever nag-updraft na nga. Narinig ni Forsaken yun. Naglaba kasi na. Shorty versus Shorty versus Phantom. Magkakaalaman na. Forsaken. Nilabas na ang operator dito. Pero one thing is for sure, alam ni Buzz na meron tao doon.
I have the spike.
They need to play safe, mga kaibigan. Pero yun nga lang, they really want to mess up with the heads of a Paper Rex right now. Iniiba nila yung pace nila. Pero Forsaken pushing in. Nakita ng turret si Forsaken dito. So medyo delikado na ngayon ang mga ulo ng Vision Strikers. They need to move fast. Pero yung nga lang, that alarm will be activated as well. Mind Freak na babantay lang dito sa may loob. And King, si King dito, they actually thinking if ever meron kayang tao dyan sa loob or not. Pero yun nga lang, because of these utilities na ginagawa ni Mind Freak, they know what's up. They know ang visibility ba kami. Pero yun nga lang, someone is pushing in. Pero they need to go in already. Meron pang Hunter's Fury. 20 seconds left in the clock. Mega kills one, mga kaibigan. Mind Freak needs to stay alive. Oh my God! Vipers, but King where the jump? Where the kill? Bust with it as well. 10 seconds left, mga kaibigan. Pero that is the Vipers coming in from Mako. Kayang-kaya nila to. Pero nga lang, Starter will not gonna connect. The plant will be spiked as well. The plant will be spiked ayos ba yun? Pero nga lang, Benkai, meron siyang lockdown dito. Will he use that lockdown as well? Pero yun nga lang, I think not. And just gonna opt in with that flank na lang siguro, exit frag, just to save that. Kasi if ever matalo dito ang PRX, wala silang
si
ari.
Benkai dito.
Oo,
once na lumabas ka, patay ka. Ay, narinig. Alam na, right here.
Oo.
Hello.
Right here.
There you go. Even finishing 2 players. Yung nagtatago and just wanting to go for the exit frags. A flawless round even for Vision Strikers. Just the timing of this team. Naguluhan eh. Actually, na-Viper spin na ni Mind Freak. Kaso bumaril siya kasi may nag-zipline. So nalaman na ng ibang players and also yung swing niya doon sa may orb. It's just the timing really of the players of Vision Strikers. They know how to play out the Viper split completely.
Nice shot! Yun ang sabi ngayon ng Vision Strikers dito. Tulungan natin sinabi ko, kailangan nila mabuhay doon. Kailangan nila i-save yung mga baril nila kasi wala silang arit ngayon. And this is a chance for Vision Strikers just to make the most out of this round. Kasi kayang-kaya nila talaga maunahan itong mga players. Pero yun nga lang mga kapatid, pero nga lang sabi ni Bas, hindi!
Nope.
No! Nobby!
That's one down, and that is Shiba. Forsaken on the other hand, with the Sheriff, he can do a lot with this. Nakikita natin yung comfortability ng players ng Paper, or rather ng Vision Strikers, once na na-shutdown nila actually sa Forsaken. No? Mas lumalakas yung loob.
Para sa loob, pero yung nga lang RB, anong ginagawa mo dyan? Hindi pa siya umaalis dito sa base nila eh, no? Nag-Facebook pa kasi.
Man.
Benkai, meron siyang lockdown dito ah. Wall is now up. Stacks planted the spike already. This is actually really bad for PRX partner. Sobra. Davai, at least nakapati siya isa dito. Through that smoke apparently. That wall though. Smoke. Parang lang yan.
There goes the kill from Stacks. The rest comes up as well. Kompleto na naman ang players ng Vision Strikers, but the punish from Mind Freak with a double kill on the Sheriff is not gonna be enough to actually finish off the players of Vision Strikers. 11-10 is the score. This is the curse na meron ng Icebox. You can get all the rounds you can get on the defense, but once it switches up, it's gonna be a problem.
It's gonna be a big problem for sure Oh my God, they don't have enough monies if ever matalo pa ulit sila dito. Oh my God, it's over! Para sa PRX, tinusori ng Vision Strikers. Pero but still, hindi pa naman tapos to. But meron sa ultimate dito. And in terms of ultimates, merong ultimate dito si Benkai. Got a lockdown. So, kayang-kaya nang i-utilize. So, if ever na they really want to deny the possible plant of Vision Strikers dito sa mapa na to. Pero nga lang, Buzz, mga kaibigan, just waiting patiently. Shiba trying to be really aggressive, pushing mid. Pero let's see if ever may makakita pa. Pero yung nga lang, Buzz, just making some noise actually. Trying to do some pot shots pero not gonna connect to anyone. Shiba, nagbabantay lang dito sa may mid na rin. And that timing na pag-peak niya tapos biglang umangat yung smoke really proves that that the intuition of these players are that high. And the mind freak, mga kaibigan, ang mayroon lang siya is that a Vandal, pero is that gonna be enough? Smokes are now up, mga kaibigan, so pwede natin sabihin mag-wall na rin siya. So plan, so ipapalito na nila yung spike and it's actually really over for them for sure. Oh, hindi nga pinland.
Agad,
oh my God,
hindi
nila.
Agad pinland. Because the important the important part of this take actually is to clear out sites. Kasi nga, ang daming walls, ang daming ring smoke. And at that time, kapag nag-plant ka kasi, kukulangin agad yung firepower o yung capability ng team to get those frags in. Kasi busy nga yung isa, diba? But this wall is very interesting as well. The spike is still out, so hindi natakpan actually yung wall na yan, yung spike to get the diffuse in. Mind Freak is out already. 4v5 situation. One-man advantage for the side of Vision Strikers, and the spike...
Tignan mo nagbabak sila.
Taking na. Isa-save na nila to.
Nagbabak sila.
Kasi kailangan nila.
Kailangan sila mag-back. Oo, kailangan nila. Nagbabak sila kasi laruin na lang natin, i-push na lang natin ito ng overtime, pero yung nga lang si Bas nagbabantay dito. If ever meron pa siya mapatay dito, oh my God, that is huge! Uy, muntik na, Diyos ko po.
Iba ang meta, Vil, no? Kapag ganito talaga, going back to what I was saying, kasi usually nakikita natin parang, diretso side, plant na yung isa, kami na bahala kung sino magko-cover doon sa nagpa-plant. But it's a totally different way for Vision Strikers. They wanna clear site first because with the walls, anytime pwede kang ma-surprise eh. Anytime pwede kang silipin, especially if they know that you are planting already. So, para maiwasan yun, clear out the site first. We can plant. We have all the time in the world dahil nga sobrang fast-paced gumalaw ng Vision Strikers when it comes to the attacking side. Marami silang oras to actually clear out a site completely.
Yeah. So, mga kaibigan, time out muna tayo. They need to think of something new. Oh, yun yung ginagawa mo dyan. Think of something new para lang at least makabawi sila dito sa mga matches na to. Sa tingin mo, partner, kung ikaw nasa pwesto ng paper Alex, ano kayong gagawin mo?
Ang dami nga nagugulat dun sa 4-man save. It was quite an obvious choice dahil nga they won't have any money for the next round. And masyado nang compress yung time eh. Hindi sila nakakuha ng picks during that last round. So, what they can do is really save up instead na magkaroon para mas maraming casualties. At this point, for Paper Rex, hindi nila mahanap pa rin o hindi pa rin nila mabasa yung ginagawa ng Vision Strikers, no? It's always the timing. Once they get the timing right, it's quite possible also that they can get the kills.
Yeah. Pero going back here sa match na to, I mean, man, naka-comeback ng Vision Strikers pagdating ng second half. The score is 9-3. And now the score is 10-12. Oh my God. Niisip dito Vision Strikers, sige man, I mean, if ever kunin nyo na yung first half, sige, okay lang, babawi naman kami pag kami ni attackers. Pero in Korean.
Oh.
Gusto mo, sabihin ko, in Korean?
Sige nga.
Ayoko.
Simula nung nag-switch ng sides, isang round pa lang yung nakukuha ng Paper Rex. So talagang hirap na hirap sila, no? And also, wasak nga yung ekonomiya. So, wala silang magawa dito. An alarm bot is being triggered. And they know the positioning. Alam nila kahit isa dyan sa mga players,
30 seconds
come
left.
in and they wanna take the site yet again. Now with the plant this time immediately. Ito yung iniiwasan nila kanina, kaya nag-clear mo na sila ng site. Nahuli na ni Benkai. Yung nagpa-plant, nakahuli pa siya ng isa. And this is just a domino effect for the side of Vision Strikers because they played it completely slow.
I have the spike.
Oh my god. It's all up to RB.
The pressure.
Mind freak. Pinatay ang Jumong!
Oh man.
One more round for Forsaken with 27 frags. 27-17 and 2.
Alam ko na, yung ginawa talaga ng Paper Rex is to plan out how they can delay Vision Strikers. Knowing, hindi rin nila in-expect, no? Kasi yung usual nga ng Vision Strikers is to actually clear out the site, but this time around, plant agad. Diretso agad sa pag-plant. And dito sila nag-capitalize. Hindi nila nilabanan agad-agad, but they
Pumupuso
actually waited
pa,
out.
men. Pumupuso talaga ang Paper Rex dito, mga kapatid. Pero syempre, mga kaibigan, kailangan natin supportahan ang ating Southeast Asian representative, which is ang Paper Rex. Pero yun nga lang, if ever you are a K-pop fan, syempre dito ka sa Vision Strikers, pero bahala naman kayo kung saan nyo. Dalawa yung natitake. Solid nga eh.
Naka-drone?
Oo, man. Isa lang.
Dalawa yung nakita doon, Vil.
Dalawa yung dalawa yung natitake doon, pero ilan yung natag?
Isa nga lang dapat eh. Hindi ba may waiting time yun?
Oo.
Kailangan ko mapanood yung replay mamaya.
Oo. Revealing eh. Pero nga lang, Spike has been planted already. Forsaken going in. This is the last chance of Papers for them to do a big comeback here, mga kaibigan. Pero si Buzz, sobrang ganda ng pwestuhan niya. They have no idea at all kung nasan ba si Jet. Para si Stax, maganda rin pwestuhan. Tapos nagaan nila dito ng recon bolt if ever meron mapapasok dito. Pero Forsaken, they need to actually shut down these players. At kung napapansin nyo, walang ginagawa ang Fish Stax. Nagaan nila talaga sila. Pero yung alam, Benkai will be there as well. Pero wala pa nag-defuse si Spike, ha. Maganda yung wall na ginawa nila just to get the vertical vertical itself to Benkai. Nakakita pa nga ng isa. Pero that spray, it's gonna connect. But it's all up to Benkai again. Nakakita pa nga ng dalawa. Pero yung alam na double pick of RB. And Stax will finish this round 2-0 in favor of Vision Strikers. And again, the Korean team is still undefeated.
GG's para nga sa kanila. You can just see how this team really... Ay! Paper Rex! Ginawang papel pinunit, men!
Oh my god.
Grabe yun.
Napunit. Pero, I mean...
9-3 curse eh. Na 9-3 curse, Bill.
Oh, I mean, that is actually a really big comeback na ginawa dito ng Vision Strikers. They tried it so hard. I mean, this ating first half, yes, pwede natin sabihin na nagka-problema sila. Pero yun nga lang, ang nasa mindset lang nila, if ever na second half na tayo, we can do it. Let's do everything for us to do a comeback. And that is the thing that they did. And they won it. Still undefeated, mga kaibigan. 10-0 ang winning streak nila before sila pumunta dito sa Masters Berlin. And now, it's 11-0. Yung 10-0 na yun, mga kaibigan, 10 nun is Korean team. At meron ng dumagdag na Southeast Asian team dito sa kanilang checklist. Pero yun nga lang, I really want to see na makalaban nila yung mga iba't ibang countries or regions dito sa Masters Berlin for sure. It's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be hot. It's gonna be blazing hot for sure, man.
Oh man, I would say, Bill, na for all the teams that we have right here, even siguro yung panels, they would probably say na this was unexpected for Paper Rex as well to be this close against Vision Strikers, no? When it comes to how Vision Strikers, you know, sila yung pinakamalakas sa Korea region, they have this winning streak or win streak rather sa kanilang region themselves, and no one would expect na ganito rin ka-close yung matches na makukuha nila. But Paper X really showed that they can actually be in par with Vision Strikers when it comes to these matches. And I think dun sa second map na nangyari kanina, Bill...
Si Benkai 69 pa rin.
Nice. And I really think, pagdating sa Paper Rex, matagal masyado yung retake nila eh. Nauubos talaga yung oras. And looking at Mako, he is the very calm guy in this team. He can get those shots in.
Viper, man. Yeah, I mean, him being that controller, he can really control all the sides of the map, mga kaibigan. He did it He tried it so hard. Medyo mahirap na talaga yung nangyari dun sa ating first half, but still, they won 2-0 and they're gonna advance upper bracket natin for the group stages. And it's just really nice to see them playing this kind of games, man. I mean, itong mga players na to, sobrang tagal talaga nilang dinream na makapunta dito and playing in this kind of stage. It's actually a big achievement na rin. I mean, if ever manalo kayo, it's really a good thing. If ever matalo kayo, it's fine. Kasi this is still experience to play up against these players, these regions na in a LAN setup na walang problema sa ping. Partner. Pantay-pantay lang to. Ang sisisihin mo lang is sarili mo. Bakit hindi ko naputok yun?
Bakit hindi natin na-retake yun? It is what it is, you know? Napunit na nga yung paper
Papel.
towel.
Sedula.
O yung papel kanina. Napunit na yung sedula. Pinoy ata yun eh. No?
Oo, man.
Pinunit yung sedula sa Berlin. Kasi hindi nakadala. Hindi pinadala ang bread.
Oo eh.
Pinunit ang sedula.
Pinunit ang sedula. Katipunan samnida.
And that is it para sa first match of the day. Again, reminding you guys, Paper Rex versus Vision Strikers. Vision Strikers was able to get that 2-0. Now, for the next matches that we are gonna see for today, we have Gambit from EMEA and Crazy Raccoons from Japan na maglalaban for the next one. Ikaw magiging caster doon, Vil, tsaka si Ilustrado. Isipin mo yun? Magtatagalog si Ilo. Kapag ito, hindi ko nakita magtagalog. Magwawala din ako. Pupunitin ko din ang sedula.
Pare. I mean, excited na ako na makakasi Ilo. Kasi alam natin na nandito lang siya sa ating channel na nag-aantay lang. Kung Ilo, kung nandito ka, pitikin mo to. Yung baso.
Yung baso, pagalawin mo.
Oo.
Nakakatakot naman din kasi.
Bakit? Masama mambitik ng baso, di ba? Pero yun nga, mga kaibigan. I'm actually really, really excited on what's gonna happen later on because it's gonna be Gambit versus yung Crazy Raccoons, di ba? From Japan. Medyo mahirap panoorin si Blurred, pero ano.
Kaya nyo bang
Nani? Mapapagano na talaga ako, mapapa-ara-ara. Na lang talaga ako dito sa Crazy Raccoons, mga kaibigan from Japan. Ito yung country na sobrang solid na mga CR nila. Kasi uupo ka pa lang, bumubukas na.
Oo, automatic, di ba? Kumbaga, sa lahat ng sasabihin mo tungkol sa region na yun, yun yung analysis mo.
Sa CR.
Kakaiba ka talaga, Bill. Pero para sa akin, para sa araw na ito, I am officially done, finally.
Mamamahinga ka na. Mamamaalam.
Papaalam muna ako sa inyong lahat. At ako ay makakapag-relax na muna kahit papaano. Makakapag-parangkap na muna ako hanggang Diamond kung kakayanin para sa araw na ito. But, of course, going back before tayo mag-break, Paper Rex versus Vision Strikers, in-expect mo rin ba talaga yung 2-0, Bill?
Yeah. I mean, swear. No sheesh, pare. No sheesh, pare. I mean, in-expect ko na yun. I mean, that is Vision Strikers, man. I mean, the top dogs of Korea. They have this momentum. Nakapunta na sila nung Iceland, mga kaibigan. Tinalo nila yung iba sa top teams. And talagang pwede nating sabihin na they proved enough for themselves. Pero they want to prove more. And dito ngayon sa Berlin, mga kaibigan, makikita natin if ever talagang lalayo sila. And sheesh, man, 11-0 sa winning streak. That's hot.
Man, if you think about it, sanay na sanay rin naman tong Korea region sa LAN events. Kasi yung kanilang VCT is actually on LAN. No? But for C challengers na nakita natin dun sa region naman natin, it is all online as well. So maybe there is some certain adjustments din na galing for Paper Rex on a setup basis. And also knowing how this player are, hindi nga natin ina-expect na ganun kalapit yung mga match. But also, my expectations was actually it's gonna be a 2-1 scoreline. So, there are some certain differences talaga pagdating sa mga regions na nakikita natin. And that is also evident doon sa mga past matches na napanood na natin from day number 1.
Yeah.
This is continuous. 10 days na maglalaban-laban itong mga players, itong mga teams natin from different regions para sa isang napakalaki or sa major event na posibleng malaman na kung sino yung makakapasok sa Champions.
Iko-correct ko lang pala yung sinabi ko kanina mga kaibigan. New turn ang nakapunta dun sa Iceland. Pero si Lakia, siya yung player, siya yung the only player dito sa team ng Vision Strikers ang nakapag-participate doon sa
Pangalawa
Iceland.
niya na to, ibig sabihin.
Oo, pangalawa na niya to. Pangalawa ni Lakia to, pero hindi siya naglaro.
May visa buff. Kasi hindi na kailangan ng Korea ng visa pag pupunta Germany.
Lakas ng passport nila
Malakas ng passport. Pero next match, guys, it is gonna be Gambit and Crazy Raccoon. Pero syempre, may panel show pa tayo para pag-usapan ng mga nangyari at analysis para sa mga teams natin na nandito at sa kakatapos lang na match. But for right now, para sa akin, ako ay magpapaalam muna para sa gabing ito. Si Vil ang makakasama nyo mamaya at si Ilustrado. So maraming salamat. That is a 2-0 Vicious Strikers win and magmama-out na muna kami. We're gonna be right back.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins. First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials. And entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture! Bye!
I was like, is she talking about me or is she talking about me?
It's hard fought, though. It's hard fought.
Look, hold on. If you were to just like stop the count after the first 6 rounds of Icebox, then you weren't right.
Oh my God, it was insane. Actually, Paper Rex looked really, really good throughout this entire series, and I think they have nothing to hang their heads on. I mean, dead serious. Forsaken was the best player in this server. He looked phenomenal. A 307 ACS? That's unreal. And he had so many impactful plays, and he just has the freedom, and he shines with it.
Oh, it was crazy as well because, you know, for me, even though Buzz is sat here, he's the MVP for Vision Strikers. One of the things that really stood out to me, comparative from when Vision Strikers have played on this map in the past, is he did not have the freedom of space that he is used to having when he's playing against pretty much any opponent, and that a lot of that came down to how Forsaken was playing.
Yeah, and Forsaken clearly got in the heads of the Vision Strikers players. I think Panza and Hypox said it at some point. They just looked so passive and shelled up in these weird setups where they were afraid to take duels. They were scared of him, and even with drones and stuff like that, they were jiggle peeking with drones because Forsaken was just having so much impact and never getting pushed off of angles.
I mean, this is the beauty of an international tournament, right? We give these opportunities to players that otherwise might be like kind of less well known outside of their own region, which is great to see Forsaken popping off today. I just want to say that before we quickly move on, that we were talking about maybe naming a potential fandom for Paper Rex.
Yeah?
Because
Go ahead. Tell them what you got.
And I thought it was a really good idea to call yourselves the Paper Boys or the Paper Girls. Like, if you're a fan of Paper Rex. You got it, Sean. You're not giving me the respect here. But when I came up with this idea, you were like, that's not bad. That's not bad. Are you a paper boy?
I'm just making you squirm so hard right now.
Are you a paper boy? Yes or no?
I like it. You know I like that. I like the dad jokes.
You
I'm a
turned
paper
round
boy.
to me and you went, Gio, you're too young to know what a newspaper is. So, like...
You are, yeah. Gio turned 25 today. So, we do have the Verizon high-speed moment of the match with us now, and this was Vision Strikers on Icebox. Sean, this was a crazy 2v5.
This was what won Vision Strikers the game. Honestly, Paper Rex could have closed out this game super early in the half, but this bonus round from Vision Strikers is the high-speed moment by Verizon because it's a 2-on-5 with Spectres, and for some reason, Paper Rex just keeps over-challenging. They just keep challenging and challenging in the one-on-ones, and they just get unlucky in the spacing when it came down to the 2-on-2. The Sova's way to the left, and there's just no trade possibility.
I mean, we spoke at the beginning how we were looking forward to seeing how Marco is going to play anyway. I don't think we anticipated that would happen, but I still think that he had some just really valuable plays across the board. I mean, when they were on the attack, the way he was using the walls were really good, especially when they're going over onto their B plants. I did enjoy those Viper's pits, because the thing with the way that Paper X were approaching them is they weren't really afraid to get like their hands dirty with the Viper's pit. It wasn't a huge deterrent to them, but Marco would still stand his ground.
I mean, now we have seen Vision Strikers, because like we've been saying, everybody have waited a long time. Sean, do you feel like this is everything they've got, or maybe, you know they got to play Ascend if they win this, so maybe they're saving stuff?
That's a good question. If they were saving something, thinking that this would be an easier matchup, save some of the tactics for the EU teams in the group, but they said in their interview that their region is the harder region, so why would they save stuff?
Oh, I mean, we can find out now, because Dash is standby with Stacks from Vision Strikers for the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you very much, Yinsu. Standing by with Stacks after a 2-map victory in this one, but a very close 2-map victory at that. And so that's kind of where I want to start with you, Stacks, because the expectation was that your team would come in with some firepower today. How did this series here compare to your expectation against Paper Rex?
네, 오늘 경기가 예상하셨던 거에 비하면은 뭐 어떤 결과였나요? 경기 내용이?
원래는 저희가 생각했을 때는 좀 더 쉽게 이길 거라고 생각했는데, 이제 페이퍼렉스라는 팀도 이제 준비를 많이 해와서 조금 몰라서 조금 고전한 것 같습니다.
We actually expected a little bit of an easier of a win, but I think Paper Rex prepared well, and so I guess that's why we struggled a little bit.
Well, let's talk about the map that was the closer of the two. That was the second map, Icebox. It was a 13-11 win, but a very explosive first half from Paper Rex, putting up big numbers. During halftime, what did you as a team identify as the keys to victory, the things that needed to change for you to bring it back and win 13-11?
네, 아이스박스 같은 경우에는 생각보다 되게 접전이었는데요. 결국 13대1로 우승하셨는데 하프타임 때 어떤 이야기들이 오갔길래 이렇게 좀 공격 때 좋은 성적을 거두실 수 있었나요?
좀 안 좋게 얘기해야 되나요?
네.
저희가 사실 이제 한국에서 페이퍼렉스라는 팀이랑 스크림을 진짜 많이 했었거든요. 근데 이제 한 번 이제 스크림 할 때마다 저희를 다 따라하는 게 보였어요. 그거는 이제 저희가 한국에 있을 때부터 알고 있었고, 그래서 우리가 또 똑같이 하지 않을까라고 생각을 했는데, 아무리 똑같이 생각해도 또 똑같이 하고 있더라고요. 저희랑 완전 똑같아서 저희가 이제 만들었잖아요. 그거는 만든 입장으로서 카운터는 이제 저희가 이제 더 이지하게 칠 수 있는 거기 때문에 아무래도 그게 좀 포인트가 아니었을까.
Alright, so we actually scrim a lot in our region with Paper Rex, and we realized after playing a lot of Icebox with them that they actually copy a lot of our comps and strategies when they play. And so, having been the ones who actually developed those strategies, it was very easy for us to actually counter that during attack.
Very interesting. Well, again, it all did come together in the end. Now I want to talk about you a little bit more on a personal level, Stacks. With the departure of Glow from the team, you've stepped into a bit more of a leadership role. I'm curious for you throughout Stage 3 and now here into Masters Berlin, what that extra responsibility, taking on that extra responsibility has been like for you in a leadership position.
네, 이제 글로우 선수가 코치로 이제 물러나시면서 스택스님이 인게임 리더로 역할을 맡고 계신데, 이제 베를린 오는 데까지 있어서 어떤 역할을 주로 맡아서 하고 계신가요?
애들이 실수했을 때 화내는 역할을 하고 있죠. 네, 그런 거 말고는 장난이고, 그냥 이제 저는 조금 자유롭게 하는 걸 좀 좋아하기 때문에 저희들끼리 말이 잘 오가고 해서, 그래서 저는 그런 스타일로 오히려 저희가 이제 딱딱하지 않고 이제 유연하게 진짜 줄넘기 느낌으로다가 이렇게 상대가 이렇게 하면 이렇게 하는 것 때문에 저는 그런 걸 좀 좋아해서 그런 거를 조금 위주로 해서 아마도 제가 조금 이제 글로우 형 자리를 조금 메꿀 수 있지 않았나, 조금 이렇게 조금 편하게, 그래도 조금 글로우 형 스타일이 아닌.
Actually, my main role is getting mad at my teammates. But yeah, with all the jokes aside, actually, I feel like my play style as an in-game leader is giving more freedom to the team and the players, because I guess when Glow was there, a lot of our strategies were actually more preset as opposed to reading the game and changing and being more adaptable. So I think now we have more freedom as a team.
Awesome. Give them that freedom, but keep them in line at the same time. Final question for you. As you did just play against a team you mentioned you're very familiar with in Paper Rex, much of the rest of the tournament is going to be teams that you don't have experience playing against. So I'm curious, when you look at the field of 15 teams, who you are most excited to play against and who you think is the biggest threat in the tournament?
네, 이번 페이퍼렉스 경기 같은 경우에는 되게 익숙한 팀이랑 하셨었는데요. 이제 앞으로는 대회를 치러 나가는 데 있어서 좀 스크림을 자주 못한 팀들이랑 상대를 하실 것 같아요. 그래서 이번에 베를린에 온 15팀 중에서 가장 뭐 걱정되는 팀이 있다든지 가장 뭐 강팀이라고 생각되는 팀이 있으신가요?
해보고 싶은 팀은 갬빗이고 그래도 좀 걱정되는 거는 제 자신이라고 말하고 싶네요.
Actually, the team that I'm really want to play with is Gambit. And the team that I'm most worried about is actually ourselves.
Oh, all right. I like it. Always your own worst enemy. Well, if you play like you did today, it's going to be a great showing throughout the tournament. Congratulations on the victory. I look forward to seeing what you guys do in the rest of the tournament. Now, as you said, Gambit, as the team that you're most excited to look at or see as a threat, is, of course, going to be playing up next against Crazy Raccoon. We're heading to commercial on the other side. We'll be back with you for game number 2.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins. First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials. And entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture. Bye.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins. First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials. And entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture. Bye.
Don't touch that dial now. We're just getting started.
Why try to get my life? 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 Not now, too soon. Yeah. Yeah. Too soon. Yeah. Not now. Yeah. Not now. Too soon. Why try and get in my? Why try and get in my? Why try and get in my? Not now. Why try and get in my? Why try and get in my? Why try and get in my? Not now. Why try and get in my car? Why try and get in my room? Why try and get in my life? Not now. Why try and get in my hotel? Why try and get in my boat? Why try and get in my life? Not now. Why try and get in my car? Why try and get in my room? Why try and get in my life? Not now. Why try and get in my hotel? Why try and get in my boat? Why try and get in my life? Not now. Not now, too soon. Yeah. Yeah. Too soon. Yeah. Not now. Yeah. Not now.
Welcome back to Masters Berlin, where we have our first look at both Gambit and Crazy Raccoons here at Masters Berlin. And if that first series of today was any indication, we are in for quite a ride, because while, again, it may have been the expected result, I think what Sean Garris and Gio were saying at the top of the day, all expectations need to go out the window when you come to these international lands. Anything can happen when regions clash.
Yeah, especially when you not necessarily have seen those regions, not only on an international stage, but also just watching them on a day-to-day basis. They could surprise you. I think Paper Rex definitely did just that.
I'm excited to be joined by both Bala and Kakuka here to kick off this second series of the day. It's Group C, so let's pull up the bracket and get a look, get a little sense of what the landscape of Group C looks like when it comes to Gambit, Crazy Raccoons, and the rest who are doing battle to make it off into that playoff picture. It was 100 Thieves versus Havan Liberty that played just yesterday, so 100 Thieves basically awaits the opponent of the winner of today's matchup, Havan, in the lower bracket as well. But Kukuka, I'm going to turn to you because Gambit, it's the #1 seed from the EMEA region. We just spoke to Stax, who, in answering the question, which team is he most excited to play against, Gambit was his call-out. So give me the rundown. What's the expectation for this team?
I'm actually happy that he didn't mention Sentinels, because every team is like, oh my God, we want to play against Sentinels. But obviously, there's something that makes Gambit different, and it's the fact that even since the beginning of the game, we've been hearing great things about them, but they weren't on top. They wouldn't get into the bigger games, but now they're here and they've proven themselves. They've got so much better. And this 5-man, oh my God, there's not a single name here that you're not going to see on the kill feed today.
Yeah, and I think for a first outing for the CIS region here at Masters, this is the team that everybody expected for months and months and months to finally make it. Shados is insane. That's a player I want to see. Nats is insane. Literally every single one of these has something to bring to the table.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, they mentioned Shados as one of their biggest surprises, but you can mention literally any single name. They did struggle a lot. They lose some maps, but I feel like they've proven themselves. This is actually their first time on LAN, so I wish them the best, actually.
I mean, triple champs coming out of the CIS region, but stepping on to that international stage and first LAN, as you mentioned, is another element of pressure that you got to wonder as the players arrive at the arena just now, how they're going to handle. How will they live up to those moments? We've got high expectations and they have a high ceiling, but will it be fulfilled today?
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that everybody's concerned about a little bit is the pressure moments for Gambit. When you watch them in the CIS region for quite a while in the official matches, it felt like, you know, they weren't necessarily where you would expect them from what you hear about them, right? Scrim results for Gambit has always been ridiculous. It's like they're the gatekeepers. Whenever you come to EU, it's just like, boom, this is the best team in the world. But when it comes to the official matches, it was always a different story, I think, until the playoffs last time around.
Yeah, exactly. But I feel like, I said it yesterday, I feel like we have like the best representation from EMEA. We have one from CIS, one from Turkey, 2 from Europe. So I think it's perfect, and Gambit had to be the one. They've proven themselves over and over. They are the first seed. They worked so hard. They changed so many things regarding their composition and their playstyle, adapting and being more European more than CIS. And it's lovely to see. No, really.
Oh, very diverse representation coming from the EMEA region. But when we talk about Gambit, I think one of the central figures for that squad has got to be Nats Kakuka.
Every single time he honors his name. I mean, he is nuts, okay? It doesn't matter if he's playing Cypher, if he's playing the Viper, he's going to be the one on the back, but getting every single kill. And as I said yesterday, no round is secure until Nats is dead.
I think one of the things about Nats that's most impressive is compared to other Cyphers or other Sentinel players, he's actually really getting aggressive and taking some duels that are very risky for a Cypher player to do. And result of that is a high first blood percentage. 11.3 for a Cypher player is ridiculous when you look at the stats of everybody else.
When we were watching him in finals, he's like emotionless. He looks emotionless. And I actually wanted to know, so I asked Redguard, like, is he dead inside? He was like, no. He's so focused on the game that he literally shows no emotion because he plays round by round. Amazing.
Yeah, normally I would be a little concerned if a team is entirely unwilling to play KJ, but when you have maybe the best Cypher in the entire world, the guy who's innovated the playstyle of Cypher, okay, I'll spot you that one. Enough out of us for a moment. Let's go ahead and meet EMEA's #1 seed, Gambit.
My name is Redguard. I am the team captain of the Gambit. We have only one idea in our minds, like we have to win, we can do it. And we're in the final and we won it, and like, okay, somehow we did it. Let's try to do it again.
Gambit are the EMEA Stage 3 champions, and my God, do they deserve it.
We worked a lot, like 10 or 12 hours per day. So all of us has maybe their own training styles, but we have our main goal, it's to win in Berlin. If we are feeling not comfortable in game, we just can tell, guys, I'm here, I can't play. I have like shaky hands, and we're okay, we got you, man, we will help you. And he will come back in the game, like, because he can tell us. We trust each other. I guess it's the main point why we're strong.
This is an absolute dismantling.
I think that representing our region is not really big pressure on us, because first of all, we are playing for ourselves. After that, we are playing for our fans. And after that, for all the world. So I guess it's no pressure for us, but we don't think about it too much. Just, okay, we can lose one map, okay, maybe another one. It's okay. Just you don't have to give up if you just lost 1 or 2 or 3 games in a row. We won the first Masters in our region, and we're like all telling us that you're the champions. We're not champions. We're not feeling like we're champions. We should prove it, deserve it. I want to say everybody that our team may be not the strongest or the weakest one, but you probably should watch us and learn some things, because I swear we will show something really delicious on this tournament.
Now that is a level of calm and mental fortitude that I aspire to in the face of an international championship, when he's like, oh, we'll take it one map at a time. We're playing for everyone. It's no pressure. What do you mean it's no pressure? There's tons of pressure. It's a big LAN event. Either way, on the other side of this matchup, we got Japan's number 2 seed, Crazy Raccoons. Now, this is a return team to international LAN, as they did show up in Iceland just a few months ago. Unfortunately for them, flamed out after 2 series that they dropped, but a slew of roster changes here, Bala, has revamped them to take another crack at redemption here in Berlin.
Yeah, that it has, and I think with the second attempt here has also come a ridiculous wave of popularity for Valorant in Japan, specifically watching this team and, of course, Zeta Division that's over here as well. But the changes are really good, specifically because they still have a core that they could really work around. Neth, Munchkin, and Zeth are so important to this team. They were here last time. They had some emotional, like, you know, once they lost, it was like really sad for them, because they had a lot of pressure, like Shados was talking about, but it wasn't necessarily representative of, I think, of what they showed when they were at Iceland.
I think we have 3 teams that are repeating since Masters 2. That's Sentinels, Crew, and Crazy Raccoons. They didn't do much for themselves. I mean, oh no, that's a thing that we need to talk about, but I feel like they've changed so much, and it's the fact that they moved 2 players into content creation and brought another 4, and they're one of those teams that really want to dive into the we're gonna have specialists in our team. We're gonna have an Omen specialist, a Viper specialist. I feel like it may be too soon, but this may set a precedent for all the teams.
Well, yeah, exactly. Perhaps the team most willing to actually utilize that expanded roster. I know previous series we had a 6-man roster, but wasn't employed. In this situation, 6 to 7, and they have utilized it throughout the entire year. But if we're going to isolate a player to talk about when it comes to being a difference maker on Crazy Raccoon, I think it's got to be Munchkin.
Yeah, it has to be. I mean, everybody remembers him from Reykjavik because he came at version 1 like crazy with the Raze that he was playing, but now he's actually switched to a much more meta agent for the most part, right? Playing the Sky, and I think that will help significantly take Crazy Raccoon to another level here.
Yeah, I mean, taking the IGL role and being such, just looking for the team, I feel like he's super smart. He also comes from Overwatch. I'm kind of sad that Gio's not here, but yeah, I remember him from Seoul Dynasty. He's always been a crazy player, and he proves it to his team all the time. He has to be, obviously, on the 5.
I'm excited to see what that shift in terms of agent selection for him in the IGL position allows him to do, where he's maybe on not on a more
Welcome ladies and gentlemen, nandito na tayo sa ating Filipino coverage. Ako nga pala si Ilustrado. Kasama ko ngayon si Vil at sa lahat ng mga nagtatanong kung marunong ba talaga ako mag-Tagalog, well, ito ang inyong sagot. Yes, I know how to speak Filipino and this is... why are you laughing, Vil?
Alam mo, sobrang tagal natin hindi nag-cast together, bro. It's like literally 1 year na. At saka ngayon lang ito ulit narinig na mag-Filipino cast, mag-Tagalog cast. I'm actually really happy na nandito ako ngayon na magkasama tayo ngayon dito sa VALORANT Masters Berlin na...
So, syempre, mic ko gamit.
Yeah, dude. Oo, malamang, di ba? Binenta ko yung wheel ko sa'yo.
So, fun fact sa lahat ng mga nanonood dyan, kami ni Vil, nagsaswap-swap lang kami ng computer parts.
All
microphone,
the time.
Case
fan
fan.
ng ano.
Kahit ano.
Case fan.
Okay lang kami. So, ayan. Welcome back nga pala. Crazy Raccoon. Yun is gonna be our first game. And who did they play against? Gambit. So nag-usap na tayo, Vil, on like our expectations before the game. Pero obviously, hindi pa natin nasasabi. Most likely, I think the world and like all the other casters, they pointed it out, expect na natin na medyo 2-0 yung mangyayari dito. But from what we saw from PaperX and Vision Strikers, pag sa LAN talaga, di mo talaga alam yung mangyayari, no?
Well, actually, hindi siya medyo eh. We are now actually likely to see that it's gonna be 2-0. Well, apparently, yun lang yung predictions namin based on the stats. Well, kasi ang Gambit kasi sobrang daming teams ang gusto makatapat ang Gambit. Legit, lahat ng matchup lagi sasabi, Gambit gusto na makatapat. Gambit, puro Gambit. Yung kahapon, yung Ascend, gusto nila makatapat ang Gambit. Ngayon, yung Vision Strikers, gusto nila makatapat yung Gambit. Pero dito sa match na to, based on stats, mga kaibigan, it's just, dito sa EMEA, Gambit is owning this. Like, really, really owning this. Ang mga nakatalo sa kanila is, one is Fnatic yung nakatalo sa kanila yung isa. Pero in terms of matchups, mga kaibigan, ni SMB tinalo din ng Gambit dito, which is yun yung finals nung kanilang palang road to Masters, which is actually playoffs nila ng EMEA region. Pero based on stats ulit, itong Crazy Raccoon from Japan, nakapunta na sila nung Iceland. Sila yung Iceland. Pero hindi sila nanalo noong playoffs. Din sa mismong playoffs, siya doon sa lower bracket, natalo sila doon. So, that's actually really, really unfortunate. Pero ngayon, magbabalik sila all the way from Japan, going here in Berlin, Germany, and just trying to claim the throne again, and probably makabawi sila dito, Tilo.
You know, you make a great point there. Actually, one of the teams na talagang tinignan natin to be one of the best in the world, aside from Sentinels, is Gambit. Like, you have some of the best players in the world on their roster. Like, you look at Nats here, who defines the role. You look at Defo, who is basically a man possessed in the past few tournaments. Tapos titignan natin their recent performance. Like you said, they've only lost a couple, and everybody wants to see them perform at an international LAN. Crazy Raccoon, and saka minention nila to sa desk dati. Earlier, na they recently came out with a roster shuffle. So medyo bago pa yung roster nila, different from Iceland, which I think is a good thing. But at the same time, tingin ko, hindi pa rin siya, I'd say, well-oiled enough to be in Berlin itself. I don't think they're ready for it. I think it's gonna be a struggle. Yeah, you need to lube up, bro, before you get into...
yun nga yung gusto ko sabihin, di ba? Well-oiled, tapos ako well-lubed,
like,
bro.
Yeah, you like
sobrang
a machine.
Smooth.
Di ba?
Yeah, dude.
WD-40. Kailangan yun.
ano po yung mga brand ng mga oils, pare? Cologne, mga Jocelyn Johnson's, mga ganun. Going back here, ladies and gentlemen, here is EMEA and Japan. Gambit versus Crazy Raccoon here in Bind. Game number 1, but God, that once up coming in from Defo is really that crazy, really that crispy. Taking down Munchkin already, bro.
Yep, ito. Alright, aggressive start. Defo 8 HP na lang siya. Si Munchkin going to be taken out of the picture very, very early on. And they're going to be sending a lot of utility here towards B side. Babato nila yung dog nila na maaga, yung kanilang aso. Uy, habulin mo yan. Uy!
Blinded.
Yun ang na-imagine ko.
I mean, if you guys are wondering, kasi ganito kami lagi, if ever magkakasama kami outside, mga tipo mag-chill lang kami, ganito lang naman pinag-uusapan namin.
Medyo sabaw, actually.
Kumbaga kami, yung group na friends namin, mga kaibigan, pabobohan kaming lahat.
Yep. And normally, pa-iba-iba yung nananalo eh. Sometimes si Asaray, minsan ako.
Actually, kailan talaga yung naglalaban eh. Ako, tahimik lang ako eh.
Si Taylor, may mga moments din yan ha. Si Taylor, may mga moments din yan.
Oh my God. Pero going back here in this game right now, mukhang from A all the way from Hoka, this is gonna actually really, really bad for the side of Crazy Raccoons though. Kasi medyo delikado na ngayon yung mga buhay nila kasi sila na babantay dyan. Which is actually Skype na dyan naman si Astra Mahado, so it's fine. Pero yung gala, it just, with a 2K already, but the Sheriff with a whiff coming in from that guy to 2v3 now. Aid getting tagged right now. Pero at least nakapatay siya ng tatlo. Pero it's all up to net. 1v2 is actually really hard though. And it's just Gambit Chronicle finishing it off 1-0 already.
Yeah, good start right there from Gambit. Talaga nakuha nila yung early game. And that's something that they want when it comes to a map like Bind. Like I said, Crazy Raccoon, they're a team that needs to get hot. They need to get warmed up. You know, starting it strong nicely though. 3 kills for Addy dun sa kanyang hold dun sa B-side. But unfortunately, nobody else did it. Was able to help him out. Yung Crossfire just falls apart after that first pick. Kasi ganito yun eh. After a first pick, if you lose a member on the defensive side, kailangan bumawi ng defensive side. Kailangan makahanap ng pitas. Kailangan makahanap ng equalizer. But they didn't. They stayed back into their site. They were really unable to do it. And that's why they lost in terms of the numbers advantage. Pagdating ng expertise mo.
Here in this round right now, ang ginagawa dito ng Gambit is trying to stay up with their economy, and they're just trying to take advantage kung ano yung meron sila, which is probably not gonna get these ghosts na lang or just straight up specters na lang. When you have the advantage, all you have to do, if ever na may advantage, ka just capitalize it, maximize everything that you have, and that is the thing that they're doing right now.
Yep, exactly. And they're just gonna start off this round strong again with another pick here. Si Defo, magaling mag-martial yan. Okay, isa na siya sa pinakamagaling mag-martial sa buong mundo actually. Sa buong daigdig.
Oh, wow. Grabe. Nagmundo ka na, may daigdig ka pa. It's too deep, bro. Oh, man. May pakitaan mo kami ng, para mahusay. Actually, mas paninig ko Tagalog kaysa sa akin.
Mahusay ang aking wikang Filipino. Napakamatalinaga na aking mga salita.
Na may kasamang accent, di ba? Fisker, the only man remaining. Here's the side of Crazy Raccoon. Can he be that crazy of a guy dito sa matchup na to? Pero yun nga, ang problem dito is wala siyang enough utilities, wala siyang enough firepower, and it's just Gambit trying to assert dominance agad-agad.
Yeah,
it's a game na to. 2-0!
That's what you're looking for, especially if you're Gambit. You want to assert your dominance by proving clean eco rounds. You don't want to lose too many players. Kung nagkaroon man ng 2 kills, 3 kills, eco round na yun, it's gonna force a lot of rebuys into the bonus round. Fortunately for them, isa lang yung namatay, and they actually can keep up the economy here. Si Redgar lang mapapabili lang siya ng Ghost, and that's fine. That's absolutely fine up against the bonus round here. They have 5 rifles on the Crazy Raccoon side, and honestly, if Gambit can make it more expensive, kahit 2 kills lang sa mga bonus round na ganito sapat na eh.
Talagang sapat na, pero yun nga lang in terms of firepower, syempre dito tayo sa Crazy Raccoon kasi hindi sila bumili kanina nung second round, but still in terms of ginagawa dito ng Gambit, and talagang nagpapataas lang sila ng economy dito and just trying to save up kung ano man meron sila. Pero yun nga lang, let's see if ever makakabawi ba ang Crazy Raccoons dito sa map na to. This is the map that is picked by Gambit. So, if ever na talaga pinili na to, they should have this slight advantage probably in terms of strategies. Kasi ikaw ikaw of course, coach ka. So, you have a lot of experience talaga when picking maps. If ever na sasabihin mo yung team mo.
Oh, yep. Pero bago tapusin natin yun, mukhang sa A-site ni Slam commit, they're going to be going on and making a full send over here onto this site. Sending all of their members onto it. If they get the plant here, they already got a pick. If they can get a plant, it's gonna be a big deal. Pero tignan mo, si Ness, napakaganda ng play niya doon. Easy pickings for him as they're looking to follow up and get this. Oy, teka lang. Nag-push siya sa Molly.
It's time already.
Nag-push siya sa Molly.
That's actually a big balls move coming in from that guy, and wala siya magagawa. They need to push this para lang at least to deny that diffuse. Pero yun nga, in terms of firepower, wala talaga tayo magagawa dito sa Crazy Raccoons. They all have all these rifles and just one tap, delete agad sila eh. Pero ang gagawin dito ng Gambit, kailangan pa nila lapitan para talaga mapatay yung mga players ng Crazy Raccoons dito. Pero at least nakikita natin, tulad nga na sinabi mo, it's just them doing this switch ng roster nila. So, probably sobrang iyo. Nice! Iba na talaga yung playstyle nila. Kasi pwede natin sabihin na, sila na yung number 1 sa Japan. Pero in terms na, kunyari, Tokyo server sila for sure. So, if ever na kunyari naglalaro sila ng mga ibang Southeast Asian teams, mag-meet sila ng halfway. So probably saan kaya yun? Singapore? Singapore is the best thing nila talaga if ever kunyari taga-Philippines yung kalaban mo eh. Pero yun nga lang, it's just the ping deficit lang din talaga ng mga players natin.
Minsan ano kasi siya eh, parang half-half eh. Game 1 map choice mo, server choice mo dito iba eh. Depende talaga siya eh, kaya mahirap sabihin. Pero ito, si Gambit, early pick, makukuha nila yung smoker. Wala na yung controller. Trade-off. Easy trade, but definitely as he finds another one here, bringing us to a 3v4. Nats is gone, so wala nang Viper Spit, which could have really helped Gambit in this round.
Exactly, yeah.
But meron silang man advantage, kaya kahit papaano okay pa sila.
Yeah, that's true. And tulad nga yung sinasabi natin kanina, it's just all these parang mga sobrang importante na agents dito ng both teams. Kasi talaga pinaka-vital talaga na player, I mean na character, na agent, yun talaga dapat ang papatayin mo, which is yun ang ginawa ng Gambit ngayon, taking down Adol already. Wala na silang cosmic divide, so apparently ang ginawa naman ng CR dito is taken down, and Nats as well as the Viper Spit, and they need to capitalize everything that they have ngayon. It's just all of these firepowers that meron sila, it's just all this guns blazing na lang if ever, and just a 3-1. I mean, tulad ka sabi nga kanina, just momentum based na this map, if ever ko yung momentum, napakahirap talaga makabawi.
Yeah, it's a pretty straightforward round, you know, nothing too crazy here. Just really good awareness from the side of Gambit. Nakakainis talaga yung pag may nakita akong black bars. I mean, like, bro, it doesn't work. I just, you know, okay, look, Asteroid plays black bars.
Yeah,
no,
exactly.
4x3.
Stretch pa minsan.
Stretch pa. See black and blue he plays. I'm like, honestly, you know, these are the pros and I'm sure they know what they're doing, but I think more on habit kasi siya na they brought it over from CS or other games, mostly from CS. Nasanay na sila doon. But in Valorant kasi it doesn't really make that much of a difference kasi hindi sinastretch yung model eh. Onting FOV difference lang siya eh. But it doesn't actually make the model bigger.
Kasi pag mas malaki kasi yung model, parang sinasabi na mas malaki yung ulo, something like that. Nangyayari yun sa CS, pero sa Valorant hindi talaga. Pero preference pa rin eh. Wala naman tayo magagawa kung preference nila yun eh. Pwede natin silang awayin dito. Wala naman silang magagawa. Oo. Oo, di ba? O kala mo naman talaga makagaling, di ba?
Ayun, si Nomad nagsastretch din pala. Tama, oo nga.
Oo, si Nomad nagsastretch din.
And nasa silver pa rin siya.
Hindi ako nagsabi nun ha. Hindi ako nagsabi nun.
Huwag niyo ako sabong kay Nomad.
Oo, hindi ako nagsabi ng gano'n. Pero nga lang going back here in the game right now, Defo pushing in already with that dash. Pero nga lang kailangan na mamatay yung iba't ibang players dito ng CR. Pero nga lang meron tao dito sa may hook ka, pero not gonna be able to tag him because it's just trying to be really sneaky and just trying to mess up with the heads of these players right now. Pero nga lang, that Astra is just waiting patiently though. Pero nga lang, nag-whiff ba? And yes, nag-whiff siya, pero at least naman si Net, so it's fine. Meron siyang Viper Spit though dito sa A. You can actually use that now. Parang at least mahirapan pa lalo na makapag-take ang CR dito. Diyos ko, CR. Tunog ko beta. Tunog ko beta naman, bro.
CR. Pero ayun na nga, clean eco round. Again, one of the really good ways that a team can help, you know, boost themselves in a game and really boost their economy is by having clean anti-eco rounds. Kasi talagang masastabilize nila yung econ, naka-low settings. Low settings, 4x3. But anyway, yeah. So it really helps when you have a clean anti-eco round. Kasi talagang nakakabili kayo ng mga operator just like now because of how clean that they have been getting on their anti-eco rounds. Look, Defo can now afford that operator, and especially on the attacking side, it's not the easiest thing to save for it. Because most of the time, pagdating sa attacking side, when you're trying to break through a site and you're the jet, hindi ka nakaka-save masyado kasi rebuy ka ng rebuy. But because of the fact that you actually have kept your ecos clean, nakakabili na siya ng op ngayon.
After this round, if ever mamatay sila, for sure, pwede pa rin siya makabay ng operator. Pero yun nga lang, 2 rounds, hanggang 2 rounds lang yan.
Yep.
Third round, probably gonna use his Blade Storm na lang. There's a chance na talagang ikikip na lang niya yung Blade Storm yan if ever mamatay siya ng 2 beses or not. Pero yun nga lang, meron naman siya hawak na shorty anyway, so okay lang naman if ever may lumapit sa akin for close quarter combat. Combat.
Okay lang. Midnight na midnight.
Anong oras na kasi pwede Blade Storm.
The site is quartered, turned into 4. Dalawang Astra Wall yan. And they've actually managed to divide and conquer it as Gambit has already taken control over most of the side here. They've gotten 2 kills, but found 3 Nats. Again, one of the best controllers in the world. Nakahanap na siya ng tatlo, looking for what could be an ace. Pero mga nahuli dito si Redgar on the flank. Chronicle will get a trade-off, pero 1v4. I think this round is pretty much done and dusted here.
It's up to Bazzi right now. One more or before that, Rolling Thunder. Pero it's just him. Just trying to save up this gun. Kasi if ever, wala silang pera next round, I guess. Yeah, for sure. So, talagang exit flags na nasa isip niya. So, it's fine if ever namatay yung 4 sa kanila and just isa-save nilang ni Bazzi to. Para lang at least meron isang player sa kanila ang makakuha ng barrel. So, pwede sabihin na kay Bazzi ang sagot if ever kaya pa ba nila makakuha sila ng mga kills or whatnot. Pero yun nga lang. Actually, kung napapansin mo ginagawa ng Gambit dito, they're just pushing. Kung nasa man si Bazzi kasi parang they don't give a damn if ever namamatay sila. They have money anyway. They have a lot of creds naman na pwedeng itapon, so it's fine.
Yeah, you know, they're happy to just throw bodies just to keep challenging the economy of Crazy Raccoon. Kasi yun lang naman talaga kailangan nila gawin eh. Sobrang dami nilang pera and that's, isipin mo lang, it's just like poker. In poker, when you have the chip stack, you want to be the bully, di ba? So, yun ang parang that's how...
Pinapa-fold mo yung kalaban mo.
Pinapa-fold niyo yung kalaban. Kahit magbato ka ng chips, kahit magbato ka ng tao or weapons, basta mapa-fold mo yung yung Crazy Raccoon, mapafold mo yung CR. Mapafold mo yung Crazy Raccoon. It's really weird to say, but yeah, mapafold mo yung Crazy Raccoon. That's fine.
Yeah. Pero what if nag-call? What if nag-call yung CR? Oh.
Punta ka sa CR.
What if nag-call yung CR, hindi umubra dun sa bluff mo?
Ayun lang.
Feeling ko, maglaro na tayo soon eh, pero... Papagalitan tayo ng PPGL.
Malapit na. Pero, well, honestly, this is a full eco round. I don't see a way that Crazy Raccoon's gonna win this round. Honestly, you can probably hit a couple of crazy shots. You can probably make it expensive, but ultimately it's really going to be about whether they can damage the economy of Gambit or not here. And Gambit, as we've seen in the previous anti-eco round, sobrang lilis sila mag-anti-eco eh. So there's really, I don't know. For me, there's no real point in this Vandal from Munchkin.
No point.
Sa tingin ko talaga dapat
nag-force siya eh. Yeah, nag-force siya. I mean, sana na talaga na nag-save na lang siya. Kasi, alam mo yun, parang Valorant basics na yan eh, na dapat pantay-pantay kayo ng economy eh. Pero kung ikaw, nagbida ka na, sige, Vandal ako, kaya ko to, pero yun na nakapatay na isa pa. Nakapatay siya ng isa. Ilan lang naman yung mahukum pag nakapatay ka ng isa? 100, 200, ang baba lang naman, di ba?
Yeah, and
yun nga lang, nagbida eh.
Gambit is not a team that will let you get multiple kills.
Yeah,
kahit nakabalo ka. Gambit is a team na, okay, kung mamatay si Munchkin, kung mamatay si Chronicle, mabilis yung trade niyan eh. Sobrang bilis nila mag-trade. Lalo na sa bind, ang dali makipag-trade. Hindi talaga worth it sa akin yung force buy. I mean, he's probably force buying for maybe because he maybe has blades next round. Siguro may blades siya. Pero sa tingin ko kasi, mas okay na on the defensive side. You save up for that operator. You save kasi napakamahal ng operator ngayon eh. Kahit binawasan nila yung price lately.
Nag-CC siya, yeah. Kahit 4,700 na yan.
Does she even have full stars? Yun ang tanong. Meron yata.
Yeah, meron. Yeah, meron siya. Meron. Pero kasi alam naman natin, in terms of utilities na nga lang nagpapabuhay sa kanila. Yun na lang ang meron sila. So they really need to maximize its capability. If ever you're gonna compare Brimstone, Omen, Astra, 100% kay Astra talaga sila pupunta. Because literally, you have full map control. Kahit saan ka mapunta, mga kaibigan, kayang-kayang puntahan ni Astra yan.
Ito may tanong ako habang timeout.
Sa utilities, rather.
Nachos or popcorn?
That's a tough one, actually.
Yeah, diba? Nachos.
Ang hirap.
Pili ka, nachos or popcorn?
Mahirap. Depende.
Kasi ngayon, sa tingin ko, yung mga taong nanonood ngayon, dahil madaling umaga na, 12 o'clock ng gabi, you get your nachos, you get your popcorn. If you have a girlfriend or boyfriend, you know, snuggle up and watch these games. It's the perfect time to chill out.
Actually, depende pa rin. Depende. Kasi pag kumakain ka ng popcorn, tahimik.
Hindi
Oy, if you're gonna compare
nachos, kumain ng popcorn?
Yo, if ever you're gonna compare nachos to popcorn, mas malakas mas malakas yung sound ng
Hindi mo
nachos.
ako nakitang kumain ng popcorn. Yung popcorn kasi, how do you eat popcorn? There's two kinds of people in this world.
Ako hindi ako yung piece by piece. Siguro mga 5 or dakot ako kumain ng popcorn.
Ako isang buong kamay. Tas
yeah, dude.
One whole handful.
Yeah.
And then I pour the rest into my mouth. Yeah, that's what I like.
Smother that in your mouth, yeah. Yeah, you like that? Yeah.
We're treading on dangerous waters here, baby.
You like that? You like that?
It's
You like that, Ilus Daddy?
Oh no! PPGL, cancel this man.
Ay no, ilang beses na, munti ka na.
Hindi po ako konyo ha. Shoutout sa mga tumatawag sa akin konyo dyan. Hindi po ako konyo, dude. Parrot Chong.
Oh, hindi siya konya pare. Like later, like pagising niya sa umaga,
tatawagin
niya yung kuya to vendor, and he's gonna bite taho, and he's gonna put more arnibal because it's matamis and I like it.
Ayoko ng arnibal, sa totoo lang. Hindi ko talaga. Gusto ko yung taho na may sobrang onti lang. Pero,
na arnibal?
Oo. Yun ang, isa yun ang sa pinaka-miss ko. Yung sa pandemic. Yung sa umaga may magtataho.
Meron pa rin naman eh.
Sobrang bihira, dude.
Hello, baka naman kasi may dumadaan na taho dyan sa inyo, di ba?
Hindi.
Sige, magulat ka kung may dumaan na taho dyan.
Okay, fair enough. Pero hindi na, as in kasi minsan pag nag-drive ako or whatever, wala na nakikitang parang nagtataho. Baka chat kayo ba yung manonood? May nakikita ba kayo nagtataho? Kasi ako parang
Meron.
Okay.
Depende sa siguro sa neighborhood.
Walang
Dude, walang papasok na nagtataho dyan, man. Come on.
Sa condo ako Magulat ka na lang sa labas ng
Magulat ka.
Magulat ka, bro. Mas may kakatok sa pintuan mo sa apartment. Ayos ba yun?
Hindi mo pipilitin ka. Bili mo na to. Masarap yung sago. Oh my God.
Okay. Mukhang medyo matagal yung technical pause natin.
Pero, kung napapansin mo, I mean, pag-usapan na namin ito ni Taylor, I mean, meron silang dahilan no, na kung bakit sila nag-tech pause, diba? Gear. Gear, diba? Kasi
ano nga ba yung gear na sinasabi nila? Actually, hindi ko gets eh.
Oo nga, malay mo sa monitor, like siguro sa peripherals nila.
Okay.
Grabe ng titig na itong lalaking.
Sana all.
Yeah. Sarap siguro ito pag nandito tayo.
Oo, no?
Sa Germany tayo. Oh my God, that's gonna be wild. That's gonna be wild, dude.
Alam mo sino mas mag-wild sa Germany? Feeling ko si Taylor eh.
Oo.
Mag-enjoy sa Germany yan.
Sobra mag-enjoy.
Tama.
Hindi yan sasama sa amin pa uwi.
Doon na lang siya magsastay, hindi na babalik.
Promise. Wala siyang pakialam kahit ma-expire yung visa niya. Basta nasa Germany siya, okay lang.
Guys, ganito yan eh. Pag si Taylor nakapunta ng Germany, magta-TNT na yan.
Men, promise. Tatalikuran niya ang lupang sinilangan para sa Germany.
Magiging Aleman na siya.
Pero yun nga, pupunta naman siya sa Germany, so sana all, diba? Gambit, dude, I mean, to be honest, ang gusto kong makita sa Gambit, yung mga CS players yung mapunta dito, swear.
Yung sinadosya.
Oh my God, dude! Swear! Parang ang ganda sabihin ng pangalan niya eh, no? Dosha with a dash, isipin mo.
Pero alam mo nakita ko na si Kenny at saka si Olaf Meister.
Naglalaro
na sila.
Oo.
Actually, magaling si Kenny S. Hindi na siya magaling sa CS. Magaling na siya mag-Valorant.
Oo. Wala na eh.
Totoo lang Totoo lang. Pero isipin mo si Tenz, hindi naman siya, kasi ito yun eh. Si Tenz, hindi naman siya talagang sobrang galing nung nasa CS pa siya eh.
Diba? Sipin mo man 400 IQ paint shells coming in from Dosha. Oh my God.
Oh my God. Oo nga yun.
Diba?
Siyempre mag-raise siya, diba?
Mahilig sa bombahan yan eh. Hindi ko makakalimutan ng ginawa nila.
Si Taylor kaya nakikinig, parang hindi na, natulog na yata.
Naglalaro si Taylor. Naglalaro. Okay. Pala dito si PJ.
Ang PJ?
Si Jesus Christ, si Papa Jesus, ayun. Dito. Nagko-comment. Ganito kami sa Tagalog.
Guys, lagi
cast,
naman
bro.
nandito si PJ, bro.
Oh,
Sa
tsaka si
puso
JC.
natin. Live Jesus in our hearts forever.
Yeah,
diba?
dude. Oh, pare. Tsaka si JC. Jesus Christ.
What's up, my man, JC?
Hey, yo, PJ, what's cooking?
Minus ligtas points.
Yeah, dude. Oh my God. Oh, si Kenny, sabi ni Chris Del Campo, si Kenny S daw immortal na sa Val.
Talaga.
Tapos Gold Nova to na GN to na siguro. Ang tagal, ano ba?
Casters, start nyo na yung game.
Start nyo na!
Casters, start the game.
Diyos ko! Alam mo yung mga problema nito. Pero ito I mean, to be honest, based on stats, it's gonna be 2-0, man, swear. You're up against the beast, Gambit. Ang hirap. Sobrang daming teams na gustong makalaban ng Gambit.
Yeah, and right now, Crazy Raccoon's just not showing up, dude. Like, I'm looking at what I'm seeing here, and it's like basic fundamental problems. I'm not seeing because look, if you go into a very heavily favored matchup tulad ng Vision Strikers versus Paper X, kailangan nyo gawin yung hustle, like what Paper X did up against Vision Strikers, which is the explosiveness. Of course they had Forsaken, pero meron silang explosiveness, magaganda yung strats nila. Pero ngayon sa Crazy Raccoon, parang maganda, they playing standard eh. Wala pa ako nakikita
sobrang
masyadong
standard nga, man. Flashy moves or anything.
Oh, wala pang aggressive plays, walang ganun. To be fair, medyo mahirap gawin to sa bind. But still, I need a little bit more from Crazy Raccoon, and that's a good start. One pick from Fisker is gonna get us in a 4v5. Redgar goes down, and now it's going to be a little bit of a reset for both teams.
They need to rethink. They need to recover dito sa pagkapatay ng isa. Pero yun nga lang, it's just a defo. Take it down, Fisker. Pinatay mo, kakampi ko. Okay, papatayin na lang. It's fine. Pero nga lang, defo with a 3K with an operator. That is huge. Na ginawa dito ng Gambit. Like, to be honest, I have no idea kung paano nila nagawa yun. Trying to go with a 4K. Oh my God.
Dear.
Operator Ace, can he do that? I think not.
How is he even allowed to? How is he even allowed to walk up onto site with an operator and take 3 players down? There should have been somebody covering the angle. And parang yung nakita ko dito, Crazy Raccoon, hindi sila nag-usap kung mag-hold sila or kung mag-retake sila. Kasi they were in a weird position na biglang pumasok yung dalawa sa spawn. Tapos wala pang tao sa elbow. And then there were still 2 players rotating from all the way back. Now they're so confident. They're even gonna hunt down Ade.
Oh, come on.
Okay. No ace for you?
No ace.
That's fine. Pero to be honest, it's Gambit pub stomping Crazy Raccoons right now.
I mean, there's no reason to sugarcoat it. It is what it is. And if Crazy Raccoon... Oh my God, he even wins at coming out of the smoke. Imagine mo yun.
Ito. At least meron tayong player perspective ni Defo dito. That is the thing that happened, dude. Pixel perfect, man. The reflexes of Defo is really on a top-notch level. Solid. Crazy Raccoons, wala na naman pera dito. Pero at least, di ba? Just mapapanani? Ano lang talaga?
Nani?
Mapapaara-ara ka na lang, di ba?
It is what it is, my friend. But still, we go to 7-1, and there's still a chance for Crazy Raccoon to salvage this half. I don't think it's a big chance. Probably at the very, even because it's an eco now. Oy! Oy, wait lang. Okay, bumabawi. 2 kills. That's a big 2 kills. Here comes Showstopper. Oh my God! To the face net. And that's what we've been waiting for. That's the kind of explosiveness, that's the kind of aggression that we should have been seeing from them on the gun rounds. Hindi lang dapat sa eco linalabas yung mga play na ganun. And that's sort of what's been holding them back. But now we're seeing a little bit more of that kind of playstyle that we want to see from Crazy Raccoon.
Edgar. Si Edgar nakaisip ko nga.
Edgar na may R.
Oo, pero tawag sa Edgar na lang. Madali. Pero yun nga lang, I mean, Seekers, mga kaibigan, wala na rin siya dito. Pero at least, di ba, maganda yung position ni Redgar. If ever nanalo pa sila dito, oh my God, it's over for Crazy Raccoon. Redgar pushing it. Oh my God, pushing it to a 2v1 to a 1v1 situation right now. Munchkin, meron siyang base or meron siyang operator. Pwede natin sabihin na based sa firepower, yes, siya talaga yung may lamang dito. Pero yun nga lang, medyo mahirap to if ever you are doing that diffuse while holding that operator. Malilikuran pa nga. Oh my God! That is a 2v4 situation, my guy.
Oh no, it goes really well for Crazy Raccoon, and then it just all starts to fall apart. Like they started around really nicely with a couple of great kills, and then more experienced teams, this is what happens. Even if you get the pick onto them, marunong talaga silang bumawi, marunong silang mag-level ng playing field, and just a play like that from Redgar, absolutely masterful.
That was Edgar, no? Papogi ng mga CIS teams
Sobrang chill nila din, dude. Nakita mo yung interview nila, 'di ba? Sabi nila, are you feeling any pressure? Wala naman, kami. Okay lang.
To be honest, I really want to see Sentinels versus Gambit sa finals.
Oh, actually.
'Di ba? Swear. Pero talaga yung maraming tao talaga nung gusto makita tong dalawang teams na to. Kasi pwede nating sabihin na for now, parang sila yung top 1 at top 2
Yeah, that's true. They are really just, I think, world class right now. And if there's any team that can take out Sentinel, it's gotta be Gambit. I mean, you look at other teams like Supermassive Blaze. They were looking really weak yesterday, diba? You're looking at the other teams that could potentially throw them off. Ascend, kind of, maybe.
Well, that is actually a big comeback na ginawa nila kasi tinalo ng Supermassive Blaze ang Ascend dati. Pero ngayon na 2-0 na sila, nakabawi na sila, and ang sunod naman na babawian ng Ascend is ang Gambit. Pero yung nga, they need to conquer all their demons first. They need to conquer these teams para at least papunta dito sa bracket ng Gambit, and at least nanalo sila doon. So there's a chance, apparently, na pwede sila maglaban. Pero nga, going back in this game right now, Munchkin there with a double up trap, trying to find all these players ngayon, pero he's being tagged right now. Meron tao dun sa may loob ng bats, pero needs to be really careful because he is low on HP. Nats will be taken down by Fisker. 2v situation. The clock is ticking already. Munchkin, sobrang tagal mo nang nag-aantay dyan, kapatid, pero wala pa rin nangyayari sa'yo. Pero yung alam, just behind you, the timing of the flash is just really great.
Good. May pang-counter yung Gambit sa push ng Crazy Raccoon. May counterplay sila sa retake, dude.
Yeah.
That's how clean they are. They're so real. Look at this. Let's take a look at the retake now. The moment... Oh wait, this is at the start. Mamaya. Gusto ko yung mamaya. Ayan. Handa sila, oh. Ang ganda ng pang-ano nila. The moment na narinig nila na may nag-tap ng spike, nakahanda yung utility nila eh. Explode out onto the site. Retake the retake. Galing.
I mean, yung flash na yon, hindi ine-expect ni Munchkin yun. Tinan mo, nung nag-flash si Shadows. Wala, tumalon na lang si Munchkin eh. At saka, of course, naririnig yun sa likod.
Wala ba siyang cloudburst?
I mean, hindi ko alam.
Hindi ko nakita. Pero kung may cloudburst, he could have smoked himself or something.
Yeah.
But anyway.
At saka, of course, ang ginawa ni Munchkin doon, tumalon lang siya, tapos hinold niya, lumipad siya. Naririnig yun eh. May sound cue yun eh. So, parang magtitingil sa likod, di ba? Come on, man. Ayos, Munchkin.
Kaya ka hindi ka naging full down.
Oo, Munchkin na. Hindi ka nag-evolve.
Eh di sana nag-butternut squash ka na ngayon.
Oo, pwede.
Ay, ano pala? Ano mo yung ano? Choco butternut?
Choco butternut. Yeah. Sobrang daming nababaliw doon. Hindi ako fan ng choco butternut.
Fan ng choco butternut.
Bavarian field pa rin ako, man.
Mahilig ka pala sa...
You want to fight it?
Yeah, dude. Merong cream sa loob. Boston cream din meron.
Oh, Boston cream's good. Oh, wait lang. Oy, teka lang. Nagkasilisi.
Nagkasilisi.
That's awkward. Munchkin. Oy, mali. Ba't ka na tumitingin? No.
30 seconds left. One enemy.
The patience, the timing of Gambit. Kaibigan, walang magawa CR, and that is a big diversion na ginawa sa A. Akala nyo sa A kami pupunta, no? It's a prank!
Yeah, but like... Easy. Oh, wait. He gets that kill through the wall, fully flashed headshot. All right. That's respect play right there, but... Gonna get tagged up here by the recon dart. 1v2. Could this be massive advancing? No, I'm gonna be shot out through the wall. Shados. Mukhang makaka 10-1. 10-1.
10-1, dude. 10-1 here in Berlin Masters, my guy.
This is not what you expect to see at a tournament of this level. World Championships na to, dude.
Best of the best.
Best of the best, and you're seeing a 10-1 scoreline. This is all going wrong for Crazy Raccoon right now.
Pwede natin sabihin na it's just siguro Gambit is just too much for Crazy Raccoons right now.
Gambit pa rin kasi yun, you know?
Oh, Gambit is still Gambit. Taga dyan. Top 1, EMEA, CIS. Hindi kayo na.
But is there...
Oh
no, you have to hit those shots.
God.
You need to hit those shots. Oh, Munchkin. Munchkin.
Hindi ka man na naging full donut.
Hindi ka
Oh my God, Munchkin's not
my
on
God!
Si Edgar! Paring Edgar! Oh my God, with a 3. Depo.
One enemy.
Oh! Wala man lang kabawas-bawas ang Gambit.
They're too good. Those are literally one of the times where you just say, guys, I think they're better than us. I think they might be better than us. This is one of those times.
Ang sinasabi ng Crazy Raccoon dito, sabi ko sino matulog na tayo
Sabi sa inyo.
Kasi sinasabi kasi ni Munchkin, 1 game pa eh. Ito tuloy ang nangyari sa atin.
Kaya tag niyo yung tropa nyo 1 game pa kahit losing streak na.
Sabi sa inyo, tulog na tayo guys eh. Sa hotel na lang tayo.
It just doesn't feel like Crazy Raccoon's comfortable on this map choice. Look, I don't know. They're not they had one good round and they lost that round, you know, when they started off strong.
Pero halftime muna tayo mga kaibigan, and we're gonna be back in your screens right now. And then and now you're seeing live that Ilustrado is now speaking in Tagalog, casting in Tagalog apparently.
Okay, wait lang. Titignan ko muna yung best maps ng I'm looking at the stats right now for Crazy Raccoon. And actually, Bind is it's a decent map for them. They're okay lang at it. 56% lang sila dito win rate.
Ano yung best map nila?
Their best map is Split na 10-2 sila. At saka Icebox 77%. And their Breeze is actually 100% win rate.
Anong score? 10-2?
10-2. 2-10.
Say 2-10. Yeah, nice. My heart is happy, bro.
I walked into that one. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah,
fair play.
Like everyone in the chat really wants to hear you say 2-10. Yeah. Because I mean, wala namang masama sa 2-10 guys.
Wala naman talaga.
That's a score.
Pag naka-score ka, talaga mapapatut.
Well, pag nanalo yung ano. Pag nanalo sila. Pero score 111 eh. So,
it's not even. It's 1-1-1.
Yeah, 1-1-1, dude. I mean, oh my God. I mean, feeling ko, alam na ng Crazy Raccoons kung ano yung mangyayari sa kanila eh. Nung lumabas pa lang yung brackets, pagkatapos nung Sea Challengers, parang Nani?
Ray, tigilan mo ako. Tigilan mo ako ka.
They're okay lang at it.
They're okay lang at it. Okay, fine, whatever. But still. Anyway, 11-10, look. I'm gonna ask you this, and let's be honest about it, Vil. Ito na ba yung point na sasabihin mo, GG next?
Oo.
No, diba? Parang,
11-10. Pwede naman mag-type ng FF eh.
Pwede naman, no? Pero parang pangit tignan eh, kaya siguro wag na lang. Look, let's just be honest here. This is not their best map. And Gambit, they're very good at bind, actually. Gambit,
this is their map pick.
Yeah, exactly. They're very good at this map. They rarely ever lose bind. They have a 78 win rate on it. 36 wins, 10 losses, and as I said, they're just not prepared.
Actually, ganito lang yan. Kasi sa map bans kasi mga kaibigan, meron tayong mga rules na ginagawa. Siyempre, bans muna before picks. Pwede nating sabihin na hindi binan ng Crazy Raccoons ang bind for some apparent reason na hindi natin alam. Kasi if ever na magbaban ka, ibig sabihin nun, parang magbaban ka dun sa mga mapa na iisipin mo yung sarili mo eh.
I think they banned Ascent. Ano ba yung bandit? I want to double check.
Yeah. Hindi rin masyado na actually hindi ko medyo naiintindihan eh. Pero yun nga
kasi we had this long technical issue di natin nakita actually.
Yeah. Ibaban mo yung map na ayaw mo rin laruin.
Yeah.
Dalawa yung iisipin mo dyan. First is ibaban mo yung mapa na pinakamalakas yung kalaban which is yun yung ginawa ng Paper Rex back then na binan nila yung Haven ng Brent. Second is ibaban mo yung mapa na ayaw mong laruin. So dalawa yung iisipin mo. Ano yung uunahin mo? Yung mas malakas yung kalaban or dun sa mapa na alam mong medyo dehado kayo. Dalawa lang naman yun. It's really up to you guys.
And I really think that the choice here, you know, Vil, you mentioned you banning the opponent's maps. If there's any map to ban, and sa tingin ko ito yung nangyari, binan ni Crazy Raccoon yung Ascent. Kasi alam mo ba yung stats ng Ascent para kay Gambit? 90% win rate. Then ito yung malala. 44 wins. 5
44
losses.
Wins.
5
oh
losses.
my God, in Ascent.
Yeah, so that's what you gotta ban against Gambit, alright? 44 wins, 5 losses.
Pero ang problem dito, Ilu, is they're really strong sa lahat ng mapa.
Oo nga eh. Yung pinaka-weakest map nila is Breeze, 60% win rate, 3-2. Pero they probably just ban it all the time and they haven't gotten much chance to play it. Their next weakest map is Haven, which is 64% on 7 and 4.
Tignan mo it's all 60 plus yung win rate nila.
Yeah, it's not like, I don't know, Crazy Raccoon, they're very 50-50. A lot of their maps are actually lower than 70% eh.
Kaya pala yun nasabi ng Gambit eh. Parang, they're pretty chill. They're like, okay lang. I mean, parang, tignan mo si Edgar. Just trying to be really aggressive. Just using,
alright.
Yeah, just using that smoke as a cover para lang at least trying to be really aggressive as well. And nawala na yung isa sa main fragger ng Crazy Raccoon dito. In terms of area of AoE damage, wala na.
Wala na. Indeed, but they're gonna be trying to barrel their way onto site here. 3v3 ngayon, so at least Crazy Raccoon have managed to find their way onto site. Nakahanap sila ng beeline just to get onto it. But they have a lot of utility. Counter it on the Gambit side. Redgar works his way around. They haven't dealt with him. They haven't spotted him. And that's actually going to be a 1-for-1 exchange. But now it's all up to Fisker, 23 HP, and the right click to finish off the round. 3 kills mula kay Chronicle. And this game's done, man. 12-1 in the pistol loss. I don't think it's going to happen.
Match point. Yeah, they're like literally all over the map, man. All over the site. Like, hindi mo na lang, magugulat ka lang nasa likod mo na, sa gilid mo na. And it's all because of Shadows, because sa mga, ano niya, sa mga flashes niya. They really want to mess up with the heads of Crazy Raccoons right now, and it's really working.
And I honestly don't think, if you look at what's happening, I don't think Gambit are even really using strats anymore. Like, I don't mean this as a form of disrespect. They're not actually using their set plays because obviously they'll want to hide them for like the later stages of the tournament. But I think Gambit at this point, they're just playing off of how well they can read Crazy Raccoon. And they're reading them so well, diba?
At saka parang ginagawa nila parang usual callouts na lang. Parang, alam mo yun, hindi na sila nag-set na pro tayo dito, ganyan. Ito yung gagawin natin, denote it, blah, blah, blah. Hindi eh. Parang mga usual thing nilang. Parang, alam mo yun, just like a normal day for Gambit, man. Na nagpa-practice siguro or something like that. Pwede kasi sila mag-throw dito eh. Pero bawal kasi pa mag-throw ka eh. Mawawarningan ka eh.
Mawawarningan ka eh. Medyo masama yun eh.
Pag na-warningan ka, oops! Hindi pwede. Magalit si PJ.
Magalit si PJ. Okay. They're gonna try for another last-ditch effort. Literally Hail Mary play.
Oh my God.
But Gambit's nuts. He doesn't care. He's just gonna walk into it. And he gets a kill with a snake bite.
Total annihilation from the side of Gambit. And wala nang nagagawa ngayon ng Crazy Raccoons. They only have those Sheriffs, those Marshal, but the Shadows just shutting them down already. It's up to 8, man.
And, you know, Crazy Raccoon, they look so defeated, dude. Sobrang...
Tira mo yung binili nila. Those Vandals and Phantoms agad. They really want to end the game already. Hindi na sila nag-isip na Spectre and stuff. Hindi na.
Tapusin na natin.
Full buy na tayo kung anong kaya ng baril natin. Kahit 0 na yung credits natin, it's fine. We're gonna win anyway. Yun na nasa isip ng anak ng
it was just, again, a clear-cut victory for them. You know, honestly, I think it's gonna have a lot to do with the next map. We're gonna go for those handshakes, high fives, medyo awkward, pero okay lang.
No, they're chill lang. Chill lang. Diba?
Konting TikTok.
Yeah. It's like a walk in the park, dude.
They do the slap squat. They do the slap squat. The mad lads. Oh my God, I can't believe they did the slap squat on stream.
I mean, for Crazy Raccoons right now. I mean, going to game number 2, kailangan hindi sila ma-down dito or whatsoever. I mean, in terms of mental fortitude, chill din naman. Super chill lang man. Parang, okay, 12-1. I mean, 13-1. Good job, guys. I mean, there's a chance siguro they're expecting it to happen. And for Crazy Raccoons, they're expecting to be stumped by Gambit. Pero they didn't expect na ganito kasakit yung nangyari.
All right. It was a great game. You make a great point, but you know, there's really no point in trying to hard analyze what we just saw. Kasi napaka-clear cut yung nangyari. Like, look, if you're and I'm pretty sure that the English panel will do the same. Just they're gonna say the exact same thing. They got bodied, they got bullied, and they got absolutely destroyed. Yun lang talaga yung nangyari. Kasi parang
Welcome to Berlin, man.
Welcome to Berlin. Yun ang pinakamasakit, no? Welcome to Berlin, and then you get
first game
13-1.
Yeah. First game, nice game, brother. Come on.
Di pa nga ako naka-order ng delivery ko eh. Tapos na yung game, nag-order pa lang ako eh.
Tignan mo, lumilipad siya. So, kita yun, man. I mean, hindi kita, pero rinig yun.
It is what it is.
Alam mo yun, wala nga tayo narinig. Nice! Wala tayo narinig na ganun eh.
Wala?
Wala, kasi wala naman there's no point para sumigaw sila ng ganun, man.
Oh, di ba? Parang kanina yung mga team sobrang hype, di ba? Nice one! Pero ito ba? Okay, ayos yun. Nice.
Nag-chat pa yan, nice. Nice play, nice one.
Nice shot. Sa all shot pa.
Kaya pa?
Kaya pa.
Kaya na ba yun? Todo na ba yan? Tipong ganun mga pinag-usap.
But I think we're gonna be going into a short break. Tama ba? Alright, so we're gonna be taking a short break. Magbabalik tayo muli dito sa ating coverage ng VCT Berlin. Ako nga pala ang inyong shoutcasters, mga kaibigan. Ako si Ilustrado with a 1 for an eye. Ito nga pala si Vil. And then joke lang. And we'll go back in a second. Don't go anywhere.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins. First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials. And entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture. Bye.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins. First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials. And entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture. Bye.
I wanna be better than I already am, to see clearer than I already see, to breathe deeper than I already breathe.
Welcome back to Masters Berlin, where we just witnessed our most dominant game of the tournament so far. An absolute statement coming out of Gambit as they take the first map on Bind in 13-1 fashion. Kukuka, that was nutty, to say the least.
Yeah, nutsy, to say the least. Yeah. Sorry. Okay, Jinsu did this to me. I'm not going to take responsibility for this one. Yes, that was a lot of dominance, the 13-1. What can you say? I was actually scared because, as we knew, it was their first LAN, so they might be, a little bit overwhelmed. Didn't show up on the server.
Yeah, to be honest, it looked like they were really happy to be there. All smiles. Redgar was like waving at everybody. Like Mitch and Tom were Cassie's like, hi! Like the entire time. Nats too had a couple of moments where he was smiling. So yeah,
I saw him smile at the end of the map. He said, that's the thing. He's not that insane. He's too focused on the game. The game is over. He can smile. He's actually a very normal human being. And this, I feel like they started off pretty slow. Just playing their game, playing how they knew, because they saw the changes that Crazy Raccoon had made, and they had to maybe adapt to them. But they were so dominant that even playing their game, they got the win.
Yeah, strategically, it felt very, very good for Gambit. I think that's one of the first times we really get to see them flex their entire strat book really, really early on. Sean broke down an insane Viper play and Asher combination, which I think is really, really strong on Bind right now, that I think we'll continue to see down the line.
Totally in their element. And I love you calling back to Sean's breakdown of Nat's plays, because not only was he a major source of the utility, being the first person on the site, but then when you follow it up by hitting all of the shots and being the top fragger on your team, you're unstoppable at that point.
Crazy, especially what we're going to see next on Icebox. I don't even know what to expect from that one. But I feel like something that Mitch said, I feel it's that they were the cycle of utility that they had, especially for the beginning of the round. It gave them so much control, but it wasn't only the utility, also the ultimates. They were, it was a clean game from them.
Yeah, it was clean all around. From all the pistols were also very nicely executed and whatnot. So I expect to see that Icebox should go the same type of way, but it is a question, because for me, Crazy Raccoon also, while my impression of them coming into this event, that they have very strong, solid executes, but the execution, the ideas are good, the execution is lacking a little bit, and I think that still was there, right? The ideas were good, but they need the players to be adding to that as well.
And I know it was already, brought up as a question from the casters whether or not that 6-7-man roster is going to come into play, but in fact it will not, to my knowledge, here on Icebox. And so you're left wondering a little bit, when you just took a dominant 13-1 loss, where do you find your answers?
Yeah, so the change that we would have seen if they kept the composition on Bind would be with Minty on that roster, but no, so we're gonna keep Neth in. Are they going to bring surprises? I feel this is like their pick. Probably the surprises are gonna come from Gambit. I would love to see it. Gambit has played some KO here before. We've seen some crazy things. I don't expect a lot, but yeah, I expect something new.
I think Bazi is going to be moving off from Breach in this map as well, which I think is going to be good, because on Bind, he found no value whatsoever. You were thinking, oh, okay, there's going to be some fault line plays, some really set executes that are going to hit Gambit and scare them, but I don't think that happened at all. So moving to Sova should be good.
I feel like also it's good that Gambit are starting and decided to start defending, because their attack is not their strongest on this Icebox. And I also feel that on the other side, we have a Crazy Raccoon that moving on to that Sky plus Sova, they have so much information and their defense is so incredibly strong that, that would have been dead for them.
Getting some kisses blown from the Gambit squad as we get ready to dive into our Prime Gaming Agent Select for map number 2. I also do wonder, though, on the side of Crazy Raccoon, whether or not we're going to see Munchkin and Fisker swap swap back in terms of their agents because, as we had mentioned in the pregame, more KJ and Sky for Munchkin recently, but he did opt for that Jet in map number 1.
Yeah, and I actually felt like when we were watching that there was some value behind it because Munchkin was calling for flashes that he usually was throwing out for his teammate, which could have been nice, but again, that value not necessarily there. Maybe the confidence for, of course, Fisker wasn't up there. I also think that the Jet play that Munchkin had wasn't as aggressive as you could have seen with Fisker.
I'm keeping my eyes peeled. Everybody at home should be doing the same because I see a lot of 100%. And Shadows is going to be the first one saying, okay, this is not going to be our picks because obviously Chronicle cannot pick another Rain on campus.
Yeah, and again, the Munchkin, you were just asking about that, Dash. He's playing the Jet once again, Bazzi on Sova like I was talking about, but that definitely raises questions.
Yeah, I'm going to be curious to track that throughout the remainder of the tournament, whether or not they move away from it after this one or he finds his rhythm. That's the thing, right? He could find his rhythm, find that aggression, and pull it through. We still get the Sky, so the duo of agents will still exist for the squad.
Is it going Sova? Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah. I mean, it's what they're lacking, you know, the info. I'm concerned about the fact that Crazy Raccoons decided to put Munchkin on the Jet. We do have, for example, 5K, who goes on the duelist and still being the IGL, but to me is a little bit risky, especially if we think about their situation right now.
Yeah, one more point also on that agent select. Ade back to Viper, and in my mind, he was the Viper specialist, so I was very lost when, you know, he was playing Astra and they were playing that as a single controller without a Viper in Ade.
Matching Viper for Viper. It was a 13-1 on map 1, but this is Crazy Raccoon map choice. So let's see if they've got something special to deliver to us today as we send it back over to Mitchman and Tom.
Well, this looks like we could...
We're back here in the VALORANT Masters. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Phil alongside with me is Illustrator right here, and we're going to be your casters here in game number 2 of Gambit versus Crazy Raccoon here in Icebox, which is apparently they have more than like a 77% win rate here in Icebox, man. So I can't wait what's going to happen today, Ilu.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm hoping that the next game is going to be a good one, the next series. Just kidding. I'm hoping this is going to be better as well. And, you know, nakita talaga natin na yung first game behind Crazy Raccoon is not prepared for it. Siyempre, pick talaga ng Gambit yun. Dun talaga sila magaling. And it's probably just the reason why we saw that. Now, I mentioned something off stream earlier. This game could be a little bit better for both of these teams here, especially for Crazy Raccoon. Kasi this is actually one of Crazy Raccoon's best picks. They have like a 75 win rate on it. They've won 10 wins out of their 13 games. And but at the same time, Gambit, they also have a very high success rate. So let's see how it goes as we go into the game itself.
So in terms of stats, dun sa 77 plus win rate niyon, sobrang daming nalaro ng Gambit dito. Dito sa map na to, if you're gonna compare it to Crazy Raccoons. Pero let's see if ever, kung ano ba magagawa ng Crazy Raccoons dito, maybe we're gonna see a big comeback or probably biglang matuwan ng Crazy Raccoons to if ever lang na biglang sumapi sa kanila yung katawan. Biglang sumapi sa katawan nila yung mga Valorant gods. Pero but still, hindi ko alam kung anong ginagawa ng Crazy Raccoons dito, kung bakit nila tinatalikuran lahat. Diba?
Oh no, the lineup won't even make it. The lineup.
Yeah, dude. Anong ginagawa ng Crazy Raccoons, man?
Wait. He threw out the snake bite, but where did it go?
I don't know, dude.
Di ba snake bite yun?
Ewan ko. Meron pa siyang ginamit na skill. Hindi, nag-wall si nag-wall din si Sage
Enemy remaining.
Wait lang, nag-wall ba? Oh, nag-wall siya eh. Oo, nag-wall siya.
Malapit. Okay.
Oo. Pero yun nga lang, yung wall dun sa may maze.
Right. Anyway, yeah, there was no crossfire on that defense, I think. And the fact that Defo just walks in and gets 2 picks na walang nag-bait sa kanya, it's a very big problem. It's a very big sign that we're not doing right. Automatic, you know, these are the things na as casters over time na nakikita natin na yung mga mistakes na ganito, it's a very telltale sign na, okay, shit, parang may mali dito.
Pero... Bulat ako dun. Na-realize mo rin ba? Oo. Wala nangyari. Pero at least, diba, let's see if ever makakawa dito ang Crazy Raccoons is like, man, this is gonna be a pub stomp version 2 or not.
You know, honestly, there are these things that we see, like as casters, parang if these small mistakes happen, then you already know that something's kind of wrong. And I said this in the previous round, Crazy Raccoon, if they want to take a series, talaga, they have to, and the desk even said it, they have to make magic happen. Pero sa tingin ko kasi yung Crazy Raccoon, hindi pa sila nakaka-innovate. Di katulad na nakita natin sa Paper X Vision Strikers kanina. Yung Paper X Vision Strikers, yung Paper X, ang gaganda ng mga execute nila. Yung Viper Wall sa B, yung kinat yung buong B site hanggang orange. Tapos nag-push sila doon. Ang gaganda yun. Pero hindi yun ang nakikita natin dito kaya na eh. Tsaka yung eco rounds ng Paper X.
Tingnan mo, it's just the two players of Gambit shutting down Crazy Raccoons right now. It's just a Nats.
Yeah.
At saka si Edgar.
And,
I mean,
and even a really top tier team, they're gonna be good on classics. They're gonna be good on everything.
Yeah. Ano mo, parang nagtitigit na siya kung meron pa siya dandruff sa sa kahilay niya. Pero, I mean, okay.
Hey, one day, malay mo, baka may mga sponsors tayo na brand na katulad
pangkilay.
Yung clear.
Oh, yeah, dude.
Pero di na mag-apply sa yun. Hindi mo naman kailangan nun eh.
Oh, yeah. Baliw. May buhok pa rin naman ako kahit pa paano. Pero,
nag-shampoo ka ba?
Oh, malamang! Baliw ka ba?
Hindi ko alam.
Siyempre.
Okay.
Oo, share ko lang. Okay. Pero, etong si Fisker getting that high ground advantage. Let's see if he's gonna... Oh my god, it's picking out in the wrong angle again and again, but still, I mean, Batsy there.
Still a favorable trade though. Rifle for a rifle for a SMG.
Yeah, dude. I mean, good rin. Pero, na-trade rin siya. Good trade sa ginawa nila dito. Pero yung alam, Munchkin being tagged right here. Meron siyang Vandal. Pero yung alam, parang dito wala na siyang Spectre. If ever na-run dito, oh my god, you are done. But still, Neth is trying to heal up all his enemies lang. Pero yun nga lang, it's just Neth again. Finding the spike already. There's gonna be a big retake from the side of Gambit. Pero that Spectre!
Wow.
Spectre gameplay. Neth got the angle, got veered out. Meron siyang lineup, but it's too early.
For what? He didn't even tap it yet.
Oh, hindi mo pa nga narinig yung pag-tap eh.
This is really questionable from what I'm seeing here from Crazy Raccoon.
Dude.
Like, this is like, I don't know, this is like fundamental stuff.
Yeah.
Why throw a double shotgun when they haven't even tapped it?
Exactly.
Spike установлен.
Alam mo, I mean,
Tsaka yung Spectre na yan, how is he allowed to get 2 kills with a Spectre from that range?
Yung siya na lang yung mag-isa, parang, sige, bato ko na to. Para lang at least mabato ko tong shocklet ko.
I don't know.
Pang ACS?
Oh
my god, dude. After ng Berlin, disband to.
Hindi naman siguro. Baka roster changes.
Ang hater natin.
Well, to be honest, sa tingin ko kailangan nila ng, there's going to be a lot that has to change for Crazy Raccoon. Kasi look, they are the team that qualified second in Japan. And sure, for the Japan context, that's okay.
Yeah.
But if we look at it at the global context, sobrang hindi. If they want to compete at the next challengers, at the Champions tour mismo, sa Champions, this is not gonna be enough.
Yeah. I mean, sa totoo lang, nakikita ko I mean, actually, PaperX can actually pub stuff Crazy Raccoons. Di ba? Kaya nila.
Kung nandito yung brand, di ba? Di ba?
Oo.
Kung nandito yung brand.
Oo, pero move on na tayo, bro.
Move on na tayo.
Move on na tayo. Naka-move na sila.
Naka-move na ba?
Pero ito, si Bozzy, I mean, well, na-save naman yan kanina, so it's fine. Pero, retakes, you're up against Vandals man, pero na-retake lang ng mga Spectres. Parang, yun yung statement mo eh. Yun yung pag-retake na rin. That is actually a huge statement na for the side of Crazy Raccoons na, oh my god, they can actually retake us with these kinds of guns. Like, what if kaya na meron pa sila, naka-full buy pa sila, di ba? So, it is gonna be the same thing na nangyari dun kanina sa bind.
Yeah. I mean, I like that they call for the tactical timeout early on, and it's actually a good thing. But the problem also lies in the fact na ang aga pa lang nag-tactical timeout na sila. I gets mo yun? Parang, what you shouldn't have to need a tactical timeout at 0 and 4.
Yeah.
Tignan mo yung nakahiga pa yung isa, nakahiga pa yung dalawa.
Oh, but can you do this?
Oh, kaya mo ba yan? Kaya ko rin yan.
Oh, can you try to do this? Syempre, I mean, secret lab tayo. Thank you very much, secret lab. For our... Tignan mo, chill lang, diba? Oh my God, chill lang!
Nagme-meditate pa siya.
Oh my God!
Sa tingin mo ba legit yan na hindi sila kinakabahan? Sa tingin mo ba legit yan?
Oo, hindi talaga. Hindi talaga, man. I mean, they know this already. Sobrang chill lang. Hindi na kasi nag-uusap siguro eh. Yung callouts nila, hoka. Parang, hoka. Parang, meron tao dun sa nest. Okay, ganun. Boba. I mean, parang small talks na lang eh.
How was your day? Ano yung kinain mo?
Chill. Oh my God, dude.
Pero okay yung music, dude.
Usap yun nila. Oh, yeah. Alam mo siya, parang yung ganito, trance, house music. Oh my God.
And I like the fact na
House
medyo
Manila.
modern siya, tsaka medyo astig siya. Kasi hindi siya nakatulad na yung parang, yung mga dubstep playlists or like yung
ang daming wobs.
Yung wob. Yung, enough of that. Enough. No, this is cool. Medyo, mas okay yung taste.
At saka yung music niya, parang dun sa visuals ng stage ngayon, sakto, diba?
Parang futuristic,
just water, pare. Just flowing.
Yep. Parang kang nag-yoga class na sa future.
Tapos kasi pinapakinggan niya yun. Tapos kasama mo yung yoga instructor.
And downward dog.
Do you like that? Chill lang. With all these gums and stuff.
I can't believe they have an actual graphic for the tech post na ganito.
Yun nga, that's gear.
Sobrang astig gear.
Oh, diba? I mean, this is the first time na meron akong nakita na
bakit may gear?
Oo, diba? Tech post gear. Tech post CR. Tech post WiiWi.
Tech post WiiWi.
Yung mga dahilan nila. Yung hindi na sila nag-uusap eh. Diba?
Bawal.
Talaga?
Bawal mag-usap pag tech post.
Oh.
Actually, bawal yata rin silang kahit uminom ng tubig, bawal nga eh.
Talaga? Okay.
Tsaka, kaya nga sila humihiga na lang. Kasi bawal sila mag-usap, bawal sila Actually, sa tingin ko, kahit tubig nga, bawal eh.
Okay. Now I know, TIL.
Paano pag 30 minutes yung tech post mo, pero ihing-ihi ka na? Yun ang problema, diba?
Hindi lagi yung tech post gear, tapos may WiiWi. Okay, I mean, TIL, hindi sila pwedeng magsalita. Alright, okay. On-screen graphics lang ba yung map select or real-time holo? I mean, of course, ano lang yan sa prod side na yun. Yep. Hindi na nakikita yung holos. It's just the
ang tanong ko,
prod side din talaga.
Hindi siya projected onto the ground? AR yan?
No. AR yun, bro.
Yung mga tech post gear na yan?
Hindi, yung mga tech post gear, sa ano siya? Live yun. Nasa stage talaga siya. Pero yung mga holo, AR.
AR yan.
Kung anong ginagawa talaga ng Riot all the time, puro AR. At saka yung ginagawa natin sa Mineski, bro, AR din yan, di ba?
Yeah, oo.
Solid.
Yung ginagawa natin, AR na may A. Ara.
Parang tag-games ka. Batsy! Bakit hindi mo pa napatay yun? I mean, you have a clear shot!
We brought it down to 39, but he's gonna be healed up. So now, alright. Take a look and see how this goes. Nag-hero buy si Batsy. Siya lang yung may Vandal. And sa tingin ko talaga, kailangan nilang makahanap ng first pick para at least ma-open yung site. At least. Ayun, yun ang hinahanap nila. 1 kill. So baka may chance sila ngayon. They get all spotted out right here by the recon. That's 3 people. Medyo nagkauntugan sila. They all get flashed out as well. Fisker's finding a response. Redgar finds one as well. 3v3 na sila ngayon. At saka makukuha ni Chronicle ang hold towards that upper side on 410. Near 410 rather. And that's gonna be the final kill in the round. Redgar ang tatapos. Okay, eco round, expensive. But at the end of the day, Gambit doesn't care. They'll have enough money to buy anyway.
Yeah. I mean, tulad nga ng ginagawa dito. Actually, nag-change nga sila. I mean, Fisker... sorry. I mean, dito sa side ngayon ng ng Gambit, medyo nag-switch sila ng mga gamit nilang mga agent ngayon. Well, alam naman natin sa Icebox, it's just that Reyna talaga. If ever you're gonna ask me kung Sky or Reyna in Icebox, dude, it's all the way Reyna for Icebox, for Icebox. Because we have this designated agents talaga na sobrang solid sa isang map. Tulad na lang sa split. Sino bang super okay sa split? It's Breach. I mean, something like that, dude.
Yeah, I agree. They're gonna go with a straight up A hit now. And let's see. Parang wala pa namang anything special with this A hit. Mukhang standard pa rin siya so far. And because of that, this is something that Gambit is so ready for. They've seen this execute 100 million thousand times in scrims, in their competitive games. Nakita na nila tong lahat eh. So parang sa tingin ko nothing special lang talaga sa A side hit na yun. We've seen it too many times, and Gambit are just too ready for it.
5-0. Maaga tayong matatapos eh.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Well, actually, ito yung first game. Ito yung first game na ikakas mo dito, no?
Kita yung pa,
first day, first game, Ilu. Then ito yung match. Are you happy?
Not really. I mean, we all wanted to see a close game, you know. We all wanted to see the hype, the Berlin. Yung Vision Strikers Paper X game talagang had my heart racing, you know, feeling something nice. But this is a little bit of a letdown, I would say. So far.
Nakahabol sila eh, no? I mean, actually, if ever natuloy nila yung momentum nila dun sa first half.
But it's not over, so who knows? Maybe.
Oh.
Anything can happen on land.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Anything can happen on land.
Yun yung one thing eh. Kasi it's like going out sa comfort zone mo na maglalaro sa LAN. It's actually really different if you're gonna compare it to an online setup or like kunyari sa isang parang close event lang na maliit na LAN setup. Iba pa rin talaga yung ganito pag nasa big stage is like you're being observed by a lot of people, being watched by thousands and thousands of people. I mean, iba yung pressure eh.
Not hundreds of wow. Okay, that's a shot. That's something. Maybe that's something that they can go off of. So Munchkin ngayon. Okay, big misses.
Nice kill coming from Munchkin though.
Nabawi niya with another kill. So 3v4 na ngayon retake here. But like I said, Gambit, they have everything. They even have the res available. It's gonna be the Hunter's Fury to be deployed. They're gonna push on top of that Hunter's Fury, and with pistols, sobrang hirap nitong
what?
Tingnan mo si Nax. Si Nax nakapasok na. How did he get this far back in without being checked? And Redguard's just there with a cleanup. Nats knows where the last one is. And with 2 bullets, he's not able to get it. They don't even have time.
That is a TK. That is a TK, bro.
Oh, they have time.
TK yun. Pinatay ni base si Nef.
Talaga? Saan yun?
Oo! Hunter's Fury!
Seryoso? Oh my god.
Oo! Na-TK! Oh my god! Sige, pag may replay. Sana may replay. Para pakita natin. Ayan. Napatay niyo yung kakampi niya.
What?
Ayun, oh.
There is no reason that should ever happen. Ang ganda pa naman ng position ni Neth.
Oh my god!
Ang ganda pa naman ng position niya.
Ano yan? Communication yun. Tsaka hindi communication, placement. Angle. Bakit to angle na ng dalawa? Ang ganda ng position ni Neth, pero hindi na kinonsider si Neth dun sa angle ng ng Hunter's Fury.
Yeah. Easy kill.
Oh my god.
They need to be using utilities to clear it out, and you know they have the res. Yeah, okay, sure. Whatever. But that's so much information already. The ultimate, yung Viper's Pit, na deploy na sa okay. And now that the Viper's Fury, the Viper's Pit is deployed in B, there's really no way that they can really clear out B, so they're just gonna try and get lucky into the A side. Sana tumama sila. That's a good opening.
Munchkin.
That's what they found.
Yeah.
Munchkin gets the opening pick onto Defo right there. But Redguard from up on above, will miss the second shot. Will be traded out by Chronicle. Pero 3v3 na ngayon.
But actually, si Redgar, you don't have to do that, man.
Feeling ko greedy lang siya, eh, no?
Oo, sobrang greedy niya. I mean, sobrang taas ng confidence niya na, sige, kayang-kaya ko to. Pero hindi, you don't have to do that.
Hunter's Fury?
All you gotta do is stay and wait. Pero nga lang, Hunter's Fury is
Oh my God, blind
God,
yun, ah.
taking down the only person na pwede magpapanalo sa inyo.
The
That
dismiss?
fact, and that dismiss again.
Wow.
And that 2K coming in from Shados. Dude, that is a really unfortunate thing nangyari sa CR.
Ang linis. Ang linis ng retake ng ng Gambit. Sobrang inintay lang ni Shados yung right time, oh. Tapos pag drop down, kill, dismiss agad. Alam niya na vulnerable siya from the left, dismiss agad. He didn't even look left to see if it's possible, no? Dismiss muna bago siya mag-check, and then he actually wins the duel.
I mean, to be honest, for Crazy Raccoons, they actually waited. They actually waited for that Viper spit, dude, for 7 rounds. And napatay ka lang agad-agad. So they have to wait for like 7 rounds again. Oh my God, Nat! That wall bang is amazing. It's crazy.
With a K.
With a K. What is happening to Crazy Raccoons, man? I mean, there's nothing to cast again.
3 down.
What? It's like, sige, audition. Valorant Got Talent, mga kaibigan.
You just can't challenge. Ito yung
Oh my God!
Just walk out one by one, don't you?
Valorant Got Talent, ladies and gentlemen. Chronica will be dead. Aid will be dead.
Ito yung dude. Ito yung sobrang gusto ko sa LAN, eh. Sarap pag-hold ng angle pag LAN, no? They probably feel it.
Man.
Kita mo naman ang bilis ng reaction time ni Nats doon, no? The moment na may lalabas, tinan mo kita yan. One shoulder lang nakita niya, nag-pre-fire siya, dalawa pa yung nakuha niya. Ayan.
Ito yung sobrang crispy. Ang sarap sa feeling, di ba? Ito pa isa. Oh,
bam!
Hindi ba gumalaw si Nuts eh. Andun lang siya, just waited for the perfect opportunity. And he used it, and he did it, and he killed it. 8-0, man. Is this gonna be the third 13-0 sa VCT?
Ano ba yung first two?
Yung second, yung kay yung sa Alpha. Yung first, yung isang, sa Southeast Asia pala.
Sa Southeast Asia.
So, but still, Japan is still sa Southeast Asia. Oh,
De,
parang, not Southeast, pero Asia. Basta doon yung Asia. Doon yung A.
Malaki yung Asia, bro. Oh my God.
Tracked him!
Why would...
Ba't sila isa-isa?
I don't know why they're all... I think they're tilted, dude. Because they're swinging wide in positions where they know that there's an opponent.
Yeah, dude. Oh my God. Is this gonna be the very first 13-0 sa Masters?
You shouldn't be getting 13-0s in Masters, honestly. It's... I don't know. But it's looking very likely.
Tilted sila?
Tingin ko rin.
Sobrang hindi na nila alam yung gagawin nila sa left. Kasi yung mga ganito, hindi na sila medyo nagko-communicate eh. Kasi kanya-kanya na eh. Yung sa nangyari kanina dun sa B?
Why wide swing that?
Ang wide nung swing nila.
Yeah, it's all really falling apart here. I know that they wide swung because they needed to find a pick before planting. But they're just not making the right reads on like what to swing and what utility to use to challenge. Parang sobrang ganda kasi ng basa ng Gambit eh.
Yeah. Sige, benefit of the doubt. Ganito na lang yan. Okay, Gambit is too strong for Crazy Raccoon so that they can't do anything about it. Ganun na lang.
Yeah.
Get out of my way!
Yun lang talaga yung pinakamaganda sabihin dito. Pero yun nga lang, Defo trying to be really aggressive. It's just... Okay, ba't lang dito, mama? And sana magka-point ang Crazy Raccoons, man. Oh, Bazzi there with the kill.
Redguard spotted? Didn't care. He knows that he's exposed, but he's still gonna take fight, and he's still gonna win one. He's gonna get traded out eventually. Pero dito si Defo, he's got a sheriff in his hand. He just want to use the operator. Shados is holding the top angle. The cross parts. Ang ganda ng reflexes, ang ganda ng responsiveness.
They know
ng Gambit, and they know what fights to take, what fights to fall back from, and they have planned this hold so thoroughly.
1 minute. Meron silang pang deny ng diffuse. Si Bazzi malayo lang to. Kasi because meron naman siya Hunter's Fury, so it's fine. Kailangan ma-hold ni Munchkin to kasi pag hindi, tapos to.
Oh, he spots the leg.
Na kay Munchkin na sagot eh.
Yeah, pero hindi makapush si Nats kasi naka-off siya and sobrang hirap mag-retake nito, especially with an operator. I'm hoping to see that maybe he'll swap out, but Munchkin spots the legs and Nats knows where he is. He dashes out and that's gonna be a round. Finally, the first round here for Crazy Raccoon, and it's off the back of a great entry by Munchkin.
13-0 denied, man. But still, in terms of money, marami pa rin silang pera, and Crazy Raccoons, hindi sila full buy dito. Half buy pa rin sila. Hindi naman no, half buy na half buy. Saktong buy lang. Pero imposible na makakuha sila ng full armors, vandals, and full utilities. Pero depende. Malay mo. Oh, yun nga, tama. Kulang-kulang. Yung isa, bulldog lang. Kaya ito lang yung binili kasi kailangan talaga nila makakuha ng more money pa para sa mga susunod.
I don't think they even had money anymore. They just... Oh dear. Oh, the white. Oh dear. Gambit is...
Oh my god. It's just Gambit enjoying the land setup, dude. Enjoying the land thing.
Oo, actually hindi sila parang okay, kung titignan natin yung nangyari kanina, it's like the opposite of what Forsaken was doing, where he was finding aggressive pick after aggressive pick. Gambit hold lang sila ng hold ng angle, okay?
Oo. Kasi alam naman ng Gambit na papasok naman kayo no matter what eh. Hindi antayin na lang namin kayo. Enjoy na lang namin yung napakababang ping. Kasi I'm using an operator anyway, so probably if ever nag-swing ka, mauuna ako sa'yo. Oh my god, they're not even communicating anymore!
I don't know. I don't know what the comms sound like of Crazy Raccoon, but
Nani? Ganun.
It must not be very good. Look at this. They all... No one swings wide. No one trades. I mean, no one trades for each other. They're all speaking one by one each and every single angle. They're trying to play default, but their default is not well constructed. I don't think their default is constructed enough that it helps them play trades for each other. At least in that round.
Pero ikaw tanongin, if ever you're in the side of Crazy Raccoons, ano kayang gagawin mo?
Surrender. You
Kamusta
asked!
Wala. Kamusta kaya Japanese casters? Ay, nagkakas pa rin sila. Pero sad.
I hear you. I hear it's not going very well.
Nani? Nani des? Watashi wa Edgar des.
Omae wa mo Shinderu.
Oh, Shinderu! Nani? Sa'yo namatay?
Oh, wait lang! No clam. Fisker gets him instead, but... Ayun, Dylan. Naubo ka tuloy.
Naubo ako, man. Nung pagkasabi ko Nani, bigla pumasok yung... Ayun, sabihin. Pero gawin bakit? Oh my god, tinamahan siya ang Jumong ng Japan, si Chronicle. Chronicle. Nuts. Viper Spit. Okay. Can they do this? This is gonna be a 13-1 again. Or a 2-10! Chronicle, I really love the angle of Chronicle right now. Pero bakit ka magbumalik? Nasa ikan eh!
No, why? No, it's all just going apart here.
God, dude.
Oh, they're challenging everything. They're challenging everything and it's just not working.
Ba't pa siya bumalik? Hindi ko alam kay... Dude, si Bazzi. Ayun, andun na siya eh. Uy, may kalaban doon si babalikan ko. Bakit ka pa bumalik, bro? Come on!
10 seconds left.
Ako na nga alam maglalaro.
Bill, oh my god.
Ayaw sa akin. Pa-whitelist nga na account na para makapasok sa servers.
I mean, Bill, you're not entirely wrong though. Like, there's a lot of decision-making errors, I think, and I think it's because... And I know that these guys are really good players on the Crazy Raccoon side, but they're just not making the right choices, you know?
Yeah, I mean, kung ikaw, nasa loob ka na ng site, hirap na hirap nga kayo pumasok sa site, di ba?
Yep.
Tapos binalikan mo pa.
Well, it's like we're gonna be going to a halftime break.
Yeah.
11-1 is the score, and I think That's all. I think that's pretty much gonna be the story of the night. The first game was 13-2. Tama, diba? 13-1.
Yeah, 13-2 or 13-1. 13-1, bro. This is the same thing all over again. 11-1.
Yeah, and we were all hoping for kind of a better game, but I don't think we're gonna be getting that tonight. A little bit unfortunate, but if we look at, okay, let's face it, Crazy Raccoon's group is not exactly an easy group, dude. It's a pretty hard group.
Sipin mo yun. Kunyari nagtanong yung mga friends nila, uy, kamusta yung Berlin nyo? Anong score nyo? 2. Anong 2? 2 lang yung score namin sa buong match.
Yeah, they got 2 maps. I mean, if this happens, it goes this way,
My God.
they go home. I mean, if you exit the tournament with like 4 maps, 4 rounds in your team, it's just really rather unfortunate. Let's take a look. I'm gonna take. You know what I want to do? I want to take a look at sort of their bracket and who is kind of in their group. So they got 100 teams in their group. Meron silang Crazy Raccoon is here, Gambit is here, and Haven Liberty is here. So what's gonna happen is, I actually think that Haven Liberty is going to go up against Crazy Raccoon. I think that map that's gonna be a little bit more interesting, and I don't think Haven Liberty is that good either. I do think it's gonna be 100 teams versus Gambit that's gonna be happening.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, if ever, like, sa akin naman, I really want to see that. Pero it's really depends on them if ever.
I really want to see Gambit 100 teams, though. I think everybody wants to see Gambit 100 teams.
Yeah, I really want to see Hiko na talaga maglaro. Swear.
Hiko is actually my favorite streamer. Sobrang chill niyang tao na kahit ka-age ko siya or mas matanda pa yata siya sa akin.
Actually, ganito. I mean, way back dati, CS days, kung ano yung settings ni Hiko, yun din yung settings ko. So, ginaya ko lang. Kasi may ganun eh. Oh, seryoso. Kasi actually, dati nga, yung sense ko pa, parang kapareho kay Get Right, mga di pang ganun. I mean, wala lang. Parang, playing
what if
a match.
Get Right suddenly moved?
Oh, wow.
Right.
Wow. But tapos jet siya, no? Well, probably.
Hindi. Lurker siya eh. So magsa-sentinel yun.
Probably the best thing na pwede nang gamitin is Cypher for alert.
Ayun, Cypher. Or ano to. Tapos si Forest siya yung mag-jet.
Oh yeah, Forest. Yeah. Ang kinain mo kanina?
Ano? Tapa. Tsaka bacon.
Sarap.
Nag-order ako ng baksilog.
Oh, wow.
With cheese nor.
Sarap. Actually, yung baksilog pwede mo lagyan ng pwede mo lagyan ng extra cheese. So punong-puno yung cheese ng baksilog.
Oh my God. Ayoko yung sobrang daming cheese. Pero gusto ko ng sobrang daming nor.
Yeah. Sarap nun.
I love nor and everything.
Yeah. Yung original or yung may kasamang
original,
spicy.
Syempre. Bakit? May iba pa ba?
Meron.
Ano?
May nor na seasoning na yung ginagawa mo. Spicy at saka yung iba. Oo, calamansi din isa parang garlic
ayoko yung
flavored.
calamansi.
Yeah.
Gusto ko yung original. Tsaka yung spicy hanapin ko yun bukas.
Uy, maganda pag-usapan din. My God, mga kaibigan, 1:30 a.m. and we are watching an 11-1 match. Sana okay lang kayo dyan. Bumabagyo. Lakas ng bagyo, bro. Si Jolina. Yeah, dude. Super typhoon na siya.
Yun ba talagang pangalan ng bagyo? Jolina?
Oo, Jay eh. Jolina, pare. Oh, man.
Mga 90s kids dyan, masaya.
Oh, mga Jolina.
Mga Jolina fans.
Lakas. Ayun.
Honestly, I think I woke up today tapos sobrang lamig. Kasi ang lakas ng actually di ko alam na may bagyo. Alam ko lang na
meron
umuulan. Parang sunod-sunod yung bagyo actually. Tapos cancel pa di ba ng isang araw?
Oh, well, ano to nasa rainy season tayo. So talagang sunod-sunod talaga yung mga bagyo dito. So if ever lang na bumaha sa inyo, bumaha sa room mo, kabahan na kami.
Alam mo yung pinakamasarap gawin habang umuulan?
Ano?
Ng VCT.
Manood ng VCT.
Na may snacks.
Oo. Tapos
nakabalot.
Sa bed ka lang. Comforter, tapos snuggle with your loved one.
Yep.
Oh, kailangan
pero leave space for Jesus.
Oh, tama. Kay PJ.
Leave space for PJ.
Here.
Pero speaking of loved one, kailangan mo ng ilo. May pag-atake, no? Sa mga ugali.
Nag-cast lang ako, tapos na-atake pa. Oh my God. Okay.
Ay, nakapatay si Defo. I'm not actually surprised right now that they're winning. I mean, I will be surprised if ever nakahabol ng CR pag if ever 3 points sila dito.
You know, I don't know, dude. Like, they're low on HP, sure, but there's already one man advantage. Oh my god, this pistol fight is taking forever. Sobrang tagal nila nagpapapilan doon.
Oh, eh. Pero,
Oh, this is
just
done.
the Fisker.
This is literally over already.
Actually, ginagawa nila. I mean, bahala na kung makapatay kayo. Edi nice one. If ever hindi, edi G, okay lang. At least nasa Germany kami.
Diba?
Diba? Oh, bakit? Nasa Germany pa. Wala naman, di ba? At least kami, nasa Germany kami. O ano, huyo ka sa akin ngayon. Gusto ko pumunta ng Japan, but it's been my dream to go to Japan, so where?
I've been to Japan and I stayed there for 1 month. And it was like one of the most beautiful places I've ever been. Sobrang,
yeah.
30
sobrang
seconds
next
left.
level lang.
Japan eh.
Spike planted.
Pupunta ako pala kung ano pala, Taiwan,
Pero hindi next
Hong Kong,
level
Thailand.
score,
Yun
right?
lang.
Taiwan, Hong Kong, Thailand.
Match point.
Those are good places to go, dude. Those are
Yeah, dude. Actually, kasama ko pa nga si Aso Ray.
Kasama. Oo nga, no.
Oh, yung
Kasama ba
tatlo
si
dun
Astray
kasama.
nung nag-Thailand ka?
Ay, hindi. Ayoko na bumalik dun sa Thailand.
Bakit? They have some of the best food.
Yeah. Pero, I mean, if ever na makakabalik ako ng Taiwan, oh my God. Or
Oh my God,
Hong
yeah,
Kong,
Taiwan.
oh my God.
Some of the...
Number 1. Sa mga night market nila, dude.
Yeah.
Swear.
Yeah. That's the bullet there, bro. But yeah. They have really good food. The night market food. Yung may mga...
Swear.
Yung mga inihaw stuff nila. Tsaka
Tapos masarap pumunta doon if ever like kunyari mga Chinese New Year. Kasi ang daming sale. Yung parang ang saya pumunta sa ano na yan, sa bansa na yan. Tapos pag tipo mga February, January ganun, sobrang lamig sa Hong Kong. Sarap. May laban pala.
Well, barely.
It's just the same thing all over again. 13.
Yeah, look again. Gambit will just do the standard plant because that's all they need to do. Kasi may weapons advantage sila.
Yeah.
Pero
Yung ginagawa mo dyan. Oh my God, Chronicles right there.
And they're making the pistols actually work. They've gotten 3 kills already. It's a 2v2, 2v1,
Oh my
and
God.
Attackers win.
Direct
and
hunted.
Parang tatay yung Gambit. Like, okay, nice one. Tapos uwi na tayo sa hotel, chill na. Tulog na tayo ulit.
Sarap ng kain nila mamaya.
Oh, anong oras ba sa Germany? Wait lang. Germany time.
I think it's like 6 hours ahead.
Germany time. 7:30 PM. Oh, maaga pa, di ba? Pwede sila party outside.
Yeah. Maaga pa. Pwede pa sila and you know how these EMEA teams can be. They like to go for those age-appropriate drinks.
Oo. For sure, man. Alam mo, pinakaunang order nito. It's gonna be vodka, bro. Sinugarcoat mo pa eh.
I tried.
Oh, mare.
Pero,
Vodka, man.
We're taking a look at the replays right now, but honestly, it's kind of just the game. They're so chill, dude.
Oh, chill lang. Mamumuya pa nga yung isa eh. Oh yeah.
Pero pogi si Nuts.
Yeah. Okay, so how's your first game, Ilu, dito sa Masters of Berlin? This is your first game, man. I mean, how was it?
That was nice. It's alright. It's pretty good. It was nice getting to cast with you again. I just wish the game was a little bit
better.
It is what it is, you know.
Yeah. Nangyari na ang dapat nangyari dito.
Well, hopefully the upcoming games will prove to be a little bit more interesting. But really, there was really not much to say about this game other than the fact that talagang nabully yung Crazy Raccoon and they lost all of their aim duels. Medyo shady yung mga decision makings nila. Peak sila ng peak. And
I mean, to be honest, you're gonna like the game tomorrow, bro. Kasi it's gonna be Sentinels versus G2.
Yan,
maganda
yun.
Tomorrow. Maganda yun.
Ayun,
So,
diba?
Hindi, kayo ni Ray.
Kami ni Ray. Hindi.
Oo.
Tama.
Kayo ni Ray.
Anyway, it should be good.
Oo. Ang ikas natin, wag na. Wala na pag-usapan.
Okay. Basta. Anyway, So it looks like they're gonna be shaking hands.
Poker face.
And I love their jersey, dude.
Tapos bigla mo sinapak na.
Dude, wait. Look at that Letterman jacket from Gambit. It's so cool.
It's so classy. Sobrang classy.
Parang yung 80s, 70s style. Ganun. 90s ba?
Oo.
90s, yeah. 90s Letterman
yung mga,
jacket.
Tama.
Parang varsity stuff.
Varsity jacket. Varsity jacket, yeah.
It's a Letterman jacket. And then I think all the way back to early, actually hindi mga 70s pa yata meron na yun. Anyway, whatever, I don't know. But 2-0, that's what's up as Gambit.
Ang ganda ng polo shirt, no?
Yeah.
Parang
hindi sila naka-jersey na regular esports jersey, naka-polo sila, no?
Oo. Alam mo yun, parang semi-formal. Alam mo yun, parang they're pro players, they're like one of the best here in the world.
Pero may style din.
Pero may style. Classy. Talaga.
Ayan.
Solid.
Anyway, so sa tingin ko, magpapakain muna kami. Matutulog na kami ni Vil.
Actually, totoo.
May next game. Hindi, joke. Actually, manonood pa ako ng next game. But there's a next game and it's gonna be casted by none other than Ray and Dax. So, sa mga nag-ship dyan kay Ray and Dax, yan, abangan nyo na. Makikita nyo na ang Dax and Ray combination. Babawian kita Ray mamaya. And yeah, you have joining Vilostrado here on this broadcast here today. Ako nga pala inyong shoutcaster, si Illustrado to si Vil. Magpapahinga muna kami. Pagbalik natin, it's going to be the last series of the day. Do not go anywhere.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins. First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials and entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture. Bye.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins. First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials and entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture. Bye.
One enemy remaining.
20 секунд убил. Распикивал джет.
Хорош! Let's go!
Utter destruction here at Verity Music Hall as we just witnessed the most dominant showing by any team on an international stage when it comes to Valorant competitive play. Gambit running double 13-to-1 maps, closing it out on Icebox in just amazing fashion.
I mean, what can we say? That it was so fast. I'm still waiting for the third map or
right?
the second one. It makes me feel so bad for Crazy Raccoon, really, because I appreciate the changes. I just feel like they were sometimes out of place. And Gambit, I mean, especially on that last map, they was just pressing W.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like the seeding match on Haven that they played in the finals, where it's just like they were running around.
That was more exciting.
Yeah.
That was more exciting.
It was more exciting for sure, but it felt like, you know, they didn't have any care in the world. They just went for it, and that was Icebox in a nutshell.
They speed ran this one. They speed ran this one without a doubt. I mean, taking a look at the stats alone shows the sheer dominance they displayed. But again, I'll call back to the segment that Sean Garris had at halftime, showing the intelligence that Gambit has in recognizing the moves made by Crazy Raccoon and being able to collapse so quickly and and find the kills and wrap them up.
Yeah, I honestly don't even really think that they were reacting, though. That's the thing, right? It just felt like they were doing their basic thing. That's just like, okay, well, they're just going to try to plant with 30 seconds left. I got nothing for you.
I mean, it was pretty much a basic snowball all the time. We saw the team, of course, they were having a great time. I actually feel bad because I feel like Crazy Raccoon had several technical issues, and probably if we add that to their mental state, knowing that they lost map 1, 13-1, okay, that was a really good map for Gambit. You were trying new stuff, and then, but what happened on Icebox is just unforgivable.
How about Shadis on this Reyna, though? I mean, time and time again on A side, finding multi-kills.
Yeah, it's very reminiscent, sorry, about Asuna, you know, on 100 Thieves, who's going to play up next.
Oh, you love that. Yeah, we need to talk about, I mean, we don't need to talk about that now because we're going to be seeing it tomorrow.
Yes.
But that match is something that we're all looking forward to. I feel like from Shadis, we've heard from Gambit that Shadis is like their main surprise. It's not even Defo, and even though he's an amazing jet, it's not even Nats being, you know, Nats. But we knew that this was coming as well.
I mean, I'm willing to talk a little bit about it right now. The casters are excited about it. We're excited about it. I think for so many people coming out of Reykjavik and to this event, there was a spotlight on both regions, North America and EMEA. Yeah. And the way that Gambit has shown up today is going to, I think, make a lot of people think about their preconceived notions.
Yeah, and I think you talk about the casters. I think they were kind of getting ahead of themselves. Like, it was ridiculous. Mitch and Tom were like, whoa, this is answering all the questions. All hell Gambit. They're going to win the tournament, you know? But in reality, did they answer any questions? Did this match really solve anything for us? Because we were coming in, you know, asking, oh, is the blah, 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 blah. Is Nats going to be popping off? And he did, but, you know, match 2 for sure didn't show anything. I think Bind showed a little bit, but not that much.
I feel like they started off comfortable, obviously, but it told us more about Crazy Raccoon than about Gambit because, I mean, our question with Gambit was, are they going to be extremely nervous on their first match here? No, the answer was completely no. Obviously, the game was easy for them. I just feel so bad for Crazy Raccoons right now.
Definitely. Feels like rather we're not going to learn a ton about Gambit until they're tested for the first time. But after one of the most dominant showings we've ever seen in an international competition for Valorant, I'm interested to hear directly from one of the players. Let's head over to Redgar and Yinsu for our Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you very much there, Dash. I know you guys are excited. I'm really excited as well because I finally got Redgar next to me in the flesh. Now, 13-1, 13-1. That's got to be the dream start to any tournament, right?
Yeah, I guess we started really good. I didn't thought that we will start like that, but it is what it is.
I know you guys, you're always prepared. You said that you have some surprises as well. But because the game was a little bit less challenging for you today, were you guys saving strats or saving comps?
Of course. You're reading us like a book.
Wow, I knew it. But one of the things you did show us is on Icebox. I've never seen you play Sage.
Yes.
I was not expecting you to play Sage. Talk me through the kind of three-way switch you have done.
We just thought with them that it will be the better placement of characters because I'm really use good, in my opinion, abilities, and with Sage I can do it. So Chronicle has already played a lot with Soa, so he can play it really good. And Shadows on Reyna, his aim pretty strong, so he does not want to play with abilities. He just goes shoot and kill everyone. I go, okay, go Reyna. I will go Sage. Okay, no problem.
Well, you could have done the Reyna too. We've seen your Reyna.
Yeah, I can.
Not on this occasion, so you're sticking with the Sage. Are you enjoying it? Because I feel like for a while we only saw you play a very specific set of agents, but as the time have gone on, we've seen you really experiment.
I guess it's not experiment. We'll play like that, in my opinion. So we just didn't show all what we've got on this map, you know.
Not on Icebox. You've got more.
Yes, of course.
I'm looking forward to it. But looking ahead as well, 100 Thieves, they're going to be your next opponent. They looked very, very good yesterday as well. What do you make of them?
I think it will be a really funny game for us, for them. So, in my opinion, I just want to play with them because they're a really strong team. I like to play versus strong teams. So, just have fun.
And last question before I let you go. Stacks from Vision Strikers did an interview earlier, and he said he really wants to play against you guys. What do you think of that?
It's the same. If I can, I would like to play versus every team on that Champions, but I can't. But I really want to face them, face all the teams, face Sentinels, 100 Thieves, everyone, Vision Strikers, just every team.
Well, the way that you're going, you're probably going to face quite a few of them in this tournament. Thank you so much, Redgar, for joining me, and we'll see you back in a couple of days.
Yeah, thank you. Goodbye.
Bye, Redgar. That's it for Gambit versus Crazy Raccoon. We're going to take a little break now, but don't go anywhere because Envy is going to be playing Vivo Keyd right after this.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins. First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials. And entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture. Bye.
I've
gonna say what now? Who's gonna say what now? Don't stay hot-tempered. Yin Yang's the essence. Skin paper active. Doing things with standards. Don't stay hot-tempered. Yin Yang's the essence. Skin paper active. Who's gonna say what now? Doing things with standards. Don't stay hot-tempered. Yin Yang's the essence. Skin paper active. Doing things with standards. Don't stay hot-tempered. Yin Yang's the essence. Skin paper active. Doing things with standards. Don't stay hot-tempered. Yin Yang's the essence. Skin paper active. Doing things with standards. Don't stay hot-tempered. Yin Yang's the essence.
Welcome back to Masters Berlin, where we are gearing up for our third bout of the day. It's going to be Envy against Vivo Keyd, and we've got Gio rejoining us to help break it all down. Gio, the team's stepping on stage and gearing up behind us probably an hour or two earlier than they maybe would have expected based on the way the series have gone so far today.
Yeah, I mean, I heard that the Japanese teams had to quarantine when they got here, but I actually thought Crazy Raccoon would show up.
Ooh.
Oh my god. I think they had enough for today.
And with that, we will transition to the next series at hand. Again, it's Envy versus Vivo Keyd. Let's go ahead and start on the Brazilian side of the match of Kakuka with Vivo Keyd.
Okay, I need to recover my breath
Right?
and let's talk a little bit about this
Some
Brazilian
spice!
team. Yes, we are seeing actually Group B here. I mean, Zeta Division and crew, we still haven't seen them play. I believe that's our first match for tomorrow, if I'm not in the wrong. But we got to start with this, and we have to say that yesterday we did have another Brazilian team against another NA team. That was Havan versus 100 Thieves. But this looks like, I mean, Envy should be the favorite here.
Yeah, I think that that is definitely true. I mean, Envy, they did pretty well in NA. They've made some roster changes over the course of the last stage-ish, you know? And I think that they're looking at their strongest right now, whereas I think maybe it's a little bit unfair to say, but especially after the performance of Havan Liberty yesterday, there is some doubt shrouding the Brazilian region, because don't forget, of course, we're still in the shadow of that feeling of Brazil are going to do amazing at Reykjavik and then being let down.
Yeah, and we're going to talk about, obviously, one of our teams today is going to be Vivo Keyd. And as you were saying, Gio, we think of Brazil, we have to mention Sharks, Vikings, Furia. None of them are here because Vivo Keyd stepped up. all of these players coming from different teams, different rosters, they were like, you know what, we should maybe just get together and just beat all of these teams and prove that we are better. All eyes put on Heat. I mean, we're seeing them coming right off the ban here.
Yeah, I mean, let's not mince words. A number of these players, if not all of them, kicked from their former teams, then banding together to take their opponents down within their region, and now representing the region as a whole here as the #1 seed on the Berlin stage. So you got to wonder if there's that extra bit of motivation, you know, behind all of their wins, given the fact that they want to show up the people who once let them go.
Well, that's kind of the thing. You look at someone like Joe, right, and you look at everything that he played in 2020, and it's almost entirely first-place finishes. So you might as well make it here to the biggest event of the Valorant circuit so far. You know, until we get to Champions, this is the big boy, the chunky boy. Yeah, sure. Let's go make a name for ourselves on that stage.
You've got Joe. That's one standout player. The other one, of course, has to be Heat. Let's zero in on him.
Yes, we need to talk a lot about Heat because he was actually on Havan Liberty and probably they missed him yesterday. This player is insane. He even broke a record of kills, if I'm not in the wrong.
He did. 37 kills against Gamelanders.
Oh, exactly. Oh, you've done your homework, Dash. Thank you very much.
Every once in a while, I know a thing or two.
No, but this is one of the other Jets that we need to talk about. Obviously, we have CNET, we have Defo, we have a lot of them, okay? But he is also one of them. He's just coming from Brazil. He's not one of the regions that we look up the most. And of course, there were all the teams in front of them, but now they're here, and this is what matters. So he's going to be a key for them.
5 exciting players who have come together from very different places to make it all the way to Masters Berlin. Let's meet our Vivo Keyd players.
Meu nick é Joe e eu jogo pela Vivo Keyd. A nossa jornada ela foi muito difícil. Depois da minha saída da Gamelanders, eu ainda tinha muita sede de competitivo. Então eu fui atrás dos melhores jogadores que estavam free agents no momento. E acabou que a gente montou esse time. Para mim é muito satisfatório, não só por mim, mas também pelo meu time inteiro. A gente se dedicou muito para estar aqui e é realmente gratificante poder representar não só o Brasil, mas como poder mostrar o nosso Valorant para as pessoas aqui fora.
Tava conseguindo enfrentar o jogador e o Muniz desarma a Spike.
Relativamente falando, eu acho o nosso time muito agressivo. A gente responde bem às ações que os oponentes impõem na gente. O Hit, com a jet dele, ele sempre acaba buscando abates pra gente, o que é muito importante. E ele ganha sempre a maioria dos duelos. O Muriz, ele é uma pessoa muito tática. Quando ele entrou no nosso time, ele, abriu a nossa mente em relação a isso. O Vixen, ele é uma pessoa muito tranquila, falando do pessoal dele agora. Ele traz uma calma pro nosso time que é surreal. O NTK, ele é... Como que eu posso falar dele? Ele é um pouco mais maluco. Ele é muito maluco, mas as plays dele sempre dá certo. E a gente dá total liberdade para ele fazer o que quer dentro do time.
Continua ali agora, o NTK procurando contato. Vai acertar os dois jogadores!
Eu acho que eu sou um pouco da alma do time. Eu não consigo jogar onde um ambiente ele fica um pouco conturbado. Isso me afeta muito. Não só dentro, mas fora de jogo também. Acaba que eu fico meio que sem vontade de jogar. Eu diria que a gente vem com um estilo muito agressivo e não só para Envy, mas todos os times tomarem cuidado que a gente vem mostrar o que o Brasil tem de melhor.
They fancy themselves an aggressive team. It makes me wonder how they're going to stack up against the likes of Envy, who, as you mentioned earlier, Gio, have gone through a couple of roster changes. Most recently, in August, Ye joining the roster himself on the Jet. A very aggressive player.
Yeah, I think a lot of people felt kind of bad for Momo when he got replaced, but Ye loves the El Diablo, and it's exactly true. You love watching this guy with the Blade Storm. He knows exactly how to use those knives, and it's just fantastic play to watch. And also, you know, speaking of relatively new players, Marv as well came over as a loan from FaZe 2, and I really feel like he's been a nice adhesive in the squad that wasn't necessarily there before too.
Yeah, Finesse just wanted another Canadian on the team. I feel like for MB, they're always on that spot. They're not on top, but they're not in the bottom. They stay on that third, fourth position. And I feel like that says a lot about the team because every single team evolves with time, okay? So the fact that you are able to at least stay on that position means that you're evolving as well. And there's going to be a moment where you're going to climb.
In a lot of ways means there's a lot at stake here, though, as you mentioned. This is their moment to make a statement on the international stage and say, hey, it's time for us to move into that top tier, that upper echelon, and stay there for good.
Yeah, I mean, you consider the fact that 3 NA teams have come here for this event. You've got Sentinels who already, I mean, a lot of people consider them to be the best team in the world right now. They won Reykjavik, so they're already like pretty high. They're also the team that knocked Envy down into the lower bracket in the NA playoffs. And 100 Thieves as well, which a number of people will probably give them the edge over MV2. So even within their own region, they're probably, I would say, the most understated of the 3 teams.
Yeah, some of the team, some of the people, I mean, in every country, I have to say, think that Envy are going to be the big surprise here. And as you were saying, that this was actually going to be their moment. And I feel like if just as Gambit had an easy start today, this might be the easy start for them. We'll see.
I mean, that's very exciting for me to hear, but I do want to, again, kind of talk about how those few changes that have been made to the Envy roster most recently will maybe affect their play and show up in a big way. We talk about that core Finesse, Victor and Crashies, Marv coming in from FaZe, but it's Ye picked up from Ambox. I think that might be the difference maker here and push them to the top.
I would like to see it be that. As we say, he's a very, very highly spoken about player. There have been a lot of duelists who have been brought up in recent times, but for me, Ye is just really fun to watch, and maybe that's not like the most, you know, exquisite analysis that I could give, but maybe I'm a bit biased. I think he's fun to watch. I think he's great. I love seeing the aggression that he exhibits, and I think when you pair him with someone like Victor, who when he's playing something like a Sky, his flashes are great. I mean, Victor's fantastic at that kind of thing. So you have them working together, and it really helps facilitate him.
Well, I know this much. The players are backstage, are ready to get to play, and I don't want to make them wait any longer. So let's get out there and meet our teams for the first time. It's Envy and Vivo Keyd. There they go. Finesse in the coaching position as Mike's HD not able to make it to Berlin, but the players to take their seats. A map select to come shortly after. Not a ton of pop and circumstance this time around from the squads. I'm always curious that first time they step out on the stage, how they're going to be feeling, what's the energy like, looking for the jitters in the fingers.
We didn't get much energy. I feel it's been a little bit because they're a little bit just cold still because of what you said that they had to come in.
Right, they thought they were playing 2 hours from now.
Yeah. So they were still warming up. They were like, okay, we're playing now, so focus.
I mean, I was thinking the same thing. There was a very cold, like, it was so serious. They were in the zone, whereas before we've seen them all, like, leaping around and whatnot. But, you know, on the side of Envy, for example, you worry, but you wonder about, are they going to be prepared for this? Half of the guys on this squad are ex-CSGO pros who are very used to playing on stage. I mean, like, FNS and Ye were teammates all the way back on Complexity in 2018. So these guys have known each other a while. They're used to this kind of environment.
Ice in their veins. Maps up on the board. Let's see which one will be the first to disappear. It will be the choice of Vivo Keyd when it comes through.
I have my doubts. I don't know exactly if they're going to go for something that they don't want to play or they don't feel comfortable, or they're going to be for the hardest one they think that MB would pick. I also have doubts of what Envy is going to do. Okay, Haven. Okay. I like that because I feel like that is a comfort zone for Envy and not like that for Vivo Keyd, so that's expected.
It's a balance, isn't it? Because it's not too far. Oh, this is interesting. Envy? Envy, the team who always insta-ban Split, and they're going for Breeze instead. And the thing is, you look at their statistics, Envy have played Breeze 3 times, never won it. Whereas on the sides of Vivo Keyd, they have.
I think it's not only that, it's the fact that also Vivo Keyd is so good in the attack on Breeze. They're so explosive. We were hearing in the interview that they wanted to be aggressive, and Envy on their defense was dreadful, so nothing that we like to see. Actually, we have the first map.
We're going back to Icebox for that map number 1. It's going to be Envy on defense to kick things off. I think to many there aren't going to be too many surprises in the early map picks, but like we said, with Split still on the board, you wonder if and when that's coming in. Ascent as well. Both of these teams happy to play on that map, and of course buying the final map available, and that's what will in fact be map 2, the choice of Envy.
I mean, this is a map that Envy feel very comfortable on. It's their second most played map. They have a pretty decent win rate on it. This is a stomping ground for them. But the thing is, on Vivo Keyd, they also like Bind, so you wonder where that balance is going to come through.
I feel like for Envy, Bind, at least in my eyes, is their best map. And for Vivo Keyd, it's kind of like a coin flip. I actually thought that it was the map that they were going to ban. That was my prediction. But yeah, I feel like that is a great choice coming from Envy, especially since they incorporated that Astra onto it, as many other teams have done it.
Well, and wouldn't you guess it, if you don't ban it, it's going to be picked up by Vivo Keyd. Split will be the third and final map if we are to make it all the way there.
I mean, that one's going to be... I am so intrigued to see how it is that one's gonna come through, just knowing that Envy don't really like that map. The last time they played it was against 100 Thieves in the lower bracket final, went 5-13. Whew.
And Keyd has had very tied-up matches on this Split because it's a really popular map back on Brazil, and many of the top teams love to play it, so we don't have a clear yes or no. Still, versus what Envy does on this map, I would have gone for it as a first pick.
Interesting. Okay. Well, we'll have to see if the results, agree with you. But we're diving into my favorite map, Icebox, number 1.
Is it?
No, it's not. I just play it all the time. It was, I swear, I feel like every game I play is on Icebox. Either way, Icebox for number 1. I'm kind of curious from the two of you, when you take a look at the agent pools for both of these teams, where any certain adjustments can be made to find a strategic advantage straight off the bat.
I would like to see Envy incorporating a Sage into the team, because I feel like, especially with what's going on B, the way that the map is designed, I don't know, I think Sage gives you more opportunities when things are not working, because not everything can go according to plan. Having the Killjoy, of course, is going to give you some more opportunities to work for post-plan and obviously cover your back, but maybe, I don't know, pronounce it to the sky or the soap, not the soap, I would pronounce the sky.
I mean, yeah, in recent times, the only kind of wall that they've brought at all has been the Viper. They don't incorporate the Sage really into their composition. You look over on the side of Vivo Keyd, and Sage and Viper both come out.
Yeah.
So that can really give you a lot more control. And that would be an interesting one, because with Envy, I think they're very good at playing off of initiative utility. But of course, if you lose any of those people, the initiative utility could be great for something like, for example, a post plant. But if you don't have those people available and your opponent's got so much control over the site that you lack, there's going to be an imbalance there.
I also feel like Keyd, with their new composition, just swapping from that Killjoy onto that Reyna, you go into a double duelist, but it gives you so much pressure, so much aggression. Again, what they were saying on the interview is literally what they're looking for here. I wouldn't want them to go back into that Killjoy. Yes, it helps you cover up, but I feel like on Icebox, you just gotta go forward. Just don't look back. Never.
The players are lobbying up, which means that Prime Gaming Agent Select is soon to follow. But as you mentioned, there might be some interesting matchups here, given the Sage Viper or the expected Sage Viper on one side to the expected Killjoy Viper on the side of Envy here on Icebox. But W map, as mentioned, how many times will we go in A this time around?
Many. I feel if when Vivo starts attacking, they're gonna go B on the first round, because if you have that Sage wall, that can give you almost a free plant because they don't have enough time to break it. You can get the plant, and as they do not have a Sage, they're not gonna put a wall on your face to defuse it. So that will be a safe one. I mean, I'm just snitching a little bit. Gobi.
Right? Hey, listen up. We got IGL over here, Kuka. No, but that'll be interesting. Okay, so maybe one B hit, and then we go A for the rest of the time.
Yeah, probably.
All right.
That's gonna be it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I was just thinking, if Envy aren't going to bring a Sage, you don't want to be going B every round. Like, that's called masochism, kids. Like, we're not going to be going down that alley.
Mid, though, largely ignored, although, again, I think there's some stuff to be learned from things like the previous matchup that we saw in the way that Gambit was able to control through mid, A site, and collapse onto B pushes, utilizing, we saw the Viper lineups, the Viper walls to cut certain angles and some create some really unique opportunities for picks as aggressive teams are trying to push onto B.
Well, I think that's the thing, especially with Envy, one of the risks there is the fact that I would say they're usually quite easily influenced in a lot of their defense, and so if they're not starkly holding on to that mid area, if they're not maintaining control there, that's absolutely something that Vivo Keyd could take advantage of, because I don't think they're going to be a team that are afraid to try that.
Yeah, Envy. 2 words to describe this map, will be solid and stable. It's just a good map for them because they know how to play it and they can adapt. So it's about how far are Vivo Keyd going to be so aggressive that they become predictable. Is something that, for example, we saw yesterday, maybe on F4Q, when you do some things a couple times, the G2 are going to read into you and it's not going to work anymore. So if Envy can read into the aggression coming from Vivo Keyd, this should be a map for them.
We saw some surprises yesterday, and I think we're in store for one here just because of the way the first 2 series went. And then this one here means we've got lots of room to run. I'm excited for Vivo to step up in a big way. Brazil, I think, to the expectation of the region, underperformed in Reykjavik. And so, again, a lot rests on the shoulders of the Vivo Keyd players here to step up. And no better way to do it than against one of the North American squads in Envy.
I mean, that was the challenge of Havan Liberty yesterday, and I think, look, if anything, we've got to take some positives from that, and the positive here for Vivo Keyd is that the bar has been set rather low.
That is not a positive.
That
is not a positive. We're going to have a discussion after the show today about the definition of the word positivity.
If I am judging my success based on whether I am,
You're moving the goalposts is what you're doing.
Which is fine.
I only compare me to myself. I don't like comparing to others.
All right, well, while we compare ourselves to ourselves, we'll compare the Prime Gaming Agent Select to the expected picks as the teams have played on here throughout all of Stage 3 here for VCT. I think there's a few that we know for sure are coming through. The Jets on either side, the Vipers on either side.
Yes.
But a few question marks in there.
One of the head-to-heads that we need to be looking at, especially on Icebox, has to be Heat versus Jay. Most of us, especially you guys at home, are looking forward to this. I know it.
I mean, there we go. So Heat's already locked in the Jet, which I don't think is going to be a surprise to anyone. And the Sage, of course, for Vivo Keyd. That's something that we spoke about that we don't necessarily expect Envy to do. For me, I would say that the big matchup I'm going to be looking for is going to be Vixen versus Marv, assuming that they both pick this Viper, which you can see they have a 100% pick rate on. Just because I think that Marv is such a strong controller. He does a really good job of it. But Vixen, for me, has always been a standout on Vivo Keyd.
So this is exactly what we expected. That was what the percentages were telling us. No changes. What can we expect? Like a lot of aggression, obviously. And, well, we didn't see the sky, so that's fine.
Yeah, in fact, no changes. Really only 2 differences between the teams themselves. Agents are locked in. I know our casters are ready and rearing to go. So I'm going to toss it up to my boys, Riv and Doug, otherwise affectionately known as Rug, for the call.
I did wonder if Rug was gonna come out. I thought, is he just...
Yung mga caster names talaga. Yung caster pairings, ito na. Ano ba caster pairing natin? Ray, Duck Ray. Kahit man, sasabi na natin, andito na tayo. Nagbabalik na tayo sa Masters Berlin. Napaaga ang night shift natin, Ray. Mukhang may OT tayo talaga ngayon. Kasi ito na, Envy kalaban ang Vivo Keyd. At masasabi ko na, ito na naman, Battle of the Americas. NA versus SA. US versus Brazil. Actually, NA, kasama yung Canada dyan. Pero ito na Icebox talaga ang labanan natin. At umpisa pa lang, lang, sabi mo na Ray sa akin na medyo dikit talaga tong laban na natin.
Actually, nakita mo naman sa map pickings pa lang, it favors ang ating mga taga Vivo Keyd. But then, there's no denying that Envy, maybe they have those strategies that they can actually get in here. Pero sa simula pa lang kagad, nakita natin sabay-sabay sila pumunta ng A-side. Pero nga lang, we have hit those with a trade. Okay, trades by trades. Pinning it down to the 3v3 kagad. Pero napakabilis just because of those anti-frags. Napasok sila kagad. There were some delays, yes, obviously. But then, Vivo Keyd right now was able to pinch themselves in through a side. Retake na lang meron tayo para sa mga side ng Envy na mukhang next play solid ang kanilang logo. And yay! Nixed! Trades by trades. Na lang kagad ang titira sa kanila si FNS. And that's it. Napakabilis lang na round. And actually, just a normal pistol round when you see it, diba?
Alam mo rin, marami nga pinag-uusapan kanina eh. Mabilis na mga intro natin dito kasi syempre straight to the game tayo. Mabilis sabi ko sa akin sa kanina eh. Itong map draft na to, surprisingly enough, makaka-favor nga sa Vivo Keyd eh. Nakita natin yung icebox, nakita na natin yung split. At overall, parang majority of this map pool, pwede talaga makatake advantage ang Brazil squad natin eh.
Oo. Tatandaan nyo guys ha, when Vivo Keyd went up against
I think the D is silent. I think so. Wag mo take yun ibang. Wag mo take on any other way yung sinabi ko ha. Wag mo i-assume. Wag mo mag-assume Ray. Pero hindi ka sure ha. Hindi ka sure eh. Hindi ako nag-Portuguese kahit nanood ako ng Brazilian vote eh.
Vivo Keyd.
Ay, nako.
Basta 3-0 na lang habang Liberty. Yung stage 3. So,
dikit naman laban.
Pero, so, ito yung mas upgraded version ng Haban Liberty. Level 2 to. Level 2. Okay, so, si kuha niya si A. Oy, kakalaban niya si A. Si FF ulit.
Masyadong natatawa. Pangalan pala natatawa ka na.
Wala. Ganto ka talaga. Dapat 3 AM talaga tayo nag-cast. Kasi naman, pinaaga masyado ni Mr. Illustrado eh. Yung kanya-konyo, casting.
Bibilangin mga bukas, diba? Ito nga, pinibilang na ng words ang isa pang pwede niya mapitas dyan. FNS does go down. Mukhang si Crashies na nag-iisa at si Vixen ang pwede makakuha sa kanya. So, Vivo Keyd 2-0 ngayon. Ito yung sinasabi rin ng panel naman eh. Dahil may Sage dito ang Vivo Keyd. At yung Envy, they're gonna be going back to their comfort na yung tipong may Killjoy at may Raze. Pag may wall, pwede talaga makapwesto dito ang Vivo Keyd. At funny enough, Ray, kasi gusto ko lang ito i-bring up muna. Diba kahapon, nag-cast tayo ng 100 Thieves versus Haban Liberty. At sinabi natin na may pagka-similarity sila, yung triple initiator, may style sila. Ito naman, sa Vivo Keyd at Envy, may pagka-similarity rin sila eh. Kasi ang Vivo Keyd, at sila yung pinaka parang, this is Brazil. Diba? Sila yung nagsasabi na ito yung playstyle ng Brazilian scene na puro na lang clash, puro na lang duel. And yung pinaka nag-exemplify that, yung star player na si Heat na sobrang lupit mag-jet. On the flip side though, ang Envy naman, syempre, they work better pag alam nila yung ginagawa ng kalaban nila, which will be exciting kasi ang Vivo Keyd, wild lang talaga ang style nila. Pero pwede sila tumagpat gamit ni EA at ito na kagad si Heat makakuha ng Pinas. Pero si Victor guys, sa ibabaw, pero si Joe nagbabatay sa gitna. Ito na si EA, El Diablo nagpapakita at si Crashies rin nandyan para lang magka-crash landing on you. Si NTK na lang 1v2, kakayahan pa ba niyan to? Yung Vivo Keyd dito, kaya pa ba? Hindi, si Crashies talaga ang makakahanap sa kanya. At mukhang napaliktad naman ng Envy to. 2-1 ngayon, nakakuha na sila ng punto gamit ng baril nila dyan, Ray.
And kita mo, di ba? Kanina we're expecting na meron kayang teams na makakapag-mid control. And kita mo dahil sa marami silang players coming in from Envy na nakapatay na sila kagad ng napakabilis. And Crashies actually just waited for them to come in at his side. Pero pag nakita mo, bakit alam mo yung crash landing on yun? Nanonood ka pala ng K-drama. Anyong haseyo!
Anyong higi sa, hindi ko alam. Hindi talaga. Alam mo, punta ako Korea, tapos winter, Ray. So dapat naman naka-bundle up. Kasi ako matalino ako eh. Galing ako Pinas, diba? At sabang si Maurice, nakakuha siya ng isa. At actually, big pitas yun eh. Kasi siya yung mahuhulog. Pero back to my story. Na sa talino ko, may 7-Eleven down the street. So ginawa ko, kaya ko yun, nakabot ako, naka-shorts lang ako. So tumakbo ako doon, naka-shorts. Ang medyo alangan yung tingin sa akin ng cashier na bakit ako naka-shorts sa winter. Tapos wala na, pagbalik ko, medyo umiyak na lang ako sa shower na may heater. It was sad. It was sad. At funny enough, kahit yung mga K-drama, pinapatranslate ko nga. At sa mga natatranslate ni Nemuri, isang pwesto niya para sa mga pitas. At ang pinapanood ko doon, di K-drama eh. May channel na puro StarCraft lang. At yun lang naiintindihan ko sa TV, so yun na lang pinalabas ko. Pero mukhang pinapalabas dito ng Vivo Keyd, mag-8 sila in a 5v3 Ray.
Alam mo, parang napapunish lang nila kagad yung mga key players ng NV. Pero mo, nakuha mo kagad si Ye at si Victor, mga duelist ng taga NV. Pero nga lang, they actually, because of those shortcomings of NV kagad, biglang nabutas yung kanilang wall of defense, and they're getting the heads of them one by one, getting this with a clean win against NV. Pero nga lang, may nag-comment dito, para ka daw nakikipagbalagtasan sa ito.
Ano? Ano?
Nakikipagbalagtasan. Alam mo yung
Ano
balagtasan?
bang balagtasan? Hindi ako... alam mo guys, pwede ako lang natuto kong Filipino. Yung tipong mag-usapan lang, bigla lang ako binibigyan ng mga Jose Rizal, yung mga malalim, yung mga ilustrado talaga. Malalim, di ba? Hindi ko kaya yun. Hindi ko intindi yun eh. Kaya may translator ako dito. Sabi ko sa ating minamahal PPGL, guys, sige, pwede ako Filipino cast. Basta may translator ako. At ang pangalan niya ay Ray. Diba? Okay tayo dyan eh. Pero alam mo Ray, medyo big deal yung nangyayari ngayon on screen. Kasi the 3-1 na dito ang Vivo Keyd ang NV. And honestly, so nakikita natin between the Brazil scene and the NA scene, may pagka-underdog talaga ang Brazil. Pero tong Vivo Keyd, may element of surprise sila, element na advantage against NV na tipong pag na-research nila kalaban nila, doon sila lumalakas. Etong Vivo Keyd sa interview nga, sinasabi nila, wala kami talagang style. Hold forward, go for the kills, wild lang, go Rambo, Orca Ninjas. Pero sabi ni Joe, biglang mahuli niyan si FNS at ito na yung rest galing sa Vivo Keyd. At Marv trying, pag-hold gamit ang Marshall na yan, pero hindi pa rin kinakaya. At si Joe pa rin, isa pa, 5v3 na ngayon. At ito na naman, umpisa pa lang, nakakapitas na kagad ang Vivo Keyd, Ray.
And because of that, early pick-offs lang ay napaka-importante. Pero may kita mo naman kasi na napaka-advantage ng round na to. Naka-pistol lang sila, pero si Ye, di ko alam, nagsayang siya ng kanyang Blade Storm, thinking that maybe he can be able to eliminate one, but actually NTK will be proving that wrong. Pero nga lang, sa mga nagtatanong, bakit nandito si NTK? Kasi
Iba to!
Brazilian to!
Iba to! Ibang NTK to, guys. So, ano ba yung isip nila ng NTK? Yung sa taga-Vietnam, diba? Yung taga-Vietnam. At iba to. Kasi, isipin mo, ang raming letters sa keyboard. Tapos sabi mo, gusto kong pangalan na 3 letters lang. So, dapat narinig ng mic yun Yun, slam ko lang yung keyboard ko. Hindi, kasi ganun gagawa ng pangalan. Isang slam sa keyboard, tapos yun na. Tumama yung N, yung T at yung K. Tapos ginawa rin ng Vietnam yun. So, sabi ko na lang, ano yun? Chancing.
Keyboard Warriors.
Dynasty Warriors. Ewan ko na lang sa'yo.
Keyboard Warriors kasi sila.
Ray. Wala pang 3, so wala ka pang excuse. Yun lang yun eh. Kaya tayo nag-3 AM shift para may excuse tayo. Wala pa, 2:27 pa lang. Pero itong 4-1 na to, biglang si Hit makakuha ng, at least na huli niya Aldron na yan. Operator versus operator daw. At medyo naglalamig masyado ito siya eh. Umpisa pa lang nahihirapan na siya. Pero yung Vivo Keyd, umpisa pa lang ang init na haga ng pwesto nila, ang init na momentum nila. At tuloy-tuloy lang yung pag-steamroll nila papunta sa mga site dito, Ray.
Oo nga eh. Kasi napapansin mo, wala talaga sila yung, gaya nga ng nasabi din nila, wala silang particular strat, pero it works so well kasi, yun nga, that makes them actually, di mo ma-figure out ano yung mga gusto na lang i-execute, pero that was too early of ball, na prevent na rin nila kagad yung pag-plant ng spike, kaso nga lang NTK behind the scenes, may tatama ba? Walang tinamaan!
Wala eh.
Medyo nahilo kagad medyo nahilo sa NTK doon. Kasi kapag taga-Big Bang, tatama yan. Pero kapag hindi. Pero sa NTK kasi duelist sa Vietnam. Ngayon, pag hindi daw duelist sa NTK, hindi daw tatama yung Hunter's Fury. Pero ngayon...
Ganun ba?
Ganun. Di mo ba alam?
Sige. Alam ko na dahil sa'yo. Pero ang alam ko si Ye mahuli si Maurice dyan. Kanina pa nag-enter dito si Maurice pero hindi na kinakaya. Pero si Hit, sabi niya, tama na yan, El Diablo. O Diablo, ang demonyo na talaga dito ng Vivo Keyd. At bigla na lang si NTK, nakadawla na rin si Vixen. Sabi mo, hindi nakaka-frag tong NTK na to. Parang mali ka dyan, Ray. Kasi 5-1 dahil lang sa pagpasok ng Sova na yun rin. Pero yung operator shot talaga galing kay Hit. 8-3 na ngayon ang star duelist ng Vivo Keyd.
Yan na yung sinasabi natin eh. Lahat inaabangan. Lalo na yung mga taga-Brazil, syempre, how will Hit will be able to surface himself here at nangingibabaw nga ang kanyang skill set while ang mga taga-NB which is mukhang next solid yung
medyo hindi solid ang performance pa.
Medyo hindi solid eh. Pakisolido naman, nakakaya dun sa logo nyo. Pero early moments kagad ng ating game. Gusto ata kasi ni Marv na mag-push kagad, pero unfortunately nga, nakita kagad siya na wala na rin yung nag-a-anchor sa B-side. Bawas na naman yung envy this time around. Pero nakapag-clock ni Crashes, wala nga na to. Meron pala to, mama.
Biniktima.
Nabiktima ka ng one tap sa ulo, headshot sa ulo.
Yung tipong may gusto ka patayin, tapos biglang, may duman, sige siya na nga. Yun yun eh. Pero Vivo Keyd talaga eh. Si Heat, pangalan pa lang, nag-iinit. At alam mo, Ray, kasi nahilig ako mag-aaral, di ba? Yun yung value ko dito sa ating rotation eh. Kasi wala lang. Yun lang ginagawa ko eh. Parang tipong babasahin ko to. So, may nickname CA sa NA. Yung El Diablo. El Diablo, the Devil. Pero tong si Heat, mas nagdidemonyo nga. At ang Portuguese doon, O Diabo. Diba? Kasi ang Brazil, Portuguese, hindi Spanish. Kasi kahit magkadikit yung dalawang language na yun, Deep Sea Dora. Iba talaga, Portugal. Ganyan talaga. At si Victor, sinabi niyan, mahuli si Joe, FNS huli rin si Heat yan. At kahit Eco State bigla na lang naghihirap dito ang Vivo Keyd. Maurice now versus the world. Pero bigla na mahuli niya si Victor dyan. 3 na ang nahula ng ating Reyna. At nag-iinit, tuloy-tuloy lang ang mapapapatay niya. At isang clutch dito para kay Maurice. Lahat na lang, mapapamura ka na lang sa ginagawa niya.
And because of that, sa tingin ko, ano lang to eh, sa okay, they just keep on fragging so much. Wala silang kinakatakutan sa mga holds nila. Kapag commit tayo, hindi sila takot sa commitment. Kahit mga impossible, they make it possible. Pero so far, I really do think na yung NV talagang hindi pa sila nagkiklik eh. Nakikita mo naman, lahat sila nagpa-fall short pa. Hindi pa ganun ka-stronghold yung mga ginagawa nila. Wala pang actually yung super plays na inaabangan ng mga teams naabangan actually natin coming in from NV, pero the fact that VK has been leading so much na, baka ma-destroy na rin yung momentum ng NV. Pero kailangan nila mag-step up talaga, pero looking at right now, FNS. Alam mo ba may team lang na popular, FNS ang pangalan, kaya...
sige. Sige, ano yung tagline nila?
Sa kabilang bang-bang to eh. Ibang bang-bang to, yung 16 teams.
At ito yung mangyayari sa kabilang bang-bang. Ito. Ayun, yan yung nangyari. Yan yung nangyari.
Pag hindi ka na-check ang angles.
Pero okay lang, alam mo, kahit hindi ako big fan nung pang bang-bang, na-appreciate ko eh. Na-appreciate ko na may place siya sa ating ecosystem ng mga barilan. Pero mga barilan dito ni Ye, huli pa rin si Maurice dyan na malapitan gamit ng operator. At magiging 4v4 na to. Viper Split daw ilalabas na kagad dito ng Vivo Keyd. At mga itong setup talaga pang anti lang para kay Ye. Banabantayan ni Heat talaga yung maangulo na hindi nakakover ng Viper Split. At palagi na pull the trigger, why don't you? Sabi ni Heat. Kasi yung power niya eh. Kasing lakas talaga ng isang kumikinat na araw sa ating the sunny skies. Pero ito si Joe, makakadalawa. Chomp on to those fingers. At ito na, nag-iisa lang si Marv. Pero Vivo Keyd pa rin. Ang simple lang setup nila, Ray. Sobrang default lang ginagawa lang dito sa B-side. Pero ang problema para sa NB, iba talaga yung lalo ng comp dito. Ito yung Raze, ito yung Killjoy trying to play the anti-stage in the first place. Pero dahil lang sa mga sightlines na nakukuha dito ni Heat, sobrang nakakatulong para sa mga post-ban situation. At dahil lang doon sila nanalo dito nanalo ang Vivo Keyd.
Mga usual mistakes ng mga nakakalaban mo. The usual prediction coming in from your individual skills kung saan may i-expect yung kalaban mo. And right now, it seems like, hindi ma-connect together ng Envy. They're still wala pa rin sila yung play na kayang mag-glue together as themselves as a team. And because of that, mapapa-time out na nga sila. So, Dax, siguro maraming nagtatanong. Dito ulit tayo sa natin. Portion kung saan, bakit Vivo Keyd ang pangalan?
Sige. Ikaw muna. Parang yan na lang yung Havan Liberty lang last time. Yung may SM SM Nitro ba yun? Yun yung nagawa natin team. So, ang tanong ko sa'yo muna, Ray, ano ba ang alam mong Vivo?
Di ba ito yung cellphone brand?
Actually, so medyo close ka dun eh. Medyo close ka. So ang Vivo sa Brazil, siya eh, parang alam ko parang tail ko rin ba? Yung peg. So, so sponsored. Malupit nga eh. Kasi, di ba yung sa Vivo, anong kulay ba yan? Blue, di ba? Kasi yung Oppo green. So, ito Vivo blue. Ito purple. Purple.
Purple.
Oo.
So, parang parang mga blank Omega, di ba? Parang ganun dito.
Bad yun. Bawal tayo
Okay,
nun.
okay. Kaya nga, parang ganun. Censored
yun
nga.
yun.
Okay.
Censored.
Okay.
Pero alam natin
Parang mga
syempre
ganun.
blue. Blue tayo. Okay. Tuloy na natin kasi baka malagit pa tayo nito. Parang pwede ko explain yung sponsor pero
Basta yun guys, mga usual telco.
telco. Okay yan.
Kung meron
Pero
shopping mall, meron din telco. So, malakas malakas yung ping neto.
Oo nga, honestly, low-key, maganda yung sponsorship sa Brazil Parang medyo may ka-real talk. Ang problema lang, kulang, hindi pa sapat compared to sa atin, di ba? Medyo may pagkasapat na mag-esports lang kasi medyo mas mababa yung cost of living. At mukha na lang yung cost of living dito ng NV, nahuhulog konti-konti. Pero dahil si Crashies, nakakuha pa rin ng isa dyan kay Morris, nakaka-one-tap naman dito ang NV. Pero ang pantay talaga, sarado ni John Likod. At si FNS, kahit nag-flank pa, wala na siya magagawa. 5 HP and the dream. Hingahan lang to Ray. Giniginaw na masyado. Kinuha na yung kumot habang natutulog. Pero si Crashies pa rin makakuha ng isa. One tap dyan. Doon sa ulo ni Heat. 3 kills na para sa kanya. At si Joe, medyo inaalanganin. Safety play to Ray. Tama lang. Bigyan ng band-aid si NTK. Pero naka-operator siya. At ito si Crashies. Naka-ace pa rin sa dulo niyan. Yung res. Binigyan na lang ng penta dito si Crashies. At ito na. Ito ba ang simula para sa NB? Yung clutch ng Sova natin ngayon.
Ang masasabi ko lang doon, itap mo na yan. Tignan mo si Crashies. Ito, talagang nang ka-crash. Alam mo kung meron tayong it's Borkum time? Meron tawag dito, it's Crashies time. Pero ang maganda sa ginawa niya doon, alam niya kasing mag-reset Pupulot ng barel, kukunin yung spike. So, tinimingan na din niya talaga kagad. And because of that, yan yung hinihintay natin. One solid gameplay coming in from of one of the members of Envy. Then biglang magkakaroon na sudden shift yung magiging pacing ng ating games ngayon. Pero tignan pa natin dahil tatlo yung ultimate ready coming in from Envy. So we're gonna be seeing how they will be utilizing it. Pero speak yung si Victor manalo! He takes Maurice. And right now, 4 na lang agad na natitira para sa Vivo. Pero so far, hindi pa sila nakakapag-commit sa isang site. They still need to make sure na magiging opener yung mga sites right now. Kaso wala pa ring gameplay coming in from them.
Correct mo kung mali reference ko pero parang magtatanggol siya Tama ba? Di ba yun ba yun? Di ko alam Di ko talaga maalala. Di ba show yun?
Yung
Victor magtatanggol. Ewan ko. Honestly, as much as yung mga tipong pag nag-English kasi bang nabi ko mga reference ganun, yung pinaka-connect ko talaga dito, wala akong masyadong alam. Parang, ano ba napapanood ko? Kasi, yung tipong kakanta na lang ako ng Pinoy kayo, Pinoy. At, agad lang, I honestly wanna try. Pero wala Kung tama ako, thank you na lang. Kung hindi, di move on na tayo kasi si Crashies, nakikita natin nag-move on siya doon sa round na yun kanina. Nakakuha siya ng 5 kills, na-clutch siya para sa team. At dahil lang doon, ito yung momentum ng Envy. First hit pa rin. Hindi pa nagtatapos, basta buhay siya yung operator. Ang bilis na nagalawan ng jet na to. Ito talaga ang nasasabi, prodigy ng Brazilian scene. At isa sa pinaka-the best talaga sa duelist role ngayon. At si NTK makuha pa na si Victor Dove. Konting reflag lang dyan. Si Crashies doon nanggaling sa high ground. At sabi ng Envy, tama na pagkaseloso sa scoreline. Kasi sila na ang humahabol dito. 7-2, magiging 7-3. At ito talaga yung i-expect natin form sa NV. Maraming tumitingin sa kanila Ray na top 3, top 4 ng NA scene. At sobrang consistent nila sa mga results na yun Palagi na lang yung tipong bridesmaid sila ng NA scene. Hindi sila masyadong nakukuha ng championship pero andun sila sa high placing. So, ini-expect na marami na dito sa group na to, kaya ng NV to. Tutuloy lang nila. At ito yung form na hinahanap ngayon sa NV. At alam nila na kaya nila atupagin itong group na to. Kaya nila manalo dito sa Vivo Keyd. Pero kailangan lang nila i-outskill yung kalaban nila. Kasi pag masyado nila overthink ang playstyle nila ng Vivo Keyd, feel ko yun yung magiging weakness ng NV dito sa buong series na to.
I think to add to that, Dax, kailangan lang nila siguro they just need to commit sa kung anong stats nila. They have what they prepared for it. They don't need to doubt what they have in store against VK. Pero nga lang, tatandaan din nila that they need to be careful at the same time. Pero if you just want to that, you follow your stats, you need to be confident also when it comes to dueling these guys. Pero nga lang, because of that early frag, they're already able to commit kagad sa A. Naiwan ng A sa isang iglap, walang tao man lang na naghihintay sa kanila doon. Naging opener kagad ito. Post-plant na lang ito para sa 5 membro ng Vivo. At kahit nga, ibig sabihin ng Vivo is alive na alive, kita-kita mo naman that they actually have that word within them. Alive na alive sila right now with how fragging this team is. Pero we're gonna be trimming it down with a 3v3. Hindi pa pala tapos. Marv sees the head of Zhao right now. And ngayon, may mga post-plants. Kaso nga lang, 2v2 ngayon, time is ticking, pressured na ngayon gumawa ng play right now ang Envy, pero hit, may kita siya, and this is the head of Marv, pero nga lang 1v1. Tingnan natin kung crashes time, okay, wala na ata siya talagang oras dahil dalawa pang natitira.
Wala na oras. Kinuha na niya yung kills. Parang sige, ito na, consolation prize para kay Crashies. Sobrang lapit talaga ng mga galawan niya ngayon eh. At yung decision making ni Crashies, kakaiba talaga. Pero problema, dapat yun yung standard ngayon ng NV eh. Yung scoreline ni Crashies, hard carry, sumasakit na likod niya, bigyan na siya ng masahe. 17 takedowns. Pero yun nga sabi ko eh, dapat lahat ng NV nasa level na gano'n. Yun yung ina-expect ng mga tao. Yun yung ina-expect ng ating mga analysts and all the like. Pero parang si Crashies ang inakalaro sa level na yun. Bakit yun? Bakit nangyayari yun? Yung pinakamasasabi ko na lang, yung taste ng Vivo Keyd, nahihirapan sila basahin. Ang pangalawa, si Hit talaga, nauunahan sila ng mabilisan. Dahil sa mga initial frags na nakuha dito ng Vivo Keyd, bigla na lang yung game plan ng Envy at yung bailout, yung backup plan ng Envy, nawawala kagad sa mapang to. At dahil lang doon, umaasa yung Envy sa mga spots eh. Kasi honestly, hindi naman pinakamalinis na mga takes to sa A-site. Easy pickings kasi nakakapasok dito ang Vivo Keyd na Barrere. Pero ilang beses na galing sa rafters nakakuha ng kills ang Envy. At parang kung matuloy lang yun ng Envy, yung pag-contest galing doon, makakatulong sa kanila. Pero last round na of the attacking side para sa Vivo Keyd, spikes planted. At ito na retake ng Envy gamit ng lockdown.
Tignan natin kung magiging successful itong lockdown dahil they always give the post plants para sa side ng Vivo Keyd. And so far, Muris gets the head of FNS. They can just play it along right now on the toxic screen. And kita mo naman, naka-2K na kagad siya. Crashes, bumagsak na sa kanyang kamay. Pero to, hindi niya bibitawan. Magaling siya mag-commit. Pero nga lang still gets the head. Si Ye nga lang, hindi nagpapatina. Actually, he won that.
Tama lang yan. Tama lang yan. So yung tipong, ano ba sabi ni Sova, if you're not a good shot today, there are other ways to contribute. Kung hindi ka maka-play ng bang-bang maayos, lapitan mo lang yung spike, tapos defuse mo para sa team mo. Either way, panalo yun. Okay na yun. Mas okay pa nga kaysa tipong maka 5 kills ka pero matalo pa rin kayo sa round. Kasi kailangan ng NV yun. 8-4, kakayanin pa naman. Pero ito na ang tanong, paano ba lalaroin ng NV ang attacking side nila? Ito nga yung comp nila nilalaro nila sa NA scene na pwede maka-clear out gamit ng Raze at pang-hold gamit ng Killjoy. Pero dahil wala silang wall, wala silang Sage, diba? Paano sila makaka-safely plan kung palagi na lang aggressive yung mga angles nila Heat, nila Muriz? Kasi kanina pang nag-a-assume yung Jet at yung Reyna at sobrang nakakatulong at gumagana para sa Vivo Keyd yung style na yun.
And to use minsan when it comes to not just in Valorant but in all aspect of FPS games, kapag sobrang aggressive ng isang player at hindi mo talaga alam paano i-handle yon, hindi mo talaga sila mapipigilan at all. And that itself is one, their players are really confident, and second is they have nothing to be afraid of. They're not scared of dueling it, they're not scared of making those good entrances, and it's quite effective para sa side ng Vivo Keyd. Kasi you have that Reyna, you just throw at a Leer, meron ka pang Jet na mag-take on lang ng mga cover right now with those cloudburst. And yun yung meron kapag dating sa pag-clear out ng everything, clear out ng side ng Vivo Keyd. Aside naman that, sa Envy nga lang, ang easy mag-punish kasi talaga ng kanilang Raze tsaka ng kanilang Jet kasi medyo they started real slow. Plus kapag Raze on the defending side here in Icebox, sobrang passive lang ng laruan niya unless if he has that aggressive pushes also. Pero nga lang, meron ka lang pinches, meron ka ding boombots. If only he used that siguro on the first early round siguro just to prevent the Vivo Keyd from making a good opener sa mga sides. So tingin ko it might have worked for them well. Pero ganun talaga guys, it's just a Vivo Keyd being unorthodox type of a team. Plus, this is what we were expecting coming in from the Brazilian teams eh. Kasi ganito din halos si Havan Liberty as what we've seen kahapon.
Kinda. Parang yung second map, diba? Pero yung pinaka-key difference talaga ng Vivo Keyd at Havan Liberty. Yung Havan Liberty, gumawa sila ng secret strat para makasurprise ng Brazil scene. At no kinalaban nila yung 100 teams, medyo na-outclass sila. Kasi parang ganun yung galawan. Pero ito, para sa Vivo Keyd, diba sinabi na, parang sabi ng pamilya natin si Vim Diesel, this is Brazil. Sila talaga, parang Il Cristo de Redemptor. Masasabi ko lang, marami ako natutong Portuguese nung nag-aaral ako konti ng Brazilian scene. Alam mo ba, Ray? Yung team name ng mga players bago sila makuha ng Vivo Keyd, Desempregados. Okay, diba? Okay, fancy word. Alam mo meaning nun in English?
Ano meaning?
Unemployed. Okay, diba? Unemployed. At gets naman bakit? Kasi lahat sila parang kakaalis lang nila sa mga teams nila. Galing sa Slick si NTK, si Joe sa Game Landers Blue, si Muri sa Pain Gaming, si Vixen galing Havan Liberty, sa Borax pala, at si Heat galing nung Havan Liberty. So, lahat sila nagsama-sama. Bigla na lang sila na-pick up ng Vivo Keyd. Sabi, uy, unemployed kayo. Gusto nyo sponsor? Ito na, Vivo Keyd. Diba? May cellphone ba kaya sila? Ewan ko na lang Pero ito yung Vivo Keyd number 3. Alam ko, ito na yung 3rd edition ng roster nila. At gumana para sa kanila Itong playstyle na to, na may tiwala lang sila sa isa't isa. Magkakaibang background, pero parang Fast and Furious talaga Naging pamilya sila sa team na to. And everything's just clicking. Everything's just working. Lahat na lang na ginagawa nila, may tiwala lang sila sa isa't isa. At feel ko, yun yung pinaka-X factor ngayon ng Vivo Keyd. At dahil lang doon, medyo naninibago sobra yung envy kasi yung ginagamit nila para makabailat sa kanila, especially yung mga plays ni Ye. We haven't seen it yet, diba? Wala pa tayong El Diablo Call, wala pa tayong moment talaga ng envy. At sino ba nagdadala ngayon? Si Crashies. At dahil lang doon, wala sila masyadong scouting information, wala sila masyadong, I'd say, preparation compared to what they did sa NA, na especially yung matchup nila against Exit. Yun talaga, handang-handa sila pag mag-counter-strat. Ano yung ka-counter-strat mo dito, Ray? Kung parang walang strategy ang Vivo Keyd, shooty-shooty bang-bang lang ang ginagawa nila ngayon
At ngayon, kitang-kita mo naman na because of yun nga, you just can't seem to figure out the Vivo Keyd at all. It takes so much time for Envy, pero I think it's not a bad half of it's an 8-4. So alam naman natin usually when you play in Icebox is quite the expected outcome, especially kapag ganito yung agent selection ng Envy. And right now dito nila tayo papakitaan. Pero remember, wala silang sustained agent na nag-heal sa kanila, wala yung resurrection at all. So yun yung mga key things lang na kailangan nating i-worry about them. Pero ito, nag-tweet kanina yung Vivo Keyd sa may Pinas. So medyo kinabahan ako. May sinabi ba tayong masama? Wala naman ata.
Ha? Link mo nga gusto makita.
Retweet ko.
Sige, retweet mo. Sige, tingnan ko muna. Cellphone break para makita ko naman pinagsasabi mo. At guys, natin nyo hanggang oras kami sa ating chat. Madali lang yan. Hanggang matapos ng series na to, hanggang kailangan na namin magsabi ng good night at baka good morning kung tumagal ka talaga ang laban na to. Pero Ray, habang hinahanap ko, ay, grabe, iniwan na akong bigla ni Ray. Nagulat na lang ako. Sasabihin ko sana, titingnan ko yung tweet niya. Pero sige, habang ngayon, may naghihintay tayo kay Ray at ang kanyang triumphant return, si Vixen mag-back on. At first si Boris, nakagulat lang galing dito sa nila na crit na to. At dalawa na naman kagad makuha ng Reyna natin. 5v3 para sa Vivo Keyd at hindi pa siya tapos. Meron pa siyang isa soul, pwede i-consume, mag-dismiss muna siya para disengage. 66 HP and a dream, pero pwede siya maka-ace ngayon. Lahat na lang ng galawan ng NB nabasa kagad dito ni Maurice. At may backup plan, may heal na naman galing sa stage na to. Si Hitler makukuha si Victor at nag-iisa na lang si Marv, pero mukhang wala tayong mamamarvelize dyan. As si Vixen na makakahuna sa kanya. Flawless as can be. Kinis. Parang napabelos talaga ang Vivo Keyd yan.
Ayan na nga. At pinapa-crucial na ipanalo pa ng Vivo Keyd ang pistol round. And this is actually a game changer. Kasi, syempre, may advantage sila kagad. At kita mo, hiyawan na sila. And really, they're dominating all over Icebox. Pero still, ano kaya yung meron pang hahawakan yung Envy? Kasi this is what we don't usually expect. Syempre, alam naman natin yung NE scene, it's really quite different also. Alam naman natin na mataas yung standards then when it comes to those plays coming in from Envy. Pero right now, it seems like they're really struggling against this team. Pero tignan natin maybe it's just that they take so slow. But abangan natin kung ano pa yung meron silang ipapakita sa atin right now. Alam na kagad ni Vixen na magko-commit na sila kagad sa B-site. Kaya nagpa-delay na lang siya kagad with those one-way smokes. But unfortunately, they will be bailing out of it that alam nila mag-rotate na kagad yung mga miyembro ng Vivo Keyd. But right now, Hit was able to expand himself here at mid. At he sees some heads. Unfortunately, wala rin siyang mapipick off doon. That takes time pa. Ngayon ang wall ng kanyang kakampi. But since because of that, Ye right now sumayaw ng Hepe Pure as he takes out the head of Vixen right now. Balik ulit sila. Nag-check lang naman pala sila papuntang A. Kaya naman, babalik na ulit sila sa B kasi marunong silang lumingon sa pinanggalingan nila. Pero nga lang, meron pa si NTK that can actually use his utilities sa kanyang sa pag-push kagad. Pero at least right now, he's just going with the holes up in yellow. And he sees one, not twice. Actually, he sees 2 heads ngayon. Si Ye na nga ay bumagsak na sa kanyang kamay. 3v3 pa ang meron tayo right now. Pero nga lang, the advantages din pagdating sa baril. Unfortunately, nakakuha na rin this time around ang mga taga-Envy. Pero tignan natin kung paano nila yung retake to. Meron pa silang utilities. Meron na lang pala. May leer pa actually. Ay, wala na palang leer si Maurice. Konti na lang kagad ang nakikita coming in from VK. Pero nga lang talaga, tumatake na sila. But the frenzy kill is actually very effective as FNS takes the 3K. Yan lang pala ang key. Frenzy. Kailangan gagamitin mo para 3K ka kagad.
Isipin mo, yung pistol mo, makakapatay ng 3. Full auto, hold mo down lang yung mouse 1, tapos gagana. Okay yun na. Okay yun na. Best gun. Best gun. Pero masasabi ko na lang sa Envy, medyo alanganin nga sila dun. Kasi pangalawang beses na ginamit na ng Vivo Keyd yung angulo na yun in the past 2 rounds lang. And they kind of fell for it. Muntik na silang madapa talaga sa may B-site. Buti na lang na-save the day ni FNS at kanyang frenzy. So, baka yun yung meaning ng F sa FNS, frenzy.
Ay,
hindi ko alam yung other 2. Gawa ka na lang, Ray. Gawan mo na lang.
Sige. Gagawa ko yan mamaya.
Pero ngayon, gumagawa ng place yung Envy, Bigang Ye and Victor openings, and that's actually big kasi yung mga taga-umpisa talaga ng Vivo Keyd, taga-initiate, yung mga duelist, pinapadpad ng bala at si Victor yun galaga, pinasayaw si NTK. Vixen to! Oh my God, siya rin! Believer ng frenzy! Rinanin lang si Marv, pero dahil may vandal siya, pwede pa siya pumitas. 1v4 daw, mahirap na siya dito, Ray. At si Ye nasa harapan niya, at si Ye talaga mapapahipe po, Ray, na sinabi mo. 9-6, kulang na lang. Well, balik na rin natin, medyo nice na to para sa Envy.
Inunahan mo na ako, Daxa. Talagang big fan ka ng Filipino broadcast. Okay. So, score natin 9-6. Nice. Di pa tayo 3 AM So, tatandaan nyo. Pwede tong unholy hours.
After hours. PPGL, after dark.
Yan na.
Guys, wait lang, Ray. Parang feel ko, hindi ko sure yung, hindi ko sure. Feel ko lang may hindi tayo naiintindihan Kahit nung Google Translate ko, parang hindi pa rin tayo. Parang hindi tayo. So, chill lang. Huwag lang tayo pabida, di ba? Ano tayo? Casters tayo. Part lang tayo ng game. Di tayo pabida. Ito, bida. Isip, pangalan pa lang. Di ba, sinabi mo kanina, pangalan pa lang, Vivo Keyd. Vivo Keyd. Di ba, sila dapat yung pa-Vivo ngayon.
At dapat lang. Dapat. Kasi di ba, sa classroom merong Vivo Keyd. Dapat ganun yung Vivo Keyd. Di ba? Pero kidding aside, alam naman natin na it is gone around once again for both of the teams. But right now, they haven't gotten a single shot yet or heads of Vivo Keyd. Plus, nagkakaroon sila ngayon ng split push. At iniwan mo na yung spike just in case hindi sila makakapag-open space on each side. Pero it takes so long. Kasi you only have 46 seconds. But I think right now, since wala pang information ng mga taga Vivo Keyd, they will be calling out their teammates. Finally, they might commit into B side. Nagfe-fake setup lang sila sa may A para lang malito ang Vivo Keyd kung saan sila magko-commit. Pero nga lang, the patience Ang patience is key para sa side ng side ni Hit. And speaking of, he sees the head of Victor. Yan ang maganda kapag marunong kang maghintay. And speaking of, na-delay pa nga ang gusto nilang commitment. Pero nga lang si Ye, nakapag-extend na nga. He sees the head of Joe together with NTK. Ayan na nga inaabangan kagad. Coming in from NV. Nakapag-create naman pala ng open space kahit si Victor ay napunish kagad right now ni Hit. And right now, how will they retake this? Marami pa naman meron silang utilities. Kaso nga lang sinabayan na din ng lockdown at ngayon, ECQ daw, sabi ni Maurice. Nakita pa niya si mukha ni Ye, pero nga lang, Marv will be controlling towards kitchen. He sees also the head of Maurice, pero sa tingin ko, it takes so much time already for the side of Vivo Keyd. Dalawa na lang kagad sila. Possible sana mag-save na lang sila, pero they still want to risk this out. Kaso nga lang, naghihintay ngayon si FNS as Hit right now is eliminated by Marv, and hindi pa tapos sa Dax. Umahabol pa ang NA Team Envy. Kasi Envy yung pangalan eh. Ano tayo sa Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood yan?
Okay. Okay yun parang, di ba may part yung may bata tapos may aso? Pinag-usapan ba yun? O wag ba? Wag na usapan yan. Wag yan.
Matroma ako na napanood ko.
Baka may umiyak. Okay lang yan. Walang iyakan dito kasi parang sa Icebox talaga nakita natin today, Stuff of Legends, Stuff of Comebacks, at pwede talaga makahabol dito yung Envy, especially pag bigla na lang nag-unit dito si Ye. Pero ito na, Operator versus the Marshals, si Heat kanina naghanap ng agos, pero si Maurice pala ka makahanap sa kanya, at ito talaga yung pinakaginagawa ng Vivo Keyd. Tulak tulak, aggressive this defense, push lang ng push. At kanina, nagawa ng paraan ng Envy ngayon medyo nakalimutan nila at bigla sila nawalan ng dalawa dahil lang doon. Pero at the same time, good kills here by Envy so far. Mga katato dyan, si Vixen daw huli si Crashes ngayon at magiging 2v2. Ang pinaka-problema daw ngayon ng Vivo Keyd, itong si NTK, wala siyang baril. Si Vixen makakapulot gamit ng backstab. Now then, mag-hold dito si Victor at si Marv. May ultimate sila dito, Ray. Pero feel ko sa Envy, kung kaya nila i-hold tong ults na to, sobrang makakatulong sa kanila ngayon.
Pero kailangan na hindi sila sobrang magpapaka-aggressive dahil meron pa ring possibility ang manalo na naman ang Vivo Keyd. And speaking of, na-eliminate na nga kagad at si Vixen na lang kagad ang natitira. Pero he wants to defuse, pero syempre meron pa kagad mga utilities right now si Victor. And speaking of, Victor na naman will be gaining victory. And ito na yung nakikita natin coming in from end. There might be times na nagkakaroon ng malaking advantage yung Vivo Keyd sa pinakaunang half natin. Pero when it comes to NA teams, kasi you're expecting that they have that gameplay that they have on their hands. Alam naman natin na meron silang pocket strategies. Alam din nila kung paano nila i-take down itong Vivo Keyd na unorthodox. And nagmamanifest na siya right now as the second half prolongs by, and 9-8 na nga kagad. So wag niyo sabihin intro kid tong Vivo Keyd kailangan nila mag-come up na with something Kasi kahapon si Havan Liberty, ganito din yung nangyari. Wala talaga silang particular stat, pero nga lang when it comes to NA teams, syempre, they actually do the research. But of course, full gun round naman for both of the teams, pero nga lang kailangan pa rin mag-ingat dahil isa na lang, and Envy can actually turn the tables equal into a 9-9.
Yeah, this is a recovery game para sa Envy Hindi natin nakita yung big moments. Nakita na lang natin na besides the clutch of crashes, slow and steady, nagkakadiscipline sa. Pero si Victor ngayon, gumaga ng opening showstopper, ilalapas niya kagad dyan. Pero si Vixen, 7 HP and a dream. Mukhang naghihintay ng heal kay Joe, pero wala pa siyang heal. Sabi na lang niya, hindi ko na kailangan mag-heal kasi ako nagpapatay para sa team na to. FNS does go down. Spike, hindi pa natatanim ngayon. Pero si Marv, saktong tulak lang sa Snowman. Bigla lang magiging frozen dyan si NTK, at si Marv hindi pa tapos. Isa pa para kay Joe, 4v3 ngayon. Viper Spit na ilalabas dito ng Envy. At ito sobrang makakatulong sa kanila ngayon. Wala silang Sage Wall. Kasi wala silang Sage. So gawa na tayo isang malaking souffle. Pero si Vixen, tamang spray down lang. At nahuli na naman yung taga-plant ng Spike dito, Ray.
Ito na naman, na-delay na naman kagad ang Envy this time around. They try to spray right now. Unfortunately, wala pang napipick off, pero may ibang mga miyembro ng mga taga-Envy na nababawasan na kahit konti. And speaking of, sayang kagad yun, hindi niya nakuha, and he will now be switching to it. Pero time is ticking still. Meron kang Viper Spit. Sinabayan pa ba? Ngayon, ang pangalawa pang Viper Spit. Oh, maganda to just to eliminate those angles na merong hold on ngayon ng Envy against them. That is actually quite crazy right now because Heat will be able to take out Marv. Maurice tries to fake, pero may mga lineup pa coming from Crashes, pero wala pa rin kagad dahil hindi binibitawan ni Vixen right now ang pag-defuse, but still napaka-aggressive ng mga taga-Vivo Keyd, and they still got that good retake. That was actually smart of them to use those utility steal, sinabayan na rin nila kagad ng Viper's Pit, and di na na-identify kung nasaan sila. So after that, it still punish so much coming from Envy. Pero medyo kasi nag-extend sila eh. Kailangan kasi nilang i-duel ito, pero nga lang, naging advantage pa ng pickings ngayon ng Vivo Keyd. And that's it, leading na by 2 again itong Brazilian team.
Ito na masasabi ko, Ray. Parang lesson talaga to sa mga rami. Minsan, kung nasa pwesto ka, nasa place ka, that feel mo pwede ka pa mag-improve, pwede ka pa mag-grow. Okay lang bitawan yan. Kasi baka biglang iba pala ang home mo. Iba pala ang lugar mo dapat. At nakikita natin, itong Vivo Keyd, nandito na sa Berlin, kumukompete ng medyo malapit talaga, ng dikit dito sa NA scene. At kahit anong mangyari sa series na to, umpisa pa lang Vivo Keyd, nagpapakita na ng lakas nila at sobrang nakakatulong na nagpwesto-pwesto sila dito as a full team. Na nag-reform sila, diba? Parang lahat free agents. Bigla na lang sabi, tara, team up tayo. Tapos bigla na lang na-sign sa Vivo Keyd na nagka-sponsor talaga sa kanila. Pero habang ngayon, may pagkahirap pa rin. Kasi Envy tong kalaban nila, top team ng NA scene, consistently nandyan naman eh. And dahil may X-Factor na sila, nandyan si Ye at si Crashies nagpapakita talaga ng peak form galing sa kanya. Pero si Joe galing sa taas after Ye does get that takedown. Bigla na lang, magiging 3v3 ngayon. To Vivo Keyd, parang may moments na nag-try ka mag-hype, bigla na lang may susulpot pero sa si FNS, ginulat si Joe dyan. It's 3v2 now, NTK tago lang sa kabilang side ng, ng window na to. At naghihintay lang siya kung may dadating, pero itong Envy, sakong tago lang muna. Maganda pwesto nila para sa post-plant ngayon, Ray.
Kamunti ka na ngayon. There were just some shots coming right up, pero nga lang FNS, he risked that already dahil isa na lang kagad ang natitira coming in from Vivo Keyd, and Ye will still eliminate him. Pero actually, this is all about, para ba nanalo yung Vivo Keyd right now is that they're just capitalizing on the mistakes given in by Envy. Kasi yung Envy bear na sila, they know how they will be managing sa kanilang attacking side. Kita mo naman yung setups coming from them. They just take their time. Walang Vivo Keyd naman, they are just a team who's just been adjusting to how Envy does it. Pero as they go with a tactical timeout, this pours so much pressure para sa kanila. Imagine, malaki na yung big lead mo. Pero nga lang, biglang all of a sudden, itong mga kalaban mo, biglang nag-pop off in a way na hindi man lang sila yung super fragging team as what we've expected sa first half. Pero nga lang, ginagamitan nila ng strategies, ginagamitan nila ng utak itong Vivo Keyd para lang ma-bait into their hands. And that's how we want to exemplify also sa Envy. This is like 100 Thieves versus Haven Liberty game yesterday. Sobrang ganun. Copy-paste lang talaga, guys. Pero mas high lang yung gameplay
competition,
dahil iba, dahil iba yung Vivo Keyd. Alam naman natin they're the team who defeated Haven with a 3-0. Kita naman natin how they outperformed every team kasi ever since they went up against Furia in Haven Liberty, clean streak sila eh. Wala man lang nakuhang mapa sa kanila yung both of these teams.
Sa lower bracket talaga yung run nila at sa Icebox mismo. Ang mga talo nila dito, di ba, Haven Liberty sa Grand Finals. Pero before that, yung dalawang rep ng Brazil to Iceland, yun yung talo nila. Parehong Team Vikings at Sharks na napaluhod ng Vivo Keyd. At kitang-kita talaga tong team na to. Sila yung up-and-comers na nag-rise to the top sa Brazilian scene. At biglang nag-updraft dito ang ating Jet. Kahit wala pang round. Okay, sige, jumping jacks. Okay, no problem. Hindi kailangan ni hit yun. Yun lang yun, Ray. Hindi niya kailangan yung updraft na yun. Tingnan natin kung bigla siyang madadapa mamaya dahil may updraft.
Napatid sa bato.
Napindot. It's like, uy, hindi pa nag-start yung round Sorry. Akin yun. Pero pistol round para sa Vivo Keyd. Perfect chance para sa Envy i-tie up ng scoreline. Pwede maging 10-10 na to. Si NTK daw, nag-scout muna dyan gamit ng Aldron. At ang Vivo Keyd, sige, wala silang barrel, pero meron silang ultimates. May Bladestorm, may Hunter's Fury, may Rez. At kung makahanap lang sila konting pitas at baka ma-rotate ang Envy, may chance sila dito, Ray, makapulat ng barrel eh.
Knowing also how sometimes Envy gets their game style into a reckless way, di ba? Minsan di sila nag-iingat. Alam mo naman, there's just some usual mistakes and you just can't explain why it happened. Pero the fact na di nakakuha ng information as to where they are, na-destroy kagad yung recon bot, wala ka nung na-reveal, hindi pa rin talaga makapag-decide itong Vivo Keyd if saan sila mag-rotate na. Pero sometimes, the patience is key for Marv. Nagpaiwan muna siya sa may A site. Lilipat pa pala ang Envy sa B. Pero right now, they're just still waiting for Vivo Keyd to be so impatient. Pero so far, wala pa rin nangyayari right now na huge clean up coming from Envy. Pero maybe this time around, if Victor gets a good frag, kaso nga lang nakita on that little angle ang hit ni Marv, he will be able to go for another kill once again dahil delayed na so much ang Envy this time around. Pero naging opener na ngayon dahil ngayon si FNS, he takes the head of NTK. 4v4 tayo right now. Okay, papalo pa kayo ng Sheriff. Hindi na nga nila inalaw. Pero remember, what? Buhay pa si Heat. Meron pa siyang Blade Sword. He's just going to be crushing against everyone. Pero nga lang, wala pa rin siyang nabawasan at all. Isa pa lang, may mga right clicks working on. Aasipin pa siya this time around. Yes, Crashes will be taking him down. At si Vixen na lang kagad ang natitira with that Vandal. Pwede na kagad mag-Hunter's Fury si Crashes para lang magpa-delay sobra. Pero kailangan nila mag-ingat ngayon dahil will be taking a Vixen as he will be proclaiming na hindi pa over para sa ND, tying this series into a 10-10 round score sa pinakaunang mapa natin.
Lumalabas na yung sungay ni El Diablo pero ang laki ng pitas na ni FNS kay NTK. Dahil doon sa problema ng oras, diba? Nakikita natin, pwede mag-Hunter Spear dito ang Vivo Keyd. Pero dahil nahanap lang ng killjoy na yun, yung Sova na mabilisan, yung spike plant, walang problema para sa NV. At ito na, all tied up yung scoreline sa attacking side talaga. Bumabawi yung mga teams natin ngayon sa araw na ito. At kahit kanina, yung Vivo Keyd nag-hit on up sa attacking side, medyo nag-cooldown na sila dito sa defense. Kasi konting-konti nababasa ng NV ang galawan nila. At yun talaga yun eh. A team like Vivo Keyd, sobrang X-Factor, sobrang wild card. Pero the more you play against them, pag paramitong rounds na to, mas maintindihan mo ang galawan nila. At yung pinaka-nakaka-bailout ngayon sa Vivo Keyd, ang pure skill nila, especially in land setup. Pero ito na, labanan ng Lightning. Si Crashy sa CNTK makakuha ng isa piece. Hito, huli si EA na naman at mukhang mapapasad face na kasi si Heat pa rin nakakaisa dyan. Dahil na lang dito, nagpapakita ang NB sa may green box. Para sa Vivo Keyd, itong yellow box talaga ang sobrang power position nila. Ilang beses na natin nakita Ray sa ang behold nila gumagana dahil lang may nagbabantay either sa likod ng crate na yon o doon mismo sa alleyway. At si Vixen, malayuan, Vandal Diff, Marv goes down.
No po, this is quite painful to watch kasi humingi lang sila ng ayuda kay Heat. At yun na nga, medyo inasim talaga nila without throwing any utilities at all just to prevent Heat from taking them. Pero nga lang si Heat takes those risks and that is a good anchor sa may B side just to prevent them from committing. Although may mga early frags coming from the Hunter's Fury, but the fact na naging leeway pa nga yun para kay Heat na makapag-extend and he takes out one head, not once but thrice. Actually, he did that 3 times. Naging full short na nga yun para sa time ng NV to actually hold on sa B side. Pero alam mo yun na yung sinasabi, kinakatakutan ko about NV. Minsan they have those reckless plays talaga na nagiging mistake pa at nakakapitalize lang ng Vivo Keyd this time around. And kita mo, naggaling na sila sa mid. They just want to pinch down these guys on a sandwich way. Pero will it work? Let's see. Dahil tatlo sila ngayon. They are ready for the refrags just in case Envy will be able to sense out of themselves na meron nasa likod natin. Pero nga lang, it seems like, yan na nga sasabi ko, may mga trades na nga na mga pangyayari. Tumalon-talon sa harapan. Tinalo nandun ni this time around. Oo, classic ang puhunan. Okay.
Si Victor, naapakan yung snake bite at si Vic sa mga kadalawa dyan. Bigla lang si nag-iisa dito at kakayanin ba ni El Diablo? Kuha siya ng Phantom dito para lang makapitas ng iba pa. Kunin niya muna yung spike rin pero bigla lang siya nasa subway dito, nasa sandwich talaga. Pero sabi niya, kaya niya si Heat at naghahanap pa siya ng ibang taga-paglaban sa kanya ngayon. 1v2. Si Ye may Blade Storm. At ito na ba ang pinaka-moment ngayon ni Ye magpakita sa World Stage? Ito na ba ang El Diablo moment? Sabi ni Vixen, try na i-shutdown pero may 18 HP pa ang demonyong ito. Si Ye ngayon, naghanap na isa pang angulo, Ray. 30 seconds left. Pakunti-kunti na yung oras. Isang peak lang, isang bullet tumama kay Ye ngayon. Mamamatay na siya. At dahil lang doon, ayaw niyang pakita yung position na to. Pero si NTK, okay to. Sa labas lang siya. Pag-peak digla ni Ye dito sa dulo ng nest, madadapa na lang yan. Si NTK ay A-OK. At ito na ang map point para sa Vivo Keyd.
This is really a bad situation para sa side ng NV. And yun nga, the usual mistakes. But the fact na nakapag-rotate sila, nabigay nila kagad yung mid para sa side ng VK, alam na nila na mapipick off sila isa-isa. And speaking of, even maganda yung mga binato kagad ng na utilities ng NV. But that big deny coming in from the guys of Vivo Keyd speaks us so much as they guarantee that just one round left before they can actually take this against Envy. Pero ngayon, punish sila. Hindi sila seem to figure it out. Pero it's either an OT now or never game. Pero nga lang nag-hold kagad ngayon ang mga tropa natin coming in from VK sa may B side, pero nakapag-extend na nga papuntang bathrooms kagad si Yay, pero the deny coming in from Victor will already be putting out his Blade Storm and he wants to extend ngayon behind the green, pero nga lang denied pa rin. Ngayon ni crashes si Heat, si Yaden o sa kabilang mundo. Nakuha na nga din niya ang head kagad right now at isa-isa pa nalang pinapabagsak ang mga taga-VK hanggang si Vixen na lang kagad ang natitira. So mukhang hindi pa pala tapos para sa side ng VK ito and it's quite expensive, but let's see how will they take this into a turn right now dahil kapag tayo pa lang nag-cast ng mas maaga, nagiging OT.
Ay, ganun ba? Shit, para umabot ng 3 o'clock na nga eh. Game 1 pa lang at si Yay bigla na lang magpapakita dyan sa gitna at mga ito na, El Diablo moments. Pwede na siya. Pero masasabi ka na lang, Ray eh. Parang yung round na yun, parang naglaro yung, yung pinsan kong bata. Kasi ang kalat eh. Lahat na lang ng pwesto, may tao doon na biglang napipitas. Pero ang pinaka interesting opening dito para sa Envy, yung gaano ka lalim nakapasok si Yay, galing sa kusina and more, naka-play doon sa backline, nahuli pa niya sa kagad siya, nag-rotate. At dahil lang doon, sinasabi ng Envy, may galawan ng Vivo Keyd, kaya rin natin tapatan. And I feel like, yun na talaga yung pinakasagot dito ng Envy eh. Play Vivo Keyd at their own game and counter them as much as possible, di ba? Play lang yung counter, hanapin yung mga tendencies. Kasi in terms of strat, hindi naman masyadong nag-strat dito ang Vivo Keyd. Alam lang nila talaga yung malapit nilang fundamentals na sobrang refined at of course yung firepower nila na malupit. Pero si Joe ngayon, si NTK after that opening pickoff from the operator galing ni Yay. 12-11, it's still map point para sa Vivo Keyd versus sa Envy ngayon. Gumagawa silang desisyon, naghahanap silang paraan para gawin tong overtime Ray. Pero si Heat, pumapesta from ngayon si Yay ang tatapak sa kanya. Ito na, the shoe is on the other foot at ito na talaga si El Diablo nagpapakita ng Inferno niya ngayon.
Uy, Inferno? Sa... Easy ka lang. Pero speaking of, yan na nga yung pinapakita ni Yay kagad. He's already clapping right now as he takes down 2 kagad and that's already clearing everything out sa mga miyembro ng VK and looks like we'll be having the first overtime kagad so far here in Masters. This is the first overtime and that's what I'm expecting. Inaasin na siya kagad and that's it. Yay will be taking his head out and OT nga. Kaya naman pala maaga natapos yung mga series natin. Kasi magkakaroon daw ng overtime. So ito na yung caster's curse.
Ito na ba ang 2-1 triple overtime every game series na somehow, some way aabot pa rin tayo ng araw nito, Ray. Alam mo, parang 4 o'clock na tayo nag-start sa pinakahuling cast sa syempre umaga na pakatapos. Ngayon, may chance pa rin kung ganito kadikit ang labanan na to. Pero pinapakita talaga ng Vivo Keyd. At sila yung underdog dito for sure compared to Envy. Pero ang lakas na talaga ang tapat nila at ang nakakatulong sa kanila yung raw mechanical skill. At yung masasabi sa Brazil scene yun yung pinaka na-hype up na kahit anong gawin ng mga players na to, they can shoot their ways out of it. And if they have the understanding na tipong, sige, ito yung fundamentals at yung gagana sa map na to at naiintindihan nila yung mga angulo na pwede sila umatake at mag-defense, doon talaga sila mag-shine na tipong, sige, barilan lang to, keep it simple, keep it clean, at puro lang pitas sinahabol nila. Pero yung Envy, maayos laging comeback at nag-init na rin si Yay, step up na after the heroics of crashes from a while ago at si FNS, si Victor, si Marvin nakakahanap ng konting-konti na mga commitment sila at participation. For si Muris, ito na naman siya. Entry fragger talaga ang Reyna natin yan. 5v4 and onto a site. Envy again, giving up the space. Nakikita natin ilang beses sila mahilig magpa-retake. Pero ang problema dito, Ray, kasi overtime, walang ults ngayon ang Envy para sa retake at kailangan nila umasa sa utilities ng ating Raze kasi wala na yung Killjoy.
Ano nga lang, ito yung medyo mahirap kapag meron kang wala kang counter utilities minsan sa lineup ng VK, pero nga lang di pa pala kahit walang utilities na sobrang laki at least Crashes was able to pin down that 2 and now it's going to be a 1v1 and 2v1 nasa sayo FTK na popular ang pangalan sa Valorant team. Will he be able to take out one? Unfortunately wala dahil napakandang finisher pa ngayon ang meron na hawak-hawak ni Marv, but still that celebration itself tells us na isa na lang before Envy can finally take this out against VK. Pero nga lang, alam naman natin na yung lineup din ng Envy when it comes to their attacking side is quite exceptional also. Pero nga lang, there's no denying na na-dry pickan lang sila, hinayaan nilang makapasok si Crashes papuntang rafters, and that's it. Oh no, this is quite unfortunate for the guys of Vivo Keyd. Bigla na lang silang na-stumble ng bigla-biglaan ng Envy.
At yun na naman yung angles talaga dito sa map na to. May mga power positions ang each team natin. At para sa Envy dun sa defense ng A-site, yung rafters talaga pangilang beses na ginamit ni Crashes yun para makatulong sa kanila. And now, Heat Operator, it's a big gamble kasi 5,000 credits na makuha mo sa overtime. At mukhang ito na nga ang hawak-hawak ngayon. Isang smoke, isang dash, at isang pitas. Pero si Muris din, tutulong rin dyan. Sige, mapapadapa na yan. At mukhang pwede tayo mag-second overtime unless mag-heroics na naman si Crashes. Pero ang tanong, mahuli ba dito ng Vivo Keyd ang lahat? Mukhang ito na talaga. Sila yung mga maze runner ngayon. Si Crashes to 1v4 situation. Nakakuha siya ng 5 kanina. Kaya ba niya makakuha ng 5 na yun? No, no, no. Sabi ni Muris. At isa pang overtime. Ang tanong, sino ba ang unang matututo sa lesson na to, Ray? Sino ba unang makakaalis sa mga mistakes na nangyayari sa game na to? Matuto na mga Vivo Keyd alagaan yung rafters dun sa may A-site? O ang Envy, kakayanin pa ba nila to? Mahahanap pa ba nila yung mga angles, especially kung mag-B-site sila?
Oh no, this is quite really risky for the both of these teams kasi it always shows na yung usual mistakes lang naman nila yung nagiging fall short nila eh. Kita mo naman isa-isa lang napapunish dahil lang sa mga binibigay nila na advantage sa kanilang kalaban. But then, si Heat nabawasan ngayon, may heal siya pero wala na siyang armor at all, so mabay kagad yung snake bite na nilabas ni Marv. Pero will they be able to get some good info? Unfortunately, wala. Naghihintay lang si Victor ngayon. He's really waiting patiently. Waiting game right now for both of the teams, pero aware na siya. Merong footsteps siya narinig. Sabi na meron kaagad isang tao ngayon na naghihintay sa atin sa may long, pero hindi pa rin gumagawa ng necessary moves ang VK. Pero nga lang coming in from tube, nabigay nila kagad ng napakabilis. Pero nga lang, aware ba kagad si FNS na meron magagaling dahil nakapag-extend na kagad ang napakalaki ang Vivo Keyd, pero nga lang FNS takes the head of Vixen, pero nga lang matitrade off lang siya ni Jao. 4v4 tayo this time around. Lahat sila ay magdedepende lang sa kanilang mga utilities, pero so far nakapag-extend na sila going into B-side and walang ka-aware right now ang NB kung saan nga ba nila ito makikita. Pero speaking of, narinig na rin na ngayon ni Victor si Heat, matrim daw ang mga tao ng taga-VK and 3 na lang kagad ang natitira. But the question is, how will Envy retake this on a post-plant position na meron ang VK?
Ayun, hita mo na yun, no? Rain Shells, kung ma-love lang talaga maayos yan, makakatulong sa Envy. Pero ang problema, VK, medyo naiipit sila dito yung parang, ano ba yung game na yun, pagbata ka, monkey in the middle, yung keep away, bigla lang silang huli dyan. Pero si Muris, backstab muna kay Crashes, Victor na pasabog si Joe dyan, ang magiging 2v2 na ngayon. NTK, konting spray down lang ngayon. Ang Reyna, ang ating Sova, naghahanap ng paraan. Victor, ilabas na ang Pain Shells, ang Showstopper rather, walang magagawa. Pero si Yea ang makahanap ng dalawa instead. At ang NB na naman, hold ngayon ang VK. Hindi kinaya ang operator talaga ni El Diablo dito. At 14-13, NB again in the lead.
Pero ito na naman kapag nasa point na naman sila that they are already just one step ahead before they actually take this one, biglang nawawala yung sense of just taking care of every move that they have. I mean, it's not bad to be it's not bad na sometimes you want to be so confident. Pero at the same time, kailangan mo i-think thought lahat ng kailangan mong ilabas against VK. Kasi usually when you put the Envy right now sa kanilang attacking side, commit sila ng commit without checking every utility na binibring sa kanila ng VK. But so far, they're just one left before they can actually take this. Pero right now, kita mo naman, they're just starting it so slow dahil ayaw nilang ma-pick off kagad ni Hit sa nangyari nga earlier on.
Tingnan nga natin kasi operator pa rin ang hawak-hawak ngayon ni Heat. Kanina nag-gamble talaga sa dito sa defense. At mukhang gagawin nila muli ito. Ang tanong daw, ano ang hold ngayon ng VK? At mukhang nabasa na ngayon ng Envy. Tago muna sila. Quest ng A-site. At kita natin ngayon si Morris ang magiging kalaban nila dito. Pero may scan na kagad. Baka mahuli pa ang killjoy na yan. Pero saktong back-off lang para kay FNS. At si Marv nag-bait and switch lang dyan. Yung NV ito na. Nanabasa nila yung galawan ng Vivo Keyd. At si NTK nag-try to hold. Pero si Victor gamit ng high ground na naman. NV naman makakuha ng isa dyan. 5v3. Si Joe na yan. Nasa power position ng NV. Pero yung problema, sila ang Vivo Keyd nasa defense. At ang FNS basang-basang na yan para sa NV. Si Vixen makakuha pa ng isa. Pero ang operator ngayon ni Heat, baka mahirapan sa pwedeng maging retake scenario. Pinik muna yung spike plant dito. Ray classic in hand per si Victor. Pasulaki baril niya. Mas maraming bala. At ang NV ang mananalo dito ng 15-13. Umabot pa tayo ng overtime. Kinaya pa ng Vivo Keyd. Pero sa dulo ngayon, nag-comeback ang mas experienced team natin na NV. Kitang-kita talaga ba't sila umabot galing sa NA dito sa Berlin.
At kitang-kita mo on that overtime na nakita natin 2 beses. Yun lang naman pala para manalo ang NV. Dapat nag-set up yung kanilang Viper. Diba? Kasi nakita natin every time na nag-a-site sila minsan, too late yung setups ni Viper. Kung yun lang pala yung way, edi sana kanina pa sila nanalo, diba? So, yun na yung kailangan nilang pangawakan. And if they're actually taking care of their recklessness, they could have won this not after the overtime. They could have won this na lead sila kagad ng 13 ng napakalaki. But at the same time, no cap about the Vivo. Alam naman natin kasi na they're so unpredictable. They're just popping off one by one. Even if makalat yung 2 teams na to, meron pa rin yung NA experience na inaabangan ng mga tao. And that itself became a storyline for Envy to actually tell na sometimes, even if medyo kalat yung mga calls natin, kalat-kalat din yung kalaban natin, at least kapag kailangan natin mag-set up na, at least kung kailangan na natin tapusin ito, nagagawa naman natin ng maayos.
Ayan, sasabi ka na lang ang ating mga nanonood ngayon shoutout sa inyo kasi ito yung midnight hours, yung 3 AM. Happy kami na nandito pa kayo sa ating Tagalog stream. Pero kita talaga na yung competition dito sa Berlin, ito talaga yung the best of the best sa buong mundo ng Valorant. Lahat ng region na represent. Nakita natin kanina yung malupit na labanan ng Paper Rex at Vision Strikers at nakita rin natin kanina yung pagdurog, honestly, ng Gambit sa Crazy Raccoon. Pero ito ngayon, a closely contested map number 1 between Vivo Keyd at Envy na marami nag-i-expect na Envy na yan, kaya na yan, easy group para sa kanila. Mukhang may labanan pa, pero masasabi ko na lang, this is a big win para sa Envy. Kung kino-consider natin tong 2 teams na to in an equal playing field, dahil may map draft advantage, masasabi lang natin tungkol sa Vivo Keyd. Etong ngayon, na nanalo ang Envy sa map number 1, sobrang makakatulong sa kanila na tapusin tong series na to when we get into bind.
And yun yung sinasabi natin, that what we're talking about earlier nung bago mag-start yung matchup, na nakita natin yung map Veto na if Envy can take the Icebox map, we're gonna be expecting a clean at 2-0. But there's no cap when it comes to bind. Close pa rin yung mga laban ng teams natin ever since yesterday, di ba? Nakita naman natin na ang daming nagsistruggle na teams when it comes to bind. Even if may advantage noon yung gantong team. For example, nung naglaban nga ang F4Q, di ba? Alam naman nila na, maybe makakuha na to actually ng G2. Pero bigla na lang nag-pop off yung F4Q. So yun yung mga inconsistencies kapag meron yung bind map as one of your maps. But still, it's still all about how we are seeing Envy together with Vivo Keyd get up with those high game styles that we're seeing. But syempre, aabangan pa natin lalong-lalo na sa mga teams na to on the next map, which is going to be in bind. But right now, we'll just be taking a short break. Alam ko, gusto nyo kaming makita, pero mamaya namin magpapakita.
Maganda yung stage, ano ka ba, Riri? Ganda yung
gusto
stage.
Gusto namin pakita, kasi sabi nila, bakit daw ba may shoutcaster. So, mananahimik na lang muna kami.
Ito na lang yan guys. 3 o'clock na, tulog na bata. Sige, okay guys, magkabalik tayo. Ni game number 2 between Envy at Vivo Keyd in just a bit. Dito lang sa Masters Berlin.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins. First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials. And entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture! Bye!
welcome back to Masters Berlin, where I'll take 2 more of those, please. 2 more maps just like that as we go to overtime for the very first time here at Masters 3. That all said, though, I have to imagine to a degree a bit of a gutting defeat for Vivo Keyd based on the fact that their attacking half started 7-1 and Envy was able to bring it back.
Yeah, I mean, it was extremely impressive from both these teams, I have to say. On the attacker side, we knew the Vivo Keyd is what they say, we're going to be aggressive. And even on their defense, actually, when they were aggressive, when they were taking the upper hand, they were making a lot of progress. But sometimes I feel like mistakes were made.
For me, a lot of it comes down to the fact that one of the things you have to be really gutted for Vivo Keyd about is that was their map pick.
Yeah.
And in the best of 3, you don't want to be losing your map pick.
I think I loved it. I think it was a great start. I also think that it was a strong start for MV when they started attacking. They took some time to adapt to the team, but just because, I mean, guys, you at home, you didn't feel this, but when they got the first pistol round, they actually got both of them. But when they got the first one, I feel like this building was going to fall off. Like, amazing.
They were the loudest team.
Yes,
so
for
far.
sure. So
Slow
far.
start for Envy. Yes, 100% Vivo Keyd. Loudest team we've had in the building so far. You could feel the energy and the adrenaline. To some degree, did feel like Envy was asleep at the wheel in those early rounds, but they were able to wake up and find the answers as the map rolled on. And really, to me, the people who were integral to that were twofold. It was Crashies and it was Ye. Crashies being the person to stabilize for the team, in fact, being our Verizon high-speed moment of the day with a huge clutch to bring it back in round 9 and ultimately help Envy stabilize at an 8-4 at the end of the first half.
Yeah, I mean, Crashy's ace was absolutely phenomenal. And he's always been that player who has the capability of doing this, but doesn't usually need to. And I think it was something that the casters actually attested to, but it was a little bit unusual to see Ye not showing up quite as much as he perhaps should have been earlier on in the game. But the fact that you had Crashies there to pick it all up, it was a beautiful play. I mean, we just all stared at each other and we were like, what?
Yeah, literally, this is the things that happen. I mean, I feel like I'm going to lose my voice at some point because sometimes I'm just here watching, I'm like, what? And I just turn around and they start screaming, and I'm like, okay, fine.
Yeah, the lineup there, again, a huge moment for Envy, starting with the Sheriff in the hands of Crashies to be able to, bring that round back. It is pretty nutty. And then from there, I think, is where we key into the second player that you were talking about, Ye. While he was a slow starter, he started finding his shots later in the map.
He was the overtime god.
Yes.
And it's funny because, you look at some of the earlier rounds back when Vivo Keyd were on the attack, and I really felt like they had so much power over the rotations they were making because Envy weren't doing tons to kind of pick that apart or prevent it. And a lot of the time they could push into these sites and take space because they picked off some of those members, and oftentimes that was Ye. So then you come into overtime and Ye isn't being picked off early. He is making these big plays. He is, especially with the operator in hand, getting a lot of those shots. You don't have to worry about economy really when you're in overtime. So he always has that available.
That's exactly why, though, I want to keep keying into that matchup between him and Heat, because for each of them, it did feel like most of the rounds hinged on who was going to find that first pick with the op. And while it was Heat hot early and it was Ye hot late, we're moving into a new map. And so you basically hit the reset button.
It's kind of hard to hit it. I feel like for Vivo Keyd, this is a hard one to take because they had it. For some moment, they had it. I remember this round where they were 4v5. They had taken that first kill, and they started pushing. I was like, why do you do this? I mean, you lost control over me, but you could have... You knew that pushing wasn't the right choice. So I feel sad about that. But now we have to focus on 2Bind. For me, as I said at the beginning, this is probably Envy's best map. I really like the fact that they've changed that Omen into the Astra. I feel like it makes it a lot more like Gambit, me from you. I'm very familiarized with that, and I feel like the control that it gives you over both sides, it's so heavy. That's going to be a key part.
An incredible map pick for Envy. You have to imagine they're going to feel comfortable moving into this one after eking out the win in that overtime map 1. Some smiles across the faces as we pan across the players themselves, except for here at the end. All business. All business.
Yeah, you kind of ruined it there.
I did. I spoke just a bit too soon. One chair too soon, that is. Agents, what do we expect, if anything, to switch up? Do you want to switch up much at all, given the closeness of that first go-around?
Well, I mean, the thing with Vivo Keyd, their most recent buying composition, they've only played it once so far, uses a Raze instead of a Sky, which is what they have been playing in more recent times. I think I personally would actually be fond of seeing the Sky come back. I mean, I really like flashes anyway, but I think that being able to have that extra, not surprise factor, but that extra power over Envy, particularly when Vivo Keyd are attacking, would be really useful. I mean, one of their really strong playstyles is how they like to hold themselves back, and then it's usually in the final minute, the final 50 seconds is when they make that push. Having a Sky, I think, would be really beneficial.
And it's not only that, we also have to consider that if Envy does not go for the Omen and they go for the Astra, they're not going to have any way of blinding the team. No flashes, no blinds, no nothing. And if you have that Sky, you can go through those smokes, through those walls, and it obviously opens a door of opportunities.
Well, I mean, it's something that Envy struggled with against 100 Thieves. You know, 100 Thieves would always run these triple initiated compositions, and Envy wouldn't be able to add.
Yeah, it is the Astra actually for both teams. That's what is surprising me, because Vivo Keyd used to play with Viper and Brimstone. We're not seeing them here, and I actually think I'm digging this.
All right. By the same token, no Sage on the side of Envy for Ye. It will be the Jet instead, and so we're going to get that Jet v Jet matchup. These teams, though, we know they're ready and rearing to go. It was such a sick map 1. I'm personally hoping for a map 3, but we'll see if these teams have enough to deliver it. Riv and Doug, we're headed back to you.
Whew, I hope you had enough time to recollect yourself after that banger of a first map. And I think we can look at it two ways, right? Like, Vivo Keyd had Envy on the ropes. Is that a good thing because they could do it, or was that the one that got away? And Riv, I want to get your thoughts. I want to get your thoughts on this. We saw a bit of a change in agent select.
Yeah, we did, and I'm very surprised to see this. If you look at the side of Vivo Keyd, you know Vixen, if you're from that region. If not, he is considered one of the best Brimstones in Brazil. Now, with Brimstone being a lot of his recent plays, throws the Astra and a little more versatility for map-wide control. We'll see what Vixen can bring the team now.
All right, Envy starting off on the attack. Heavy lean towards B, at least early on. You already see the wall. Has denied entry in through Octagon, so if they're going to get towards B, they're going to have to brute force their way in through Hookah, and so far so good, as 2 members of Vivo Keyd have already dropped, but the telly has been taken, right? They're stuck. This is a terrible spot to be in, because they're going to have to get through that to deal with it, and they're just like shooting fish in a barrel. They're going to have to rotate out of Hookah. And it seems to they have done that, but man, are they certainly worse for wear. Victor was down to 7 health. Ye and Marv were weak as well, but you know what? All good.
FNS all good in the end. Marv coming up with a few there. You'll have Cosmic Divide quite early, and he cleaned up the round. And then, interesting though, from Vivo Keyd, nobody dropped out of that Hookah position. 2 were there to fight the entirety of Envy. It was just three's a crowd instantly in Hookah here, and Envy took advantage of it.
Too easy. I mean, maybe that's a lot.
Just a pistol. Just a pistol, boys.
That's a lot.
Slow it down.
This time around for Envy, you've got upgraded weapons. Certainly not the case for Vivo Keyd, as they opt not to force up. Envy looking to work a short, the dash in. Yeah, he's already gotten up to a decent spot, but the Ghost dropping to the classic mirror. He's getting that duel.
Hello? Hello?
Ito na ba? Ayun! Bigla, ayun na, parang biglang may gumagawa ng trabaho natin, Riri. Yan yung gusto natin, di ba? Yan yung gusto natin eh.
Okay na ba?
Oo, okay na tayo. Pero biglang, nabanan pa lang, nag-umpisa dito ang NB 2-0. 2-0, diba? Pero may iba tayong taga-cast, so shoutout sa ating mga English casters. Pero mukhang kailangan pa natin magtrabaho, Riri. Walang early out sa ating overtimes. Kasi si Marv naka 6 kills na ngayon, 2-0 scoreline at ang NV. Masasabi na lang, diba? Pinag-usapan kanina yung flash talaga mawawala dito. Pero ito talaga yung playground ni Victor eh. Dito talaga umuundad ang kanyang race at kitang-kita. Gusto mo pat ng VK ngayon eh, si Maurice nag-race din. At honestly, itong composition ngayon ng Vivo Keyd, Ray. Hindi ko pa ito nakikita sa stats nila eh. Medyo may pagkabago talaga sa galawan nila ngayon dito sa Berlin.
And ngayon yung tawag na pocket strat.
Pocket strat.
Pero take ko sa mga casters lang eh. Alam namin na gusto nyo sa inyo yung palak, yung TF. So, bigay nyo naman sa amin.
Hindi, sa kanila na nga talaga eh. Kung gusto mo talaga, sila na nasa Berlin. Sila na nasa stage. Tayo, nakaupo lang. Tipong, uy, sige, tagalagkas. Sila na rin. Sila na nga yung nag-prod eh. Nakikisama na lang tayo.
May nagtanong bakit daw panalo yung NB. Malay ko.
kasi nanalo sila. Pinapatay nila. alam mo, di ba, sa barilan ngayon, bang bang, shoot the enemy, win the game. At ayun, sabi niya, yung operator pa lang. At ang thing ngayon, kasi ang Envy kanina, nag-iinit sila, medyo slow start talaga, na masyadong malamig sa icebox. Pero dito sa Bide, mag-init-init sa desert. At sa heat ngayon, makakuha kay Crashies. Pero ito na ang buy ngayon ng VK. Pero masasabi ka na lang, early investment ng Envy, ang operator na to. It's a big gamble, Ray. Medyo may pagka-all-in. Pero kung gumana to, pwede talaga mag-snowball ang Envy sa scoreline sa attacking side.
At dahil dyan, makakapag-open na kagad ang Envy. And kita mo naman, si Ye may ina-expect kagad at nagpakita na nga kagad si Yeet sa kanya. At ngayon, nag-line up lang sa mukha ni FNS ang dalawang mag-e-entry dahil wala na silang utility at all. At nag-exercise. Pero dahil nga kanina hindi tayo nakapag-entry ng ating hello, Dax, sa tingin ba itong agent lineup nila? Anong masasabi mo dito?
Sinabi ko na
Sinabi mo na ba?
Sinabi na siningit ka na Ako pa. Ako pa. Galing-galing ko sumingit sa mga ganyan Ako pa.
Ikaw na. +1 sa'yo.
Yeah, +1 sa akin. Pero plus 100 pa rin sa English casters na gumawa ng trabaho natin. Diba, shoutouts sa kanila. Pero 3-0, big chance for Envy. So TLDR, yun nga, may pagkabago dito at BK. At ito yung parang pinabrema ko rin sa Haban Liberty. Masyado bang nadadala yung mga Brazilian teams natin sa mga galawan ng mga ibang teams sa ibang regions na napapa-adjust sila in a way na hindi kasing, I'd say, komportable sa team nila. It's a big gamble na mag-change up ng comp sobra ang VK ngayon. Pero tingnan natin kung gagana dito si Victor ngayon. Try yung sirahan yung Wolfer. Peekabujo sees you. Pero Stinger, it's not gonna be lethal enough para makapatay dyan. Yung Aldron humarang red para matank yung damage. At si EA ngayon, off pa lang. Huli na si Vixen dyan.
Nahuli niya na kaagad. Meron na kaagad na pick off sa VK ngayon pa lang din. Pero tignan natin si Heat. You'll be able to get that shot. Unfortunately, na-punish na kaagad siya ni Marv. And dahil lang doon, dali niyang nakapag-commit kagad ang Envy towards A site. At kita mo naman, ang daming kanina lang din, kung napansin mo sa hookah, ang daming na-waste na utilities. Just because of that wall boost. Diba? And although maraming na-waste na utilities, at least nakapag-extend sila going to A site. Pero nga lang, don't tell me na maganda pa tong round na ito coming in from a VK. Pero nga lang, si Maurice na lang kagad na natitira. Meron pang hold on ng angulo ngayon si FNS. And speaking of Envy, mabilis ang 4-0 na kagad. Kinakas pa lang namin ni Dax, dalawang round pa lang. Dalawang
round pa lang Yung tipong nag-start tayo sa gitna, may 2-0 na kagad. Sige, okay. Accept na natin. Pero ito na Ray, kanina, jinx mo Kaya nag-overtime sinisisi mo sa iba Dindamay mo pa yung ibang casters natin, mag-OT sila. So sa'yo nga. Pero ito na, kasi ito na yung tamang oras natin, Ray. 3 o'clock na, past 3. So pwede na magka-fast game, pwede na. Pero ito nga yung tanong, ano ba ang sagot dito ng Vivo Keyd? Bakit sila mag-iiba sobrang pag-comp nila? Ito ba yung pocket strat nila o masyado ba sila napilitan sa nangyari kanina? Paano sila babawi? Well, titingnan natin ngayon kasi medyo may pag-creativity talaga yung stage nila dito. Puro wall-on up. Si Heat nagtatry mag-contest. Pero ang Envy ngayon, ang galawan na naman nila. Nagkahanap sila ng control. At dahil walang flash sa parehong side, pwede lang mag-drive pick talaga ang dalawang teams na to. Si NTK daw, muna nag-Hunter's Fury. Bladestar ngayon, ilalabas ngayon ni EA. At ito na kaya ang chance ng Envy mag-entry gamit ng jet nila. Si Hito nag-iintay. Ayan yung jump pick. Pero si Ye pa rin matatamaan. Cool, calm, collected. Hindi na-distract si Heat doon. At tatamaan niya yung jet sa kabila.
Sabi ni pre, ba't ako yung naala, hindi ikaw? Bakit ako yung naala? Ay, yun lang. Always nakapasok na naman si FNS mula sa mga nakakapag-extend siya. Wala, ayan yung mahirap. Walang flash. And of course, wala rin defense na inaitapon siya. Nag-audition lang. Namigay lang siya ng ayuda ngayon sa 3 miyembro ng VK. Dali-dali na kagad silang na-pick off. Isa-isa na naman. Hinayaan lang nilang makapasok. Wala pa silang nakuha information. And where did he come from? Yun yung question. Paano nakapasok si FNS? And just because of those distractions na nasa bilong, yun na kagad yung naging way for them to just deal in themselves towards A site. Mabilis ang ganun lang pala. Ganun pala maglaro ng Valorant Sabi ni FNS.
Kinobra lang niya honestly. Tama ba paggamit ko dun? Basta, he came from shower side. And he's just like, uy, walang pumapansin sa akin dito. Uy, kahit nag-gloves ako, walang pumansin pa rin. And dahil lang doon, napush siya all the way to the T side sa attack, sa CT side pala, sa defending side. At dahil lang doon, sobrang laking advantage na nakuha ng Envy. Ngayon, VK, kanina, sobrang sharp, sobrang precise ng gameplay nila sa Icebox. Pero as we get into bind, ito talaga dito mag-shine yung Envy. Ito yung map pick nila. Kita natin sa map draft rin, dito talaga sila uunlad. At dahil lang doon, 5-0 na Ray. At nagtatanong sa sa audience natin, di ba? Paano mag-cast? Yun lang naman eh. Magsalita ka lang, pag-usapan mo lang yung game, o magpatawa ka. Masasabi ka na lang, di ba Ray palagi kasi sabi sa mga tao, parang just find your role. Yung tipong kung gusto mag-play, kung gusto mag-analysis, gusto magpatawa, hanapin mo lang at basta willing ka makipag-usap. At kung may mag-trash talk sa'yo, willing ka makipag-away rin. Diba?
Oo, nakikipag-away ka kanina. Grabe ka naman, Dak.
Hindi, kasi inaano ko eh. Inaano ko ako okay lang ako, pinaway ako. Pero pag inaway yung tropa ko, bad yun.
Ayaw mo yung inaway si Eva, yung BFF.
Oo, si Eva. Oo nga, past 3 na, ito na si Eva eh. Pero yung mga yung mga shippers dyan, parang si Ilo kanina nagsiship. Pero masasabi ko lang, may favorite ako. Hindi, ito talaga yun eh. May super ship ako. Pwede ko yung name drop ngayon. Super ship. Ano kaya? Ano kaya yan?
Di ko alam yung mga ganyan na bagay. Ano tayo? Dalagang Pilipina tayo eh.
Sige, sabi mo yan. Pero big lead But I think I kinda wanna mention about the game muna. Na ito talaga yung na-expect na form sa Envy compared sa Icebox. Kanina, matamlay talaga yung opening na Envy. Di pa nakakanap ng pita si Ye. Si Crashies lang talaga magawa. At kasi nag-raise na naman ang Envy sa Icebox. Medyo nahihirapan si Victor. Pero ito na yung playground talaga ng Envy. Kitang-kita nila na nakukontrol nila yung angles. Nakukuha nila yung mga pitas. At since mainit na yung kamay ni Ye, na-outclass niya si Heat sa mga iba't ibang duels eh. Pero syempre, ang Vivo Keyd, yung pinaka-strength nila overall is yung confidence. Pag bigla na lang gumana yung mga ginagawa nila, yung mga gameplay nila, feel ko may pagka-mistranslation pero masasabi ko na lang. Parang yung mga katarantaduhan ng Vivo Keyd na yun yung playstyle nila, yung medyo chaotic. Pwede talaga sila makakuha ng rounds dito. Isang pitas lang, pwede mag-snowball na ang Vivo Keyd. At ilang beses natin nakita kay Morris, diba? Sheriff one taps pa lang, kaya na niya maging precise.
At ito pa eh, na-witness naman natin eh, na it has been of a good start coming in from Vivo Keyd kanina sa Icebox. And this is just the time that we're already waiting for them. Pero the fact that Envy won that earlier, kahit medyo nagsastruggle sila, shows to us na ngayon din kung mainit ang Vivo Keyd, that's what we're expecting, even if they have those chaotic plays. Ang Envy pa rin this time around, they want also makisabay sa rhythm ng kalaban nila. And we're already seeing those so much, how they're also confident when it comes to just their lurks. Biglang nakakapag-segue in pa yung iba nalang mga miyembro, katulad ng ginawa kanina ni FNS. So those are the ways also that how this NA team wants to dominate all over on their group. Pero nga lang, di pa rin natin de-deny na it's just a 5 rounds still. Pero meron na kayo sinimulan na kagad niya. He has already been eliminated. He takes out the face arm. He gets the head of farm. Meron pa kaya siya makamulikas. Yes, he goes for the 3K. Pero denied lang kagad siya ni Victor. And it's going to be 2v2. Pero nakapag-exit na si Travis. Nakita na po rin ngayon ni Jet. And right now, he will be finishing right now with the classic parents Vixen. Actually denied that. A 1v1, 63 to 84. But Victor says no to that. And still Envy gets that. And it's going to be a 6-0.
Yeah, ito yung problema ngayon ng Vivo Keyd. Nag-iinit si Heat. Gumagawa siya ng galawan para makaka-comeback dito ang Vivo Keyd. Pero the rest of the team, medyo ngayon sila ang matamlay. Medyo sila yung cold-handed. At kahit si Morris nakakuha ng taps from time to time, overall, the full team itself, hindi na nakakuha yung lethality. At nakikita natin dito yung Envy mas, I'd say, perceptive yung mga galawan nila. Nakikita nila yung mga angles na hindi tinitin ng Vivo Keyd. At ginagamit lang nila yun para sa advantage. Not only that, yung mga situations na medyo napipitas sila nila Heat, gagawan pa rin nila ng paraan. Shutdown nila yung Jet bago maging highlight reel para sa montage. Pero ito na, showstopper, ilalabas dyan. Cosmic Divide, ang sagot. Pero masasabi natin, Vivo Keyd, they're stalling for time and they're playing this wall. Paglingal ng Hunter's Fury at si NTK mapapaback off dito, Ray. Maraming ultimates biglang ginamit ng Envy pero mukhang wala silang makukuhang value gamit yon at mapapa-slow game sila ngayon dahil doon sa wall. Pero ang tanong, entry ba nila A-site? May chance pa rin kasi wala naman dito yung Cosmic Divide at ang kailangan lang nila gawin ay ipa-trigger yung Gravity Wall na maaga at mukhang yun na yung paraan. Jodo with the Slow Orb. Ito na yung Cosmic Divide rin para mahati yung site in half. I think it's the same thing pala. Translate ko pa. Pero ito si Heat, nasa taas lang ng box at naghihintay dito ang Vivo Keyd. Not the best angles though for the operator.
Oo, may harang dun eh. You can't be lucky enough to actually have that shot. Pero nga lang, lumipat lang. Sumet up lang. Pero wala talagang gustong mag-commit so far sa A-side. Pero still, after that cosmic divide na wala nang biglang iglap, yay kagad, pinanish siya na kagad ng operator. Pero nga lang, Victor, maganda yung tutok niya na ngayon. He takes the head of Maurice. Pero nga lang, with a certain angle, the spray down pa ng MVK is going unbelievable. Tapos nakapag-right click pa siya with that classic FNS na lang kagad ang natitira. Pero nga lang, on that little gap, he will be able to finish him out. At ngayon, after those series na yung Envy parating panalo ng panalo, makuha na kagad ng VK on just... Oh no! Kaya
Paano tumama yun? Paano tumama yun doon sa isa? Maniniwala ka ba sa spray dito ni NTK? Kasi ito, okay pa to. Pero tingnan mo to, spray, tapos biglang may headshot si Marv. No reaction kay NTK. Sabi na, basic lang yan. Classic friend para doon sa isa pa. And ato na, di mapaniwala yung NP. Nagalas na manatalo. Kaya nga, di ba, sa Brazil, sa Rio de Janeiro, may malaking JC. May malaking statue ni JC. Cristo de Redeemer, the Christ the Redeemer, di ba? Kaya ganun, konting dasal lang para sa Vivo Keyd at sinasagot na sila kagad ng pare nilang si JC, bro.
Bro,
Pirate Chong, you know it! Alam mo na saan papunta yun at biglang sa showers. Ay, nako. Buti na pick up mo kagad yun, yung Konyo Nation natin.
Okay guys, alam nyo na, binibilang ko na the bro. Yes, bro.
One lang yun, ha? Ano ka ba?
Tayo, be. Ganun dapat, be.
Kaloka ka, best, kasi one pa lang yun. Binigay ko na yun para may point ako eh. Ano ka ba? Binigay ko sa'yo yun. Oo, give chance to others. At ito na yung chance binigay na sa Vivo Keyd. Ang tanong, matutuloy ba nila itong momentum na to? Kasi nakuha na nila yung konting confidence. Alam nila pwede pa rin na tigilan yung NV offensive. Pero they just have to get the right angles to read. At ngayon, I like this a lot kasi nakapwesto dito si Heat sa may A-site. Binabantayan ni Showers, which was a big factor na yung entries ng NB kasi hindi na masyadong babantayan ng defense. Makakatulong sa kanila pero itong Viper Wall mas makakatulong sa NB ngayon. At kita mo, pwesto lang dyan para sa Heat. Saktong timing kay Marv at makakapitas dito ang Vivo Keyd.
Meron, malapit pang butas ngayon ang setup ng NV. Kita mo si NTK, takes out that Hunter's Fury. Wala nga lang siyang ma-eliminate. Pero still, nagpahasal lang just to buy enough time para makapag-rotate sila. But still, a 4v5 situation. Pero wala na sila ganong utility sa side ng NV. Pero meron pa tayo pang post-plant coming from them. Pero mag-audition na naman sila with just Victor controlling all over lamps as they take out 2 of their heads. FNS na lang kagad ang natitira. But he'll be able to take this clutch. Pero nga lang, okay, wala pa. Nagpe-fake defuse. Nilalaro-laro lang niya kagad. Pero marami nang nakatingin sa kanya. Nandyan na ang Pidea team ng VK. And finally,
Ninaway pa yung Pidea! Ninaway pa yung Pidea! Nasa Berlin na sila, tapos biglang may Pidea. Paano yun, Ray?
Ano ba? May Pidea version yung yung VK. Di mo ba alam? Pero on a serious note, ang ganda sa timing.
Medyo pag ginagsapan natin yun, may pagkalala na yun eh. Parang hindi na Pidea, ibang klaseng bangbang yun eh. Parang yung team. Oh, yung parang medyo totoong bangbang na eh.
Ay, totoong bangbang. Oo nga sabi. Hindi, yung kapitbahay yun. Yung kapitbahay yun. Pero...
tumigil ka na bago ka may masabi pang iba.
Hindi, wala akong masabi. Uy, minention nga ni Hilo yun. Oh, yun nga. Kita mo naman na headshot sa ulo na naman nitong si...
headshot sa ulo? Okay yun ah. Para yung nahati in half ah. Pareho lang tayo, Riri. Kala ko ikaw yung Tagalog caster sa atin ah.
Uy, wag ka nga bro, neon boss. Ang sinasabi ko sa inyo, yung NVD pa rin daw tapos. Bakit pinasin masyado ng TK yung short? Kaso nga lang kasi wala din silang information. Isa na lang kagad natitira. Na-take out niya si FNS. Pero Crashes will be eliminating him at nag-exercise siya kasi 3:48 AM nagka-crunch time pa rin siya. Sabi ni Crashes.
May mga sabi ng chat natin, di ba? Kinukulat ka rin eh, headshot na sa ulo pa, okay yun eh. Mga body shot sa katawan. Okay yun eh. Okay talaga. Pero okay talaga ang pwesto ngayon ng NV. Nakuha nila back yung confidence nila with the frag win. At alam mo, yung mga icon sa baba, may meaning yan eh. Yung X, napatay nila lahat. Yung defuse, syempre, yung wire cutter, tapos yung bomb explosion, big boom. Okay, diba? Pero masasabi ko na lang, it's actually may point ako dito, Riri. Huwag muna magtawanan. At ito sa Heat, walang tawa-tawa dyan kasi ang bilis siya makakuha ng pitas. Pero dahil lang pag may kalaban kang team like VK, na kailangan mo ng confidence talaga, na kaya mo sila outshoot. Getting a frag win is actually a big deal. Kasi alam mo na kaya mo sila talunin in their own game. Pero back into reality, biglang snap back talaga at sabi ng VK, sige, napatay nyo kami kanina. Kami na ngayon ang sasagot sa niya. Pero si Victor, kaya mo na spray down to. Kahit na headshot niya, di pa rin, kulang pa rin. At si Jonah naman, kanina pa nag-play ng Roblox siya. Nasa taas ng wall na yan. At 7-3 ngayon, Vivo Keyd. May laban pa sila dito, Ray.
Minecraft lang pala yung
diba?
strat ng VK. Pero on a serious note, bigla na lang sila na-punish dahil nag-audition lang sila sa harapan ni Vixen. Pero that was quite an unfortunate game style na naman coming in from Envy. At kita mo, diba? Nagmamanifest dito pag wala kang flasher coming in from both of the teams, coming in from their lineup. You just cannot take anyone who is currently at lamps, diba? Or kaya nga lang, di mo lang naharangan gano. Pero nga lang, Victor, he wants to be aggressive. Pero si Hit, nagbibigay na naman ng ayuda sa mga kalaban niya. He takes down the two heads of Envy just by controlling here in B long that made them so unstoppable. Grabe naman to si Hit. Tigil-tigilan niyo daw ako, sabi niya sa Envy. Oh, next na naman, may gustong mag-audition pero nabawasan lang niya na konti.
27, okay pa. Pero masabi ko lang ng kanina kay Victor, sana nag-vandal na lang siya. Kasi mapapatay na sana yun. At nung dito sa round na to, sana hindi mo yung pinik kasi nandun si Vixen. Kanina pa nag-hold ng lamps dito at kanina pa siya siya yung shining light dito sa east side eh. Siya yung tipong night light kahit paggabi na patay mo lahat ng ilaw. Biglang kumukuti-kutita pa si Vixen dyan. Aba? Alam ko yung kanta na yun.
Kumukuti-kuti.
Sige nga, kantahin mo, Ray. Sige nga.
Na. Yan lang alam ko eh. Pero mas kawawa kayo yung Envy kasi dalawa na lang sila. Pero tignan natin.
Good gravity well. That's a big one.
Gravity well pa. Madedelay pa sila so much. Pero to, si Maurice, sabi niya, will he be...
Madedelay pa sila so much.
Bakit tayo nagiging
Parang
nahawa ko sa'yo, naiinis na ako.
Mas marami ka pang konyo point sa akin, honestly.
Pero,
sinasabi nga, Paintious. At biglang si FNS, mas mapipila si Maurice. Akin muna, Riri, kasi di pa ako tapos na 18 kayo. Spike Tom, mapaplant kayo, si Crashy. Medyo na-stun on up dahil sa Nova Pulse. At si Heat nakatambay dito sa taas. Medyo kulong ang ating Sova na yan. NTK with a good flank, patching out FNS. At ito na, Sova versus si Vixen namang tutulong dyan. At ang Vivo Keyd, makaka-retake na naman. Kumakambak talaga ang Brazil squad natin. Pero Ray, sinasabi ko na sa'yo eh, talaga, pag bigla na lang ako mag-English ng complete, ng tuloy-tuloy, nadadala ka eh. Pag nag-Filipino ako ng complete, nadadala ka rin. Pero bigla ako maglabas ng isang konyo, nadadala ka na. Ray, ano na ba? Ano na, Ray?
Sorry akin. Ganda talaga pag after 3 a.m. Pagpasensya nyo kami, huwag kayong mag-alala dahil parating 3 a.m. ganito kami ni Dax. Pero nadadamay lang talaga si Dax. Tignan nyo, nadamay siya sa lahat ng kalokohan ko. Sasama na siya sa isa pang bangbang.
Wag mo natin pag-usapan yan. Special surprise.
Surprise.
To many surprises na Vivo Keyd is contesting. But from the performance of map number 1, no surprise talaga na pwede pa sila kumambak dito. Ang pinaka-problema ngayon, maganda yung momentum ng Envy and kita natin sa compre nila on the defensive side later on, makakatulong talaga yung mga combos perhaps gamit ng Astra at ng Raze. At meron rin sila nung double control eh. May Viper sila na pwede talaga mag-flash out. Makakatulong sa kanila sa next half yan. Pero hindi pa tayo tapos sa half na to at ang Vivo Keyd pwede pa gawin tong 7-5 Maurice. So nasa may back of site dito sa B site. Si Ye ngayon ang gusto mag-entry pero si Joe kasama niya ngayon si NTK. Magandang altern yan, masascan out ang ating Jet. Pero besides that, gusto pa rin pilitin ng Envy. Iniisip nila na pwede nila gawin tong B-split. Pero at the same time, may fallback plan pa sila dito eh. Andiyan pa yung Spike nasa may market at kung makahanap lang sila ng sapatas dito sa may A-site, pwede sila mag-rotate dito, Ray.
Siguro ngayon, they're just taking their time. Kasi biglaan na lang itong VK nag-work well na yung kanilang agent lineup. Kanina, it took so slow. Pero yun naman pala yung nagiging rason ngayon na Dax. They just need to figure things out before they can finally manage, diba? There were really a lot of mishaps. Pero as right now, Victor takes a good entry. Matatrade off lang ngayon ni Maurice. Pero dahil dyan nalito nga siya kung nasaan. Kaso nga lang, he will be taking off Marv na nag-flank coming in from A-side at makakapag-reso pa ngayon si Zhao as will be taking this with a 4v3. Pero ngayon, very helpful itong post-plant position ng Envy. But remember, meron pa tayong Hunter's Fury. Remember, meron pa tayong Cosmic Divide. Pero doesn't gonna put too much of a pressure. Pero nga lang, speaking of, bigla na lang nila nakita yung mga ulo ni FNS together with Ye as we only have crashes left. At ngayon, aabangan na nga nila kagad as NTK will be defusing. Wala na nga narinig at all si Crashes. Narinig ko pa talaga to. Wala na siyang narinig at kinantahan na lang siya ngayon ng VK. At dahil nga sa sinabi ni Dax, it's still going to be 7-5. Nakakahabol nga ang VK. Kayang-kaya pa daw nila dito sa bind. Kahit maraming nagsasabi na this is NV map.
This is an NV map, honestly. Stats don't lie. At masasabi natin talaga dito dapat nag-shine si Victor. Pero at the same time, hindi na nakuha yung mga frags na hinahanap niya. He has been effective with the Reza. Yun ang masasabi ko in terms of the zone. Pero most of the frags hindi nanggagaling sa kanya. He needs to get those kills para lang makatulong talaga sa buong kill count, sa body count ng NV. And the scoreline could have been a lot further from NV. May big chance na pwede na natakbo doon yung first half na yon. Pero nag-bounce back talaga ang Vivo Keyd dahil sa mga efforts ni Ye, dahil sa mga retakes nila, at pakunti-kunti, naiintindihan yung Vivo Keyd paano magka-map control on the defending side. Kasi usually, diba, nakikita natin ko sa defense, kung gusto mong play ng retake, mag-hang back ka, bibigay mo yung space dun sa kalaban mo para mag-set up ka ng trap, tapos bigla ka na lang mag-bounce. Pero ginagawa dito ng Vivo Keyd na may pagka-aggressive stance talaga sila as a team. So, pag nakakakuha ng pitas si Ye, doon sila tumutulok, doon sila naghahanap ng angulo para lang makaflank sa NV. And pakunti-kunti, gumagana yon. The more rounds na lumipas na sa pinaka-first half, mas nakatulong doon sa Vivo Keyd And after everything said is done, parang talaga, ngayon, slow start yung Vivo Keyd. Kanina, slow start yung NV. At makikita talaga natin na pwede pa rin ito maging overtime situation. Pwede pa rin magka-contest. Pero para sa NV, gusto na talaga gawin tong 2-0. Kasi kung umabot tayo ng split, mas mahihirapan pa sila dito sa series na to, Ray.
Tapos, alam mo yun, nasa momentum na yung NV. Pero bigla silang na-shut down. And sa totoo lang, yung confidence ni Hit, actually, when it comes to using that operator, he delays so much, di ba? Marami siyang nakukuhang heads kagad ng NV just to prevent them from committing yung aggressiveness ng NV kanina na witness natin on the first few rounds. Biglang dinedenay lang at all right now ng Vivo Keyd, and that's something that we're expecting from them. Kasi kanina nung sa Icebox, nasa defending side sila, hindi nila gano'n ma-figure out how to deny that, although may mga chances naman na kaya nila. But right now, when it comes to bind, and we all know na it might be troublesome for Vivo Keyd, at least, di ba, gumagalaw sila this time around. And alam nila din yung advantage kapag walang flash lineup, walang flashing agent sa both of the teams. And ito pa yung maganda about it, is that hindi lang usually, kita mo naman, hindi lang isa yung gumagana sa kanila, kundi lahat sila may ambag sa ginagawa nila this time around. Wala lang full show that we're expecting coming in from Heat, because we're already seeing how NTK, Vixen together with Moody's also does their job. And kanina, napakaganda din talaga kapag meron kang Sage, kasi nakuha mo yung sustainability, tapos kaya mo pang mag-turn ng tables around when you have that resurrection, kaya mo pang magtapon ng slow orb just to prevent yung commitment ng Envy towards A short. So yun yung mga nakikita natin coming in from Vivo Keyd, and tells us so much that they actually know how to take Envy on when it comes to bind.
Alam mo guys, gusto nyo yung quick test para kay Ray. Gusto mo, ikaw, Ray, gusto mo ma-test muna?
Ano yan?
Okay. Excuse me muna. So, Ray, given the fact that both Ye as well as Heat have been competing against each other in this matchup, and because the two Jets right now are trying to duel, what can you say has been the defining factor that has given them the advantage? You can see for one side that Ye has been trying to get the entries to make them work. Heat on the other side, just defending really, really well with the operator. And going into the second half, what can you say about this matchup, about these two duelists fighting?
Alam mo, di ko alam kung pinag-tripan mo.
Okay ka. Good job. Sige.
Alam niyo na guys, ito pala ay kung kahapon ay chismisan, ito ay bully pala. Bullying ni Dax sa akin.
Bullying session.
Bakit mo ako binubuli, Dax?
Hindi. Kailangan iba't iba everyday. Ano ka ba?
Ay, gano'n ba yan?
Na-entertain
Bagong
mga
content pala to.
Na-entertain fans natin eh. Ganun yan eh. Sayang. Feel ko,
sayang.
sige. So pag one question, hindi pa enough para madala si Ray Ray. Sige. Next time. Pag hindi tayo official Filipino broadcast, tutulak ka to.
Ang talino mo naman, Dax. Nagmukha
Ipupush ko to. Gagawa ko guys ng series. Gaano katagal bago mag-crack si Ray Ray? Yung mga ganun yun. Gaano katagal biglang mag-i-English si Ray Ray, biglang magtatagalog si Ray Ray. Pagpalipat-lipat ako ng lingwahe. Sige. Future
alam
content.
Mo, hindi ko alam kung bakit mo ko binubuli ng ganito. Akala ko ba BFF tayo?
Ito na yan eh. Kaya nga BFF kasi pwede natin gawin to sa isa't isa.
Kasi kapag in-English mo yung... So, bukas i-Englishin ko na lang si Ilustrado. Matatagalogin kita bahala.
Good luck ka na lang. Yun lang yun. Alam mo, kung bigla ka mag-English bukas, I still win. Kasi bigla kita na pa-English. Ibang araw lang. Anyway though, so this is a very close game. Ano masasabi ko? Back to the topic and back to the game in hand. May chance pa dito ang Vivo Keyd, especially kung makuha nila tong pistol na to. Ilang beses na natin nakita talaga si Heat makaplay ng entry sa defending side. At hindi pa tapos eh. Palagi na lang open the door para kay Heat. Talagang kahit sino man ang humarang sa kanya, napapaluhod na patadapa na lang talaga pag makita nila yung jet chan sa kabila. Si Yedo at si FNS na try mag-contest dito sa may A side. Bigla na lang sobrang stack dito ang Vivo Keyd sa may short. At dahil may stage sila, pwede sila mag-play ng old school default. Ayan na, wall up the APC. Make a safety zone para sa kanila. At masasabi ko lang, langit lumpa. Ito talaga ang safe zone ngayon ng Vivo Keyd. Spike planted 5v2 at maayos talagang pwesto ngayon ng Vivo Keyd. Nakikita na naman natin na gamit dito ng ating Brazil Squadron ang mga walls na yan for good measure. Sobrang nakakatulong sa kanila para sa mga retakes, para sa mga takes at para sa mga holds. Kanina sa hukang ngayon dito sa A-side, Percy crashes ngayon, sumasagot pa. Gamit lang ng frenzy, ilang beses natin yung frenzy na kuha ng pitas dito. Marvdo setting up the stars at bigla na lang dito ang Vivo Keyd playing it safe inside rather than sa aggression. Marvdo, konting touch lang dun sa spike pero hindi pa yan sapat. Vivo Keyd now taking that pistol at a big chance ito Ray na matayap yung scoreline kung manalo na naman sila ng isa pang round.
At most likely, pwede talaga tong maikuha ng Envy kapag nakikita mo ito. Pero nga lang, if you take a look at it, they all want to stack up coming in from battles. Pero unfortunately, because of that, nakapag-extend na nga sila going towards short. Tapos yung mga default plays lang naman na ginagawa ng Vivo Keyd usually. Pero it works so much for them. And then yung advantage kapag meron ka nga Sage. But at the same time, we feel ko medyo na late lang talaga ang Envy sa pagsagot noon dahil nga nag-extend sila towards bats. But alright, now, pag titignan naman natin, nakita naman natin na lumalaban pa rin ang Vivo Keyd kahit may mga mishaps din na nangyayari sa kanila. But this is getting great for them. Pero ngayon, gusto ata ng NTK maging aggressive dahil naiwan ng bats na open. Kanina lang din ang nangyari ito. Pero ngayon, gagawin naman ng VK this time around. Pero to si FNS, siya lang ang nagmamando ngayon sa may A site also. Tapos wala pa siyang magandang baril, kundi classic lang as he sees the head of NTK. Na dink lang yan. Fortunately, hindi pa rin siya makakabawas at all. Aware na right now kung ano man ang information ngayon kung nasaan ang ibang miyembro ng NV. Pero this time around, playing such a fine lang ngayon ng VK. They have nothing to worry about. Pero once na na-pick off nila kagad si FNS, it's going to be great para sa side ng VK so that they can actually commit into A side.
Yeah, talaga sa Vivo Keyd eh. Kita natin na puro strength and fundamentals ang laro nila dito sa Berlin. And that's not a bad thing. Pwede talaga you play defaults and you play it very well. Basta na lang may A+ scoreline ka talaga, pwede ka mag-compete against the best, especially mga creative like NB per se. Huli si Heat dyan, magiging 3v2. Kailangan maging maingat dito ang Vivo Keyd. Pero at the same time, ito na si Maurice mag-backstab dyan kay Ye. Huli kagad ang jet natin. Si Marv na lang ng isa 1v3. Good Spectre pickup to para mahuli si Vixen. At palapit na siya doon sa spike. Ayan na, natap na niya. Tap mo na yan. Pero ang tanong, kaya pa dyan mabuhay? Iniintay niya yung delivery niya. Pero mukhang magsusupot dito si Joe. So cancel mo na yung order na yan. Sabi ng Vivo Keyd kasi eto na. 7-7 pero mabibili na ng baril ang NV.
Kita naman natin na napaka-dikit ng laban once again. And kung na-observe ko lang talaga kanina sa Icebox, medyo yung gameplay ng VK, you just can't seem to figure it out. Para mga pieces ng puzzle na kinalat ng isang bata. Dito naman, nakita mo na slowly but surely they're getting the piece of a good artwork. And na-observe na natin siya na ma-manifest nila, especially sa attacking side. Kasi yun talaga yung meron ang mga, not only VK, but the Brazilian teams that we're expecting to how they will be performing. Pero right now, they just want to be so aggressive. They take their time, but once na nakapag-set up sila, they need to be aggressive already. At ngayon, nakapalik na kagad na sila. Pero nga lang, yay on the shot! Two heads kagad na nagtatago sa may kapit kagad. And what was happening inside there? Dahil tatlo na lang kagad on that quick pick up coming in from Ye. And speaking of, nakapagkuha pa nga si Crashes ng isang kill hanggang si Vixen na lang kagad ang natitira. And all of a sudden, napakabilis lang ng naging retake ng Envy this time around. Big plus pa yung party people ni Zed ngayon sa finisher.
Masasabi ko na lang, Ray, kung may kilala kang pari, tawagan mo na. Kasi yun na, El Diablo. Nag-iinit na naman dyan. And yay, ang bilis oh. Bigla na niya huli si Maurice dyan. At kahit papunta sa kanya yung Nebula, wala siyang paking-pake. Kitang-kita niya sa magaling kalaban. Saktong spray down lang. At dahil lang doon, yun yung rally call para sa NB to play that retake. So sakto talaga yung turnaround dito nila sa third round ng second half. Flawless as can be. Sobrang linis nung round na yon. At ngayon, dahil lang sa sobrang, masasabi ko na lang, confident at sure na win ng NB kanina, mapapapistols lang dito ang Vivo Keyd. At pwede pa rin ang NB mag-stay dito sa lead at medyo mag-build up ng buffer kalaban sa kalaban nila.
At nakaka-gain din talaga ng momentum also yung NB. Kasi kanina, di ba, nag-struggle sila. I mean, nakahabot pa ang VK's first half. Pero at least right now, yung round na yun, napaka-importante for them to actually get that. And suddenly, after that tie-up, scoreline, leading sila by isa. Pero still, si Heat, tatanda natin, napaka-init to. He can actually finish someone out with those knives coming out of his blade storm. Pero ngayon, mag-e-entry na siya kagad. He wants to control over lamps and right click na sa mukha si Marv. Kaso nga lang, sinabayan na rin kagad ang Outer's Fury. And may tinuwag. Kaya mo naging Neon Boss, dalawa. And FNS actually did so 3. At yun, nag-audition na naman sa harapan niya. Pero because of that Hunter's Fury na may natuwag na dalawa, Envy still has a lead of 2 na against VK.
Diba, Kuya Crashes, patusok-tusok naman dyan Neo Buzz dyan at biglang isang stick lang kinailangan niya. Isang pana lang. Jumong talaga galing kay Crashes, makakadalawa dyan. At besides that, si FNS sakto talaga yung pwesto ngayon. Ito talaga yung pinaka-strength ng NB kalaban sa VK ngayon eh. Yung heads-up play nila, yung mga power positions nila. At basically, kasi itong NB, pag nabasa nila yung mga fundamentals ng Vivo Keyd at napapansin nila saan sila pupwesto in the first place, pwede sila mag-anticipate sa galawan ng ating Brazil squad. Pero ito si Heat, siya yung nag-anticipate at bigla na lang sinataw niya si Victor kagad dyan. 5v4 after the aggressive push ng NB. Kailangan mag-ingat dito ang NB kasi mabaril na ang Vivo Keyd at ito ang chance nila para mag-snowball. Pero ang punish ni NTK ay mapapunish pa rin. Mukhang pinalo siya dyan sa pwede si FNS ngayon. Ang makakuha ng pita si Maurice daw naka-infiltrate na nasa gitna. Pero ang tanong, habang behind enemy lines, mahuhuli pa siya kagad dito ni Crashes. Pasok siya dito sa elbow at mukhang konti na lang galing kay Joe para makuha yung pitas na yan. It's 3v3 and on to B site ang Vivo Keyd. Pero mukhang may pwesto pa rin dito ang NB kasi may Viper Spit si FNS sa may garden dito, Ray.
Kaso nga lang, kapag lumabas siya dyan, meron na kagad nag-aabang sa kanya. Pero at least makakuha na siya ng information, nandiyan sila kagad. Pero nga lang inasim siya ni Maurice. Kaso nga lang kasi wala kang idea at all kung saan magpapakita si FNS sa harapan mo. At dalawa na lang kagad ang natitira. May reso pa si Joe, pero ka naman siya alangan ng kanyang pwesto. Pero nga lang, just because of it behind their backs, na pick off na si Ye, 1v1 tayo right now. Pero oh no, sino makakuha? Sino mas lamang? Makapag-reload siya. Pero nga lang, low on HP parehas. Sino mas malamang? Oh no! Right click, habulan tayo ngayon! Sabi ni FNS, pero nga lang mas naging lamang si to that and no cap. Heat is the man also of this game. Ngayon lang, classic lang pala labanan dito.
Kanina pa siya, gamit lang ng classic. At diba sinasabi natin kanina si Crashes yung nagbubuhat. Ngayon, Diyos ko, parang pinakapansin ko talaga na parang weightlifter tong si Heat eh. Kasi ilang beses na siya naka-bailout para sa team niya. Ilang pa kills na? 22? compared to the rest of the team na kinaya pa talaga at kitang-kita mo hype na hype sila para lang mga clutch. Not the best call para sa Envy. I'm a bit surprised na pinili talaga nila yun. Kasi may space pa sana eh. Si FNS mag-reload ng rifle, mag-back on away. Nakuha na niya yung dink eh. So baka matakot pa doon ang jet ng kabila. Pero hey, it's still Envy in the lead. Meron silang 1 round gap at si Ye na lang, bigla na lang ginawang barbecue dito si Maurice. Bladestorm lang, baka sapat na yan. 5v4 kagad. Pero si Heat syempre na-cooperator at kailangan mag-ingat dito ng Envy ngayon.
Pero hinarangan lang siya with that wall and sinabayan na nga ng Cosmic Divide this time around. Kaso nga lang si FNS medyo nalito ata doon. Ano ginagawa ni FNS? Pero nga lang si Ye right now, he takes 1 head. Alam na nga niya, low at 8 na siya pero nga lang dalawa ang nakatingin na kagad sa kanya. It's going on 3v3 pero nga lang may advantage pa rin pagdating sa mga ults. Itong VK and TK ready na with that Hunter's Fury pero nga lang tatandaan natin may chance pa rin ito maritik ang Evie pero nga lang Evie rely on na lang sila sa wala na silang utilities. Kaso nga lang may mga trades pa rin. Dry picks lang pala ang katapat. And ngayon, alam na ni Marco, merong nasa corner and he takes out Chow. Isa na lang kagad ng mga titira. Watch me, friend, sabi niya. And speaking of Barbed, also pushes around us to where Vixen is. And Envy still gets this with a 10-8. Alam mo yun, wala ka nang utilities at all. Naipik ko na yung kalaban mo. Ikaw pa yung nanalo.
Talaga yun eh. Kaya pa talaga. Kayang-kaya dito ng Envy. At ilang beses natin nakita yung teamwork talaga dito sa bind. Yung understanding ng mapa mismo nakakatulong sa kanila in terms of the positioning, in terms of the angles. At kahit yung mga corners talaga nababantayan nila Marv. At kunting silip lang sa shower. Uy, bawal yun sa totoong buhay. Pero pwedeng-pwede dito sa bind. Kitang-kita natin sa Envy. Alam na alam nila paano gumalaw sa mapang to. May comfort para sa raise pick nila. May comfort para sa double control setup nila. At ilang beses na nag-step out dito si FNS. Siya nga yung top frag ngayon eh. Para sa Envy dito, Rere.
At kita mo naman no, na talagang he's really stepping up for his teammates. Shows to us so much that this double controller is working well for the side of Envy. Pero nga lang, wala pa rin deny ngayon dahil sinabayan na nga din agad ng lightning ngayon at wala pa rin nakuha dahil sinidestepan lang siya this time around. Pero dahil nga ngayon, magkakaroon ng opportunity to resurrect pero kagad Victor, slowly but surely, he takes the head of Vixen. Alam niya na merong mga nagtatago pa sa wall kaya magtatapon na nga siya ngayon ng patience pero kailangan na nga nilang magkaroon ng backup coming in from his teammates dahil may advantage sila pagdating pa rin naman sa mga barel.
Hello, Spike. Konting tap lang muna dyan. Showstopper! Wala na pala! At si Victor na ngayon ang lalabas sa kanyang fireworks dyan. At si Jong papakita ganyan sila. Si Yeto mahulog. Si NTK makuha pa rin sa at bigla na lang yung pistol yung shock tart. Ang nakakacomeback dito para sa Vivo Keyd. 10-9 scoreline though at mukhang nakuha pa rin ang Vivo Keyd to. Hinaya nila yung mga angulo doon, Ray. At muntik na yun. Muntik na yun talaga. Para lang mag-fall apart para sa Vivo Keyd. Pero kinaya pa nila, ginawa nilang paraan. At kitang-kita, ito na ang potential comeback galing sa ating Brazil squad.
Nasayang lang. Actually, yung ano na yun, yung showstopper. At ngayon, just by that goes, hindi nila na-check na meron pang galing sa Yules and that's it. Minadali masyado ng Envy actually yung retake na yan. And it's definitely a stopper as to how they want to execute themselves ngayon. Pero one lead pa lang sila, makakabili pa rin naman sila. Pero nga lang, sobrang disappointing para sa Envy yun dahil, binuwi mo, na thrifty lang sila just with that coast. Nakabawas naman sila ng mga tao. Pero I think they just got too excited that they need to eliminate ang VK because they have that gun advantage.
Kakaiba talaga yung nakita natin dito. What a matchup this has been. Yun ang masasabi ko. And mabibigyan mo talaga respeto Vivo Keyd na kino-contest talaga yung Envy ng ganito na ganito kadikit ang labanan at pwede pa rin magka-map number 3 pero sabi ng Envy tama na to at si Crashes talaga ang unang haharang dyan. 5v4 na kaagad si Crashes makakuha ng pitas kay Maurice. Recon Dart rin para lang ma-prevent yung refrag potential pero mukhang si Vivo Keyd pwede sila mag-A-site dito pero si Marv baki lang hawak niya. Medyo may pagka-gamble dito sa Envy. Pero kung gumana to, magugulat na kagad yung Vivo Keyd. Malapitan, masasagasaan sila ngayon, Ray.
Ito yung mga high-risk, high-reward plays na nakikita natin. Not only for Envy, but also sa side ng VK. Pero ngayon, dapat hindi na nila inaasim itong seat. Dahil kapag yan sinimulan niya, sasabayan pa niya ng kanyang Blades Storm, pero naka-crossfire sila. This is actually a good idea. Pero nga lang, sinabayan na nga nila right now ng Cosmic Divide. And speaking off! It gets the head of FNS. Maglalabas na nga siya ng Blazestorm. He takes also the head of Crushes. At ngayon, na-eliminate na kagad ang dalawang miyembro ng Envy as they need to take ang partake. Pero halang lumabas sa kanilang harapan ngayon ang pagbubuka ng mga taga-Envy at sila pa ata ang nagkaroon ng disadvantage dahil si NTK na lang ang nag-iisang nilalang ngayon. Pero Marv will be able to trade his teammate out and from a 3 to 5 retake. Yan na naman yung meron ng Envy at napakainit na ng laban natin ngayon.
Ngayon, hindi mahuhulog yung bola sa Envy talaga eh. They don't drop the ball. They're not gonna let this go, Ray. At kita talaga natin na kahit nag-hero mode dito si Heat, tingnan mo yung operator shot eh. No scope, kaya pa rin. Pero si Yeren sasagot kay Heat at kahit anong klaseng heroics sa 360 pa si Marv. Style points for days. Parang pang ibang klaseng montage lagi yun, Ray. Pero masasabi ko na lang, ito talaga yung sa NBA. May confidence na sila lumaban sa Vivo Keyd. Napansin nila, sige, na-3-3 tayo kanina, kinaya pa ng Vivo Keyd. Pero yun yung playstyle nila eh. Kailangan talaga hindi tayo matakot sa ginagawa ng ating kalaban. At dahil lang sa round na yun, kitang-kita pa rin natin na may confidence at may laban, may tapang ang NB kalaban ng Vivo Keyd. 11-9, big chance dito para magka-match point ng NB kung matalo nila Vivo Keyd sa round na to. Not the best buys para sa Vivo Keyd rin. Dalawang hero rifle, puro pistol sa iba. At si Victor ngayon, aggressive position, kitang-kita talaga, mas confident talaga ang NB dito.
Dahil lang doon sa biglaang init coming in from Envy, they were able to change the tides. Kaso nga lang, tatandaan natin na pagdating sa VK, they had a try earlier sa kanilang eco. And it actually worked for them. So, if they got too much excited na naman coming in from Envy, they may actually take this. Pero nga lang, nag-timing na naman sila, nag-extend sila masyado sa bilong and they were able to take down where Zhao is. And because of that, aware na din kahit papano ang VK sa information. Pero nga lang, si Ye, aabangan na lang niya ang mga ulo ng papasok sa may bats and nakakuha na kagad siya. He takes the head of NTK. At ngayon, undermanned na din talaga sila and they have no such of a choice as to how they will be able to eliminate the members of Envy. And speaking of, dalawa na lang kagad ang natitira coming from a VK. Pero si Ye, naghihintay lang. Pero nakapasok na sila. And magpa-plat na kagad si Vixen. Pero nga lang, hindi nila alam na meron pa nasa corner. Go to the mark. And Ye also,
gumanti kahit hindi sa same member. Okay lang, basta. No scope, malapit sa operator. Baka naka-scopein siya. Hindi na natin kita yung POV. Pero masasabi ka na lang, talaga, yung dalawang jet natin, top fragging, 17 para kay 8, 25 para kay Heat. Malupit talaga yung labanan ng mga duelist. Pero overall, yung Envy talaga yung mas complete package dito sa Binder Ray. Mas naiintin na nila yung mga angle sa mapa. Ilang beses na natin nakita yung Viper yun. Pisilip lang sa sulok, pwede na makakuha ng pitas. At ang tactical timeout dito para sa VK, alam nila na kailangan nila gumawa ng konting plan kalaban sa Envy ngayon. Kasi may chance pa sila kumambak, may chance pa sila para sa overtime dahil may baril sila. Pero they only have this single shot, Ray. At kung matalo sila dito, mahuhulog sila doon sa lower bracket ng group nila eh.
It's now or never. Kasi kanina nakaka-gain na sila eh. Pero denied na naman sila coming in from Envy and shows to us na itong matchup ng dalawang teams na to, pinapatigil nila yung puso ko. Napaka-intense. And right now, if actually Vivo will be able to take that round, sa tingin ko talaga, there's a big possibility na magiging overtime na naman ang second map natin. Pero the momentum itself, nasa Envy na talaga din ngayon at nakita mo naman kung gaano makapag-anchor ang Envy kahit minsan may mga failures sila. Minsan worth it yung pag-extend na sa bilong, minsan naman hindi. So it just takes a good time to actually take this risk as to how Vivo Keyd also does it. So it's just that you need to be a copycat version of your enemy sometimes para lang talagang ma-pick off mo sila. And it actually paves in para sa Envy. But after this tactical timeout, let's see kung paano matuturn ng tables ng VK ito. Dahil one last chance before they can actually survive this out of Envy.
There. Well, ito na. Envy. One round na kinakailangan na dito, Ray, para manalo. Vivo Keyd, kinakailangan pa na 3. Simple math, pero easier said than done. Yun ang masasabi ko at kitang-kita natin this time. May ipagka-reserve playstyle ng Vivo Keyd eh. They're not rushing on in as quickly as they are. Yung hindi sila biglang, okay, sige tara, steamroll lang natin to site na to. Iniwan pa nga yung spike sa may market. Gusto na ng options dito, Ray. Play it cool, calm, collected. Hanap ng pitas dito. At syempre si Hito ang gusto mag-umpisa dyan. Pero si Marv, huli si Mori, si Hito ang sasagot dyan. At si Victor talaga makakuha pa ng refrag. Big advantage para sa NV to. Ang B-take ng Vivo Keyd. Natigil na bago pa magsimula. At mukhang mapipilitan ng Vivo Keyd to go for that A site. Pero mukhang nakabantay na naman ang ating Viper. Aldro dyan, andyan, NTK dueling with the control on the other side. At Nes makakuha dyan. Chodo setting up a wall to separate that site in half. At bigla na lang yung Viper mahuli pa rin. It's 3v2 though. Hunter's Fury ngayon. At mapapasayo ng Vivo Keyd. Crash is now finding that takedown. NB isang frag na kinakalang na dito, Ray. At kakayanin pa ba ni Vixen? Can he be the one to play it clutch? Kaya nga may one sa pangalan niya. Pero bigla lang, papunta na si Ye, papunta na si Victor, at papunta na ang buong NB squad. Paliit ng paliit ang mundo nito ni Vixen. Papapunta siya dito sa may defending side. At mukhang may nag-iintay sa kanya. Bantay sarado galing kay Ye. At mukhang ang ating demonyo dito ang makakuha ng pinakahuling takedown. NB mata 2-0 ang Vivo Keyd. Pero grabe talaga, dikit ang labanan. At kita talaga natin ang powerhouse ng NB. Pero ang Vivo Keyd, malaking respeto para sa kanila dito sa series na to.
Naniniwala ako na ang Vivo Keyd still gave us a good game dahil nga in-expect natin, di ba, na pwedeng ma-turn tables talaga ng NV, na pwedeng it's just an NV show. Pero hindi, dinedenay pa rin nila yung mga good plays sana na gusto kong i-execute ng NV. And right now, this Brazilian team definitely tells us that they're one of the best talaga. Alam naman natin kung paano naging mahaba yung journey nila sa kanilang bansa. Pero nga lang ngayon, at least they are able to hit those shots. But then, NV, the NA team na naman, outsmarted them in all aspects. So congratulations sa inyo. Mukhang magiging mahimbing ang tulog ng halos lahat dahil 2-0 kagad. At dahil may request si PPGL...
Sige nga. Gawin mo nga.
Go na to talaga, guys. Go. Pero, hindi ko gano'ng kabos dahil medyo pinapaos na ako. Pero in all, talaga, Dax, I think very crucial yung mga rounds na thrifty yung NV. Dapat magpa-full short na sila doon. Pero they are still confident na kayang-kaya nilang gamitin yung mga kung gaano sila pinaglalaroan din ng Vivo Keyd. And that's it. 12-9, 39, napakadikit ng laban. Just like in Icebox.
Masabi ka lang para sa NB, nakita na yung tapang nila overall. Kasi pag normally, bigla ka ma-thrifty, doon mawala confidence mo. Pero pansin talaga ng NB na, okay guys, kailangan talaga confident tayo the whole time. Kung kalaban natin yung ganito yung tipong nakikipag-skirmish sa atin, yung nakikipag-brawl. At ilang beses na muntik na magka-hero mode si Heat, pero nasa shutdown talaga ng NB. Especially pag nakaka-counterplay si Ye. Parang yun talaga yung pinaka-value ni Ye dito sa second map Mas-shutdown lang si Heat kasi siya talaga yung nagmumok ng star. And overall, yung Battle of the Jets, minsan lang talaga, it's not about how many kills you get, diba? Kasi mapitas mo lahat ng kalaban, pero kung bigla ka nalang mapitas ng kalaban mo mismo, kung ikaw talaga yung star player na sobrang valuable at bigla ka mahulog sa labanan, di doon talaga uunlad yung kalaban mo. And really well played para sa NB. A good 2-0. And ito yung expected outcome, pero not in the way that it all happened. So, what a last match Especially na pataas natin makita yung second match of the day. Mukhang we had a good one to end up the night there, Ray.
And actually, the series for today's set of matches was always 2-0. But kita mo naman na napaka-init pa rin ng mga labanan kahit 2-0 pa man din yan. Shows to us so much. Pero nga lang yung first series nga natin, or rather yung second series natin, medyo masakit. Medyo, medyo one-sided lang naman. But still,
medyo sobra.
May kita natin sa, medyo sobra. May kita naman natin yan sa, malay nyo, it's just a bad day. Malay mo, mag-improve pa rin naman sila, diba, sa lower bracket. But still, a big congrats sa NV. Still tells us so much that this NA team still wants to dominate all over here in Masters. Pero aabangan pa natin dahil marami pa tayong match-ups na ikakas natin for the series tomorrow.
Araw pa lang Marami pang kailangan makita. Alam niyo yung Sentinels, maraming naghihintay para doon. Diba? Sa isang tens lang dyan para happy ang ating mga kababayan. Besides that, well, it seems like every single day, palupit na palit ang matches natin. Malupit na nga kahapon, nakita natin, nag-shine talaga ang ating SA representative ng Paper Rex today. And dito sa pinakahuli, big surprise galing sa Vivo Keyd, kitang-kita talaga na yung Brazilian style, pwede talaga tumapat dun sa mga NA at tingnan natin kung ano pa kaya ang mapapala nila. But really, this group stage, may point talaga to, Riri, para lahat talaga may chance na magpakita ng tunay lakas nila sa global stage, mapakita talaga na kayang-kaya nila makipaglabanan sa iba't ibang klaseng scenes at styles. And happy na lang ako na napapansin talaga natin dito para sa
Down A. One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
nasabi ka na ng Ray, today has been a day to remember and mas marami pang araw na magiging ganun yung pakiramdaman eh.
Okay, ito pala yung day 2 and marami pa tayong exciting matchups for tomorrow's set of games. So guys, alam ko, thank you for staying with us. Actually, ang dami nating mga nanonood right now kahit ganito na ang oras. So make sure na magkikita-kita pa ulit tayo bukas as you're gonna be joining us once again on the set of games that we have for tomorrow. But right now, syempre VALORANT Masters at makalana natin dahil marami na masyado tayong kills, masyado na maraming highlights, so meron yung mga players. But once again guys, this has been a VALORANT Masters Berlin. Syempre, we give thanks to Ilu and VL and Tara for casting with us, but right now we'll be taking our good rest. Once again, we are your shoutcasters. I'm Ray and of course kasama ko si Dax, and we'll be saying good night to you all.
Good night.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins. First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials. And entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture. Bye.
for joining us back here at Masters Berlin as we wrap the final series of the day. It was razor-thin margins for both of our teams here, but on their map, Envy is able to lock it up in 13-9 Fashion Kuka and take it in 2-0 for the series.
I expected a 2-0, to be honest, but I'm really happy with the fight that Vivo Keyd put up today. I'm really extremely happy. I knew that Bind was going to be extremely good for MB, so I'm not surprised on that side. I feel like they were so comfortable here on the stage. They were saying, this is too easy, and I feel like that Astra Corporation was everything to them.
Yeah,
It was 2-0, but it felt like a best of 5.
It really did. It really did. I mean, I would have killed for a third map, but if it's got to end that way, I'll take it. I'll take it. I mean, you heard the casters up there talking a little bit about coming off of it. You know, where do we sit based on pre-tournament expectations for both of these teams? Was it Envy maybe coming in slow and underperforming, or was it Vivo Keyd stepping up? I'm kind of curious for the two of you how these teams measured up to your expectations.
I think some of it was just the clash of playstyle change. There were some decisions that Team Envy made, particularly in Bind, that differed from what we've seen of them doing in the North American region. You know, they played a lot more patiently when they were on their defense, for example. They didn't overstep anything. They didn't want to give away too much utility too early, which is something that Vivo Keyd has been able to do against their home region opponents as well very well. But I think you also have to bear in mind that this is the group that everyone thought Envy was just going to steamroll their way through, and that's the biggest takeaway for me, is the fact that actually that doesn't seem to be the case.
Yeah, personally, I think that the first map started as in, okay, this is going to be an easy one. We thought that we were going to have easy ones today. It wasn't the case at all, but they learned a lot from the way that Vivo Keyd played on that icebox to what they were going to see on Bind. We saw Jay going on third round with the operator already on attack. He knew that they wanted to be aggressive, that they wanted to take that space, to have that pressure, and he didn't allow them to have it.
Everyone on Envy stepping up in this second map. On the side of Keyd, I am just wildly impressed with the showing that Heat put up today across both maps. I think this is an individual that is going to have to be feared throughout the tournament.
I feel like if you're Havan Liberty, knowing this guy used to be on your roster, and you went through yesterday, and now you're watching today, you're probably going to be like, insert redacted here, I can't swear.
Full regret.
But yeah.
Oh my goodness. Well, Envy squeaks through across two maps. Yunsu is standing by with Marv for the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much, Dash. I am indeed with Marv right now. Congratulations on that victory. A hard-fought one, though, wasn't it?
It was hard-fought. It was pretty long, but yeah, I feel like we could have closed it out sooner, but it is what it is.
Did you expect Icebox to be that close, you know, going all the way to overtime?
Nah, we thought we were going to beat them on Icebox pretty easily, but they got off to a really hot start. And there's nothing you could really do except for keep pushing and try to come back. So that's what we did.
Speaking of hot, you know, we heard just now from the desk about Heat. I think everybody's really excited to see him in this tournament. Now you've played against him. What's he like?
He hits his shots. He hits the shots he needs to hit. But I do feel like we were giving a lot of kills to him. We were giving a lot of map control to him. We were just, I don't know, it's just really a slow start from us. And I feel like next time we play a good Jet, it's going to be different.
Do you think the slow start is due to the fact, you know, first big international land together as a team? Or do you feel like maybe you didn't expect them to be as aggressive?
I feel like we expected everything that they did, but yeah, it's the first time. It's the first time playing on land for all of us, or not all of us, but all of us for Valorant at least. So first game out of the way, and we should be good.
How did that feel? Exciting? Fun?
It was very fun. It was very fun.
Yeah, we saw you guys having a lot of fun out there. Just coming back into that game, I wanted to ask you, you know, on Bind, that small kind of agent swap on Ye going from the Sage onto the Jet. What was the reason behind that?
So when we first added Ye, we had to get all the maps down, and Bind was one that we didn't go over too much, and we had him on Sage initially. But we just felt like he's way more comfortable on Jet, so at least maybe 2 days before this tournament, we decided to switch him onto Jet. Actually, he was on Reyna yesterday, and today he's on Jet. So yeah, we got it all down now, and we just have to keep practicing the map, and we should be better.
Are we going to see the Reyna come out now you guys have prepared for it a little bit?
Who knows?
Not giving away, not giving away. I just want to ask you about the Sage as well, because it feels like, you know, with all of the international teams here, other teams and regions really, really like using her. But it's such a low priority for you guys and for a lot of the other NA teams as well. Why is that?
I feel like another agent does way better than Sage. Sage is not that good in our opinion. If we don't have a really good Sage player, there's no point in running it. Yeah, on Icebox, we don't even run Sage, which like every other team does, but we just play our own game. It doesn't even matter.
And lastly, before I let you go, you guys are through to the next round. You know, one more best of 3, you're through to playoffs. Would you rather play Crew or Zeta?
I have no clue. I haven't watched any of the teams. I'll watch them tonight maybe. But KRU or who? Who is it?
Crew from LATAM.
Crew or who?
And Zeta Division.
Zeta Division? Probably Zeta Division.
Okay, we'll see. They play tomorrow, so we'll see. Thank you so much for joining me, and congratulations once again. That is enough from us for now, but I believe we're throwing this back to the desk for Dash and Kakuk and Gio to break everything down.
Thank you very much, Yinsu. And don't you worry, Marv, you've got time to do your homework before you have to face off against either Crew or Zeta Division. Great to get a word from him. In a sense, affirming what you said, and that thinking maybe map 1 was going to be a bit easier than they expected. And then when that curveball gets thrown, okay, time to step it up and warm into it all. Also like hearing about how they're just throwing Ye through the ringer. Sure, Reyna saged one day, and then boom, Jet on game day.
Well, it's also when he said, like, oh, you know, if we come back with a better Jet, then, you know, it'll be better. And it's like, whoa, okay, hold on.
No, I liked it too.
Let the man live.
I like the fact that he said. I mean, I honestly don't think that Sage is that good, and I was like, okay. I mean, if you don't have, we don't have a good Sage player, so we don't play her. Okay, fair enough. Thank you for the very honest answer.
Yeah, fair enough. You play to your strengths.
That's one thing that I actually really like about what he was saying there is, as much as he was kind of throwing caution to the wind with the whole, like, oh, I don't know anything about these teams, I haven't watched anything about them.
He'll watch them tomorrow. He has time.
Yeah, maybe like an hour before he goes into the game, right? No, but he said that, or just the way that he was saying everything very much seemed like, okay, yeah, maybe today didn't go as well as we expected and as well as we thought, but that doesn't mean we've been spooked out of changing the way we want to play. Like, they very much seem to still be confident in the Envy style of Valorant.
It's a first contact, right? With any other team, it would have been the same. The first rounds would have been like, oh my god, what is going on? I haven't seen this before.
A lot of feeling things out going to happen here over the initial days of Masters 3, but as we reflect on the 3 series of the day, it's time for our HyperX Reflex moment of the day. This one had to go to Defo in series number 2 with the sick B site op shot.
Wow.
Oh my goodness, just get ready for it, folks.
Was that a pre-shot? Like that was my god, that is nasty. He doesn't even need to see your body.
What is going on?
I feel like this entire series could have qualified for this, to be honest, but the whole thing was just nuts.
He saw the bun, he saw the Jet bun, and just shot it.
The bunny ears, basically, just like, yeah. Oh my goodness, just disgusting. I mean, and again, I think that perfectly encapsulated the dominance of that second series of the day. Let's not forget that while this last one was close, the one smack dab in the middle was far from it.
Yeah, does it count as a series? Like it was a show match.
In all technicalities, yes, I guess it does.
Yeah.
But here's where we stand at the end of 2 days of competition with our tournament bracket. As was mentioned by Yinsu, a number of teams only one best of 3 away from qualifying into the playoff stage, out of the group stage. Of course, over there in Group D with the round robin situation, still plenty of matches to be played, and we'll wait to see. Still not having our first look yet at teams like G2 and Sentinels. But when you take a look at these brackets in the other 3 groups, has anything yet come as a surprise to either of you?
Not really. No, not as far as a surprise, no.
No, I mean, just looking at the way that it's gone, I would say that all of the games have had the results that I would have expected, but not necessarily got there in the manner in which we would have expected.
Fair enough. Well, no surprises so far, but perhaps surprises tomorrow as we take a look at the schedule ahead of us. We are going to get our first look at both the Zeta Division as well as Crew. And then, of course, our defending Masters champions in Sentinels going up against G2 before 100 Thieves and Gambit go toe-to-toe as well. I definitely am honing in on those second 2 matchups of the day, and I don't want to do a disservice to Zeta and Crew, but I mean, come on, G2 Sentinels getting to see what kind of form Sentinels is in attempting to defend the title. Can't beat it.
And I mean, Embi will be watching the first game. I'll be watching the first game. Everybody at home should be watching the first game as well because I feel it's a treat. Come on, tomorrow you cannot miss any of that.
Yes, definitely don't. Tune in, and on time. It's been a big day here at Masters Berlin, but we have one more thing to take care of, and that, of course, is celebrate Gio's wonderful birthday here. Hopefully the game's delivered, and we have an ultra tiny cake just for you.
Yeah,
That's what we could get at this time.
Wait, do I have to? Are you gonna sing?
I was gonna offer, except for my singing voice is horrible, so I think I'm gonna abstain. I'm gonna save the ears
and
of
you
the
don't want me to
thousands
sing.
of people.
All right, so
watching.
do I just?
Exactly. So just make a wish.
I'm gonna set the whole stage on fire, guys. You ready?
Please do not do
Here
that.
we go.
Fire marshals, fire marshals.
All right, ready?
Wonderfully done.
Okay, that wasn't too bad.
Executed.
Microphone. Thank
Beautifully
you.
executed.
Oh,
Well,
I
enjoy
forgot.
your pastry. For now, I'm going to throw it out to everybody at home. Thank you so much for tuning in with us today. Another brilliant day of Masters Berlin, but we're just getting things started. I want you all to get some rest tonight. We'll meet you right back here tomorrow. Stay healthy, stay safe, and have a good night.
One enemy.
Nice!
Let's go, guys! Thank you. Got one. 적군이 한 명 남았습니다. One enemy remaining.
All Crazy Raccoons need to do is stop the flank, but they can't get in there in time. And now it is just an absolute slaughter for Gambit. The Crazy Raccoons are falling left, right, and center. Redguard, the last man alive. Post plant stars are down.
Let's go!
Oh. They have to make their way forward. Shock darts are on the way. A flash in. The flame storm, but he's blinded up. There'll be no defuse today. These fakes. What is that from Redguard?
Long.
Silence.
One enemy remaining.
20 секунд ввел. Распикивает джет. Покер, покер.
One enemy. Down A. One enemy remains. 30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
What are you doing?
Come on, guys.